majority or level 1, whatever that means, but I assume that means it's fairly established. But we'll find out from time.
Well, she did say that Agency of Human Services, because they have a person dedicated to
Right,
it, is
exactly.
in the best shape, and they're mostly level 2s and 3s.
Right, they are. But look at the vast majority are level 1s.
All right, so we'll send a note to every secretary and say, give us a ballpark figure of how much.
Yeah, what you spend.
And one of the things that we did hear from people was that they were okay with the way it was. I mean, the ACLU testified that while they would like it to be free for everybody, they were okay with the way it was now, with charging for the time for copying, not charging for inspection. So, all right. Okay, we'll do this again next week. And we'll get those figures, and then we'll get Tanya here. And is there anything else that any other than just the kind of
those are
public records, the access and stuff, is there any other very specific thing that should be put in here as long as we're dealing with public records, like the dispensaries that we so elegantly dispose of? I mean, is there any other single issue that needs to be in here? Tom, did you have one?
Well, Madam Chair, for the record, thank you, Tom Abdullah, representing the Vermont Employees Association. Our position would be that if there's any expansion of the entities that should be subject to the same level of scrutiny through public records requests that governmental entities are, as the bill as initially drafted suggests, that those entities should include both Creative Workforce Solutions, which was an entity created, I believe, in the Douglas administration that acts sort of as a parallel Department of Labor for the clients of the Agency of Human Services, that they should be included in any such scrutiny, and also Faber, which
what's Faber?
Faber, Senator Clarkson, I don't want to ruin their acronyms. Vermont Association of Business, Industry, and Rehabilitation.
Oh, right. Okay.
Which essentially acts as a parallel to the work that's done by the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation.
Got it.
We would suggest that they should be included in any expansion of the ability of non-governmental entities to be subject to public records requests.
Well, we haven't even looked. We haven't taken much testimony on that at all yet. And
I understand.
It's so I hesitate to name specific, and I know it does in that bill, but
Well, since you would suggest
right. No, if there are specific issues beyond the public, beyond the expansion to nonprofits, and the dispensaries, and whether we charge or not. So those are 3 major issues around public records. Are there other identifiable issues around public records that we should put in here while we're dealing with it? In my opinion, public records and open meeting laws are probably something that are going to have to be dealt with every single year as technology changes, and I don't know, I don't think they are solvable and then you're done. So, but if there are other issues, get them to us so that we can get them in here, because we've got to move on this.
And just to be clear, I wasn't requesting that they specifically be named. We would just hope that for example, Legislative Council would ensure that they would be covered
in that umbrella,
the aegis of the entities that you're considering.
Okay, Chris?
Well, you mentioned it, but I wanted to know more about why, in section 3 and 4.
In the 305 or in 305 memo?
In 305. Sustainable Jobs Fund is called out.
Yeah,
and vital.
We're going to do it.
So I didn't know if you were planning on looking into that prior to getting other information, or you wanted to sort out the big picture stuff before getting into
Either way, we have to do all of it. So
we have to hear from both.
whether we expand it, this is a vehicle for us to use. Whether we pass this bill in any form at all, or just use the number, is up to us and what we do. Vital, I think, has already been solved in a court case. That was...
Well, we should hear that and find out.
We did.
Yeah, what's going, but definitely Ellen wants to speak because she's very concerned about this being included. But
So-
I would say we'd have to, this opens it up to the VSO, the Vermont Arts Council. I mean, this opens it up to a huge number.
Everybody.
So they take Pandora's.
Right, but so we have really three issues. We have this one, do we want to pursue this? Do we want to look at how we charge and when we charge? And the dispensary. So right now we have those three. If there are other specific issues that we want to get in here, bring them up, send them in, yeah.
Yeah, and under that, I think the cost and the systems. How to make it
Yeah,
easier. And
yeah.
so forth. Those are the two big issues, the cost and the systems.
Maybe you can't charge unless you have a system put in place that makes it easy to do. Okay. Okay. So we will do this again next week, everybody. Oh boy. So.
I want to thank everyone, members of the press, members of Vermont, legislators, and others for coming for this press conference. This is a press conference put on by SAM Vermont. SAM starts for Smart Approaches to Marijuana. We are the leading national organization opposed to the legalization of marijuana. I'm the Chief of Staff and Senior Policy Advisor for SAM. My name is Luke Niferatos. I'm from Colorado, and the reason why I'm here today, I flew about 1,800 miles, spent all my day yesterday traveling, is because it's important to me to talk to decision makers in Vermont to help them understand what the consequences are of commercializing marijuana. And let me tell you, you've got a state that's made some great strides in terms of reforming marijuana laws. You have a state that has decriminalized the use of marijuana, that has looked to give patients access to marijuana. So we're not in a place in this state where we're arguing about folks going to prison or jail. What we're talking about today, and what the legislature is debating, is strictly and solely, should the state of Vermont commercialize marijuana, allow it to become a corporate model, and to be advertised and pushed upon the public in this state? That is the question before the legislature right now. And let me tell you, the experience in Colorado has been, in my opinion, concerning and should cause concern for legislators. What we got when we legalized marijuana was Big Tobacco 2.0. This industry is now invested in by the billions by Altria, which is the owner of Philip Morris and Marlboro, by the number 5 biggest big tobacco juggernaut on the planet, Imperial Brands, and we have the largest alcohol conglomerates investing billions of dollars in this industry as well, Constellation Brands. All of the major addiction for profit drug players are getting into this industry, and I don't think that's going to be right for Vermont. And again, what we look at with big tobacco is the targeting of kids. And targeting of kids is something that is happening in Colorado as we speak. Just a couple months ago, my wife and daughter and I were walking down the street, And my daughter is about 3 years old, and as parents, we're trying to protect her from secondhand tobacco smoke, but now we've got to worry about secondhand marijuana smoke, which happens about every single time we would take her for a walk. We were at a playground in Denver, where we live, and 2 people lit up joints, and the smoke from those joints of marijuana covered the playground, and my daughter breathed that in. So that was a huge concern. Just last year, Colorado saw a 4% increase in youth marijuana, monthly marijuana use, which is a huge concern. Washington State, another state that legalized marijuana, saw a 11% increase in youth marijuana use. So youth are impacted by the commercialization of marijuana because they see the advertisements. They see the candies, gummies, ice creams, and waxes, all laced with extremely highly potent marijuana that this industry is selling. So Vermont right now has a very local model. They have done a great job on the social justice front and on decriminalization, but that completely gets erased when you allow a commercial market with for-profit players like big tobacco and big alcohol that only want to make a profit at the expense of people using and getting addicted to their highly potent marijuana products. That's what we've seen in Colorado. I'm a parent and I'm living that every day, and it's something that Vermont parents and Vermont, the public of Vermont, should be very concerned about. I appreciate you listening to me today. We have Mariah Sanderson, who's a local Vermonter, who's going to speak about her concerns with legalization as well.
Thank you, Luke. My name's Mariah Sanderson. We asked Luke from SAM National to come into Vermont today to help us better understand what's happening in other states that have made this mistake to commercialize marijuana. I oppose the tax and regulate system that's being promoted here in Vermont to commercialize marijuana, really for two things that are connected to my life that are really important to me. One is that I work in the field of substance use prevention. It's the work that I do every day. I'm passionate about it. I think it's important to create healthy, thriving communities, and this flies in the face of the work that I'm doing. I'm also a mother of 2 boys who are both a middle schooler and a high schooler here in the community, and I think that if we continue to ignore the science and push to commercialize marijuana, it will be the biggest public health mistake of my lifetime and for my kids' lifetime. It is a mistake to believe that somehow this time with this substance, Vermont will finally be able to regulate a for-profit addiction industry. It has never worked before. The states that have done it so far have not been able to do it successfully, and it is a mistake for Vermont to think that somehow we're going to be special and do this differently. The consequences and costs of tobacco and alcohol still far outweigh the tax revenue they generate. And even after working so hard to dramatically reduce smoking over the years in our state, smoking still costs Vermonters approximately $348 million a year in state medical expenses, and results in about 1,000 smoking-related deaths each year in our state. So we haven't figured it out with that industry. The idea that we're going to bring in another one to create more deaths and more problems is just, it's hard for me as a Vermonter to watch. Allowing another predatory addiction for profit industry like this is a mistake, and it's the kids like my boys, the future generations, that are going to end up paying for it. We won't see what the consequences of that will be for not until the years to come. And I think the industries like this, they've routinely proven that they are very talented at using persistence and power and money to whittle away at any attempts to regulate them. Regardless of what we put into place this year, if this moved through, over time they will whittle away at their regulations and the public perception of their harm. I think that it's been 6 years since they legalized in Colorado, and we're just barely starting to understand what the consequences of that were. They're just barely starting to see the impact of that. And I think it's on us as Vermonters to continue to pay attention to what others are doing and to use that to inform our policy here. We do not need access to more drugs. What we need are healthy brains and an educated, sober workforce. We don't need access to more drugs. What we need are safe and sober drivers, and we need policy that supports healthy kids and healthy communities over commercial interests. As a parent, I struggle all the time with how I can help my kids make good choices in the face of media that glorifies and normalizes substance use and alcohol use. And I need my policymakers and my community to help them by providing an environment that makes it easy for them to make healthy choices. We are currently in the midst of an opiate epidemic, and that's in part because 20 years ago we allowed easy access to highly addictive drugs that we did not fully understand. And the companies who would profit off of those drugs helped shape the narrative, and they told us that they were safe. As recently as 1994, after decades of research to the contrary, CEOs from 7 major tobacco companies testified before Congress under oath that nicotine was not addictive. We cannot afford to be fooled by industries like this again. As a parent, the disadvantage of normalizing another substance for the next generation that is already struggling to make healthy choices is too great. Our state already has some of the highest rates of marijuana use and alcohol use in the nation, and we should be thinking hard about the policies that help support us to reduce that use, not create a system that gives more access to more drugs. We have done such a good job of promoting health in so many areas. We're the healthiest state in the nation, but our high substance use rates are showing that we are not prioritizing kids over commercial interests in these industries. I urge our legislators to make the hard choices to put thriving kids and communities first. My kids are already walking by light-up signs for alcohol and e-cigarettes on their walk to school through 5 Corners and Essex Junction. Please do not add a fluorescent light-up marijuana leaf to that mix. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Hassel, and I worked as a bud tender in a Massachusetts marijuana dispensary for 1.5 years. I was a passionate user and supporter of marijuana. Obviously, I had a change of mind and heart to be standing here before you today speaking against Bill S-54, urging you to say no to commercialized marijuana. After working as a bud tender and consuming its products, I experienced heavy metal poisoning, severe addiction, and psychosis. Politicians say that S-54 should pass because it is the will of the people and it'll make things safer. People have no understanding of the reality of the commercialized, industrialized marijuana industry. Its unethical, illegal, and dangerous practices harmful to physical and mental health. States are incapable of safely regulating marijuana. Marijuana is being toxically produced, contaminated with mold, illegal pesticides, and heavy metals. Marijuana lobbyists are spending millions influencing states, which sanction rules increasing harm and addiction. This chart shows you how potency of THC of marijuana has changed over time. In the 1980s, I smoked bud with 3% THC. In the 1990s, it increased to 13% THC. In 2018, with high THC concentrates, THC has skyrocketed to over 60% THC. Vermont legislators are considering setting a cap of 60% THC for commercial sales. This is dangerous. After consuming high THC, I came very close to having a psychotic break and committing suicide. I became what the commercialized, industrialized marijuana industry cultivates, one of the 20% of heavy users consuming 80% of its products. Vermont legislators think this equation will work. So you have highly addictive THC, in this case it's shatter, plus promotion to increase users, and here you have gummy bears, again appealing to people. Then you have tax money for prevention use to decrease. Added up, to increase prevention money, Vermont would need to increase addiction. This equation makes no sense. It's crazy. My hope is that the Vermont politicians will open their minds and hearts and vote for health instead of an addiction-for-profit industry. Vote no on S-54.
So hi everyone, my name is Ed Baker, and thank you for being here. I want to be clear, I want to compliment the Vermont legislature for its hard hard work responding to the opioid crisis that we face in our state. I just came from Recovery Day. The governor has designated February 12th, 2020 as Recovery Day. I was with my peers for a number of hours this morning, celebrating recovery from substance use disorder. I myself am in my own personal, long-term, very stable, robust recovery from my own addiction for over 35 years. I'd like to add that it was Vermonters that saved my life. And I'm paying back for that. I will pay back for that until I can't pay back any longer. I've listened to people with substance use disorder for 3 decades in the confidence of a therapeutic setting. I've listened to people. I've learned. I know a little bit about vulnerability. And I'm here to tell you that we have vulnerable populations in Vermont, and I know you know this. We have adolescent children, simply by nature of being adolescent children. They are vulnerable to addiction. Adolescence is a risk factor. Just the very fact of being an adolescent puts you at risk. We have people with mental health disorder, many too many of them, and we know about them, and we're struggling to help them. People with mental disorder are at risk to develop addiction. We know this today. We have people in recovery, thousands upon thousands of people struggling and achieving robust and powerful recoveries. We don't need another psychoactive chemical on retail sale in Vermont. As Luke had referenced, we've already legalized medical marijuana. We've decriminalized marijuana. This is far enough. I urge you to understand that you've done a wonderful job. This is far enough. We don't need to go any further. We hear a lot about regulation. I beg you, take a look at alcohol and tobacco, 2 of regulated commercially available drugs, 2 of the leading causes of preventable death on Earth. In America, just under 400,000 people died tobacco-related illness last year, just under 100,000 alcohol-related last year. That's not to mention the other 72,000 from different types of illicit drugs. We do not need another psychoactive chemical on the market. We need to regulate, and I don't mean to be lofty about it. I know the legislature knows much more about this than I do. But here's one example of something on sale right now at a medical marijuana dispensary in Vermont. It's called Cookies and Cream. I asked you, when was the last time you took a medication named Cookies and Cream? Cookies and Cream, 84.8% THC. This is an incredible concentration of THC. We need to regulate the medical marijuana industry. That's about it for me. I just want to say that 10 years from now, I want to look back on this and I want to be proud of what my legislature did. I want to be proud that my legislature put public health above profit. I don't want to be proud of my Attorney General for litigating big cannabis.
Hello, my name is Dr. Catherine Antley, and I'm a member of the Vermont Medical Society. And I'm here to let you know that the Medical Society is opposed to the creation of retail sales of marijuana in Vermont. That resolution was passed by the body. We're almost 2,000 physicians. And the reason that we're opposed is we recognize that this for-profit industry will target our children and the most vulnerable. They'll do this by making candies. Candy cigarettes was what they did with tobacco, and they'll do the same thing with the THC candies. What happens when you give First Amendment free speech rights to an industry and corporate personhood? The individual Vermonters cannot fight this. So if South Burlington wanted to prevent a pot shop from being next to their high school, their lawyer for their small town would be up against perhaps a suite of highly paid California lawyers or out-of-state lawyers who would come and litigate over and over and over again. So that's what it means when we are giving corporate personhood and free speech advertising rights to a legal entity. And that's why Vermonters know that 70% of Vermonters want to stop where we are right now. The New Emerson poll says the situation we have in Vermont right now, it's legal to smoke and to grow in your own home, but the power of the industry is not strengthened by our laws and our legal system. So this is very important. And why do doctors come out against? Well, we're the ones who are in the ERs when the kids come in, and they're psychotic. The psychosis rate. I had a conversation with someone from South Carolina. They said California, their psychosis rate has exploded. Everybody thought this was not going to happen, and the reason that it has is the explosion in the concentration of the THC, together with targeting the children. Cannabis hyperemesis syndrome has actually killed people. They will not eat. They become dehydrated. Their kidneys shut down. And then, of course, we have suicidality, increased suicidality and depression. Why is this? THC makes you feel good. It overwhelms your system. It goes into the receptor, which normally is filled with anandamide, which is your natural body mate. But when you have very powerful THC, which locks in, your body forgets how to make anandamide. So that when you stop using the THC, you plummet, and the kids end up extremely depressed and in a suicidal state. This is important for every Vermonter to understand. And so we are taking care of these kids. In Colorado, we've seen a quadrupling of youth showing up in the ERs. If more youth weren't using, we wouldn't see a quadrupling of youth showing up in the ERs in distress. So I'll just end with swarming the legislature for the last year has been lobbyists. These lobbyists are paid by the industry. And I think it's important to understand that these lobbyists are not public health professionals. They do not study public health for a living. They study how to sell their product for a living. People who, and yet they are telling legislators, and we are getting emails from legislators who tell us that youth use rates have not increased. This is a false statement. Study after study after study. I have a number of references. The study that they quote has been repeated and refuted. More studies have come up. Youth use rates have increased in commercialized states. So if your legislator is voting for this for the wrong reasons, please call them. And I just want to thank everybody for coming. I think it's very important that we pay attention to this important topic. Thank you.
So that concludes our press conference. We're happy to take questions if members of the press have questions at this time, or we can do individual interviews, however you all want to do it. Okay, great. All right, thank you all.
Good morning. Greetings from the State House. This is State Representative Mike Nowicki and
Nader Hashim.
We're your two reps if you live in the Wyndham 4 district of Putney, Dummerston, Westminster, and we're here with another update from the State House. I want to thank the people at BCTV for providing these services, and we can talk a little bit more about helping them continue to provide those services. So, but Nada, we're what, in the 4th week of the session now?
Yeah, it goes by really quick.
Yeah, our days. It's 7:30 in the morning here, and we're
still drinking coffee.
Yeah, we're trying to get caffeinated to get the day going, but we have long days. We work hard. We use our time well, I think. But it's good to be able to put something out there to let people know what we're doing here. Now, you're in Judiciary Committee in the House, and
Yes.
What have you guys been working on there?
Well, we've been super focused on the firearms bill that we have coming up, which is H610, and one of the main focuses of this bill is closing the Charleston loophole.
Yeah, no, can you describe what the Charleston loophole is?
So the Charleston loophole, the name derives from the shooting that happened in Charleston, where an individual was blacklisted from being able to acquire a firearm. And what people have to do when they purchase a firearm is they have to get a background check, and they have to pass that background check to make sure they're not prohibited by the federal government from owning a firearm. This particular person was prohibited, and he went to the firearms dealer, but there was a delay in getting the background check. And so there's this loophole where if there's a delay, the firearms dealer, after 3 days, can do what's called a default proceed, which is he can give that firearm away anyways, even if the background check hasn't come back. So what we're going to do is say that if the purchaser hasn't received their background check, then they have to wait until they pass their background check, and then they can get their firearm. And so that's what we're planning to do.
And in this case, the background check did come back, but too late.
Yes, yeah, it came back too late, and after it came back, he had killed 9 parishioners in a black church.
Yeah, so this is one of the things that many of us believe. These are common sense steps we can take to help make people a little safer here. And, you know, it's one thing we talk about adults, but one of the things I've been concerned about is knowing that our kids in schools now have to take regular time out to do lockdown drills, to have to do active shooter drills, and that's not what our kids should be doing in school. So if we can make them feel a little bit safer, and parents who send their kids to school a little safer, and I think that's something we should do.
Absolutely. There's another thing I wanted to talk about. So as you know, yesterday we had a little bit of a disagreement on the floor regarding a bill that I don't think got much press, but it's a bill that allows candidates for office to use some of their donations for childcare. And I remember when I was campaigning, I'd have to bribe my daughter who had just turned 8. I'd say, all right, we'll knock on 5 doors, talk to some folks, and then we can go get ice cream. And that worked for a little bit, but ultimately I had to start finding babysitters, and I also had her mother was also very supportive, and I was able to, get some help from there. But not everybody has that level of privilege, and, I'm a strong believer that, the doors to this building and the seats in the chamber are open for everybody, including young parents, and, they should be able to participate and use their money that's donated to their campaign however they wish.
It's just as valid an expense as putting gas in your car,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
Paying for literature, something that's necessary. And I totally agree with you. If we want more diversity, especially among ages, we need to help people in this regard. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Glad to vote for that bill and send it on to the Senate. We'll see what the governor does with it, though.
Yeah. And today we have paid family leave, the veto override. So it's going to be my first veto override to participate in. It's my understanding it's going to move, a little quick. We're not going to spend a lot of time arguing on the floor, because we've already had the first few arguments during the the second and third reading. And this time I think we've garnered more support. It sounds like all the progressives are on board, and hopefully we have the votes to override it. There's a lot of strong feelings. I have a lot of strong feelings, especially about this bill. And I think that when we talk about attracting or retaining young families to this state, having paid family leave is a huge element. And when you're also talking about the, what was it, the 0.2% payroll tax. You know, that would equal, I think if you get a $1,500 check, it equals $3 out of your paycheck. And it's not money that just vanishes. It's money that you can use to take 8 weeks off for a loved one if they get sick, or 12 weeks off if your partner or yourself has a child. Right?
Bonding time, they call that.
Exactly.
It's a very small benefit compared to what the rest of the world does, but right now, out of the 40 top industrial nations in the world, the U.S. is the only country that doesn't have such a benefit. And I think there are only 6 or 7 other states. So it's time for Vermont to show some leadership here and to make ourselves more family friendly.
Exactly. I agree.
Yeah. Now, speaking of families and neighbors, we had lots of neighbors up here last week, and I just want to recognize what a treat it is for us when we have people come from down south, as we say. Last week there were a lot of people here for the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board Day. That was the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board advocates for both conservation and new housing. And they do a great job in our area. There were a lot of people from Dummerston and Putney, and they were sharing a couple of wonderful projects that are happening. The Putney Mountain Group keeps expanding the area that they're conserving, and what they're hoping to do is have a trail that starts way up in Westminster now, connect to Dummerston. And then on the West River, there's another parcel of land that's being conserved right along the West River. So this is the legacy we're leaving our kids. So it's important that we recognize that and recognize the good people that are doing this work. That same day, we had a memorial resolution read for Paul Brune. Now, Paul has a wonderful connection to our area with his sister Bev Major of Westminster living here, and Paul's just been instrumental with a lot of the conservation work that's going on, but especially in his work with the Preservation Trust. He was essential in helping getting the general store rebuilt in Putney, and then next stage with their renovation of the church there to create this wonderful art center. So we want to encourage people to come up. Let us know you're coming up. We're glad to show you around the place, and you really have an access to state government and coming up to the building. So if you get a chance, come on up. We'd love to have you here.
Yeah, Mike, I think you covered that really well. It was great to see everybody from the board up here, and you know there's a big focus, as Mike was saying, on the Putney Mountain trails in that area, and those were some of the first trails that I explored with my daughter, and you know it's great to see the level of investment that's going into that area. So thank you for all that you do, if you're watching this.
Yeah. As we move along, our committees will be working on lots of different things. Halfway through the session, there's a mile marker we call crossover. That's where bills that are in the House have to get over to the Senate and over. Right now, something that both of our committees have worked on, just about every committee in the House has been the legalization of retail sales of marijuana. Now, many people have shared concerns that somehow this is going to make pot more available, especially to kids. And you know, I think what we're doing is just recognizing the reality that it is for adults. There are many adults that use marijuana, and they use it reasonably in a reasonable way. I think we're agreed we don't want to make this more available to kids, and I think this bill is going to help us to make sure it doesn't get into the hands of kids, much more so now, where it's pretty much the Wild West out there.
Yeah, regulation in this sort of environment is very important when you're dealing with, you know, literally chemicals that you're putting into your body. Having regulations and rules in place regarding it will be safer for the consumer in the end. And you know, the other aspect that I'm looking at is also the economic benefit. You know, when you know, not only will there be a level of revenue that's gained from the taxes that come from the commercialization of it, but you're also going to have people who come to Vermont just for this reason, and they're not going to come just for the marijuana. They're also going to participate in other areas of the economy. They're going to rent out Airbnbs or hotels. They're going to go to our general stores and, hike on our trails maybe, who knows. But, they'll be participating, which will be good.
Yeah. So that's something that you should expect to see passed over. The Senate has passed a couple of versions of it over the years, and in the House we've taken our time. There are a lot of questions, and we want to make sure we answer all those questions. Something else that we talked about in our Democratic House caucus yesterday that's going to be coming our way is the Global Warming Solutions Plan. This is one of those signature bills that our caucus has been clear about in reflecting what we hear from a lot of our constituents, that we recognize global warming is real, it's here, and Vermont needs to do its part. What this plan will do is it actually create a plan. We've been doing a lot of things, but this actually creates a coherent plan. And I think what we talked about in caucus yesterday is that it's actually going to hold government accountable, say we're setting these benchmarks and we expect them to be met. And as we move forward, this is just one part of the plan. There are going to be other things to do, but I know we've both been hearing from a lot of constituents about this one.
Oh yeah. I mean, this the Global Warming Solutions Act. I think we're both signed on to it. Like Mike was saying, it really gives more enforceability to the standards that we've created. It creates a cause of action, which is legalese for basically creating an avenue for people to take legal action, citizens to take legal action against the state if the state does not comply with the standards that it put in place for itself.
Yeah, at some point we have to walk the talk, and this bill puts some teeth into it, so we have to do that. Yeah. Time is now for us to act on this, especially, once again, if we're talking about the legacy we want to leave our kids and our grandchildren. These are the kind of actions we need to take. Are there things in your committee looking ahead that you're...
Yeah, we're also looking at something called justice reinvestment, and justice reinvestment is an ongoing project in which one of the ultimate goals is reducing our incarcerated population. Because right now, if we don't act on the number of people, or if we don't act on how we're incarcerating people, we're going to just see a continual growth of people being incarcerated, and there's going to be an increased cost of $43 million by 2025. If we do make changes to reduce our population, we'll see an 8 to 10% decrease in our incarcerated population and a cost savings of $14 million by 2025. And this justice reinvestment, it's, like I said, it's an ongoing process where we're continually getting information, but one of the biggest roadblocks that the Justice Reinvestment Group has told us is the lack of data. And so we're looking at how we can gather more data, because once you have the information, then you can look at that information and say, okay, so here is where we need to change certain things. Another issue is housing. People are being denied the opportunity to leave jail when their sentences are essentially finished due to a lack of housing. And that's essentially just criminalizing poverty. And so we're trying to figure out how we can work around that as well and try to make some changes that allow people to get released.
Yeah, it circles back to the work for the VHCB and our local housing trust, the Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust. Right now, there's really not affordable housing being built if it weren't for the trust. Mm-hmm. And it spills over into this area, it spills over into the mental health area, where the lack of housing is what keeps people institutionalized.
Yeah.
And as you said, there are people in jail right now who are there basically because they don't have the promise of housing. And we're not just going to set them out there and make more homeless people.
Right. And one thing I wanted to add to that too is furlough, which furlough it's similar to probation, but what it is essentially a person who was in jail is now outside of jail, but still under the same parameters and rules that they had to follow when they were in jail. So it's another word for house arrest, kind of. And people, I can't remember the exact statistics, but a large majority, I believe it was over 75%, are violating their furlough for technical reasons. So, let's say one of the rules or protocols that you have to follow on furlough is you have to be at work on time every single day. And let's say your car breaks down because you're living in poverty and you have no money to get it inspected or, fix whatever is wrong with it. Your car breaks down, you're late for work, you're going back to jail because of that. So it's little technical violations like that I think we need to take a deeper look at to see, why does that person really need to go back to jail?
Now, one of the other concerns that's come up within this has been the percentage of people of color in jail in Vermont.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's something else you've been looking at.
It is. There, I don't want to throw just tons of numbers and statistics at you, but we are seeing a disproportionate number of black people being incarcerated in our jails in Vermont. And, this ties back to the data issue that I mentioned. We don't have much more information aside from the fact that there is a disproportionate number of black people being incarcerated, both residents and non-residents. It's still disproportionate regardless of whether or not they're Vermonters. And so that is also something that's going to fall under the purview of trying to change around the furlough system, trying to change around the technical violations, and also handling the criminalization of poverty.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly work that's going to be ongoing, but something we need to do.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
We've got only a minute or so to go before we need to get to work here. Anything else you want to share with people back home?
It goes by really quick up here. I love every minute of it, even though it can be a little stressful sometimes. It's a great process, and there's a ton of great people up here, even though we may not all agree all the time. And it's just been a real honor and privilege to serve, and thank you. And thank you, Mike, for making sure I don't make ridiculous mistakes. So
No, it's been great to work with you and our whole caucus. Right at the beginning of the session, we were faced with the new challenges that the Brattleboro retreat are facing. And our caucus came together and stepped up and said
very quickly too
that we need to show some leadership here and support, because what was happening from the administration was anything but support, and we needed to make sure they had some voices behind them at the retreat to know that we support them. We understand that there are some things that might need to change, but that the retreat is an essential part of our mental health system here. And our group really came together well, and it was one of those things made me proud to be able to work together.
Yeah, we've got a great delegation in Windham County. Everybody in that delegation is great.
And that's because of all the great people back home. So feel free to be in touch with us if you have a question, if you have a suggestion. We're here for you. Our contact information is on the legislative website. And thank you for watching, and thank you for BCTV for bringing our work to you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye now.
Yeah, so in the House, Charlie Campbell, I'm on the House Commerce and Economic Development Committee. And House members only serve on one committee, and senators serve on two. So we have, I think, 14 committees. And so I've been on that same committee now for 3 years, and this is my 4th year on it. So there's two things. One is the hottest thing this week is going to be action on, I think it's S-107, and that is a bill for paid family medical leave insurance, which the House and Senate have voted on. They've approved it, and the governor's vetoed it. So this week we're going to be taking up an override of the veto. And it's likely that there are enough votes in the House and the Senate to override the veto. So it doesn't happen very often that a governor's veto gets overridden. I think it was the Douglas administration last time it happened. So this is a very historic week in that sense, is that there's a lot of movement for that. Yeah. So that's one. The second thing, I'm part of a rural economic development working group, the Rural Caucus we call it. And so we're focused on 4 key issues. One is Act 250 reform. And so we're trying to make it easier for projects that would otherwise comply and for recreation trails to get permitting more easily. And that's very important for our area for recreation trails and also for any kind of reasonable development. So that's one thing. And there has been the Woodstock Area Mountain Bike Association has given testimony, written testimony, and also I hear from them quite often. The Kingdom Trails up in East Burke has also testified frequently about trails, and they don't have Act 250 issues as much. But even the Woodstock Resort, they've had Act 250 issues with trying to expand their trail network on Mount Peg and also at Suicide 6. So I think the bill that we're looking at is really going to make it a lot easier for recreational trails to be established and maintained. So 3 other things on rural economic development. One is just looking at how can we provide more workforce housing and putting housing in rural areas and really focusing on whether or not a town has wastewater, sewer, and also a public water system. And are there ways to finance that? And so we're looking at trying to make that easier, access easier for towns to take advantage of that. So both the towns of Reading and Plymouth, they don't have any kind of public wastewater or public water systems. So that's a question of, well, how can we make that possible without making an undue burden on the taxpayers? So that's really, I want to help facilitate that to see those areas be vibrant. So that's one. Another is taking a look at housing is also childcare. It comes up amazingly. We did a lot of research in rural areas of Vermont as to what keeps people from either locating a business in that area or getting a job. And part of that is they don't have access to quality childcare. I didn't think that was an issue when I got into the legislature, and I've really recognized that it is. For those people that do have to have both parents working, they don't have any other system, they have to have a good place for their kids to go, not just to be shelved, but actually to get educated, have a loving environment, and we're trying to make that more possible in rural areas. Yeah, there's a few different things for economic. There's it's called H782. It's a bill for, some have called it Community Investment Program, that looks at making it easier to create housing inside of a designated downtown or a village center or a neighborhood area. So that's relieving some Act 250 restraints around that, and also expanding downtown and village tax credits. So it's a financial incentive to get developers or would-be developers considering whether or not to rehab existing buildings or build new buildings. And the interesting thing is a tax credit ends up being sold to typically a bank who buys that, and that provides equity to do some of the funding for that. So those are all good. So it's really focused, we're focused on, as the Rural Economic Development Working Group, on what it takes to help those small towns. And most towns in Vermont have 1,500 residents or less. So those towns have a whole different rhythm as to what goes on there than what goes on in Springfield or White River Junction, Rutland, and other places. So Reading has 670 people. It depends on which year you count, and Plymouth has about 600. So those are typical of towns in Vermont. And I love to help people navigate what happens in state government. I've had people say, I can't get a hold of someone, and I've been able to pick up the phone or send an email to whoever heads that particular department or agency And I'm always amazed when they return my call or my email. But I can be that conduit to help people with things they're experiencing. I can't lower their tax bill. I can't do that kind of stuff. But if they're frustrated that they can't get something done, I can help them with that. So my email is ckimball@ledge.state.vt.us, but it's on the website. Yep. And my phone number is 802-296-1276. And always call me anytime. Thanks.
I want to point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 360th edition of Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
And you can tell that Tom is much more capable than I am because I only have one mouse and he has two. Every day I go to the internet and do my news thing. I find usually 15 items of news that I think will be of interest to people, and I put them up to my blog, geoharvey.com, Geoharvey, and people who are watching this show have two places they can click on to go to see the stuff that we've got, and one of them is the blog that you and I use to set the show up, so they can just follow us at that blog.
Okay.
Okay, but they can also go to geoharvey.com. Our daily review, as I said, it's February 20th, and we have a picture of a water treatment plant coming up.
Well, that's an inside joke.
There it is. That's the tidal basin in Washington, D.C.
And those, those are cherry trees,
those
which
are cherry
very soon will be in bloom.
Yeah. And you know, by the way, spring is coming on the 19th of March.
Okay.
That's really early.
Is it?
Yeah. I think it's the earliest in over 100 years.
Well, it's a leap year.
It's a leap. That's why. You know, it's you don't. But
one
it's
extra day in there.
Yeah. So anyway, this is the tidal basin, and you know, the first time I heard tidal basin, I thought, what is that, a water treatment plant?
That's the inside joke.
That's the inside joke. What do you got for a title on this?
Climate crisis. Well, let me put me up here.
Put you up, yeah, put you up.
People complain they don't know what I look like.
Well, now you know.
Climate crisis is coming for the tidal basin in D.C.
And this is from Echo Watch. And by the way, for anybody who's complaining about Tom not being seen enough, Tom is the person who controls that. The Jefferson Memorial in Washington, D.C. overlooks the tidal basin, which is a man-made body of water surrounded by cherry trees. Visitors who stroll along the water's edge, gazing at the stately monument, are forced off parts of the path by water. The land is sinking and the seas are rising. And by the way, this doesn't happen every couple of weeks the way sunny day flooding does. This is every day.
This is daily. Well, a quick takeaway here from the article. The entire mall sits in a 100-year floodplain. Okay? Twice a day,
Oh my
basin
gosh.
floods. The basin floods and water spills onto the walkway.
Yeah.
Okay, preserving this national treasure in its current form is no longer an option.
Yes.
Okay, so we need new thinking about how to protect important places.
Well,
and I'm sure they got some good thinkers.
They've got
thinking
people
how to
working
do
on it. Yeah. But the thing that bothers me about it is those cherry trees' roots are in an area that gets inundated with salt water.
Well, they're going to definitely figure that one out.
They're going to have to.
They got a tough one to figure out.
They've got a tough one.
Because this is a national treasure.
Yeah, and this is happening because the seas are, in part because the seas are rising. And by the way, somebody told me the seas aren't rising, the land is sinking.
Well, in some places that's true.
In some places the land is sinking.
Some places they're both happening.
Yeah, but I checked, and what I found was NASA's got satellites up there, and they're measuring the height of the sea by laser.
Okay.
And they can measure it over the entire ocean. They're not just measuring this from sticks stuck in the
I'm sure they got the
floor
whole
of a
globe
harbor.
mapped.
They have the whole globe mapped,
Yeah.
and they are claiming an accuracy to something like 1/8 of an inch.
Yeah, that's
And
believable.
so they're looking at these things and they're saying, what's the average height of the sea? And then the waves go by and the computers figure it out, and they've got, the sea is rising. There's just no doubt about that. They will show you a couple of places where, because of currents and so forth, the sea has actually dropped a tiny bit, and a couple of places where it's not really rising yet. That has to do with currents. In a lot of places, in some places, it's rising a lot.
They don't talk much about the accuracy of the satellite cameras.
Yeah.
But they can read a newspaper.
Wow.
Someone can be holding a newspaper on the land, on Earth, and they can read a newspaper from. They don't really want to let us know too much about these things because
if we knew, we would be upset.
we would be upset. Yeah, you got it. That's
it's
exactly
hard to
right.
believe that they could read a newspaper, but I know
They can.
I know
Yeah.
they can see very small things.
Oh yeah.
Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we might just as well. Can't dance.
We have an item from the Guardian.
From the Guardian yet. Bushfire, Royal Commission to look at mitigation, but not climate change. Huh?
What is this?
We're talking about Australia here.
Well, yeah, this couldn't happen in the United States because we know all about climate change and we're being objective as opposed to objectivist.
Well, this Prime Minister, who you'll just mention in a second, he's getting himself in trouble here.
This is Scott Morrison. He's the guy who sat in the Parliament and held up a lump of coal and said, "This is coal, it's not dangerous."
Okay.
All right, in the Parliament. Prime Minister Scott Morrison released letters patent establishing a national inquiry into bushfires. It is to examine the powers of Australia's government to call out the military, national standards for hazard reduction and disaster mitigation, but it is not going to look into climate change.
Well, he's,
He's in denial.
He's in denial. Well, a little takeaway here, I'm going to talk about it. Morrison said that the inquiry acknowledges climate change and its impact. That was the first thing it said. And focuses on actions that make Australians safer, such as preparedness, resilience, and recovery through the actions of all levels of government and the community. Sounds good. But he ignored the role Australia must play in reducing emissions.
Yeah.
Okay, which is the bottom line.
Yes.
He's in denial.
Yep. Denial is an interesting thing.
Yeah.
I think people
it's
have...
It's a river in Egypt, isn't
That's
it?
right.
Yeah.
It's a river in Egypt.
Well, we got a picture coming up, and
we
I'll
do.
let you pull it up here while you're talking.
That is a real live coral reef.
That's one of the few left. The major one in Australia is in deep doo-doo.
Well, the Great Barrier Reef.
Great Barrier Reef.
Just, yes.
It may be over.
Real trouble. Yeah, they don't expect it to survive. That is an area of nature that is, I don't know, what, 1,700 miles long, and it's
That's
just
about right.
Just about
it's a huge thing.
Just about dead. You know, it's like taking a forest and turning it into a desert. Okay, what do you got for a title?
Well, this is a very interesting and informative article, and it is called "Climate Change Could Kill All of the Earth's Coral Reefs by 2100," scientists warn.
This is from CNN. Climate change could destroy almost all of the Earth's coral reef habitats by 2100, University of Hawaii Manoa reported, and about 70 to 90% of all coral reefs are expected to disappear in the next 20 years due to warming oceans, acidic water, and pollution. Now, acidic water is one of the things that people have to understand. As the water gets acid, the coral has a hard time building
a shell.
A shell.
All shellfish do.
All shellfish. You know, we reported a few weeks ago about crabs not having.
And clams and oysters
yeah,
and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Well, there's a good video on this. This is from CNN, and CNN usually does a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a good video. It's called "The Race to Save the Great Barrier Reef." It's about 3.5 minutes, worth looking at. As I said, this is an interesting and informative article. So,
okay, we're up to February 21st, Friday, and we have an item from the Natural Resources Defense Council.
Well, I just want to mention one more thing.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of photos on that one that are worth looking at. And basically it say, how are humans harming coral reefs?
Oh.
Which is interesting. And the answer is quick: acidification, pollution, oil spills, septic waste, and pesticides.
And there are nations that depend on this. That depend on coral reefs.
Absolutely.
Because they are coral reefs.
They are coral reefs.
Yeah.
We're up to Friday, February 21st.
I said that.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Okay.
Well, FERC excludes clean energy from New York State's capacity market.
This is something
kind
which
of crazy.
It isn't crazy. This is government that is doing things by fiat, excluding democracy from functioning properly. That's what's going on. You'll notice, by the way, FERC is supposed to have 5 members, and the members are supposed to be chosen so that there's a balance between Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have 5 members now. It's got 3.
And they're all Republicans.
No, there's 1 Democrat. But the thing is, the next person nominated would have to be a Democrat.
And this guy doesn't want to nominate one.
No, apparently not. And what they're doing here, a decision applying buyer-side mitigation to state-supported resources that participate in New York's wholesale capacity market is the latest attempt by the hyper-politicized Trump FERC, which is the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, to try to pose barriers to deployment of clean energy resources by the states. There are not a lot of places that have really explained this very well. But did you get a good explanation? Go ahead.
The capacity is a promise.
Yes.
A promise to provide energy at a later date if you need it.
Yes.
In other words, they're saying, we got this plant standby just in case.
Mm-hmm.
And in this particular case, they did not include renewables in this capacity. Okay, so basically they're saying we're going to turn up a turbine and charge you a lot of money.
Right. And what they have, one of the things that they're doing is basically they're saying we're not excluding them because they're renewables. We're excluding them because they qualify for incentives.
That's a smokescreen.
Well, of course it is. But you see, the point is they want coal and gas. By the way, notice what's happening to the coal and gas, oil and gas index and the coal index.
They're not doing too well.
No, they're not doing too well. And FERC is trying to support them by making it impossible to put renewable energy onto the market.
Didn't we just mention a river in Egypt the other?
Denial, yes. You know, people in denial, it's an amazing thing to watch, you know, and it's like, wait a minute, this person doesn't see what's going on. They don't see it. You know, the train is coming down the track and you're sitting there on the track smoking a cigarette or something and saying, it'll stop. It isn't going to stop.
I'm thinking about denial. A long time ago, I saw this movie, I think it wasn't a movie, a TV show, I think it was the Twilight Zone.
Oh, yes.
And the protagonist in it is always, he's looking at us, very vain guy. And he's always saying, don't you think this is my best side? And at the very end of the movie, you see on the other side of his face, he's got a great big wart or a great big mole.
Well,
we got a picture
he may
coming
have been
up.
correct.
Let's
okay,
let's
we have
move
a
up and
picture
get
coming
this
up?
Picture. Yeah.
Is it this picture?
Well, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like that one. For those who want to know, it's a wind plant in Pakistan. And what got me about the picture is you see all these pictures of all these windmills in the middle of a field, but you don't see the electrical equipment that you're seeing in this picture here. And you got to have it.
You got to have it.
So it's an interesting thing.
Yes, it is.
In any case, that's a wind plant in Pakistan, and there's a lot of them growing up, putting up there.
Yep.
They're bringing power to the rural people who have never had power before.
And we're going to mention something, I think. Do we have an item about Jimmy Carter?
About?
Jimmy Carter?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Jimmy Carter, his farm is supplying half the electric power needed by people in Plains, Georgia, because it's got a big PV plant on it.
Maybe we could do that next week.
Well, we could. You know, it was this week's news. But the thing is, Jimmy Carter grew up on a farm that didn't have any electric power.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he's really kind of
so he wanted electric
into this.
power.
He wanted electric power, and he's focused on that. And also, Jimmy Carter was in the cleanup that took place after an accident at a nuclear power plant, I think in Canada, while he was in the Navy. And he was engaged in nuclear stuff when he was in the Navy.
He was, yeah.
So he's very cognizant of what's going on with a lot of this stuff. Okay, what do you have for a title?
Renewable energy could power the world by 2050.
Wow, that's the same title I've got.
Well, it probably could do it sooner than that, but...
Yep. By mid-century, virtually all of the world's demand for electricity could be met by renewable power. This is the consensus of 47 peer-reviewed research papers from 13 independent groups with a total of 91 authors that have been brought together by Stanford University in California. This is from a publication called Echo Business.
Well, a quick takeaway here. The technology exists to achieve 100% renewable power if the political will to achieve it can be mustered.
Yes.
Okay, as the cost of renewables has tumbled, which it has, okay, and energy storage solutions multiplied, every part of the world can now find a system that edges fossil fuels out in cost.
Yeah, and you know what you said is if the political will can be found. But what's going to happen in the next few years is that as the prices of renewable energy and storage continue to go down, which they will because of Wright's law, which is a standard law of economics.
It's the economy, stupid.
Yep. What's going to happen is the will to oppose them is going to dry up.
You won't be able to fight the economy.
That's right. That's why the Dow coal and oil and gas indices are down.
Absolutely. Well, this is a very interesting article. This is
I thought this one was.
Concept that hadn't even occurred to me.
Yeah.
Seasonal pumped hydropower storage could solve the renewable energy storage challenge. And what they mean by seasonal pump storage is very, very large plants.
Yes.
There's a picture on the website of one of these. See, it's an artist concept, but it's up in the mountains there. It's a huge lake up in the mountains and a river down below.
You know, if you go to Google Maps, you can see the pump storage site at Northfield Mountain.
Well, I was thinking about that site because it's very much like this.
It is, absolutely it is. Except that site, I forget the acreage, but the area, the area of water is 140 acres or something like that. And it's
there's a river right there, and they pump it up.
Absolutely, and the upper reservoir is that reservoir on a mountaintop, and the lower reservoir is the river. And when that was put in, which happened the same time that Vermont Yankee was built.
Yes, it was built to match Vermont Yankee.
It had the biggest turbines in the world.
Yeah.
And now they aren't anymore. But
Well, it's still a very useful addition to the grid, and right next to it right now there's a great big solar field.
what we're talking about now is operations that dwarf that.
Oh yeah.
And one of the things that we should bear in mind here is how do you supply everybody with renewable energy when the renewable energy is either intermittent, as solar is, or variable, as wind is. And the way that you do it
is storage.
You overbuild and you store the excess.
Absolutely.
And this is a really good way to store the excess. There are other ways we could make hydrogen, but this is hydropower.
That technology is moving along.
Yeah. This is from SciTech Daily. Did you read the title?
Well, if I did, I don't remember it, so I'll do it again.
Okay.
Seasonal pumped hydropower storage could solve the renewable energy storage challenge.
Seasonal pumped hydropower storage and established technology. The technology of pumped storage is established.
Yeah, it's just a matter of scale.
It's just a matter of scale. Could be an affordable and sustainable solution to store energy in water, notice, on an annual scale according to IIASA research published in the journal Nature Communications. And this is big. We're talking about establishing fairly large lakes here.
They're talking about big installations here.
Right.
And storing tremendous amounts of water.
Right.
Like in the spring when the snow is melting,
right,
and using it in the summer when everybody's using air conditioning.
Exactly.
That's what they're talking about.
Also, like in the spring when the snow is melting, and using it in August when everybody's dry and needs irrigation, because they're storing this for multiple purposes.
Yep.
Okay, we're up to Saturday, February 22nd. Unless you've
well,
got
I just
more
want to
say.
mention on this particular article,
Yeah.
there's a picture of mountains containing a seasonal pump storage project.
Yes.
And it's pretty.
It's impressive.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
Well, we'll move along here because we got a couple of guys that are digging a hole in the ice.
There they are.
And let's pull them up so we see what they look like.
Yep.
It's Saturday, February 22nd.
You were absolutely right.
And it says, to combat climate change, human activities are more important than natural feedbacks.
Well.
And we'll have to explain what natural feedbacks are.
Yes.
But basically, it's bugs.
University of Rochester. Scientists at the University of Rochester studied methane emissions from the period of the Earth's history, partly analogous to the warming of the Earth today. There are earlier times in history when the Earth has warmed. They just haven't warmed as fast as we've been doing.
Well, that's what they're doing with these ice drills. I mean, they're going way back into the past. We're talking hundreds of years.
Yeah, drilling into that ice is like opening a book on natural history. Their research, published in Science, suggests human-caused emissions are the greatest concern.
Well, I'll explain a little bit more about what they're doing. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
They're drilling ice cores to determine how much methane from ancient carbon deposits might be released to the atmosphere under warming conditions.
Yes.
Okay, how do they do that? They take core samples, slice them real thick, real thin,
yeah,
and look at the core samples and examine the bubbles that are in there. And they're there,
Yeah, the bubbles.
And that's exactly what they've been doing. The core samples contain tiny bubbles with ancient air trapped inside.
Right.
And then they're analyzing that air.
Yes.
Okay, and their research indicates that even if methane is released from these deposits, natural microbic buffers, which I would call bugs,
yes,
they're microbes, bugs.
They're
insects,
microbes, yeah.
They're not insects.
Not insect bugs.
Protect against release to the atmosphere. So these guys are going to eat up that hydrogen or the methane that's in there. So we need to be more concerned about anthropogenic emissions than natural feedbacks.
Yes.
That's the bottom line.
Well, really we knew that, but they're confirming it.
They're just confirming it, exactly.
Okay, we have an item from CNN.
Yeah, we got another one here. This is climate change is drying up the Colorado River, putting millions at risk of severe water shortages.
We've talked about this before. Now we're talking about it again. The Colorado River, which provides water to more than 40 million people from Denver to Los Angeles, has seen its flow dwindle by 20% compared to last century, and scientists have found that climate change is mainly to blame. And by the way, compared to last century doesn't mean compared to 100 years ago. It means compared to 20 years ago. Our last century was 20 years ago.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. I'm glad you mentioned that. Well, this Colorado River is no slouch. I mean, this is one of the biggest rivers in America.
Although it is dry in Mexico.
Well, pretty damn close to it, but that's not from much from global warming. It's from diverting the water.
It's diverting the water, and the Mexicans have been angry about it since before I was born.
Yeah, because we're taking all the water.
We're taking all the water and
before it gets
leaving
to
none
Mexico.
for them.
Well, I got a quick takeaway here on
Yeah.
it. It's 1,450 miles long. It starts up by Denver, skirts Las Vegas, and empties into the Gulf of California by Baja.
Yeah.
By the time it arrives there, its flow is reduced to a trickle, just exactly what you were talking about. The Mexicans are complaining. Matter of fact, they've been to court about exactly this.
Yeah, they used
been
to
fighting
use-
it for a long time.
They used to use the Colorado River for irrigation.
Well, I'm sure they still do.
And the water in the Colorado River went into the Imperial Valley, and you know, the Americans were taking all the water and leaving the Mexicans with basically nothing.
Yeah, basically, that's exactly what was happening. Yeah. So there's a good short video in this, and the article is worth reading. This is one of the ones I might almost say a must read.
Yep.
Well, we got a picture coming up.
We do.
Let's pull this one. In case you don't know, they're ducks.
They're teal. They're not actually ducks.
They're
ducks. They're just called teal. But that is a Campbell Island teal, which is an endangered species in New Zealand.
Exactly.
And
it doesn't matter of fact, on Campbell Island, they're extinct.
Oh, okay.
But they're being restored as we speak.
Okay.
Climate change may doom 1 in 3 species of plants and animals within the next 50 years.
This is something that I think I knew years ago, but it keeps coming up, and it is scary. Using data from surveys that studied 538 animals, insects, and plants from 581 sites across the globe, researchers from the University of Arizona found that approximately 1 in 3 plant, insect, and animal species could face extinction by 2070. And about 5 years ago, I called up a scientist who worked for the World Wildlife Foundation, the WWF, and I said, wait a minute, what you're saying sounds to me like it means that we're going to be losing another species about every 10 minutes. And he said, yeah, that's
Probably right, yeah.
And I said, okay, what are we talking about here? You know, are we going to lose species of cockroach? And he said, well, some of the species that they're worried about are moose.
Moose?
Moose.
I hadn't heard that one.
He said extirpated in New England, basically. It would not be extinct globally, but
they'd be
for Vermont and New Hampshire,
from
you can forget it.
So you go move north.
Yeah, not just Vermont. Well, they're in trouble because the ticks are killing them.
Yeah.
They never knew about ticks, and
Yeah,
all of a sudden they've got
never
ticks.
developed defenses.
But if they're going to move north, they're going to move into northern forests, which are not where they live. So they're going to have to, you know, they're between a place where they can't live and a place where they can't live. And another one that he said was troubling was the Baltimore Oriole. Another one was the American bald eagle.
The bald eagle?
Bald eagle. Yep.
Wow.
And we're talking about really serious problems developing. And in some cases, some of these animals or insects, bees, we've got species of bees that are just in trouble.
Yeah.
And, you know, monarch
and
butterflies.
bees pollinate.
Bees pollinate. They're absolutely...
So there's second order consequences we've got to worry about.
Unbelievable, you know. So these are things that we have to consider.
Well, this particular article came from CNN, as you've probably heard me say. CNN usually does a pretty good job. There's a good video on there. It's only about a minute.
Yeah.
And this is what the video is about. What we will have to endure as the climate crisis gets worse.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is from the article. Direct quote. Take a moment to cherish your plants and appreciate the animals you see around you. In 50 years, a third of them may no longer exist.
Well, yeah.
In a worst case scenario, that could rise to over half.
Yes.
So they're not fooling around. This
no,
is
they're not
stuff.
fooling around. And of course, you know, we've got that river in Egypt. You know, denial, and it's we've got to. This is where Ayn Rand went wrong.
Okay.
She was talking about objectivism.
Yeah.
But her objectivism is not objective, and we need people to open their eyes and look at things objectively instead of saying, well, objectivism tells us that we've got to deal with a healthy market. Well, the market isn't going to be healthy if we don't have food.
Well spoken.
Okay, we are up to February 23rd, which was Sunday, and we've got an item from Clean Technica.
This is an interview, actually, but it's a good one.
It's an interesting article.
USA braces for a tsunami of microgrids as the Defense Department wades in.
This is tsunami of microgrids?
Yeah.
Okay. The U.S. Department of Defense has been exploring new microgrid technology for at least 10 years or so. And Tina Casey, by the way, who's the writer who produced this, she writes a lot for Clean Technica, but she specializes in military stuff.
Okay.
In general. She specializes in energy stuff, but...
That's the author of this.
Yeah, but she also specializes in military, which is why she, ties into the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense has been exploring these new technologies, and it's finally tired of pussyfooting around. Last week, it decided on a step that would bring microgrids to scores of DoD facilities.
I'll mention a little bit about what microgrids actually are, just to avoid confusion.
Yeah.
Okay. First, I'll put me up so people know what I look like.
Good idea. This means that I can wipe my nose and nobody will know.
Well, a microgrid serves a relatively small, defined set of users.
Yes.
Okay. Typically with electricity that it generates itself. They're usually connected to the wider grid, but they can island themselves off when needed. So if the lights go out on a wider grid, microgrids can keep the lights on for their users.
Yes.
Which is one of the biggest reasons why they make sense. They would make sense right here in Brattleboro.
Well, there are microgrids in Brattleboro. The hospital has got a microgrid.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Brattleboro Retreat.
That's a microgrid.
Yeah, the Brattleboro. Well, if you think about anybody who's got solar panels and a battery and their grid tied has got their own microgrid. It's a one family or one house or even one person microgrid. But you could have groups of houses, 2 or 3 houses that are put together.
Well, we've talked about a little microgrid that exists in Brooklyn.
Yes, that's right. Although that's not all that little.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
No, it started as only about 3 or 4 houses, and now it's getting bigger.
And it's kind of sprawling. It's kind of all over the place.
I haven't been following it lately, but
it's
just interesting. It's just something the guys did by themselves.
Yeah, it was like one rooftop or something like that, maybe a couple, and now it's like across the street and down the block, and Okay.
Well, we got a picture coming up.
We
here.
do,
I think we do.
There you go. And I should say about microgrids, if you think about it, every ship at sea is a microgrid.
Absolutely.
This is old technology. It's just that you can put renewable energy into it, and if you do, it can keep going without any fossil fuel inputs or grid inputs.
I know the energy department in Brattleboro is thinking about microgrids, and I've looked at the transmission lines through Brattleboro.
Yes.
And it makes sense to have 3.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, just because of the transmission lines.
Well, this is something that I've been pushing Brattleboro to do literally for years.
Well, it would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And it would really make sense when I won't say if, when the grid goes down. The grid is going to go down. It's not going to stay down.
Oh, it will.
But it's going to go down.
It goes down from time to time.
Yeah, reasonably well.
Okay.
And it's nice to be able to have power.
We have an item here from Wired. Is that right? Yes, from Wired.
Wired, yep.
And a picture. And that picture,
I think, is called agrivoltaics. Explain to us what it is.
Well, agrivoltaics. I don't know that picture actually is agrivoltaics.
I think it is. I looked at it really close, and they're growing something like alfalfa.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Growing something that doesn't get high.
Agrivoltaics is growing crops beneath solar panels and between solar panels, and the crops could be anything. They could be alfalfa, but they could be putting sheep in there.
Well, I've seen some of them where they're jacking these things up 8-10 feet in the air, and they're driving tractors right under them.
That's right, and harvesting hay. And we had that beautiful thing from the Fraunhofer Institute about a year or 2 ago, where they tested potatoes under solar panels and found that.
Well, I'll touch base on that a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
This is something. It's a marriage between agriculture and solar.
Yeah.
And it makes so much sense, it's got to happen.
Yes, absolutely. Read the title. Let me read the blurb, and then you can...
Family farms try to raise a new cash cow. Solar power.
The Komenek family farm in northern Colorado has had yields decline over recent years, and the farm began losing money. In Boulder County, land use codes made it hard to use the land for anything but farming. So the Komeneks found a compromise, a solar array with plants growing beneath. And by the way, that picture is not the Komenek family farm.
No, that's a different picture.
That is a picture from NREL, and I would bet you that that's an NREL facility in Golding, Colorado. But nevertheless.
It could very well be.
Okay, what have you got to say, Tom?
Well, what the Komenek family is going to be doing, and they probably started it already. 1 megawatt solar array, 3,000 solar panels. They're going to be on 8-foot high stilts. Okay, and they're going to provide shade for crops like tomatoes, peppers, kale, and beans.
Yeah.
Pasture grasses and beehive boxes are planned for the perimeter.
Right.
Okay, this is going to be a demo farm for sure.
Yeah, but it's
and the approach could allow for widespread renewable energy development without displacing much needed land for food. And that's
Right.
one of the complaints about solar.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of land.
Yeah.
This solves that problem.
It sure does. And we've seen crops increase
I was just going to say
many places.
I'm just going to say some crops planted under solar panels produce higher yields and use significantly less irrigation water. Coming closer to home, a project in nearby Deerfield, Massachusetts is delivering 60% more volume compared to plants beneath the full sun.
Yeah.
It didn't say what they're growing, but it's Deerfield, Mass. You can go down there and see it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we have an item from The Guardian.
Yes, we do. A quarter of all tweets about climate crisis are produced by bots. That's funny but sad.
The social media conversation over climate crisis has been reshaped by an army of automated Twitter bots, with new analysis finding that a quarter of all tweets about climate on an average day are produced by bots, The Guardian can reveal. Now, a bot is
short for robot.
Yeah, and basically in this case, the robot is just a computer, and with
it's
a
really
program.
just a program.
It's a program running on a computer, and you know.
And they're just sitting there all day long making comments on people's Twitters, and there's no people there.
And why are they doing that?
They're trying to change people's minds.
They're trying to guide the conversation on renewable energy. In other words, our path toward renewables is being undermined by somebody. And basically, you know, we're back to this conspiracy theory thing. And I don't generally like conspiracy theories. I've told you that I do have one conspiracy theory. There's more than one that I subscribe to, but there is one I subscribe to. And that is that somebody is out there making conspiracy theories.
Well, climate misinformation is often spread due to readers' perception of how widely this opinion is shared by other readers.
Yeah.
And that's what they're trying to do here.
They're trying to make it look like
everybody thinks this way.
They've found, by the way, a German girl who is the counter Greta.
Huh?
There is a counter Greta.
A counter?
Yeah. She's a girl who's a teenager who says the climate crisis doesn't exist.
Oh, boy.
I'm not kidding here.
I don't think you're kidding.
And she's coming to the United States by plane, by the way, to address conservatives. And they're claiming that she's better than Greta Thunberg because she, the counter Greta, admits that she's financed by the fossil fuels industry.
Wow. Well, let's move along to Monday, February 24th.
With an item from Clean Technica and a new picture.
And I'll bring that picture up.
Now that's something that I think surprised Tom.
Yeah, they call it a super capacitor or a super.
Doesn't look like a capacitor to me.
Well, there's other. No, it doesn't. There's another picture in the article, and they look like flashlight batteries.
Yes.
And this is brand new technology.
This is brand new technology.
When you finish talking about it, I will mention a little bit about what they actually are.
Tell us all about it.
So the article says super duper supercapacitors could accelerate the electric car revolution. And they could.
Scientists at University College London and Chinese Academy of Sciences say they developed a graphene-based supercapacitor that can safely charge at high speed, hold a record amount of energy, and store it for a long time. Their paper appeared in Nature Energy.
Well, graphene is a form of carbon, similar to but different from graphite.
That's right.
Okay. And
you cannot go out and buy that stuff.
No, you can't.
There's no supply for it. If you want it, you got to make it yourself.
Well, it's new technology,
Yeah.
and this article is really about technology that's in its infancy.
Yes.
But a quick rundown here. Batteries and supercapacitors do the same thing. They store energy. Batteries charge and discharge slowly, okay, which makes sense in an electric car.
Yeah.
Supercapacitors charge and discharge quickly.
Or at least they
Okay.
can.
At least, well, that's what they're designed to do.
Yeah.
And this article is talking about trying to change that. Okay, supercaps do not yet have the energy density of lithium-ion batteries, but technology is improving, and it says stay tuned. So this is right in its infancy, but eventually what they're leading at is you're going to have supercapacitors driving cars.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. Graphene is, as you said, a new type of carbon that is, it has just astonishing characteristics. It is super strong. It is a superconductor. It is
at room temperature.
At room temperature. Well, it's by superconductor, I mean that it is extremely conductive.
Got virtually no resistance.
Well, it has very little resistance.
Okay, virtually none.
I mean
Very
that it
little.
is a superior conductor, not that it is a true superconductor.
Okay.
Okay, but it is the most conductive material known to man, both thermally and electrically. And it is 3 times as conductive thermally as diamonds, which are in turn about 3 times as conductive as copper.
And interestingly enough, like diamonds, it's transparent.
Carbon is so amazing.
We haven't heard the half of it yet
No,
because they haven't
we
figured it out.
I haven't figured out what buckyballs are for, but I know that they're a form of carbon that nobody's...
Yeah,
Buckminster
Fuller.
That's right. Okay, we have an item from the Daily Times.
We do. Radical hydrogen boron reactor leapfrogs current nuclear fusion technology. This could be a biggie.
It could be. You know, I resist putting in articles that have to do with nuclear power. And
This is a different kind of nuclear power.
And that includes fusion. And the reason that I do that is because the numbers that come out of the nuclear industry are, if you're talking about the amount of energy that comes out from a fission event, they know exactly what's going on. But if you're talking about how much a reactor is going to cost or how long it's going to take to build, they're off by typically 50 to 100%. And if you're talking about the likelihood of a reactor melting down, they're off by an order of magnitude. And they won't even admit that. Same when you get
fusion.
That's fission.
This is fission, and they can't melt down.
They can't. This is fusion, and it can't melt down. But the fusion reactors that we've heard about, people say, well, we've got an infinite supply of fuel. They just use water. They don't just use water.
No, they use
They use
tritium.
a mixture of deuterium oxide and tritium oxide, which chemically are both water.
But they're very expensive.
Buy it. You know,
Yeah.
You can buy heavy water. You might have the FBI trying to figure out why you're buying it, but it costs thousands of dollars a liter. And tritium oxide, forget it. You're not going to buy that unless you've got a license from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. And it's going to cost millions of dollars a liter. Anyway, here, let me read what it says. HB11 Energy, spin-out company from the University of New South Wales, claims to have developed a completely new form of fusion. Quote, we are sidestepping all of the scientific challenges that have held fusion energy back for more than half a century, end quote, its director said.
Well, I read about this when I looked offline on it, got it. They've been working on this for a long time.
Yeah.
The guy that's behind HB11 Energy, HB is his initials, I believe.
Okay. This is probably his 11th design.
But he's been working on it for a long time.
Yeah.
And this is what he says about it. HB11 approach to fusion does away with rare, radioactive, and difficult fuels like tritium altogether, as well as incredibly high temperatures.
Right, and that's an important item.
Instead, it uses plentiful hydrogen and boron, employing the precise application of some very special lasers to start the fusion reaction.
Right.
This is still in its infancy.
It's still in its infancy.
But it's got big potential.
It's got big potential. The question that you've got is, you know, with standard fusion, how do you contain the reaction, which is at 100 million degrees Celsius?
Well, he's saying you don't need to.
Exactly. And what we've had in the past was people coming up with all kinds of I'm tempted to say Rube Goldberg designs.
Well,
that
when you're dealing with 1,000,000 degrees, you got to do something with it.
You do. I mean, we're talking about temperatures that'll melt anything. They'll vaporize anything.
Yeah.
So how do you deal with that? Well, you hold it in a bottle that can't melt or vaporize because it's not made out of a solid object.
Yeah, they compress it with magnetism.
With magnets, yeah. Okay,
Well, let's move
and
along.
if you think I'm going to be in a room where you've got 1 million or 2 million or 100 million or whatever degrees being held by a magnet, no, sir, I'm not going to be around that.
I don't think I want to be either.
We have an item from Renew Economy, and this includes an exciting photograph.
Another generation, people are going to look at that and say, what is that?
Yeah.
In case those people out there don't know, that's coal, fellas.
That's coal.
And what it says here is Morgan Stanley says 47 gigawatts of U.S. coal capacity could be uneconomic by 2024. And before you get started, I'm going to say what I say again. A gigawatt is a bigawatt.
That's right. This is from Renew Economy. Investment bank Morgan Stanley published a report claiming that nearly 50 gigawatts of U.S. coal-fired power capacity will be unable to compete against renewables by 2024. It advises utilities to replace coal plants with cheaper renewable objects. And I want to point out, I did a little bit of research, that's about 20% of all U.S. coal plants. And
I'm glad you said
but
that,
it does not include the amount that are scheduled to close. The ones they didn't.
The ones that have already been scheduled.
The ones that are scheduled.
So this is talking about all existing plants.
This is talking about 20% of all existing plants, and something like 10% of them are already scheduled to close anyway. So we're probably talking about a third of all plants falling into this category. And you know what? I don't think it's going to be a third. I think it's going to be more than that.
I think so too. It's economics.
It's economics.
Well, Morgan Stanley did their homework. They looked at each operating coal plant.
Yes, they did.
Compared it with forecasts of what it's going to cost for renewables at that location.
Right.
And they came up with conclusions that the coal plants are simply not going to be economic.
I wonder if they used Wright's Law in doing that, because
I'm sure
you and
did.
I have talked about
Yeah.
Wright's Law, but there's a lot of economists who have never heard of it. And one of the things that I have discovered is Tesla claims that its success is partly due to the fact that it has used Wright's Law to forecast prices. So, you know, okay, should we carry on or beat that donkey to
what
death?
they're saying is there's a second wave of renewable development in the U.S. coming.
Yes.
We haven't even seen it yet.
Yes.
And it's going to be so cheap that it will compete with coal power at scale no matter what, no matter where.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what Trump and the Republican Party may parrot at every opportunity.
Yes, that's right.
He keeps calling it clean coal, but it ain't.
Well, if you think about this for a minute, the cost of the coal burning plant is high, that renewables are undercutting it. He wants to keep those coal burning plants running.
Yeah.
But they are prepared to go down the route of clean coal, which means capturing the carbon dioxide, in order to keep the plants going. But all that's going to do is increase the costs.
Absolutely.
So, you know, it's like saying, I don't know, it's like saying, yeah, our product doesn't compete on the market, but if we just raise the price a little bit, it'll do fine.
Well, duh, I'm not sure I quite understand the logic there.
I don't think there is logic there.
Well, we're moving up. We're moving along here. We're up to Tuesday.
We are indeed.
I didn't click my timer there, so I can't.
That's
tell
all right.
how long
I've got an idea.
You got
where
one
we
there.
Are. Yeah.
Well, this is from Tuesday, February 25th.
Yep.
Which was yesterday, isn't it?
Yes,
Day before.
Day before yesterday.
Solar and wind power are pushing down electricity prices in New England.
Here at home.
Right here at home.
This is from the Press Herald, which is, I think that's in Portsmouth, Maine.
I think you're right. I think it is.
But it is a Maine publication. Renewable energy.
Definitely New England.
Yeah, is getting, renewable energy is beginning to have an impact where it counts in the cost of electricity, as companies that generate it pledge to power the New England grid at prices that keep falling and will fall more than 70% over 4 years to 2023.
Well, as of now, natural gas is the dominant fuel source.
Yeah.
But this is going to challenge it economically.
It's just not going to be.
And it's the economics.
It's the economics. Why is the oil and natural gas index low?
Well, one thing this article mentions, and they're working on this, a challenge with renewables is storage to make sure that reserve power is available.
And what we're seeing is, that, you know,
and people are working on it.
I don't think it's in. Next week, at our show, because it appeared today, there's a town in California that just approved the second part of a massive battery. That massive battery stores over 1,700 megawatt hours.
Wow.
This is huge. They are moving in on huge batteries.
That's gigawatts,
just
guys.
Unbelievable size batteries.
And it's batteries.
Why are they? Yeah. And why are they doing that? Because it's cheaper than natural gas.
And there's other ways of storing besides batteries. I
Yeah.
mean, batteries is one of the good ones, but
Yeah.
there's the cheapest one I saw is using a crane to elevate cinder blocks.
Yes.
concrete blocks.
Yes.
Cheap, but it works.
Yeah. Well, you talk about that thing with the rail cars full of stones.
Yeah, that
Same kind
works
of thing.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, should we move on?
I think we should.
We
We're
have an
moving
item
along
from
here.
Science
We got a picture
Alert
coming up here.
and a picture of a bushfire in
That's
smoke
in Australia.
rising.
Yeah.
Yeah, from Australia.
Horrific wildfires in Australia destroyed a fifth of the continent's forests. A fifth of them.
A fifth of them. This is it's mind-boggling. Bushfires in Australia were globally unprecedented. That should be in quotes, globally unprecedented, as they destroyed over a fifth of the country's forests. Fires follow a years-long drought linked to climate change, researchers said. Australia's average annual forest loss to fires is below 2%. Australia has a fire season. They acknowledge this. It's always there.
It's always there.
But this year's forests were not the biggest, fires were not the biggest they had, because they've had fires in the outback that were not, they were just in bush country that was not forested.
Well, they've been losing annually 2%.
Which a lot of that grows back.
And it grows back.
This is part of the natural sequence.
This is 21%.
Yeah, this is a problem.
This is a very big, very scary thing.
Yes.
And mostly it's happening in New South Wales and Victoria, and although the article didn't mention it, it's the little island of Tasmania.
Yeah, the New South Wales and Victoria are the areas where they have the more temperate forests that are more like forests.
Our forests.
Our forests.
Yes. And broadleaf forests.
All of a sudden, they're being destroyed by forest fires. Could they happen here? Well, those forests are remarkably similar in some respects. We don't have forests full of highly flammable eucalyptus trees. We have forests full of nearly non-flammable pine.
I wouldn't say non-flammable.
Neither would I. Scratch your head a little bit?
As they say here in Vermont, poing.
The Peshtigo fire, which happened the same day as the Chicago fire in the 1870s.
Yeah, you've
jumped
mentioned that.
Green Bay.
Yep. Wow.
I mean,
Green Bay's kind of big.
It's 10 miles across at its narrowest point.
Wow.
And there are people who believe that that fire also jumped Lake Michigan.
Yes, I've read that.
So it's like, do we really think that we're immune? We'd better stop thinking that way if that's what we're thinking. We'd probably, yeah, go ahead. Do you have anything else on that one?
Not on that one, but the one coming up fits well with what we were just talking about.
Yeah,
On the
this is
previous
from
one.
Enercom Inc. That is ENERCOM Inc.
Energy storage to accelerate global energy transition in the 2020s.
Yeah, they've got this one right, I think.
I think so.
Global energy storage deployments are set to grow from about 4 gigawatts in 2019 to more than 15 gigawatts in 2024, according to Wood Mackenzie. Costs have fallen, incentives and clean energy targets are growing, and importantly, providers are starting to see the potential of energy storage.
Well, the article says that in a few different words, but I'll read what it says.
Yeah.
Recognition of storage's value rather than its cost will be the key factor in determining growth.
You know, this reminds me of the electric bus thing. An electric bus, I saw a comparison of electric and diesel, and it said the electric bus costs 60% more than the diesel bus.
To buy.
To buy,
But
But
how much less to operate?
That difference in purchase cost is paid back in 4 years. And after that, you've got a bus that is just producing money.
And it's probably going to last a long time.
Well, they figure 10 years.
It doesn't require much in the way of maintenance.
No, it has very little maintenance, and the energy costs are low, and so it's pretty. And here we're seeing the utilities come up with the same thing. Why are they putting in over 1,700 megawatts in one town in California? Because it's cheaper than natural gas.
Absolutely.
Now, we're not saying natural gas combined cycle plants. What we're talking about here is peaking plants.
Peaking plants are very expensive to operate.
They're very expensive to operate, but they're very, very important when you've got a grid paradigm.
When you need that power, you need that power.
When your grid paradigm is based on baseload power, and baseload is called baseload because it's the least load you're going to have, because that load can be addressed by really, really efficient generating capacity.
Well, there's a good, I guess you'd call it a bull market for energy storage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's different ideas that are people working on. We haven't even heard of them yet.
Yeah, and the federal government, as it stands right now, is trying very hard to keep us out of that market.
Yeah.
So we're back to let's compete with the Chinese using obsolete technology. Why don't we bring back battleships? Well, we could power them with nuclear, but of course, what Trump wants to do is resurrect coal, so we could have our battleships return to coal.
That'd be nice. Yeah, yeah.
I used to love watching coal burning locomotives going across the prairie when I was a little kid in Illinois.
I remember coal burning locomotives.
Man.
And then the Long Island Railroad.
In 1953, I think it was, they stopped allowing them into Chicago, and I was just, what are we going to do? They aren't going to go through here anymore.
Well, they weren't allowed into New York City in my youth at all.
I think they stopped them in New York City really early.
They had to change engines.
I think it was
to electric engines.
like in the 1890s.
I would say it probably goes back that far.
Yeah.
Yeah, they wouldn't let them into Manhattan.
Okay, we've still got three
items to do.
There's a picture
coming up here.
We do, and we have
we're
up to Wednesday, February 26th, with an item from the Public News Service.
Well, in case you don't know what it is, that's kelp.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about kelp.
We
right
are,
now.
and those little funny things at the bases of the leaves are air bladders that keep the sky from sinking.
Yeah, we used to pop them when I was a kid. We'd pick them up on the beach and pop them, yeah.
And that kelp,
wash up
by
on
the way,
beach.
can provide a lot of the seaweed out there can provide food.
Food in some places it's eaten widely.
Yes, yeah. This is what's
in
called.
Ireland. It's kind of a delicacy. It's called dulse.
That's right. You can buy dulse in the co-op.
I bet you can. Yeah.
Yeah, and in Wales it's called laverbread. Did you read the title?
No, but I'm about to.
Okay.
Scientists warn climate change is destroying California kelp forests.
Kelp forests off the west coast are being reduced at an alarming rate by marine heat waves linked to climate change, according to 7 top marine scientists. They have written an open letter about the problem and had it published in Science magazine.
Well, from the article, kelp forests are a sentinel for the health of the oceans.
Right.
Okay? Change is happening very rapidly on a very large scale, and it's affecting the ecosystem, and very little is being done.
Yep, those kelp forests that are in danger are the living habitat for
a lot of little
fish. And those lot of little fish are the ones that feed the lot of big fish. And if the lot of big fish don't have food, neither do we.
Well, here's the scary part.
Yeah.
Off the coast of Northern California, 90% of the kelp has died off in the past 5 years.
90% in 5 years. That's not a good sign.
I don't think so.
Okay, should we go on?
I think so.
Our next item is from BBC.
Cutting how? How is an important word here.
Yeah.
How cutting your food waste can help the climate. And the article tells you how. So if you're interested, it's a good one to read.
All food generates greenhouse gases to reach our plates, and then nearly a third of it is thrown away. That tells you something.
Absolutely.
The UN Food and Agriculture Organization estimates that if food were a country, it would be the third highest emitter of greenhouse gases after the United States and China.
Well, from the article, it says, growing, processing, packaging, and transporting the food we eat, all contributes to climate change.
Yeah.
Already, before you even got it.
Yeah.
And then we throw it away. And as it rots, it releases yet more greenhouse gases.
I mean, this is you're far better off eating it.
So the article is going to tell you how, by rethinking how we shop and cook, it's possible to reduce the amount we waste.
Right.
And so lessen our contribution to climate change.
Right.
It's our consumption that drives the problem.
Right.
And this is interesting. This, I guess, is the last article.
It is
coming
indeed,
up.
and we have a
Nice
picture for this,
here.
and this is from Clean Technica. And I will point out that that bus that you see there is a double-decker, and it has a sign in the front that says Piccadilly Circus.
And it looks like any other limey bus.
Except that it's a little more modern, though, than the
Well,
ones that I
it
think.
looks like any more modern.
Yeah.
And the new buses look like that.
Yeah, and
but
they
they're-
have the doors to get the passengers on the wrong side.
Well, that helps.
when you drive on the wrong side of the road.
Wrong side of the road, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, it's okay because they just don't know, and they all do the same thing, so they don't have head-ons any more than we do.
Well, I tell you, I've tried driving in Ireland, and it's scary.
Oh, yeah?
Because, you know, I'm expecting when it is a dangerous situation, I'm going to move to the right. And I move right into the dangerous situation.
Yes. Yeah, and I used to live in Devon,
Yeah.
and the roads there were narrow, and they had hedgerows on both sides.
Oh, boy.
And you would drive down a road that you could barely get two VW bugs by each other comfortably, and all of a sudden see a vehicle like that in front of you. Really.
Well, the article states that a London route gets an upgrade with 29 new electric double-decker buses. And as you know, you're looking at one there.
Yeah. An arterial bus route in West London is going fully electric. London United, a subsidiary of transit operator RATP DEV, took, and I think DEV must, I don't know what it stands for, took delivery of 29 fully electric BYD double-decker buses. They are built by BYD partner Alexander Dennis Limited.
So they're built in Britain using
BYD technology.
Chinese technology.
And probably Chinese motors.
And Chinese parts.
Parts, yeah.
Well, and anyhow, this is a takeaway. These new double-decker buses maintain the iconic look of West London. And I'll bring them up again, because they do.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know what was driving that bus to look at it.
No, you wouldn't know that it's electric. You might know it's electric if you stood on the side of the road and had it go by.
Everybody knows the buses pile out a lot of junk, you know, and this eliminates those emissions, and you're not probably even going to notice it.
Yeah.
But in London right now, there are 234 electric buses.
234?
In Greater London.
Yeah,
This is only about 29 new ones.
Yeah. Okay, I think our time is up, Tom, and I'm
I
going to
think
put
so,
up
too.
our last item that says, have an astonishingly comfy week.
Well, I'd wave, but they're not going to look at me.
Why don't you put you on me up, and then we can wave?
Oh, let's do that.
There you go.
That's
Have
a good
an
idea.
astonishingly lovely week. Comfy week. Bye-bye.
It is 7:02-ish.
Here it comes
It
right
is
back.
the February 24th meeting for the Jamaica Select Board. The first order of business, as usual, is to ask if there are any additions to the agenda that have cropped up since I made the agenda. Have we had anything? You have
Just
something?
an update on the town hall.
Did you do that last time?
It's a bigger update.
More updates?
More updates.
You are just full of updates. Okay. Put that in there.
It's my big hurrah.
Yes. Okay. I have a couple that have come up since I wrote this. We had a resignation for the PC. We're going to talk about, introduce that tonight. I want to talk to the select board about the hazmat plan. Just talked to Alyssa today about that. Chris is going to be up to talk about the broadband. We'll let him, and he'll get the town hall report. So we'll add those into the discussion after we get through the break. Okay, first order of business as usual, or second, I guess, is to approve the minutes of the February 10th select board meeting, which was coincidentally held on the 10th of February. Anybody have, these are all distributed electronically. We've got paper copies if you like. Questions, deletions, comments?
Make a motion to pass.
Oh, okay.
Second.
The minutes.
Got a second? Some discussion? You have discussion? Yeah, or you're seconding?
Second.
Okay, that's the second. No complaints, no misses, no nothing. These are perfect minutes.
Because we
Put
have
that in the minutes.
perfect.
Yeah,
Write that down.
Yeah, write that perfect
We have
minutes
the
down.
perfect person.
Yes. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, passed. Thank you, ma'am. Second is, that's the second. Third one is approve the time sheets for the town office, specialties, highway, et cetera. And assign the select boards. We will do that at the end of the session, as is our procedures. We have 2 liquor license applications that have come in. One is for Honey Pie Restaurant, and so is the other one, because one of them has to do with outside, and one of them is inside. And they needed to do 2, and so we have 2 applications, and checks and paperwork. Has anybody entertained? Have we had any issues with them at all? I've heard nothing has come to me, any complaints at all. Everybody's happy to have them there.
Just beer and wine, right?
I believe so, yeah, beer and wine.
What's the outside?
Well, it's got something to do with what they can take. What's the rules? You know the rules better than I.
They have an outside seating area, so basically,
That'll
it's a
take
perimeter area, so you
Okay.
have to have that license.
Yeah. So they can drink in or out. Okay, so, fees and play, we've got this. Any motions?
I'll make a motion to accept the liquor license application.
Second. Do you have a second? Second. Further discussion? None? I will circulate them along with the other stuff at the end of the day, because we all have to sign each one.
I'm gonna vote.
Just parenthetically, sidebar. Next month at this time, this will no longer be a problem. You'll have to remember this all by yourself. It's only been how many years and I still, yes, we'd like to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, but it passes, yeah. So I'll circulate these things with the other stuff tonight. We also have excess weight permit. This is from RK Miles. And he's got a list of the equipment that he likes to drive around on our roads. And it's got all the right plates and bodies and weight and stuff he needs. And there's a check. So I would entertain a motion if someone would like to suggest we send this to the road commissioner.
I'll make a motion to send it to road commissioner.
Do I have a second? Second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. We'll send this to Alexa. Thank you. Okay. We have 2 planning commission vacancies. One of which we talked about last week, I believe, last session, that Rebecca is going to not run for her seat in March. And then I found out later on, and I just recently got a letter from Jason Katz, who is also going to withdraw. In fact, he's actually, what it says is I've been honored to serve on the Jamaica Planning Commission this past year. Most of my time is spent outside of Jamaica, and as a result, I'm not able to attend meetings or be an involved member of the Planning Commission. Therefore, I feel it is appropriate for me to resign my position on the Planning Commission. And thank you for the opportunity to have served the town in this way. This is dated February 29th. So thank him for his service, but he got obviously an awful lot on his plate. And I think he's being reasonable. If he can't do the job, give it to somebody else. I don't think there's any voting involved. We accept his resignation and thank him. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, sometimes.
Rebecca.
And Rebecca, so she sent the letter before, I think.
Right.
Yes.
But the thing about it is, and this is the truth about anybody who volunteers for any of the things that need to be done here in town, whether it's us or the fire department or Old Home Days. We all try the best we can. If it turns out that you can't pull it off for whatever reason, family reasons, job reasons, we get it. We all get it. But the fact that you're at least taking a shot at it really helps, at least to get in and find out and giving it a try. So, yay, people who try. I vote yes. Okay. Now, we have an interim, oh, let me back up. The Casella contract, I should probably let you talk about that since you're talking more and deal with it tonight.
Sure.
Talk about that.
I'm happy to do that. As maybe a few people know, but a month ago or so, we got a letter from Casella that they were honoring one of the clauses in our contract and giving us our 30-day notice that they were terminating our contract for hauling of our waste and recyclables. They came right out and said, we're not gonna not serve you. It's just that we need to basically raise our rates. We're unable to cover our costs, or not even coming close to covering their costs, so they say, based on what our previous contract was. And the biggest reason for that was with the increasing cost of getting rid of the recyclables. That three years ago or so, when we initiated this contract, they were probably making money on those, and now it costs more to haul and get rid of the recyclables than it does for the regular waste. So we are now in a position, they have extended our initial contract. It was set to terminate the end of January. They've extended that, so our previous contract will terminate the end of February. It was actually set to expire the end of June, so we've now have this little shoulder time where we are, the board, we met with them last week, and I guess one of the ideas that came up was that we enter a kind of this, I don't know what you want to call it, a transition contract, a bridge contract, something that will continue our service, but then that we would discuss and put it out to bid. We would have been putting it out to bid in the next month or two anyways, because it was set to expire the end of June. So this is just forcing us a little bit. They threw out some initial costs. Terry did some quick calculations, and I guess Sarah too had pulled together what the projection of what this might mean. And I've just looked at this initially tonight for the first time, but it's looking like we're projecting that the increased cost would be around $2,500 for the next 4 months. That gets us to the beginning of June, so that's kind of where we're at, I guess. I mean, everybody knows the cost of hauling waste has gone through the roof, and I guess certainly open for discussion on lots of ideas here, but like I said, one of the ideas is that we draft a contract with Casella to get us through for the next 2, 3, 4 months, however long that is, however long we think that we might take to put it out to bid.
Are there other options?
There is Triple T, I think, is one of the other reliable, I guess, or viable options. There's not many, obviously. I don't know that there are any others, but that's...
Triple T serviced us for a number of years.
Mm-hmm.
I do have a question. You're saying that Casella took over 3 years ago. Is it possible that they took over the contract of TAM?
Right, yeah, let's backtrack a little bit. So we initially had a contract with TAM, that's right, thanks for clarifying.
And when
TAM, we had a contract with TAM, and then TAM was bought out by Casella, probably mid-year last summer. I mean, it's been 6 or 8 months probably. So TAM's been operating underneath Casella's umbrella, I guess, so.
Yeah, and one of the things he said at the meeting, Casella, was that when they did take it over this summer, their intentions, although not telling us, was to increase the cost.
Yeah, like everybody's costs are going way up, so.
Yeah, so that it was kind of a surprise when we got it, correct?
I guess not necessarily a surprise. I mean,
did they tell you last summer that they were going to increase the prices?
Oh, no.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, it is in it was in the contract that they could give 30-day notice. Either party could give 30 days.
But we didn't know TAM had been absorbed by.
We did.
Last summer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So you still see TAM trucks driving around and things like that. I mean, they're
Yeah.
just a
That's all I
subsidiary or whatever you want to call it of Casella now.
Yeah, she sent these things out, like you said, the extra from March 1 to June 1 is $2,500. That's the cost difference over what we're already ready to pay. It's a tough call, but that's not, I mean, it's all over the country. It's going up everywhere, and the cost, like you said, the recyclables are now costing more, to the tune of almost twice as much to haul.
They do get, the recycles get hauled further.
Yeah.
And so that's a huge piece of the cost.
Does the transfer station more than cover itself the way it's set up right now? Does it?
No.
Does it carry itself, or does it lose money? Or
With just the
even?
pay to throw? No, it doesn't. I mean, I think it's probably, I don't know off the top of my head, but I would think that it's fairly close to break even in the compactor, but everything else is no charge, and it's obviously a charge to the town for free recycling. And the other, the construction waste is the other big component of that.
He gave us the numbers of what the increase would be.
Right.
And I can read some of those if anybody wants to hear it.
It's painful to hear.
Yes, I don't have those. I don't have a copy of that. I'd like to hear them.
Oh, you don't have a copy here? It's actually right.
Yeah.
I might have grabbed the wrong set.
So you can see that there's been quite an increase, for example, in the single haul of paper recyclables from $292 up to $400. And again, the single haul of the commingled recycled at same price, $292 up to $400. So there are some large jumps here.
Right, and that's just the trucking cost, and there's jumps in the tonnage too.
Right.
I mean, we try to, there's definitely a better value when we haul to the tandem trailer. It's less of an incentive, than it was before. It was a bigger incentive to haul, there's still an incentive to haul double trucks.
How, do they usually come tandem, or do they usually come
No,
single?
Dan makes a real strong effort to make sure that there's tandems. Every once in a while, he'll, predict that the cardboard, as an example, is gonna fill up over the weekend, and it's only 3/4 full, and he wants it out to make sure that we don't fill it up. But I would say, I'm not seeing these numbers here, but just off the top of my head, it's probably 90% of the time it's a double load. Or maybe even more.
That's good, that it is that way.
So the task at hand for us tonight is to decide whether we are going to go ahead and accept this bid. The only bid. From March 1st to June 1st. It's not like there's a lot of choices.
Right.
All the other agencies are gonna send it out to, we're gonna go for bids, send it out for.
And I would suggest and think that we could sign a contract that allows us the 30 days to get out, and we can immediately put this out to bid. And as soon as we have, hopefully, a better offer, we can, back out of this one. So it's not necessarily saying that we're gonna send it to the end of June, but.
Right.
Well, this covers us until we can get something moving, so that's a good idea if we can get that started.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, there's no choice. It's one of the bigger things that the town does.
Yeah.
It's roads and garbage. That's what we do, right?
Yeah.
And then, I know it's not to do with the recyclables, but in July, is there like zero trash going in? It's all compost? Does that happen this year?
The compost starts this year, but that's still not good. That might cut down a little bit on the composter, but nobody knows about how much.
Yeah, and we still have to pay to haul the compost away.
Exactly.
Yeah, there is, I say in theory, there's mandatory organic recycling starting this July, but there's no policing behind it.
There hasn't been any of it.
Yeah.
We just act like there is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true, there's no policing.
Self-policing.
Well,
there's
that's
a
what
question, but I guess it's
it should be.
Paul's floor, so.
It's hard to tell, isn't it, sometimes?
Just a logistical suggestion. I mean, I'm happy to look at the entire contract, but it would be vastly easier just to do a 1 or 1.5 page amendment that has the variations from the existing contract, rather than rewrite the whole contract. You For give sure, yourself the yeah, I mean, it can really just be this right. new cost.
and
Right, it's just amendment of the existing contract. That's And a if you good want, point. it Makes it a lot easier. I'm happy to look at anything. Yeah, but that's It great. helps, yeah.
And there is built into the old contract, a 30-day ballot position already, it's in there.
Exactly, that's
So,
what I'm saying.
Yeah, so
Don't
it all
vary
might be in
it.
it.
My advice is don't vary it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's
Yeah,
right.
good thing.
So,
Alrighty,
is that what we want to do?
Have a motion?
I think so.
Make a motion to accept the contract as written by Casella?
Yeah,
Or
or make
amend
an,
the contract,
a
or make an
motion
amendment
to,
to
that we, I guess I would say either that the board.
Do you want to prepare a contract and we can sign it?
That we
next week?
prepare, right,
Next
exactly.
session.
That the board authorize myself to work with Casella to draft a contract with
Right.
this fee structure.
Sure, who was the gentleman that was here for that meeting?
Randall,
No,
speaks
yeah.
with that, Randall.
Anyway, but he's the one that.
He's the general manager for Casella.
Out of Bennington, right?
Rutland, he's at.
Oh, right.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe the well, I'll let you
Try
make the
again.
motion.
I'll second his motion.
Whatever he said.
Whatever he said.
But can he make a motion to authorize himself?
I doubt it. So let's
Try
make a
Make a
motion.
motion to authorize
Okay.
He could. I mean, I want
to work with Casella
Yeah.
to negotiate the pricing.
Yeah, well, so there's no real negotiating of pricing, but draft a new
Draft a new
contract and bring that
contract,
to the meeting.
In an interim contract accepting these.
Mhm.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. Do I have any further discussions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None. So we will go ahead and you will draft that together, and then we can take a look at it for our next session and get it in review. Time out. Our next session is the 9th of March, isn't it?
The end of,
This goes.
This is in theory only through the end of this week.
What's that?
This in theory.
starts.
So basically, we do have a contract, they're honoring our contract, basically what's happening at the end of this week is that they're moving to this fee structure.
Okay, all right.
So we will formalize the contract, is what
That makes
I
good sense.
think is maybe a better way to, I mean, they're not gonna just not haul.
It's their fees. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that sounds like a plan. Does that change much of the motion? I think it works okay.
No.
Okay. Next item. I think I told you that, gas registration, here's the next item. I talked to Alyssa Sabeto from the Wyndham Regional Commission today. We've been working on the hazard mitigation plan. You all should have in your email boxes a current draft. And so we've got until March 16th, we the board, to review the draft of the current hazard mitigation plan, as she wrapped it up today. And then we get a chance to review that, offer some suggestions, and then there's another 2-week period, I believe, for the citizens after we polish the first draft to get feedback on it. So that it'll be our 2 weeks to the 16th and then another 2 weeks to amend any changes we want to fix. And so that should be done then in 2 weeks after the 16th, whatever, it's the end of the month. But be aware that it's, I know I got mine today, it should be in your email, she sent emails out, it's about, I don't know, 7 or 8 pages, it's pretty extensive. She did an incredible job. We have to review Wardsboro's as well, I'm supposed to review the ones for Jason. So I did the one for Wardsboro, incredible work she does. And so we just have to review ours, you all don't have to read Wardsboro's.
No, it's pretty lengthy.
Wardsboro one? Yeah, it was 70 some odd pages.
I didn't read the whole thing.
Yeah, it's tough. But I'll tell you what makes it possible is I'm sitting there and looking at the stuff that she's done, and I realize how hard she's worked to put this together, because she's done it for everybody in the region. I don't know how many towns she's got. Anyway, so anyway, that's through the 16th. So you guys just be heads up on that. Chris Robbins, who went to the broadband, what's the official title of that meeting? Startup project or whatever.
Wyndham Region Broadband Project.
Awesome. Would you like to brief us on the results of your trip?
So February 16th, they held a training meeting, the second series of 2 meetings on the project.
Excuse me, before I get started, can you introduce yourself to the camera guy, please?
Chris Robbins, I'm the town's representative to the Wyndham Region Broadband Project.
Thank you.
So there were 2 main topics in this meeting after some preliminaries and a quick review of the project. And they were getting the word out to everybody as the first topic, and the second was a review of the draft survey. And under getting the word out, I should say, there's strong emphasis on responding online to the survey, but they do have a paper option, and paper is welcome if that's what people want to do, and especially if they don't have access to the internet. But if anybody wants to do paper, that's okay too. They published some resources we can use. There are flyers, 2 flyers. One has tabs on the bottom with the URL for responding to the survey page. And I sent copies out to everybody. But
I think we got them on board.
But there they are if you want to refresh your memory. They sent out a sheet of 10 cards to be cut out and handed out to people, either here at the town office or at other places. They covered dissemination of the survey, which includes on the town website, and I hope it can be posted soon.
One of those covered on the bulletin board with little tabs on it, right?
And on the Facebook, town Facebook page, which it already is on that. And then flyers are being posted in the town hall, the dump, in the post office, B&K's bulletin board has one, and the library should have one, which I haven't given them yet, but I'll take care of that tomorrow, first thing. Another means of dissemination should be the town meeting. I'd like to set up a table with a flyer and the cards to hand out and some copies of the paper survey for people that might want it.
Just a little bit of warning. We were talking about that with Sarah.
Presidential primaries.
What's that?
We have presidential primaries at town meeting.
It's going to be very crowded that day for a table. I'm not sure if there's a way to work something out, but we're going to have.
I think too, it can always be set up on the stage. I know there's always been some.
There may be some way to maneuver, but just so you're get a heads up that the presidential primary is the same day. That's going to be running all through the meetings.
Well, what the cards are resting on isn't that big an issue.
Just give you a heads up for that. I know we talked about it. I didn't remember that until she reminded me.
Even the entrance way.
We'll figure it out. Yeah, we'll make it work. Huh? No, we're a team. We're a team here.
The WRC website has downloadable material on the project. And lastly, sending out a mailing to registered voters, not the non-resident property owners, as I said last time. They made some changes and clarifications that are pretty significant. The first is this: don't bother sending cards to non-registered voters. They claim they have another means of determining what the take rate ought to be amongst vacation homeowners. Mm-hmm. So if you want to send it to them, that's fine, but they didn't encourage it at all. Okay. And it simplifies things considerably in our case. The second clarification was they lowered the take rate that they're looking for to 20%. Mm-hmm. They start out saying 30, now they're down to 20. And finally, on the poll question, they're going to use both telephone and power poles. Anything they can. If your property, happens to be a long ways from the street, the owner might have to pay for a pole, but anything that's along the street, they'll put up if needed, and that'll be just part of the implementation costs. There was a little bit of inconsistency. There are two different URLs that were published on the two different flyers. The one that ends in broadband takes you to the WRC's broadband page, and there's a button on there that links you to the survey, online survey, and another one to download the paper copy. So both will work. The second topic was reviewing the survey. Mostly this is a bunch of wordsmithing. To what they're trying to do is get at technical information through non-technical questions. Like, but the gist of the questions are: where do you live? What kind of service do you have? What kind of service do you want? How much do you think it ought to cost? And will you sign up? And these are worded in, terms like what services do you have, TV, internet, work at home, etc., which tells them what kind of bandwidth requirements you probably want. One meaningful suggestion was submitted by me, which was put a confidentiality statement in it. I'd like to take credit for that, but unfortunately it's my wife's idea. But so it does have a strong confidentiality statement now in the survey. And these, as I say, are available either for electronically or downloadable form. So our action items are post the button. I need to upload the website.
Okay.
If you could do that.
Yeah, I can do that.
Post the Facebook posting's already done. I'd like the board to authorize a mailing to the registered voters on one of those cards, like the warning card. And I brought the thing in the square is a single object, so you can just cut and paste that on the back of the card, and that'll do.
Do you have any sense of how many cards need to go out?
How many? I don't
We
know.
have 750 registered voters, but probably 400 are actually,
Residents.
well,
Household.
singles, like,
That's what I meant, yeah.
yeah.
And this is looking for a household's response, so not everybody in the house, but one person per house.
Right.
So that's $200 roughly. Well, if there's 400 divided by 2 is.
That's a pretty good
Okay,
estimate.
50 cents a
Yeah.
piece. Oh, I don't know what cards cost.
So, post the flyers, Joel's put one up in the post office, the town office is up, D&K's is up, Greg is.
The transfer station had one up. Dan is familiar with it too, so he can hand out cards.
Does he have one up? Because I didn't get.
He does have it. I mean, I gave him one.
Oh,
Yeah, that was on Sunday, maybe Saturday.
Cut up some of those handout cards on the sheet and print some of the paper surveys, and I would suggest just doing a few to have them handy. There's no need to do matches of them just yet. I'll take care of the town meeting. And the final one is I'm going to monitor the progress and see how well we're doing. It's supposed to be feedback available to the town reps, so I'll be able to keep you posted as how the survey's going.
Good.
That's about it.
Thank you. So
Thank
do we
you.
need,
Oh, sorry, I just want to add on and thank Chris, and just add to that I know we're pretty familiar with what's going on, but to step back maybe just a half a step, that this is pretty important. Wyndham Regional received a grant to do this, and just do a feasibility study of bringing broadband throughout the Wyndham region, Wyndham County area. So whatever your thoughts are, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but go on there and fill this out. It only takes maybe 10 or 15 minutes at the most. And whether you're happy with your internet, not happy, don't have it, do have it, it's all very important. So the responses are very valuable.
Can we, go ahead.
That should be appealed to whoever watches the video of this meeting.
Right, exactly.
And I don't know if this is appropriate, but at some point, Jamaica is gonna lose its SB cable. It's gonna be sold.
Comcast.
And I assume Comcast, that's gonna happen. I didn't go to the meeting. So keep that in mind. I know some people in surrounding areas pay a lot more than I do for less service. So it's gonna be more expensive. I don't know what this will end up being, but it'd be more incentive to.
Yeah, there's
take
no
the
cost behind
survey.
it, I mean, no pricing behind it yet, that's part of the feasibility study to see where it needs to be.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk at this meeting about price.
Yeah.
And about, somebody did mention SD cable, but mostly it was about getting a cheaper option than the satellite. And $100 seemed to be the bogey that they were trying to beat.
Apparently at the hearing, a lot of people who had experience with Comcast said that they offer a very good 2-year program, but generally they double it after that.
And just raise your bill whenever they want. Like every few months, my bill goes up.
Right. Right. And there were people there who claimed that they didn't get very good service from Comcast, but that's anecdotal, and I don't know what the truth is. A lot of people, Comcast claims to be very competitive, but they have 90% of the market. So.
Okay, do we need a motion to authorize expenditure?
I will make a motion to authorize the expenditure of approximately $250 to send a postcard to the households of the registered voters.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Is there any way to give us a possible number of what it might cost? Is because we pay for ours.
Yeah.
I think that's the next step.
Yeah,
That's what they're trying to find out.
Yeah, because that's going to be, if we're going to be in paying more than what we're already paying. Because I'm the only one who lives, well, actually, Kimberly does too, out in the country. So.
Again, that's the first step to find out.
We get direct TV.
When they
pay for that.
Yeah, when they get the business plan done, which will be before August, we should have that number.
Some number. Because that's going to make a.
Yeah, we're not signing up for anything, we're just getting information.
Yeah, but that is a very important number for us.
And there's no outlay from the town
Right.
to implement this. If the business plan looks favorable, there's no outlay of the town to build this out. I mean, our cost right now, and our cost forever will be $250.
Yeah.
So there's not like this is gonna come down to say, we need to do something down the road.
Any further discussion? All in favor here, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? None, so moved. So go ahead and get those things out for the cards. Pound.
Boy, I got plenty of time this week.
I'm sure you do, you only have like the world's worst election coming up.
I'll send you that tomorrow morning.
But
They
you
can
got-
actually
you
send
have
it
the list,
directly to
you got
Express
the list
Factory, Bob.
of all the
I
players.
can generate it, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do now.
If you generate that, and Chris sends it, I mean, Express Copy will do all the work, right?
Oh, good.
Yeah. No, send the creative to Sarah, and then you can send the list and this to Express Copy. I can help.
Right. All right, thank you very much. Next item on the list is, there is an update on the town hall.
Oh, yes. My last swan song. And that is, we have hot water in the bathroom. It's been connected. So the only thing that is left, and I think in the springtime, whoever takes over doing the town hall, are a couple of windows that need to be fixed. So I'm glad about that.
Yeah.
It got put in last week, Stuart.
Time to stir today, it's on demand, so it's not like it's cooking water all the time. It's on demand.
Yeah, which is really good.
Yeah. Excellent, very good, and thank you for all the time and energy you put into that. So next time I go, I will wash my hands in your memory.
That's nice.
Next item is time for public concerns. We have some public scattered around. Any concerned ones? I see heads shaking. Excellent. All our concerned citizens are happily concerned. Anything from the board? Anything else? Yes.
Just, I just feel like, you know, a little repetitive, but we really could use a town health officer. The next chair, if Paul doesn't take it or doesn't get elected, is going to inherit not only the chair, but they're going to inherit that job, technically. The board absorbs that, but the chair heads it up. So we need a health officer and a deputy health officer. And they won't let you just select the deputy, then he would become, or she would become the health officer.
Fortunately, it hasn't been really, really busy, so it's just one of those things you gotta have.
But needed.
Shouldn't have said that, but.
Right.
Candidate meeting tomorrow?
What's that?
Candidate meeting tomorrow?
Oh, tell us about that.
I don't know, what, was it 7 o'clock tomorrow?
I think it is.
Where is it?
7 o'clock? And it's over
At the church.
Yeah.
There'll be
Yeah.
snacks.
There'll be what?
There'll be snacks.
Oh, food.
Oh, geez, everybody.
We got
That's how they figure you get people there.
That's the only way.
That's why I did that.
Absolutely.
Because I'm really.
Anything else for the board?
I have a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second.
I have a second for the discussion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, we stand adjourned at, it looks like 7:40.
Woo.
Wow.
Well, good morning, and thank you all for being here. This spring, Vermont will join states across the country to participate in the U.S. Census. Now, this may not seem like the most exciting topic, but the census has tremendous importance to Vermont, and we've already begun work across the state to get a complete and accurate count. In fact, the census even came up in conversations with other governors while I was there in D.C. for the National Governors Association meeting last week, as well as when Speaker Pelosi spoke to us as well. So I'm pleased to have so many of our state, local, and federal partners here with us today to talk about this effort. Having a complete and accurate count on our population is critical in so many ways. It ensures fair representation of Vermonters at all levels of government and helps us to inform us on many important decisions we make, including the level of federal funds we receive. These decisions impact our work to grow the economy, make Vermont more affordable, and protect the most vulnerable in all of our 251 towns and villages. To help get the most accurate count possible, I signed an executive order in November creating a Vermont Complete Count Committee. And many of the members who agreed to help are here with us today. We know this will take the collaboration of community leaders, nonprofit organizations, local government, legislative leaders, federal partners, and more. And this committee is working to make sure that we meet our goals. Jason Broughton, our state librarian and chair of this committee, will share more on their work shortly. But in summary, this group is charged with identifying barriers to responding to the census and trying to break through those barriers so we have the highest participation possible. This includes partnering with schools and nonprofits, ensuring outreach in multiple languages, media and education campaigns, and more. And knowing certain groups are historically hard to count, this committee includes leaders and experts representing these communities in order to better reach them. I want to thank Jason and all members of this committee, including Secretary Kondos and representatives from the U.S. Census Bureau, the Vermont State Census Data Center, the Office of Veterans Affairs, the Howard Center, Disability Rights Vermont, the LGBTQIA Alliance of Vermont, Capstone Community Action, Association of Broadcasters, Vermont League of Cities and Towns, Vermont AARP, Voice for Vermont's Kids, and state agencies across my administration. So with all that, I'd like to now turn it over to Secretary of State, Jim Kondos.
Thank you. Ole, are you all set over there? Thank you. Just making sure. Good morning. As Vermont Secretary of State and Chief Election Official, I am a proud member of the Vermont Complete Counts Committee. It is also important and personal for me as a second-generation American, as my grandparents arrived on our shores in the U.S. 100 years ago. I want to stress the importance of the census and the importance of obtaining an accurate and complete count of all Vermonters. While a once every 10-year count of every person living in our cities and towns seems abstract, the census plays a fundamental role in our democratic process. Data from the census is critical to drawing our electoral maps. Yes, I know when it comes to Vermont's congressional map, there's really only one way to draw it. However, the accurate census data enables the Vermont Apportionment Board to accomplish its important task of configuring our legislative districts. From an election standpoint, an accurate and complete census count really comes down to ensuring fair representation, as the governor said, in our political process for every single Vermont resident. For those of you who don't know me well, I have over 30 years of experience as a public servant, 18 years on the South Burlington City Council beginning back in 1989, to my 8 years in the state Senate serving with the governor, and now nearly for a decade as Secretary of State. I cannot emphasize how important census data is to the basic functions of our local, state, and federal government. It's the primary tool for Congress and other federal agencies to use while making funding decisions that impact all of our citizens, our schools, our roads, and highways. Examples my colleagues and I were successful in securing recently, securing election security funding from Congress in both 2018 and 2019, with the support and leadership of the Vermont congressional delegation, namely Vermont Senator Patrick Leahy. Vermont's funding allocation was determined in part using critical census population data. I can also tell you from firsthand experience that census data is used by our city councils, select boards, and school boards to make decisions that shape their communities in big ways and small ways. The census plays a fundamental role in our democracy. While there are some who have sought to warp the census process for political or personal gain, I am thankful that is not the case here in Vermont. During my time in public service, I have served in a number of national roles. I served on the board of directors of the National League of Cities, the board of directors of the Council of State Governments, and most recently as the president of the National Association of Secretaries of State. In those capacities, I have seen how other states handle their support for the census and have gained a national perspective. I can tell you that Vermont is ahead of the game, and that is why I'm so proud to be part of this important work. I want to thank everyone who was here for helping ensure a complete and accurate count, and thank the governor for convening this important committee. It is now my pleasure and honor, where are you, Jason, to introduce Jason Broughton, State Librarian and the Chair of the Complete Count Committee.
Good morning, everyone. All right, I'm going to use some technology here. I'm kind of moving from print to digital. And the reason why I say that is for those who are paying attention and aware, you might not know that the census will be virtual for the first time ever. So you will be able to use that digitally. You can use it on your own device or seek places where there are public, let's say, computers. And that's why libraries, in my other capacity as state librarian, will be utilized hopefully quite frequently for those Vermonters out in rural and remote places. It's going to be a very different type of census in which you don't have, for example, a type of card that will be sent to you first with a code. That's gone. You simply will log on and take it as you need. But there is a sequence of events that we want to make sure under the executive order that we are very inclusive, extremely accurate, and want to make sure that every Vermonter is counted accurately. So what would it count when you look at hard to count populations? Excuse me. You'll be looking for a variety of people: rural areas, remote areas, isolated, youth, transient populations, migrants, people of color, those who are disabled. All of these persons in this state should be counted on that specific day. That day will be April 1st. Yes, it will be April Fool's as a social commentary, but the census will not be fake. It will not be a joke. Within that, we're going to make sure that people understand beforehand and afterwards the importance of participating. One of our hardest groups to actually connect with will be those who distrust government. That is a very unique conversation that we will have to have with a variety of people. We have had unique questions of how many questions can you leave off and it still be counted or accurate. We would not encourage that type of thinking. We're going to ask people to fill out simply 9 questions. And we have a variety of partners that we connect with our local complete counts, from the south to the north to the east and to the west of the state, especially of central Vermont. One asset that I would ask you to check out if you have some time would be on the census webpage, in which you can actually examine the state of Vermont to see where there are locations of very low response rates. Some of those tracts are not far from here, near Barrie, where I reside. You might not think that, but that means some people are saying this is not that important. For us, it is. This is funding that could be appropriated back to Vermont and utilized in a very specific way at the most useful of times, from emergencies to planning commission to boards. Without doing that, we would be hobbled. So with that, libraries will play a very unique role in helping shape a variety of access points for people to play if they are not able to have good connections or connectivity. In closing, one of the things that I would like to say is I simply will ask all of you to make sure that you make yourselves available to answer 9 simple questions while living in Vermont on April 1st and thereafter. Thank you. With that, I will now introduce Michael Mosier of the UVM Vermont Data Center.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. So Jason and I are on the statewide Complete Count Commission, and we're really excited to be doing this work, this outreach work. The Complete Count Commission, it has already met a couple times. We've got essentially a network. We're developing a network across the state of Vermont, advocacy organizations, state agencies and departments, and really reaching out through those networks and reaching into their networks as well to distribute the messages that we have about the Census Bureau to the state's diverse populations, and including all of those hard to count populations that have been mentioned. So we're really out there meeting with regional planning commissions, meeting with other complete count commissions that are local to different cities and towns across the state of Vermont, and coordinating our efforts with them. We're sharing some of the messages about safety and security of the census, sharing the message of the simplicity and ease of the questions and the form, and really trying to ensure that Vermonters have the best information possible to respond to the census beginning. Actually, mid-March is when they will start sending mailings out to addresses across the country, including here in the state. And folks will be receiving a postcard in the mail that they will be able to go online with and just follow a simple web link and take 5 minutes or less, really, to answer the form and be counted. And that's really what we're hoping that folks will do. It helps save taxpayer money if folks can do that online and not have to be visited eventually by an enumerator who will come to doors of households that haven't responded so far. So we're out there doing that work, and we really appreciate the governor's efforts on this behalf, and we hope that as we move forward, the word gets out there among all of Vermont's communities, regardless of citizenship status, regardless of your socio-demographic status. None of those things matter. What matters is that you're counted as a Vermonter. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Michael Harrington, who is the Commissioner of the Department of Labor. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. As a member of Vermont's Complete Count Committee, the Department of Labor is committed to the goal of generating an accurate and comprehensive count of Vermont's population during the 2020 census. Ensuring a complete count will have a major impact on the department as well as the state as a whole. Data points published by the department, such as our state's monthly jobs report and local employment data, as well as analysis performed by the department's Labor Market Information Division, are all derived from the census population data. Plainly, the more accurate the census, the more true our data is. This in turn drives decisions like policies to adopt or programs to fund or where to invest our money. For example, when we talk about refugee resettlement and new American incentive programs, that is based on census information. When we talk about equal pay and economic equality, that is based on census data. When we talk about tax relief, that is based on census data. These are just a few examples to illustrate the importance of having a complete count. More specifically, census data has a direct impact on how the federal government funds a variety of state programs, including the Department of Labor, and which communities are eligible for special federal assistance. At the local level, this can translate into downtown redevelopment opportunities, available financing for businesses, and accessibility of services and benefits. There are still a large number of census jobs needed to be filled across the state, so whether your goal is to simply do your part and support your local community, or maybe earn a little extra cash, I encourage everyone who's interested to apply to be a census taker. For those who are interested, there are many ways to apply, one of which is by visiting one of our 12 career resource centers across the state, where our staff have been working with the U.S. Census Bureau now for more than a year to assist in filling these vacant positions. In addition, the Department of Labor and the state of Vermont's Department of Human Resources are looking at ways to look within state government to encourage state employees seeking additional part-time employment to consider this important role. As we encourage state employees to take part in this historic event and support their local communities, I would also like to encourage Vermont employers to encourage their employees to also take part in this opportunity. Through these joint efforts, the 2020 census can prove to be a success for Vermont. Thank you, and now I'd like to invite Bob Stock from the Regional Census Center to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone here today, Governor, the leaders in the community, the trusted voices that are here to help us shape your future, the Vermont future, through the 2020 census. By the way, although I do work for the New York Regional Census Center, I am a Vermonter. I have lived here for 36 years now. So I'm vitally interested in making sure that we get a complete count and an accurate count. And my message is simple. The census is now, as our responses can be collected in less than a month. A successful census is easy to define, counting everybody once, only once, and in the right place. But first, we have jobs, as Commissioner Harrington mentioned and others have mentioned. Although the census is a national event, in order to be successful, it first has to be conducted at the local level with local workers who understand and represent their community. I can tell you that we're currently hiring at a pay rate of $20 to $22 an hour. These are great part-time jobs. They're flexible hours. You can work in your own neighborhood, work evenings and weekends, and you will be helping your community. It's easy enough to apply. It's on the 2020census.gov jobs website. It doesn't take very long. Second, we need census ambassadors. We need trusted voices in every community sharing the message that the census is safe, it is easy, and it is important. We do, as the governor mentioned, and others, that we do have the State Complete Count Commission. In addition to that, we have over 20 individual complete count committees working within Vermont. These are, some of them are town and city-based, some of them are more county-based. And they are bringing these trusted members of the community to get the message out about both the importance of the census and the jobs. We have over 600 partners in Vermont active that we're working with. All your responses, and second, in addition to that, we need to share the message that the census is safe, it's easy, and it is important. All your responses are private and confidential. It's safe. Title 13, which every census employee works under, it's federal law, and it protects every piece of data we collect. That means we cannot release any information that identifies an individual or a household, period. We cannot share any information we collect that would identify an individual or a household with any federal, state, or local agency, including law enforcement. So be assured, the census is safe. And the census is easy. As others have mentioned, there are 4 ways to fill out your form and self-respond. Online for the first time, as well as by phone, and for the first time, the census will be available in 12 non-English languages. These are toll-free numbers, by the way, on telephone, and each one of these has its own unique individual toll-free number, and it is answered by a live person. There's no voice prompt. In addition, if you prefer to fill it out by paper, you'll have that option as well. And finally, the most costly operation we do in the census is sending census takers door to door to collect the very information that you can complete online, over the phone, or on paper. So the census is easy. And again, as others have alluded to, it's important. Think money. More than $675 billion from the federal government funding vital programs like Medicaid, SNAP, Section 8 housing, Medicare Part B assistance, food stamps, on and on and on, school lunch. And think power. Legislative boundaries and congressional seats at stake. Yes, it's important. But I think one of the most important things to remember is that this is your census. We get one chance every 10 years to get it right. And I'm confident that by working together, we can achieve the most complete and accurate count possible for Vermont. Thank you. Governor? Thank you.
We'll now open it up to any on-topic questions first, as is normal.
Well, the most recent news heard of the census was the fight over the citizenship question. And for those who are undocumented, can you just address where that stands?
Look at Bob first.
The citizenship question is not on the census. That was decided, I believe, either spring or summer by the United States Supreme Court.
Are you concerned particularly about new Americans, others who might be scared away?
It is a concern. That is why we have partners that work within that community to make sure that those folks understand that the census is both important and it is safe.
Can you clarify the April 1st? That is the date by which what happens?
The official start of the census.
It starts and
but you will receive mailers and different items days to weeks prior to that. For example, like Alaska has already, in a sense, started because it's in a different zone specifically. But within that, you'll have a lot of announcement prior through mailers, informational items online. And then on April 1st, the census will roll out.
And it concludes when?
You said it concludes? Now that, I would say more or less around September into late October, and then the actual ending and wind down will complete by the end of 2020.
And finally, the GAO released a report yesterday that said that it raised a lot of red flags about the census, about its security, data security, as well as big challenges with recruiting across the country. Does that all translate here as well?
I say for Vermont, when it comes to that, the census has kind of, in a sense, allowed us to know that the type of systems that they're using are going to be extremely protective of confidential information that is demographic or can pinpoint somebody. The most, I would say, we'd want to be aware of is how those other systems, for example, if you are web-based, you're going to be fine using the census. But if somebody in their own internal home or, let's say, business is not secure themselves, that's a different type of conversation with that entity. But for confidential data by, let's say, statutes of the federal government, it is important that this information not be breached, compromised in any way. So the census has, I would say, assured us in a variety of different ways that it is a strong system, and they are very supportive of how it will actually interplay the rest of the year.
As well, Stuart, I did receive a phone call from someone on the federal level about the number of census takers, and they said that we're short about 1,000 in Vermont, and they're struggling to find people, as we are with everything else in our state. We have more jobs than we have people available, and this is going to be a struggle for us as well. But that's why we wanted to emphasize that this is part-time in nature. Pays $20 to $22 an hour, can do it nights and weekends. This could be, it could be students over 18, I believe, and as well, those who are retired or some are retired and need some extra cash for a short period of time.
Apart from this event, do you have other plans to sort of market that need and recruit people?
I don't know what you talked about, Jason, within the committee.
With Commissioner Harrison, we can kind of come up a bit. One of the things that we are doing from the Complete Count Committee for the state, we have connected with a variety of different partners. So, for example, being the state librarian, some of our libraries want to actually have hiring events. Department of Labor will also be doing a variety of things. Capstone will have a variety of community action items across the state that they're looking to do hiring events or make computers or information accessible at those points so people are aware that there are jobs that they can partake in. So we have a lot of people who are trying to let as many people know that there is employment if they would like to have it when it comes to the census.
I'll just say that I think we'll see a more concerted effort just even from the Census Bureau itself as we ramp up to make people aware. From the jobs perspective, we are reaching out to local communities. We are working through our regional career resource centers. We are using a variety of different means like social media to get the word out there. But I think that's where we would ask each of you to help us in getting the message out that there are positions available. So if there are people, whether they need extra cash or they are looking for work, there are positions available, and we're happy to help them. And they can do that directly online from home, or they can go to the libraries or even come into one of our resource centers, and we'll assist them to fill out an application.
What are the consequences if you don't end up hiring people to do a job, a part-time job, become full-time jobs, or you stretch out the process, or what sort of?
With that, I'll let Bob come and talk about that thoroughly, because these are positions with the federal government.
Pardon me. These are part-time jobs. Most of them will end approximately July 30th. However, at this point, if you're working for the United States Census Bureau, you have the federal government on your resume. And you do have the opportunity, of course, on the USA Jobs site to see if there's something that's there of interest to you. But most of the jobs, as I say, are temporary and would end July 30th. There are a few that might extend a little bit longer.
And I believe you were asking what happens if we don't complete by July 30th, right?
Not filling those 1,000 jobs.
Yeah. And our goal is to make sure that we do that count. And if we run into difficulties at that point in time, we'll probably be taking extra measures of some sort to be contemplated. Is that all the on topic?
Was there a particular trigger? You set up this commission in November. The census is still 6 weeks away-ish. Is there a particular reason you're doing this event now?
Well, I think it's, from my standpoint, a couple of reasons. One, just to make sure that Vermonters are acclimated and understanding what's coming and how important this is. But as well, the struggles we have with finding people to fill these positions needs a little bit of lead time. So we want to make sure we get out to as many people as possible to let them know that there's something here for you. So it's really about more of a public service campaign and something that I think is vitally important to the state.
And can you just clarify, what message are you sending to undocumented people who are in this country
Yeah.
What message do you want to send to those who are living in this?
I want to make sure that they understand that they're safe, that this information will not be used against them. This will help our state, but again, I just want them to have comfort that we're not going to utilize this, the federal government's not going to utilize this information for anything else, but we need to count everyone here.
And it won't be shared with law enforcement?
It will not be shared with law enforcement or any other entities. It's just for the census itself.
Despite the problems we've had at DMV?
Despite those issues at the DMV. This is totally separate.
You probably have friends and neighbors who are sort of suspicious of government by nature, and we probably have more than our share of those people in Vermont. We talk about new American communities, but that's a sizable component of Vermont as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't trust their government, and we have to do everything we can to convince them otherwise. This is a struggle. I'm sure it's a struggle every 10 years, and this is nothing new. But it seems as though with the number of those suspicious for different reasons grows, this is going to be more of a challenge for us. But again, that's why we have to make sure that we get the message out and give them comfort that we're actually here to help in some respects, and it'll help all of us in the long run.
I could add something to that. Just, you know, the folks that are suspicious of their government, this is really about getting counted so that their taxpayer dollars come back to our state. So it's a way to take that power back and keep it for themselves and keep it local here in the state. And I think that's a message that might resonate with some folks that would otherwise not be interested in having the federal government involved in their daily lives.
Anyone else? Any other questions on topic? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The section about the try to override your veto on minimum wage, Senate Leader Tim Ash said that he finds your administration to be uniquely unwilling to work on compromises, pointing specifically to the minimum wage bill. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, this was a compromise that the Senate and the House came up with. We weren't at the table, so to speak. And so they came up with their agreement, and it's not acceptable to me. That's why I decided to veto it. I have no doubt that it'll be overridden in the Senate. It appears the numbers are on their side, so then we'll see what happens in the other body.
Was there any compromise to be found on minimum wage?
Well, you never know. I mean, hopefully, if it's sustained, we'll see what happens. But you know, from my standpoint, I've said this consistently over the last number of years that I just don't believe artificially raising the minimum wage is going to help anyone, and I just feel that it will hurt the economy overall, particularly the rural parts of our state, and I'm concerned about that.
So how can you raise the minimum wage without artificially raising the minimum wage? I mean, it sounds like there is no compromise in your mind.
Well, again, we can focus on growing the economy, and the wages will raise by that growth, and I think that we've seen that, and I believe that we need to do more of it. I mean, this money just doesn't come out of nowhere. I mean, if you take use whatever math you want. I've seen some. I think the pro tem had mentioned a number that doesn't seem to add up to me, but if you use this number, you're talking about $200 million. It comes out of somewhere. It comes out of the economy. Somebody has to pay for it. So. We're fragile in this state, and particularly when you go up in the Northeast Kingdom, all along the Connecticut River corridor, eastern parts of our state, all parts of our state outside of Burlington. And as I said before, even New York realized that they did it in zones, 4 zones, because they recognized that there were different parts of the state that were more susceptible to economic burden.
It's fair to say on minimum wage that you could have spent months at the table with Democratic legislators, there's not going to be a compromise on this particular issue.
Well, again, I think that what I've said is New York took it upon themselves and had regions, different economic regions. You know, I'm more than willing to talk about, but I think there was maybe not in this conversation, but 2 years ago, I believe that there was an amendment on the floor in the Senate to just carve out one region, the northwest area of our state, around the Burlington area, and they could absorb it much easier than the Northeast Kingdom. So maybe that's a place to start.
How confident are you that you'll be in the, when it comes to the House, that you'll be able to sustain the veto?
I think it's going to be very, very close. In the House, it could go either way.
Your feeling about that hasn't changed because of the paid family leave, which would seem like an easier lift for House leadership than the minimum wage. Well, no, it may be because of it. I think that there's, politics will take place. For those who voted against increasing the minimum wage on the other side of the aisle, I'm sure there's incredible pressure on them to try and override my veto, regardless of how they feel about, regardless of how their constituents might feel. So we'll just have to wait and see.
What's your message to the 40,000 who will be denied a larger paycheck because of your veto?
Well, again, I believe that we have in place that the wages are going to increase. When I was in the Senate those 12 years ago, and we had this conversation, we had this debate on the floor of the Senate, and I was convinced to vote for an increase in the minimum wage and to tie it to the cost of living increase every single year. And we've done that. So it's not as though there's not increases coming to those who are making minimum wage. But I would say if we can help in any way, we have a lot of jobs available. If we can help with training, trying to give them a lift up to some of those higher paying jobs, we want to help in that regard. I think all of us have the common goal of supporting Vermonters, having them be able to keep more of what they earn, keep more in their pocket. But we have a different pathway to getting there. And one of the ways we could do that is not putting any more burden on them either from a tax standpoint.
In your recent comments on climate issues, you've talked about the fact that your administration has taken a proactive stance and has tried to pursue action while the legislature seemed more focused on taxation and deadlines and things like that. Could you, expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we did last year, I proposed last year, the last session, what I'm proposing this year, it's actually action items, whether it's with incentives for EVs or infrastructure or trying to bring more focus on some of the energy storage, which I think is essential as we move forward. So we're actually doing something about it. And what I'm seeing is a pattern of how are we going to pay for something we don't even know how much it's going to cost, and there's very few action items that I'm seeing. So I'm trying to shift the debate. Like, if you don't believe we're doing enough, then let's have that debate and let's prioritize. Maybe it means putting more money into EV incentives or more into infrastructure or whatever it is that we're promoting, or weatherization, for instance. We put a lot of money into weatherization every single year. But if we're not doing enough, let's have that debate and let's actually do something about it. And let's prioritize. And it may mean that we have to not do something in another area, but let's live within our means and prioritize the areas that we have common interests. Which is, the other side of that is living within our means. You're against raising the pool of revenue in any way to allow us to do more. Yeah. You reprioritize. Right. As we talked about, there's a couple of different ways to have Vermonters keep more of what they earn. One way is not to burden them with any more taxes. So I'm saying let's live within, we're already a very high tax state. Many Vermonters are feeling the burden of some of the actions we've taken in this building. Let's live within those parameters. And we have to do it in our own daily lives every single day, our own households, our own businesses, and you have to prioritize it. And you have to think about, want and need. What is it you actually need, and what do you want, and differentiate between the two. And you sometimes have to make difficult decisions. And I'm saying we may have to make a difficult decision here and prioritize those areas. For instance, I said, if we have a surplus at the end of the year, let's take part of that and put it towards climate change initiatives, things that will help. And I would say the focus might be weatherization. And if we took 25% of that surplus and did that, and if you compare, if it was a year like last year, that'd be $10 million more that we could spend for weatherization that would help Vermonters.
Do you think the legislature has not come to the table to discuss concrete plans, as your suggestion?
Well, we're still in the midst of the session. I'm hopeful that we can find areas of common agreement. And then maybe we'll shift some of this focus. I think they've come a long ways in some of the bills that I've seen, and we're willing to do more to make sure that we arrive at a place that we can both agree to and make sure that we focus on the areas that will benefit Vermont.
There does seem to be a backing away from the short and medium term goals that Vermont has set for itself. Are you focused pretty much solely on the 90 by 2050 and less concerned with the 2028, 2030, 20 whatever?
Yeah, I think I tried to explain this in previous press conferences. I believe the trajectory is a little bit different because of technology changes and acceptance and behavior changes and so forth. Putting an artificial goal in place by a certain date that isn't attainable doesn't help us, and it opens us up to all kinds of liability. I'm just saying, let's agree to a long-term goal. Maybe there's a midterm that we can agree to, and then let's move from there. Let's assess what we're doing now, and let's see what we can do, how much that's going to cost, and how we're going to get there, like we did with water quality. And I think that we should learn from that experience. And it took, admittedly, it took a lawsuit for us to get to that point. But let's learn from that, and let's not have the lawsuit. Let's actually do something about it.
You talk about setting goals, but the state already had goals that it was on track to missing terribly, and part of the reason, and this is the reason for the Global Warming Solutions Act, is to say you can't just set goals, but they have to be mandatory. Your administration talked about letting that kick in like 2050. Why?
Well, I don't think that's completely accurate. I mean, we're not trying to push it off completely till 2050.
Right, but not the sort of mandatory mechanism.
As I just described, let's figure out where we want to get to. Maybe there's a midterm point that we can agree to. And goals are important, but I don't want to open up us to a lawsuit that will just slow down the progress of whatever we're trying to do.
But why would setting goals, what makes you think that setting goals now would be any more, without some sort of additional enforcing mechanism, would be any more sort of effective than the goals that were set years ago?
Because again, I think we're taking concrete action is the most important thing. And if we just are debating about arbitrary type goals, that doesn't get us to where we want to go. And I'm saying, let's focus on action. Let's actually do something about it. Peter, is there anything else you want to add? You've been part of the conversation.
Thanks, Governor. I think there's a couple of clarification points. We're not changing any of the proposed goals. We're not changing any of the desire to make those requirements. What we're saying is that we need to have a plan in place and figure out what that's going to cost and work towards that plan. And instead of having litigation be the trigger that makes us do that work, let's make sure that we're all agreeing we're going to do that work and prioritize that. And in the language that we propose, there's actually, instead of litigation triggers, there's automatic triggers to reopen that work. Say, what are we doing to fill the gap that we missed it by if we miss it, right? Let's short circuit that step and get right back to work and figure out what we need to what dials we need to turn in order to make sure we make that progress. That's just a different form of approach that gets rid of the hook of litigation and gets us to actually getting to work and shortens that timeline.
So what is it about those triggers that would actually force the future administration, say, to meet the targets that have been set? I mean, what were the sort of carrots and sticks that are built in?
Sure, there are timelines associated with updating the plans and then getting to work on implementing those plans. And so, happy to talk with you more about it, but ultimately that's what we need to do. If we don't make a target, or if we don't make the requirement, or whatever we're going to call it, then we need to figure out what changes we need to make. That may be regulatory changes that's proposed in the current bill. It may be different incentives. We need to align with the current technology and make sure that we're pulling the levers that need to be pulled. And so that's ultimately what the plan needs to look at. And so it's, if we reopen the plan and get to work on updating the plan and then get to work on implementing, that's the thing that will actually get us there.
And as well, I think assessing, and they've, again, the House has come a long ways in their proposal, assessing what we're doing now is important and valuable because maybe we're spending a lot of money in the wrong areas. Maybe we should be focusing on areas that give us the best return. And whether, again, we spend, I think it's up to $12 million in the Agency of Human Services for weatherization. I know Efficiency Vermont spends a lot more money. I think all told, we spend $35 to $40 million on weatherization every single year. But if we're not doing that effectively and efficiently, maybe we should do more in that area. Maybe we're doing something else in another area that isn't giving us the best return on our hard-earned taxpayer dollars. With water quality, it was important, I think, to come up with, it's going to cost us $1 billion estimated. And we were able to figure out that's going to be $50 million a year over the next 20 years. So we came to that conclusion. And that's what I think we ought to do here, so that we don't just set an arbitrary goal and have no idea who's going to pay for it, how it's going to be paid for, and just open us up to all kinds of liability. I don't think any of us should be off the hook on this. Not future legislators, not future administrations. Let's deal with this now and actually put something into action.
To be fair to arbitrary goals, the Vermont's goals were set by looking at the IPCC's recommendations for limiting the impact of climate change. So they aren't really arbitrary. They are based on something.
Well, again, I think behavior change is going to half of our emissions right now, I think we all know, are related to transportation. And what is it we're going to do to shift in that area? We do relatively well in terms of electrification, in terms of power, about half of our emissions. But with Hydro-Quebec and others, we do pretty well. So we have that other 50% to take care of. And so how do we shift what we drive and how we do that? And I would say it's through incentives, behavior change, trying to get to more competition. I think there's all kinds of ways of doing it that we put into place. And if that's not enough, let's talk about what it is that it would take to get there. And so, again, I think we're focusing on the wrong areas and putting more of the burden on future legislatures and administrations far beyond any of us who are debating it today.
Do you think you're getting a bad rap on climate issues?
No, it's all fair. It's okay. I think that climate change is real. We have to do everything we can. We just have to be realistic about it. And just to set a goal and then just, wipe our hands and say we've done our job isn't good enough. I think you have to put some action into place.
There's a proposal in the building to prohibit Vermont schools from flying anything other than the national and state flag. I guess is really focused on the controversy surrounding the Black Lives Matter movement. Is that a proposal that would be approved, or what are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, at first I've heard of it, actually, but I think it's a local control type of issue. I think you should be able to fly whatever flag you want.
It would not, there's not a problem here that needs fixing.
I don't believe so, no.
Your administration signed a 5-year contract for blockchain technology in the traffic tech industry. Why do you think that's an effective use of state funds?
I think blockchain is the future. I think that using this technology to make sure that we protect and track the use of this, I think it protects everyone. So I think it's just a good use of this new technology, and I think it can be utilized in other areas as well.
You know how much the state's spending on the contract?
I do not.
Is it something you'd like to see expanded to other agricultural fields? Why just them?
Well, I don't know if it's just to agriculture. I think it's just the concept of blockchain technology could be utilized for almost anything. I think about it in terms of some of, like motor vehicle with proof of origin and so forth. They wait long periods of time to get their title, and maybe with this technology, maybe we could utilize it to get to be able to make sure these transactions happen quicker when you're trying to pay off a mortgage company or so forth. I think that's the part that I think is exciting about the future in terms of blockchain. But it could be used in other areas as well. I don't know enough about it. I don't think any of us do, unless you do. But I think it's something that we should explore.
Explain blockchain in 25 minutes.
Governor, the Super Tuesday's coming up, and Vermont is part of it. And I'm wondering if you can share with us who you might be backing.
Well, suffice it to say, I think I've said enough last week to give you an idea who I probably won't be supporting. Governor Weld is someone who is on the ticket. I've met with him before. I think a lot of him and his platform. So I would be supporting him.
Is he gonna come?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I have no idea.
So the tax and regulator bill is continuing to move along. I don't think everybody in here knows the concerns by now, but some of the recent changes to the bill, have you been paying any attention to those in the House side? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I haven't paid a lot of attention to the bill other than my 3 conditions. And I've said, you know, if they meet my conditions that I have, it's pretty simple, that I'm not at no, I'm at yes if. So
yeah, do you have any thoughts about some of the revenue projections at this point?
I don't believe it's a lot of money, so we shouldn't count on that for solving all of our problems here in Vermont, our financial problems. But again, I've said before, I think the after-school program could be one area that it could be utilized in.
The VSEA, they're rolling out their own plan. I don't know if you've seen it, but for the replacement of Woodside, there's 2 potential plans, like a no reject facility. I wonder if you've seen the plans yet from Steve Howard and what you think.
I haven't personally, but we're still planning, forging ahead. The closure, from my point of view, will happen July 1.
Do you know when we could see the RFPs?
RFPs for closure?
Or for the company or the organization that will eventually provide the
Yeah, we're working that out. We have a plan in place. We're looking for other opportunities as well. Okay.
One other thing, tomorrow is a special day for many women around the country, and I am sure the romantic that you are, you would want to share with us your plans. So.
If I told you, Stuart, it wouldn't be a surprise then, would it? Yeah, you never. I just want to make sure you get it right. If I tell you, suffice to say, I do know tomorrow is a big day.
Are you going to open your wallet?
I usually do.
Within the constraints of available funds.
Within the parameters of my wallet. I am not going to extend beyond that. Thank you very much for coming in.
Hi, this is Pat McDonald, your host for Vote for Vermont, where our tagline is listening beyond the soundbite. I'm once again alone in the studio. The boys are somewhere, who knows. But anyway, my guest today is Erica Bundy Reddick, who is an independent candidate for Burlington City Council. This is the first time we've interviewed somebody for the council, and I'm very excited about it. Welcome.
Thank you.
Long stretch here.
Thank you.
Because we said we'd give the floor to candidates, so if you're interested, come on. And Burlington plays such an important part in Vermont's economy and just being there for shopping. It has stores. I love it. But can you share a little bit with our viewers of who you are and your background and why you want to jump in?
Yeah, that's my name. Well, again, Erica Reddick. My background, I born and raised in Vermont, had the pleasure and privilege to get to move to Texas about 10 years ago, kind of see a different way of doing politics and government.
Right.
And then my husband and I moved to Los Angeles because he's a filmmaker, so seeing the polar opposite of Texas. And then moving back to Vermont and seeing that Vermont is going the way of California and how that has really decimated the economy of that state and how much it's harmed people, it really sort of spurred this desire to try to make a difference.
Right.
And so when we moved back here to buy my grandparents' house in Burlington, started to see how convoluted the regulatory environment is here, started learning more about what was going on in the government and things like that. And I just said, I can't not say something. If no one else in Burlington is willing to stand up and say what is true and what is right, then I'm going to.
Good for you.
Thanks.
Good. Well, that council is in the news a lot for a variety of different reasons, but it's a very active council. It's I guess the structure is mayor-council, right? It's a mayor-council sort of thing. So what's the role the mayor, does he report to the council, or what's the relationship there?
Actually, it's really interesting, and I'm learning more and more about what historically had to take place for Burlington to essentially become a little mini dictatorship. So the mayor, as an example, has control or a say over the fire department, who the fire chief is, the police chief, and the fire department. So most cities across the country, as an example, the police chief does not report to the mayor. He is another elected official. He's appointed by the council or some other body, police commission, something like that, so that that position is not used for political purposes, which it often is in Burlington, unfortunately. Same with the fire department, with the public safety tax we'll talk about later. And the city council, interestingly enough, should be able to, and theoretically does have the ability to override the mayor's initiatives to veto his budget and do things like that, but they don't. So the mayor may be a Democrat, but he's very much a progressive, and so is much of the council. And what happens is, not only is the council overrepresented by progressives, the mayor is a progressive. He then gets to appoint these very large and important other department heads, and additionally then the city council and the mayor get to approve who goes on the commissions. So all the commissions and committees are overrepresented and almost completely staffed or filled, I don't know what the right word is, by progressives.
Not much balance.
No balance. No balance at all. And so in a city that talks a lot about diversity and the need for diversity and inclusion, that does not include conservatives or Republicans. We don't need that kind of diversity in Burlington, apparently.
Love it. So that's a good time to my next question, because I read in several different places you're a conservative libertarian. Said so in the print, but I don't know if that's running as an independent, but you were also included in the list of ag-Republican candidates, which is something John Clark had started with the people that he's recruited to run. Which I must give him credit for. There was about 11, when you were at that event at the State House, there was about 11 new people, never involved in politics, who he got to jump in. Which I think is great.
It is.
So how does that all blend together to make you who you are?
That's a great question. And I was misquoted as saying I'm a conservative libertarian. What I said was I'm a liberal conservative.
Oh,
and that's
well,
not your fault.
That makes I did read it.
I know. I commented on the article and I said, hey, you misquoted me. Because I think when you say conservative in Vermont, that means a lot of things. And unfortunately, I think our national politics has sort of muddied the waters in local politics, unfortunately. Right. People have a lot of opinions about what's going on nationally. I understand. But those things don't, not that they don't affect us locally, but to me, you know, what's going on at the White House and in the legislature, if we're going to talk about local elections, we need to talk about what are the local issues and what are people's stances on the local issues, because that's what we have control over here. Right. So I joke and I say I'm a liberal conservative because, like most Vermonters, I was raised that you don't care about what goes on behind closed doors. You know, it is not my business who you choose to sleep with, who you're in love with, whatever, as long as you're not hurting other people or me or encroaching on my constitutional rights, you do you, I'ma do me, you know, as they say. And that's how it should be. You know, that's how I was raised with those values, and that's how I think it should be. So now, in order to maintain that liberalism, you have to be a conservative. You have to value freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, Second Amendment rights that protect all of the other rights. If you don't value the constitutional basis of this republic, then you don't actually value those liberal ideas, because without them, you don't get to say what you want. You don't get to say what you think. Right. You know, if you are, as an example, if you are somebody who thinks that all conservatives are racist, sexist, homophobic bigots,
right. You missed a few. I had to look one up when I heard the diatribe that they use. I actually had to look a word up because I didn't know it.
It's true. Yeah. And so conservatives will fight for you to insult us. We will fight for you to say horrible things about us because we believe that it is your right in the public square to say what you believe to be true. Right. But they won't do that. They won't do that. They're going to fight and try to tell you that whatever you say is hate speech if they don't like it. Right. And then you will be shunned from the public square. And now in Burlington particularly, Vermont generally, but Burlington particularly, there's no freedom of assembly. There's no freedom of speech. There's none of that. Because if you do...
Why do you say no freedom of assembly or speech? Do you have examples?
Really? I could give you 100 examples, but the most recent one that you'll find on like WCAX and stuff like that was there's a group called, I think it's called Gender Integrity. I've tried to find more information. I tried calling the mayor's office. I tried calling the library. I said, maybe I'm missing something that is going on with this group that I haven't been able to find, so I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Please tell me why they're so awful. So this group, Gender Integrity, wanted to have a meeting at the Fletcher Free Library, a publicly funded place.
Open to the public,
Okay, so they wanted to have a meeting to discuss their concerns about trans rights. The woman in charge, first of all, oh my God, I can't remember her name. I think it's like Lehrer or something is her last name, is a lesbian, a feminist, a hardcore feminist lesbian. Okay, so she's like supposedly included in this progressive group. So she wanted to have a conversation about trans rights overtaking women's rights and the loss of protected spaces for women with things like the Equality Act and stuff like that. Part of the other concern that she wanted to discuss and just talk about, because these are really hard questions that we have to wrestle with as a community. She wanted to talk about the legislation that they're trying to lower the age where you can transition. So start taking hormones, get gender reassignment surgery and all that. So they want to lower the age from 21.
To what?
I think 18.
Oh, okay.
Which I mean, this is a major, major life decision. I don't know a lot of 18-year-olds who make good decisions. Period. Let's be real. I did dumb stuff when I was 18. I think we all did. And I'm not saying that transitioning is dumb. I'm just saying that when you are going to make a life-altering decision that comes with health consequences and all kinds of things.
Yeah. It's not a decision you can easily reverse.
Exactly.
And say, just kidding. I've done this for a year or two, and
now I want to go
you gotta
back.
Make sure that is who you are.
So they got so much pushback, and they were bullied so badly that they canceled the meeting.
Oh, that's terrible.
And now the woman won't respond to any inquiries from anyone
Right.
to ask questions about what happened.
I was going to say that just today, there's several women's families who, it was high school kids who ran in a race with several transgender women who are men, and of course all the men won the races, and the women were a little upset about it because they're, which I didn't think about, they were losing out on college scholarships.
Potential to go on to other higher levels, even not in college.
Right,
Exactly.
Right, and so they filed a lawsuit today, which I thought was interesting.
I think that we all, I shouldn't say we all, I want to be compassionate, and I am. If we're in a one-on-one conversation, I'm going to treat you with the same dignity and respect as I would treat anyone.
Right.
Because every human being deserves to be treated with dignity and respect. We don't have to argue that. No one, I know there are probably some really terrible people who would argue that, but we're not talking about that.
Right.
We're talking about good, kind-hearted people who are concerned, who are afraid for their own rights to be taken away, who are afraid for their own privileges to be taken away. Women and young girls get to learn how to fight, how to take care of their bodies, how to, I mean, literally, one of the reasons that boys benefit from being able to wrestle and do things like that is because they learn how to fight and control their own power. So when little girls, I've told people this forever, you want to stop sexual harassment, you want to stop girls from getting raped and sexually assaulted and all those things, put every single little girl in a Taekwondo class.
There you go.
Or a Krav Maga or something like that. Teach them how to use their weight. Teach them how to fight for themselves. Teach them the confidence and the courage to defend themselves. And we won't have nearly the problems that we do with the gender, issues. Because women will have learned how to take care of themselves, how to compete, that they're capable. Women learn those things just like boys do from competition, from sports. And if you set up a scenario where now women and girls are having to compete against biological boys, you have now eliminated their ability to have the same benefit that the boys do.
That's an interesting, I love the way you're looking at this issue. I'm going to steal it. No, that's really, I hadn't looked at it that way. That's great.
It is, and I'm a little bit nervous to talk about it even because...
But it makes sense.
This is one of those topics that if you say anything that is not outside, I mean, I will get ripped to shreds for this, for saying the thing that is obvious. And what happened out of that, they canceled their event, the Gender Integrity canceled their event because of the backlash, and then Councilwoman Freeman brought a resolution to City Council. It wasn't pre-announced. It wasn't even read at the City Council.
Oh, it wasn't warned? Ooh.
Condemning hate speech, condemning these people for even wanting to have a conversation about their fears and their concerns about their rights and their safe spaces and our children.
Now see, my impression of Burlington is completely opposite than what you're just explaining. I think it's an open whatever, whatever you want.
Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay.
It was. When I was growing up, I grew up in Milton, graduated high school in St. Albans, lived in Burlington in middle school, so I went to Lyman C. Hunt, graduated Champlain College, lived there and worked there since I was 18. Burlington was the place that everyone could go and let their freak flag fly, and it didn't matter.
Right.
And everybody was welcome.
It was the charm of the place. You'd walk down Church Street and you were surrounded by lots of different people, and it was great.
When I moved to Austin, Texas, they have this little saying. It says, "Keep Austin weird," and I was like, I'd look around and be like, y'all have clearly never been outside of Texas, because if you think this is weird, you have no idea. Come to Burlington or San Francisco or something and see. And that was the beauty of it.
Right.
You know, growing up, we had a senator that was a Republican, a senator that was a Democrat, and a socialist independent as our representative.
Right.
That was Vermont to me. Yeah. And I used to brag to people, you know, I was raised that you vote for a politician based on the content of their character, not their genitalia, the color of their skin,
right,
or all of these immutable characteristics that we decided a long time ago were not appropriate ways to judge people.
Right, right.
And yet somehow in the 10 years that I was gone, we flipped back to that. And now your opinion only matters based on the color of your skin, the nature of your genitalia, who you choose to have sex with, and all of those other things.
And we don't even ask what you stand for, right? We don't ask those policy
It doesn't matter.
questions, right?
It doesn't matter.
I'm right with you.
Yep, it's shocking to me.
Yeah. So I may be able to answer this question myself. What do you think? Because there's quite a few people running, I'm understanding. And there's a write-in for Kurt. And I know you, in one article I read, you said you weren't going to run if Kurt was running. And so he said he wasn't running because he's doing this radio show or TV show.
Yeah, it's a radio show.
A radio show. And so he would have to stop the show because of federal laws. So he said, no, but now somebody's instigated a write-in campaign, which that's real. When you think about it, you can't really show the difference between you and he because you can't debate.
Nope. So
I don't know what I think about that. But anyways, my question was, what do you bring to the table that others don't? I know Matt Coda's running. Do you know Matt Coda?
In Ward 4?
Oh, I wonder. No, in for the council, but maybe it's South Burlington. Never mind that comment. How do you stand out from the others?
Oh my goodness. I stand out wildly. And actually, it's really funny. We did our first candidate forum on CCTV, Channel 17, and I laughed after because Sarah Carpenter and I could not be more opposite. Almost every question was about taxes and the economy. Yeah. And, do you support the tax increase? I said no to all of them. Right. She said yes to all of them. She has spent her career, I don't know a lot about her, so I don't mean to sound like I'm disparaging because I'm sure she's a lovely woman. But her career has been spent figuring out how to spend taxpayer dollars, how to get more in taxpayer funding, how to get more out of the government in order to redistribute that wealth.
Right.
I have spent my career helping businesses grow and thrive,
you're
avoid
an accountant
bankruptcy.
by trade,
Yes.
right? And you have your own business?
I do.
Firm? Yeah. That's
Yep. I have an accounting consultancy called I Love Your Money.
Oh, I love it. That's great.
And, what I do is work with small to medium-sized businesses, often who spent a few years trying to save money by having their mother-in-law do their bookkeeping.
Oh, right.
And now it's 3 years later and they can't get funding because it says they have negative $500,000 in accounts receivable and they can't figure out why.
Thanks, Mom.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, yeah, you probably don't owe your clients $500,000.
Right.
I mean, this was an actual thing that happened.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. So, a lot of times QuickBooks bills itself as this great software that anybody can use. But if you don't have a bachelor's degree in accounting, if you don't understand debits and credits, if you don't understand the economy and taxes and business regulations, it doesn't matter how easy the buttons are to push.
Right.
So I work with a lot of folks. Like I have one client in particular, we started working together. He had 2 employees. He used no time management software. He had no idea how long his projects were taking. He was nearly bankrupt. 5 years later, he has 10 employees, a nice chunk of change in the bank that will be buying his own office space with.
Reinvesting, excellent.
Exactly.
Right.
Just completely turned around. And that's what I really love to do.
That's great.
It's really fun.
Well, that would be an asset to Burlington. Yeah. Challenge thee. What are you doing?
Yes.
You're getting your money's worth out of it.
I really often ask myself, I'm like, and this is this is totally rude, and I know it is, but every time I go to city council and I see like the housing initiatives and things like that, I'm like, do you guys not do math?
Right.
This is basic addition and subtraction. I'm not sure why you think any of this stuff is a good idea.
Right.
And I think that we have a council and a mayor who are compassionate.
Yes, that is true. Right.
And they care about people.
Yep.
What seems to be missing is the ability to regulate and say no, and be realistic about what's possible and what's not.
Right.
So we want to help everyone, right? And I learned this term, it's called pathological compassion, right? So we just want to be nice to everyone, and we want to do everything that we can, and we want everybody to be okay. And that is an awesome goal. I love that goal.
But
you can't, but you have to pay for it.
Right.
You have to pay for it. And so, well, we'll get to the next. I'll let you ask the next question.
No, that's okay. Are people leaving Burlington as they are in the rest of the state? Have you those numbers? I'm just curious about that.
I actually don't know the numbers off of the top of my head, but Chittenden County is the only place that's growing.
Growing, well, because there's opportunity there, so people can make the money to pay the taxes.
It's the only place with jobs. Right. It's the only place, I shouldn't say the only place, I know that's hyperbole, but it's one of the, other than the Northeast Kingdom, which I think still has some good manufacturing gigs and stuff like that, it's the only place that has an industry to support people. Now that being said, we aren't growing as much as we might be if the state weren't struggling so much.
Right.
And in fact, part of the reason that we are having an exodus of people is because of Burlington. So, you know, as goes Burlington, so goes the rest of the state, or as goes Chittenden County, so goes the rest of the state. So when you have this is another way I can point out the difference between Sarah and Kurt and I.
Right.
Sarah in the candidate forum the other last week said, you know, we need to have the state redo the housing, or excuse me, the education funding, because we have special issues here in Burlington that they don't have in the rest of the state, and we need more money.
Sign them up.
Right? Sounds good.
Yeah, right.
Right, except that education funding, that increase in education funding, comes from the rest of the state.
Yes, right.
So Burlington has made decisions to strangle its economy so that we don't have enough money. Burlington has made decisions to bring low-income people who have to be taken care of with social welfare services. Burlington has made these decisions that have created the problems and now expect the rest of the state to pay for it.
Right.
So poorer communities like Fletcher and Westford or whoever, we have the gall to expect them to pay our bills when it's our own fault that we're struggling financially?
Yes.
I don't know how you justify that.
I like this. Keep talking. Because the one thing I got involved in the legislature was the cleanup of Lake Champlain.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who said that's Burlington's problem, let them pay. And I'm one of in this particular instance, because I agree with what you said, that the lake has such an impact on us, the state, from an economy perspective, that I think the rest of the state should pitch in and help clean, because the lake is so important to all of us.
Agreed.
Even if it's not in my backyard and I can't see it, but it's close enough, and it attracts people, and so that you can quote me, but that's the one I would share in, because if we don't clean that lake up, I think we're doomed.
Well, and that's actually an interesting conversation too. I recently learned that part of the reason we're having such a hard time with phosphorus, there was a federal program early in the 20th century where the federal government was telling farmers to put phosphorus on their land. So now we're punishing farmers and putting them out of business for something that's actually the federal government's fault.
Exactly. Yep.
And so I have a conversation with people a lot about our relationship with the federal government, because as you may know, Vermont is a state that gets more in federal funds than we give. So we get more in grants and things like that than we actually contribute to the general fund. So we are a receiver state, is what they say. And so I've spoken to a lot of legislators and people like Sarah who would say, well, we have all this money, we get all this federal grant, we need to be able to whatever. Those come with costs and consequences later down the road. I would be willing to bet you any money that phosphorus program came with some other benefit. We had to contribute something. It probably meant something. And now decades later, we're suffering the consequences for being willing to take that handout.
Very few people remember that, the federal government and phosphorus. And when we were having the discussion around the state, you'd bring it up and they'd be like, what?
Exactly.
You know, it's the farmer's fault. We can fix it.
Exactly. And it's just, people are not willing to learn history before they make their decisions. And I would just pose, again, the fact that Vermont gets more federal funds than we give is our fault. It's our fault. So we make laws that cause businesses to leave. We raise taxes so that people leave. We raise the regulatory burdens so that building anything costs you $100,000 in Act 250 permits before you've even started. And then, so Vermonters, or our legislature, is the reason that Vermont is poor. And then we have the expectation, because we want it to be green or we want whatever, and then we have the gall to tell the rest of the country that it's their responsibility to subsidize our way of life.
That's great.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, they don't get it, the legislators.
No.
Wait till you see the new Act 250 bill that's it's gotten out of committee and it's going over to, I think, maybe House GovOps or Ways and Means, and then to the Senate. It's just a dandy. A couple 100 pages. It's great.
It's and that's what, so Vermonters, in addition to our legislature, city council, Burlington residents actually believe, whether they realize it or not, that it is the rest of the country's responsibility to pay for us to have clean air and water and all of that stuff, not ours. And that is just a very immature way of thinking
that's
about
sort
money.
of the same, as you're saying, it's sort of the same thing where a lot of people think the government should take care of us. You know, right here in Vermont, well, they should take care of us rather than let me work and contribute.
And take care of myself, take care of my family.
Right? Yeah. Oh, not in my family. I talked to somebody the other day. I've been working since 1964. If you figure that out, that's a long time. So tell me, I've read a couple things about what is the main focus. I'm running on the platform, whether it's schools, taxes. I don't know how much you're involved in the opioid crisis, but
yeah. So schools, taxes, well, schools as it relates to taxes.
Yes, right.
Local control for sure, but property tax relief, property tax reform, stimulating the economy, and public health and safety. And public health and safety actually doesn't get a lot of attention because everything has been so focused on the economy and taxes. But also partially because without the money to pay for public safety,
yes, you can't do much. Right.
So everything really starts with a foundation of a strong economy where we have good businesses that provide good jobs with multiple layers of pay and experience needed. You know, we want the executives that get paid a couple $100,000 or more, but then we need the blue collar workers. We need the entry level jobs for our teenagers and those right out of college, things like that. So we need a good, robust business environment so that people want to do business here. When we bring that economic activity back, we'll have the tax base we need to lower taxes and pay for things like public safety.
And one of the you may save on guns because one of your council people proposed no guns. There's a savings right off the top. I was really impressed with that. I went, oh my goodness.
Well, and what's wild is that at the same time they want to disarm the police and disarm the populace with gun laws, they're also releasing violent criminals.
Yeah, right, exactly.
They're not locking up, you know, I don't know if you know this, but I had someone share an experience with me, a police officer, who had arrested someone for domestic violence. This is in Burlington.
Yeah.
Had arrested someone for domestic violence. They pick them up, they bring them in, call the judge, hey, we picked up so-and-so,
Yeah, right.
we gotta, you know, whatever. Judge says, no custody, release them, have them show up to court tomorrow. So he's just beating his girlfriend.
Right. Oh, and he just
Gets released immediately, same night. Goes back same night, beats her up again, get the cops called again, they pick him up again, bring him down. Call the same judge, hey judge, we just picked him up again, he beat her up again, what's up? Judge says, no, 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 let him go, more conditions. He goes back a third time.
Oh my God.
Nearly kills her.
Whoa.
This time, we'll remand him to custody.
What a great guy.
But this idea that like, oh, everybody, we're not going to we're going to decarcerate violent criminals because so you're going to release violent criminals on the street. You're going to make it so the police can't do their job, and I'm not allowed to protect myself either.
Right.
What?
Right.
How is that anything other than insanity?
Yeah. Did you go to the jail discussion over at from VT Digger?
Unfortunately, I did not get to attend.
Well, it's on. You've got to watch it. It's on.
Oh.
It's on VT Digger's the whole thing. One of them, who shall remain nameless, because I'm going to do a show on this, said that in domestic violence, if the person kills the partner, chances are he will never reoffend again. So you had to be there. So because the whole audience is clapping except for me and the two friends on either side of me, and we were just sitting there going, what? Because they and you should never lock up women because they've been abused and they've, you know, never mind what they did to their kid.
So
you should go listen to that one. That's a dandy.
So one of the reasons that public health and safety in this whole thing is so important to me is because I'm a recovering addict. I'll celebrate 11 years sober in March.
Congratulations.
Thank
seriously.
you. Thank you very much. Having actually been a drug addict and understanding what is required to get well,
right,
and having worked very closely with other addicts to help them get sober, this idea that everyone is just the victim of society,
right,
and that with a little therapy, people will stop human trafficking, people will stop harming each other, people will stop whatever, is baseless and completely unfounded.
Right.
I literally do not understand and cannot comprehend where this idea comes from. Because if you ask anyone in recovery, anyone who was a criminal and got reformed, there is not a single one who will say, you know how I got better? By the society turning a blind eye to what I did, allowing me to continue to terrorize people on the street, and tell me that I'm just the victim and that nothing is my responsibility.
Because he had a bad childhood. They've got beat up and blah,
no
blah,
one
blah.
has ever gotten well that way. And I can tell you for a fact that no one ever will. Because the way that you, as a recovering addict or a criminal, somebody who's been in jail and all these other, the way that you earn your dignity back is by taking responsibility for what you've done.
Right.
No one gets better any other way. You have to hit rock bottom. You can't have people telling you that it's okay to sleep in other people's yards and in their places of business. You can't tell people that it's okay to behave badly.
Right.
You can't tell people that they get to commit human trafficking, trespassing, theft, and all of those things, and that they're just the victim of society and expect them to get well. They have to hit rock bottom, which normally includes some kind of interaction with the police or something like that, to get smacked awake.
Well, what kills me about the police these days is they are almost asking that instead of being law enforcement, that they're being social workers. I mean, here at the studio, we did an 8-part series on opioids, treatment, prevention, and enforcement, wellness, and the law enforcement people we had on here is like, they don't want us to enforce the law. They want us to be social workers and confront the issues right there and then.
And that's not what they're trained to do.
For sure. Right.
That is not what they're trained to do. And frankly, to be perfectly honest, I don't want the police to care about my feelings. I want them to care about my safety.
There you go.
I want them to make sure that I'm okay. And if I'm a danger to myself and others, I want them to be responsible for that. If I am a danger to myself and others, please save me from myself.
There you go.
And if that means arresting me and throwing me in jail, which for me personally, that is what happened.
Right. Ah.
That was the beginning of me getting to see that the way that I was living was not working.
Right.
But I, like many Vermonters, grew up or were living in a place where we were losing our ability to make jobs. You don't see the opportunity to raise a family and afford things. You don't have a lot of hope.
Right, right.
And then, unfortunately, some of us have bad things that happen to us. So as an example, or my personal experience, I was drugged and sexually assaulted in my early 20s. And that led to a lot of not good emotional issues, as you would imagine. And that definitely contributed to me turning to drugs and alcohol to deal with the pain and the suffering that was caused by that. But I will never in a million years tell you that it was because of that that I became a drug addict and an alcoholic. It's not because of that that I committed a crime and had to suffer the consequences. It was because I didn't have, I'm going to restate that. I've had a lot of bad things happen to me in my life.
Not sure how to respond, but I'm very sorry for all this.
But it doesn't make me a victim.
Well, you can sense that just hearing you talk.
Because as a grown person, you know, maybe when I was a teenager and I got bullied so badly that I had to drop out of high school my senior year, I would have thought of myself as a victim back then. When I got drugged and sexually assaulted and then re-victimized by the judicial system, I probably would have told you I was a victim back then. Any number of bad things that have happened to me in my life, I could choose to see myself as a victim and use that as an excuse for bad behavior. And I did for a long time because I was told that I was a victim.
The victim, right?
And when you tell people that you're a victim, that they're a victim, you take away their agency to change their lives and to get better. And if at any point in that period of time I had had a guidance counselor or someone else, instead of saying, Erica, you are a victim, you should wallow in self-pity and feel awful about yourself. If somebody had at any point said to me, Erica, you are not a victim, and here's why. Here's how you can turn this around. Here's what that looks like. I needed a mentor in my life to help guide me and shape those things. I didn't need the government telling me that I was a victim and that I didn't have to take responsibility for myself. And it wasn't until I had someone who was willing to be that mentor. It wasn't until I got smacked down by my drug addiction. It wasn't until I had to fully suffer the consequences of the choices I had made that I got to make a different decision.
And now look at you, very impressive. Seriously.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, I've never had, thank you, never had any of these experiences because I think my father would have killed me, so there you go. So we just ended it, Dad. But I have lived a very sheltered, I've been out in the public and worked for state government, but for some reason I've just been in this little bubble. And some of the things that people say to me, I'm like, what? I listen and I try to understand, but it's hard sometimes because you haven't, thank God, experienced it, but I give you a lot of credit.
Well, and the best we can do is be empathetic.
Yep.
And of course, I make the joke all the time that everyone in Burlington and our legislature basically has to go to Al-Anon. And I'm probably not supposed to say that on like public television or whatever. But what is missed about people struggling with drug addiction and alcoholism is that you can't save them.
Unless they want to be saved, right? Right.
You cannot, it doesn't matter how much money you throw at the problem, they have to decide for themselves.
Right.
So as an example, by letting people just sleep on the street and in the foyers of buildings and really decimating what is left of the economic activity in Burlington, you lower the bottom.
Yep.
And so they have to get even worse and fall even further before they have that moment where they wake up.
Right.
And so if people could just understand that what they believe is compassion is actually more harmful, I think we could start to see something different.
Now you must see, along with all of that, we had a guy who does politics, always talking about politics, giving his insight into it. And I asked him in the show, I said, what do you see in Vermont is the worst thing that we're going to be dealing with? And he said homelessness, which really, speaking of the bubble, I was like, what are you talking about? And he said homelessness because it's also food insecurity, mental illness. It's all wrapped up into one, which is about if somebody's got a roof over their head and a place to live and feel safe, which is what you're talking about.
And they can take care of their family, have enough to do, be a part of a community, be together.
So he said that's what he sees in our future that is just going to be devastating.
Absolutely.
Well,
and the policies that are being followed and pushed just make it worse. All you have to do is look at Los Angeles, Portland, Austin. So lived in Austin, Texas, lived in Los Angeles.
I can't imagine what it really looks like. I'm appalled by the pictures. So to actually see it, and speaking of the police, they're going in and having to work with these folks.
And being a part of the recovery community for 11 years and going to these homeless encampments, praying for people, bringing them food, bringing them things. When you allow homeless encampments, you are creating a place for disease at minimum. Okay, the least bad thing, there's a typhus outbreak in Los Angeles, for God's sake.
We haven't seen in hundreds of years, right?
Like, I'm trying to, when I start talking about this, I get super excited. I'm just like, because it makes me crazy.
It's so obvious. Why don't they?
And not only that, but you set up a circumstance for people to be victimized.
Right.
Because women are getting raped and sexually assaulted rampantly. So are men. So men and women are being raped and sexually assaulted. They're being sex trafficked. They're selling themselves.
And there must be kids in that mix. That would just, I'd be adopting them all.
And so again, this pathological compassion. That I'm not saying that arresting mentally ill people is awesome. I'm not saying that arresting drug addicts and putting them in jail is awesome or super effective. But what we're doing is not working. And I would love to see something like what Rhode Island has, which is essentially like work camps.
Yes, they were talking about that the other night.
Which sounds awful and are not great and have their own problems, for sure. We are human beings, and we screw stuff up. That is all there is to it.
Give them some kind of trade. Give them counseling while they're in there. Don't just put them in the cell and close the door.
There's an awesome organization it's located in South Burlington called Working Fields. So I'm going to plug, if that's okay.
Yeah, please.
Working Fields is a staffing agency. The executive director's name is Mickey Wiles. He is, if you can, I know it's not politics, but awesome.
We do a lot of shows, not politics, because I find them interesting.
Awesome guy, awesome organization. They work to help drug addicts and ex-cons get jobs. Because you know how people stay sober? When they have a purpose and they have dignity and integrity. So they are working with local employers, Vermont employers all across the state to staff to get people in recovery into jobs and to be that foundation for them to get well. Love it, love Mickey, they're awesome. And then in Burlington you have a new place, the executive director is Kevin Pounds, and it's a homelessness shelter. So they have a long-term program on North Street, and then they're also in charge of the low barrier shelter. And their whole thing is about it's not just giving them a bed. It's having recovery coaches, helping
Yes,
them
right,
get jobs. They have a whole program that you can go through. It's like 6 months to a year, and they even help you get apartments at the end
That's
and the
great.
whole thing.
That's great.
So I'm actually working with a new place because I have a triplex in Burlington. I told them when I have an opening, I would like to consider renting to one of your
Super,
people.
right.
Because I had people who were willing to invest in me and give me a second chance at my life so that I got to be sitting here today.
Pay it forward.
Exactly.
Good for you.
Love those organizations.
So we have, looking at the time, and I want to focus a little bit on the council
Yes,
and
yes.
all of the. I made a list up. I know I sent it to you of all the stuff you've got going on in Burlington. I'm sure I've just touched the surface, but. People, when you go around, when you have that, what they called it, livability forums, they had about 4 or 5 of them, right? Have you done yours yet, or?
I attended one.
Yeah.
I attended one of them.
And so, what are people saying are their issues? What does? Some of them didn't look too well attended, but that's always the way it is when you're campaigning.
Well, yeah.
It's hard to get people out.
Yes.
So, but what are the folks that did show? What were they saying?
Well, now, are you talking about our candidate forums, or are you talking about the housing summit?
No, the candidate forums.
Oh, okay.
Because the council supported that, and it looked like they had just a couple of candidates in this one and this one. Because you're from, I think you mentioned Ward 4.
Yes.
Which is really the North District.
Yes, so
North
we
End.
are the west side of North Avenue, or the lake side of North Avenue is
okay.
Ward 4. So we have just had the one candidate forum, and almost every single question, I think, with the exception of one silly one that I can remember, somebody asked me if I was related to Ted Bundy. I was like,
stop.
I was like, I
Don't
was
make me
so
laugh.
excited when I married my husband to take his last name, and I was like, I'm never going to hear these stupid jokes ever again. But it's whatever. But every single question was about the economy and taxes.
Now that's where we've experienced statewide. And do you think when they get to the legislature, they've all heard the same thing from their constituents? No, we do just the opposite.
I kind of yelled at one of my city councilors, and after one of the last city council meetings, where they voted to put I think it was the Burlington Housing Trust Fund on the ballot. City Council voted to go ahead and put it on the ballot. And I went to Franklin Polino after, who's the North District City Councilor, and I said, you come to all these meetings and you say, I hear you, we hear you, I hear you. All of them say that.
Right.
All of them
don't
say
do
it.
anything.
But then you still vote for the thing that we tell you we can't afford.
Right.
So you don't hear us.
Right.
And you don't actually care what we want
they
or
don't
we
listen.
need.
I think they don't compute.
Exactly.
One ear and out the other.
And I think that Councilman Ali Zhang, Ward 7, was the only one who voted against it.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah. And he and I disagree on tons of stuff.
Yeah.
But he listened. And I was like, that's the only one of you that actually listened to your people.
Really? So, and who are your people? What does your ward consist of? Because I think in Burlington, I've noticed, there's cultural components here and here and here, and I'm assuming every ward has got a little nuance and different than the other wards.
Yes, the new North End is very different than the rest of the city in that it's primarily owner-occupied single-family homes.
Right.
So there's obviously duplexes and triplexes, some apartment buildings and apartment complexes, but not nearly to the extent that you have in the rest of the city. So we are primarily older Vermonters, so people who are retired on fixed incomes, young families, and that's pretty much the demographic of the new North End.
Is that
for the
where
most
the garden is or not? There used to be a garden where people could go and plant things, or is that somewhere else in the city?
I think there's multiples of them.
Oh, I see.
I know
Okay, so
there's one at the trailer park.
Okay.
Across from the Ethan Allen Shopping Center. I know there's one there.
Yeah.
But I think there's a few around the city.
Yeah, because they seem to have caught on. Because it's fun to watch plant something and then go home and eat it. How cool is that?
Exactly, and that's one of the values I I tell people, like, my husband and my friends in Texas call me a food snob because growing up here,
right.
So much of our food is grown locally, raised locally. Exactly.
Yeah, I love it.
And it's so much fresher and more delicious, and you just realize how important our local farms are and what that means to our community.
I love to go to a restaurant where you're reading eggs came from, you know, Erica Reddick's farm in Williston or something. You're
exactly.
Like, this is so cool.
Like, I'm supporting, not only am I, first of all, supporting and really creating local farms is, I don't know why progressives want to do anything that hurts our local farms, because what else helps with climate change than not having to transport our food from South America?
There you go. With who knows what they put on it.
Exactly. All the chemicals.
I won't buy them. Because I think chemicals don't just stay on the outside, so they actually go into the meat of the apple or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We should really, I think rather than passing a bunch of legislation that is closing our family farms, we need to be supporting them as much as possible.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I had John Sales on here a couple of weeks ago, and he's from the food bank.
Yeah.
And they put this veggie truck together, and they go to schools with all kinds of vegetables that I think you can just take. They're free, and there's people coming out of the woodwork to enjoy the fresh fruit that he offers. It's incredible, he said.
I love
so
that.
you've got, in your little town, you have such things as sanctuary city, non-citizen voting, which, I don't know, I just struggle with that. I'm sure this is no surprise to my viewers. Where are your take on that? That's already done, so it's sort of hard to undo if you are not crazy about it.
The sanctuary city part, yes.
Yeah.
I find it very disappointing. And having just moved back from 2 states with the highest numbers of illegal immigrants, and not just illegal immigrants, but crime caused by illegal immigrants. It's unfortunate that in a lot of these conversations, legal and illegal immigrants and criminal illegal immigrants, outside of having been here illegally, they all get conflated, right? So now, if you say anything about illegal immigrants and wanting to address safety, you're a racist and you're a whatever, right?
Homophobic,
blah, 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 fill in the blank.
Right.
So my nephew is a Border Patrol agent in South Texas.
Tell him thank you.
So last year, when everybody was saying that there was no crisis at the border and passing sanctuary city laws and all this stuff, I was like, Matthew just told us a story about hundreds of people getting gunned down at a border checkpoint where he's stationed, near where he's stationed. So in Texas especially, I'll speak because that's where my knowledge base is mostly. Very porous border, because people go back and forth to go to school, to go to work. It's very much like we have here with
Canada.
Quebec. Exactly. Hundreds of people in line, waiting to go to school, waiting to go to work, all just murdered by the cartels.
Oh, wow.
And they run the border. The entire length.
Did we hear anything about that?
Not a single word.
Right.
But we can't talk about that.
Yeah.
We can't talk about the illegal immigrants that are coming into the country who are MS-13 gang members, who are running drugs, who are human trafficking. We just had a human trafficking ring broken up in Burlington. A sex trafficking ring. Actually.
Really?
For real. Like, actually. A sex trafficking ring was broken up in Burlington, Vermont.
Oh my God.
But we're not going to concern ourselves with the people who are committing human trafficking.
Right.
That just seems very irresponsible to me.
You're saying it so calmly. That's really outrageous.
It just is shocking. And I go, I think, is it 5? Was it 5 out of the 8 9/11 bombers had overstayed their visas?
Oh yeah, right.
So I guess we've forgotten about forgot about that.
Well, my husband and I, it's a long story, and I don't want to waste any time, but we came through one of the border crossings that a week later, some of the terrorists for the World Trade Center came in the same place we did, and the guy, oh okay, go ahead. And I'm in my motorcycle with piles of stuff I bought. And I've got the black mask on. You couldn't even see whether I was red, blue, green, yellow, whatever. Just pass me through.
Yeah.
And I said to Bruce, that was the weirdest. Don't they ask questions? Don't they care?
Nope.
It's really bad.
Well, and just to point out, to be really clear, by and large, for the most part, ICE and immigration officials, when they were doing, as an example, when they would do raids in Texas, they weren't coming to find the illegal immigrant who came here to pick apples in in the fall.
Right.
They're looking for the people who have already been committed or who have already committed a crime that the police have already dealt with.
Right.
Because
that's
back. How they know they're here. How else would they know they're here if not the cooperation of local
and that's
law
pretty
enforcement?
scary. We were visiting my husband's son in Arizona, and we went through Nogales we were going by way of to Florida, so we went through at nighttime. Whoa. Just when you look at the border and the dogs and you can see Mexico over there, it was a little eerie feeling.
It's wild. It's wild.
Listen, we have 2 minutes, and I just would like you to talk to our audience and what you'd like to see happen to Berlin. That's where I live. Burlington. What you would bring to the table and hope to accomplish as your campaign, stump speech.
Yes. This is when I should address the camera.
Right, exactly.
What I hope to accomplish in Burlington is a massive deregulation of buildings, zoning is primarily. I want to see our economy opened up for the least among us to be able to survive. When taxes are so high and regulations are so high that you have to be wealthy or a huge business already to make it, that's not how we grow. That's not how we do better. And that's not how we keep young people so that we can make sure that there is enough money to take care of our older people, which is a major issue that we're already seeing here in Vermont and in Burlington. So deregulation as much and as widely as possible, encourage investment by locals and other folks, make sure that we can thrive and pay for all of the things that we need. I am happy to provide all of the social services, have all of the recovery beds that we need, rebuild Memorial Auditorium, deal with the Moran plant. I want to do all of those beautiful, wonderful, compassionate things that everyone talks about. And I'm going to do it by creating an economy that allows for us to pay for it ourselves rather than going into debt or expecting the rest of the state or the country to pay for it.
Bravo. Thank you very much. I wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you.
I heard that Moran plant. I'm like, still? That's, honest to God. I started working in Burlington in 91. That's the big topic back then.
It closed in the 80s. It closed in the 80s, for God's sake.
It's like every year, what are we going to do with the Moran plant?
And now, and the longer it goes, the worse it gets, the more the cost.
Listen, I bet you enjoyed this show. I certainly did, and I really want to thank our guests for coming. Very exciting. We're going to watch Burlington. Thanks for listening. We'll see you next week, and in the meantime, keep listening beyond the soundbites. Okay, let's go ahead and call the meeting to order at 6:30.
Yeah, no.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from February 11th, 2020.
So moved. Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes as written for February 11th, 2020, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I'll officially abstain. Motion passes. Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
I would like to add posting of roads for mud season.
Okay, anything else? Alrighty. Then moving on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll, in the amount of $11,780.85.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $11,780.85 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 2, payroll tax, in the amount of $5,431.14.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $5,431.14 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 3 out of the general fund, in the amount of $1,806.79.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $1,806.79 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund, in the amount of $102.95.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 4 in the amount of $102.95 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the general fund, in the amount of $9,367.34.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 5 in the amount of $9,367.34 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the highway fund, in the amount of $1,969.36.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah, that had the UniFirst on it, right?
Correct.
To buy out a contract. Do we know, we don't actually have a outstanding receivables, do we? As far as we know.
What do you mean outstanding receivables?
If Elaine is paid up to date, there is no outstanding.
Okay.
Because
Right, so they're trying to charge us to buy out a contract.
That's correct.
And add on stuff that they think is delinquent.
No, I don't think there's any delinquency in it. According to the invoice, it was just the contract buyout. When you look at the last.
Is it the last one? Yeah, past due receivables is $350.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
And they're not returning our calls.
See, according to Elaine, that's not true. She's
paid up,
She's
yeah.
paid
Right.
up. That's what the whole beef has been about from the get-go.
Right.
With this.
Is their accounting.
Correct.
Right. Yeah, so I think we need to contact them and tell them that we're not.
Okay, so somebody, would you like to amend the
Yeah.
motion, or do you want to vote it and then amend it after? How do you want to do that?
Actually, you can amend it.
You seconded it.
Right.
Rob made the motion.
Right, so.
By a motion,
Yeah, I think so.
Or you can accept a friendly amendment to the motion from $1,969.36 to $74.35.
I would take on a friendly amendment to amend this motion, number 6 in the highway department, to $74.35.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Second, okay. Now, is there any further discussion on that? Wait, don't put it away quite yet. Okay, so with 2 steps. Carla, this is going to be tricky. So all those in favor of amending the motion for highway warrant number 6 to the amount of $74.35.
74.35, right?
That's what it says here.
Did somebody do the math wrong?
No, even if you're looking at,
No, because there's your penny.
yeah, I guess it would be 34.
Yeah, it looks like it would be 34.
Steve, you're up spot on tonight.
Smarty.
Okay, so it would be,
Do I have to amend that motion now?
no, we'll just, that penny's not that important. So it should be $74.34.
My budget.
Okay, yeah, that's true, you want your
Yeah.
penny, huh? Okay, so all those in favor of amending the warrant to pay highway warrant number 6 to the amount of $74.34. I didn't write it down so I don't forget it. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All those in favor of approving highway warrant number 6 in the amount of $74.34 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Now you need to turn it over.
Sure.
Yeah. I won't stop you there this time. Okay.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7, highway fund, the amount of $5,590.02.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying highway warrant number 7 in the amount of $5,590.02 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 8 out of the equipment fund, the amount of $4,213.80.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 8 in the amount of $4,213.80 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So, Carla, tomorrow when Elaine comes in to do those bills, you're going to want to let her know that we amended that and took out the UniFirst bill, and that we have questions about the outstanding balance, which she's well aware of. And until we get some answers, we're not going to pay out the contract. Okay? So, then moving on. So the highway report, you want to start with the posting?
Sure. The highway department will be posting roads this mud season. The town will have to adopt Rule 118-4, stating that we will be doing that. It needs to be posted in 2 public places. The roads will be posted as they have in the past, as well as Vermont's DMV Town Highway and Bridge Weight Restrictions website will also have the listing and restrictions for any bridges or roads that have weight restrictions to them.
Okay, so would someone like to make a motion to adopt DMV Rule 118-4?
I would move to adopt DMV Rule 118-4 for our town and highway department and roads.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Quick question about when you're taking posting the road on February 25th, say we get into a situation where it freezes back up for a couple of weeks or a month or whatever it turns out.
I have the ability to make changes to the website.
So basically they can get a hold of you and get a permission.
Correct.
Okay, any other discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving DMV Rule 118-4 concerning posting the roads during mud season signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. So did you have anything else in the way of a report, Steve?
The grader has been out both yesterday and today pushing back snowbanks in anticipation of the next storm. And also Monday and today we were on pothole repair.
And mud?
Pothole repair.
Okay, any questions, comments? Okay, then moving on, there was no counter money this week because we're in the, where are we? We're in the beginning, yeah, we're in the off season. So the next one would be the treasurer.
Your sweep account, $1,181,433.80. Your checking account, $29,431.06.
Okay, any questions? No? There evidently was no correspondence over the last 2 weeks. So then we'll move on down to the members of the public. And Mr. Danner, you've asked to speak?
Yes. A week and a half ago, you told the town clerk that you people appointed me tax collector.
That's correct.
But she can't, and I can't find where you did that, so I'd please like a copy of your minutes of that meeting.
No, that's not the way it works. The way it works is the tax collector is no longer an elected position, all right? We don't elect it from the floor at town meeting. By statute, the legislature has defined the people who can be the tax collector. Those people are only the treasurer, the constable, or a town manager, if the town has a town manager. We do not have a town manager. We did not appoint the constable, so by default, it becomes the treasurer's responsibility. That's written in statute. That's according to Garrett Baxter at VLCT.
Well, I don't think I want to keep doing it for nothing.
I'm confused.
Well, have you ever collected taxes in here?
I worked for Mickey for a while, yeah.
I've been keeping my time, and I have between 35 and a half hours when we just started, weren't doing nothing. But I've been up as high as 64 hours a month, and I'm getting $192 every 2 weeks.
Okay.
So,
But I'm not sure what you're asking for.
I would think you should be able to pay the minimum wage.
Again, your term as tax collector follows the treasurer's position. And as of town meeting, that will go away. The tax collector would go away. So are you saying for the next week?
Well, my next question is, I'm confused. The letter you had Mr. Carroll write to the labor board, and that he had the fiscal year for me was July 1, 2019, and it ends June 30th, 2024. So when is my last day?
2024, 2022?
Yes, it is, and I called the labor board to find out if he sent that letter, but they didn't tell me because they hadn't got to looking at the figures yet.
No,
But I can show you that letter.
That Carol wrote?
Yeah.
We have a copy of it.
Yeah, well, it should say 20 to 24, but I figured he might have caught it and rewrote it.
That I don't know. I didn't see.
Wait, 2024?
That's
for what?
It says.
For what position?
That's my position. My fiscal year starts July 1st.
Yeah. So how does that get you to the year 2024?
That's what he said in his letter. It ended June 30th, 2024.
I don't have a copy of the letter. That's the one that you filed. If you've got it, you can go get it.
I'll go get mine.
Well, we should have a copy because it's been living in my box.
I even made a couple copies, so I have to spare.
But we don't elect treasurer or tax collector, we don't elect anymore for 5-year terms, 4-year terms.
Right, it's an annual term.
Yeah, it's an annual term.
Election. Yep.
I mean, you can look at the minutes from town report from last year. It's a 1-year election, 1-year term election.
Okay, there is a typographical error here. It says the treasurer's position for the year July 1, 2019 - June 30, 2024. 20204.
Oh, so he added a 4 onto the end of 2020.
Yep.
So it's a clear typo.
It's a clerical error unless we're in the year 20,204.
Oh, my back.
Yeah, my back too. So yes, but no. To answer the question, We elect the treasurer on an annual basis. The tax collector's job, unless the board were to choose to either appoint the constable or to hire a town manager, defaults to the treasurer. So therefore, the tax collector's job ends with the treasurer's job. So it follows that same cycle. Now, the budgetary time that he's referring to in here was, in fact, for the fiscal budget, the amount of money that was put into the fiscal budget to pay for the tax collector's position. And, oh, that's treasurer's. Huh?
You didn't overdo it.
Well,
No.
it was published, it was warned, it was there, and everybody knew it. So at this point in time, the treasurer's stipend was $2,342 that the voters approved, and there was a $5,000 collector's fee, tax collector's fee, that was included in the budget because that is not, in fact, an elected salary. It is, in fact, a budgetary item. So that was the amount that was put in that were attached to those two positions.
Well, you were sneaky putting that in the budget because I was coming to them budget meetings and I had paperwork. I come in one night, Mr. Hunt didn't give me any paperwork, but I figured, well, run out. Next time I came in, no paperwork, so I said they don't want me, so I walked out and I didn't go back.
Anybody else want to jump in here? Because
Well,
I'm not going to have this discussion. I
Joe,
don't think
it
it's
was-
appropriate.
It was in the budget, in the town report for the warning for town meeting. You ran for the office. You're the treasurer. I would think that of all people, you would look at the numbers before you decided to run for office.
Just to get it.
Okay, well, and to answer the question, because I did speak to Elaine today about it as well, and after town meeting, if you choose to want to finish out the year, you would be paid at the casual labor rate for whatever hours you were asked to work as tax collector or as the assistant to the tax collector. So at this point in time, you know, whatever money you said something about you don't want to work for nothing, so I'm not really certain where you were going. But if you continued after town meeting, you would in fact be at the labor rate.
I'd like that in writing, please.
Why would it need to be in writing?
I don't trust you.
Well, then that's fine.
Well, is it even possible? Can he collect taxes?
He can act as an assistant. I used to work as an assistant to the treasurer. I used to collect taxes, and it's at the casual labor rate, which is defined in the town report. Yep.
Okay.
Up to the whatever.
Well, then in that case, it's up to the treasurer to hire the assistant.
Correct.
So it would be up to whoever is elected treasurer would make that decision, not us.
That's correct.
I've done that for years, since 2009.
So that's the answer. Yes, that was a typographical error right there. All right. So anything else?
No.
No? All right. Then moving on to the old business, evidently we all discussed sending potentially Carla and anybody else who was interested to the select board training on March 21st.
Yeah, I think you said up to 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anybody else that is expressing any interest in that? I know Carlos still is interested in going.
I'm gonna go.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
Anyone else interested? Okay, well, you don't forget to meet your deadline whenever that is. Under new business, did you discuss the issue in the water?
No, we did not.
Okay. I haven't heard any resolution because I've been out, but was there any, so let's put it this way, roughly 2 weeks ago, the town hall was notified that the high school did in fact fail their lead test for the water. And they weren't certain whether it was in the pipes at the school, whether it was in the well, the pipes leading from the well, etc. And they notified us that in fact there'd been an issue with the testing. So we had a discussion, and I had left that information with Will, that perhaps it would be wise if we tested the water here in the town hall, because we do share a well. We do share the holding tank with the high school. And that perhaps it would be in the best interest, since the building is rented, to have the water tested, just to find out whether or not the issue is on their side, or whether it is in fact part of the whole system that we need to have. So if somebody would want to make a motion to pursue trying to find somebody who can do the lead testing for the town hall water, I think that would be a fairly good idea.
I would move to pursue contacting a firm to test the water in the town hall for lead.
Okay, second. Is there any further discussion on that? And again, this may have been resolved. I don't know what's happened at Leland Gray in the last 2 weeks. This may have resolved, but I don't know.
No news is good news.
That's probably the truth.
Well, I just think that we're,
But anyway, so all those in favor of pursuing having someone come out and do lead test for the water within the town hall, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So you'll have to do some research on that, Carla, just to find out who might be testing. The schools should be able to tell you who tested theirs. That would be
I'll find somebody else.
Yeah. But anyway, it'll at least give you a place to start. All right, and then the next time on the agenda is something we alluded to last night, with the law enforcement, and the fact that officially, I guess we, as a board, should invite the state police and or the sheriff to speak at town meeting to the public about what both officers and agencies have to offer the town in the way of resources or whatnot. So does somebody want to make a motion to officially invite the state police, Vermont State Police, and or the sheriff to come speak at town meeting?
I would move to invite the state police and the sheriff's department to come speak at town meeting regarding law enforcement.
Second. Is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of having Carla approach the state police and or the sheriff about speaking to the voters on town meeting day, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? The motion passes. Okay, so is there any need for an executive session? No, because I gave my book away. All right, then the next meeting of the select board will be on March 10th. No, it's going to be on March 3rd, immediately following town meeting for a reorganization. And then the next regular meeting, assuming the date doesn't change, would be March 10th at 6:30 p.m. So if there's nothing else, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved.
Second.
Then we are adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This is just kind of an update and on the issues around Department of Corrections workforce, because we had some conversation the other day, and I think that the two things that, even though they aren't in any bills or anything, but that we said we would kind of just keep an eye on and keep working around, was this issue of Department of Corrections workforce and the whole issue of employee parking in the Capitol complex. We did have one session on that with BGS and our Capitol security and a bunch of other people, and they said they were going to come up with some suggestions in a couple weeks, so we're scheduling them just for an update next week. So these are two issues that don't have legislation necessarily, but that we really want to kind of keep an eye on. And so I do not see Steve Howard here. I do see Damien here. And you are here just to work with us if we come up with anything.
Yep.
And if you do need to go someplace else, just
Okay, well, I told the committee upstairs that they could have me at 3 so that you guys would have time with me, but
whoa.
I know they're trying to mark up a bill.
Who is it?
House Commerce, so.
Is it a bill that we might like?
It prohibits some non-compete agreements, so I don't know if that would be a bill you'd like or not.
I don't know, but if you feel your time would be better spent up there helping them, feel free.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll check in with the committee assistant and see where they're at.
Okay.
Thank you.
We are having members of the DOC next week too, so.
And then, so who else is here that wants to weigh in today? Any of you want to weigh in today on anything? Where are you from?
I want to hear what their employment practice.
Where are you from?
Oh, I'm just here to observe.
Okay.
Department of Labor.
Oh, great.
And these guys are
Yeah. And so I was hoping that we would hear some more from the Employees Association, but and one of the things we talked about was how hard it is to recruit and why we can't fill positions and stuff. So I talked to Beth yesterday about maybe just talking to us a little bit about that, and do we really need to look at different qualifications and different, what is it that we need to do in order to be able to recruit and retain people for DOC? Do you want to just join us? And knowing that this is pretty informal, I think that we should just feel that we're, okay. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm sure the Department of Labor has some information about why it might be hard and what they can do to work with human resources and corrections and stuff, so, okay.
And at the end, may we ask other questions of the workforce report?
Oh, yeah,
if we have time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I think that, and we were hoping that Commissioner Baker could come and give us kind of an update, but he could not come today, so, but we'd already scheduled everything. And getting hard to reschedule and unschedule and reschedule, so, anyway, so, Commissioner, would you like to give us some information on kind of what we talked about yesterday?
That would be great. I'm Beth Pastici, the Commissioner of Human Resources, and I also have our General Counsel, Tom Oldman, here, and then our Director of Field Operations, Chris McConnell, is also here to keep me, make sure I have questions they usually know the answer. So,
okay.
So they're there for support. And as you all know, DHR is a support department, so we support all the state government and anything HR. So I like to think of myself as the back operations of state government, the back office of there, and I have a lot of extensive business background. So the things that we do payroll, all payroll, including your payroll. We do employee classification, we do benefits administration and wellness, statewide training, labor relations, field services. So our employees are kind of sit within the agencies and departments and provide them what you would think of as typical human resources services and personnel support. And then also employee investigations into misconduct. That's kind of a broad range of the things we do. Also recruitment, statewide recruitment. And as you know, Agency of Human Services is the largest agency in state government. Therefore, they're our biggest customer. I like to think of them as our biggest customer. And the largest single individual department is also the Department of the Corrections. With DCF, they're kind of competing for a number of employees, but the two are right up there, kind of as big departments. And so I thought maybe it would be a good idea to kind of look at it at the macro level and look at the workforce report. And so I do have some copies of some things that I thought we could highlight in the report if you want it, but you also have it, because it's so much nicer, let's see.
Oh, it is.
It's so much nicer online, and you'll have the link to it, but I think, is that enough for everybody? I have a couple other.
One for Gail.
Yeah. Here.
So,
yeah. And so the ones that I pulled up was just kind of look at the size. Look at the size of corrections, and this is alphabetical. It's got, so corrections is kind of down, 10 down, see, and they've got total full-time equivalents, 977, and if you look kind of down the line, they've got the Agency of Transportation is there standing alone, but that's a whole agency. And then Children and Families is up there with a high number as well. So Children and Families is the 970 and Corrections is the 977. So they're kind of neck and neck for the largest departments. And then if you flip it over, it just is the historical. It just is going to give you those same tables historically. So you're going to see kind of a change. Yeah.
Beth, may I just ask you, the 977 is the number that they have allotted to them, or the number of people actually working at this very moment?
This is the year-end fiscal 19, so it's this is all June 30th, 2019 data.
And it's actual, not
Not
budget.
positions.
Okay.
Not positions, not budget. That's what they had on staff. So the number of employees and full-time equivalents, which is different if they had a few part-time people.
And do we, just because this is an interesting, as we look at retention and the challenge of recruiting in this department, do you have the number that they are actually allotted?
That is in the workforce. I think the number of positions is probably in the workforce report. I'm not sure that I printed that out.
Okay. But that's a different number, correct?
It is going to be the number. Department of Corrections has a significant number of vacancies.
Right.
Right now, without even the new positions, they have a significant number of vacancies.
And that is one of the things that that I asked you if any thought about why that is, what we do about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So in the next one is just the department size over the years, the percentage change in number of people from 20, for the past 5 years. All that information is also available online, the workforce report, and also in our open data on the DHR website. It goes back further if you're ever interested in going back. Then you flip it over to Table 14, which is the most populous classified job titles in the fiscal year. And as you can see, in the top one is the Corrections Officer one at 339. And then shortly down below is Corrections Officer 2 at 120. So those 459, that is actually, Corrections Officers 1 or 2, ones, they're just different levels of, the 2s have, bigger job responsibilities and get paid more, but 459 Corrections Officers, so it's clearly by far the most populous job title in state government.
Does that mean just the biggest number?
Yeah, it's I'm just trying to give you kind of the scope of corrections and kind of level set of what it is. And then it's the next page, Table 28. Hires by department by fiscal year, and that's when you start looking at how many people they're hiring Department of Corrections, and it's starting to get into that turnover.
Yeah.
So the number of hires in corrections that they hired in 2019 was 165, and if you look at that, that is by far the highest number. Transportation comes in second at 140.
And the 16.8 is a percent of the whole, or is it the percent of the retention? It's percent of the whole. What's 16.8% of?
Well, I'm looking at that, and I've got to figure that out, because looking back, I don't see how. I think it's a percentage of the whole.
It's a percentage.
It's a percentage of the whole.
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah.
Retention's even higher than that. So.
Yeah, so if you look over turnover by fiscal year on the next page, it's got some, there's next two pages are really on turnover. The highlighted in orange is the ones that kind of have a higher turnover than the general state population, and then in blue is the lower level of turnovers. And you can see from the Department of Corrections traditionally has a higher level of turnover. You know, some departments vary depending on the year and retirements and stuff, but pretty much, as you can see, a high level of turnover building and building and building over the past 5 years.
Yeah, the past 4 years, maybe.
Yeah.
It's grown considerably.
Yeah. So that just gives you kind of an idea. You also look at places like other 24-hour facilities, like the Department of Mental Health. They have the Vermont Psychiatric Care Hospital. They've got a pretty high turnover. Vermont Veterans Home, I'm guessing, pretty high turnover, especially with the shortage of nursing. So you can look at that.
Well, actually, it's gone down at the Veterans Home.
Yeah.
And it's only gone up in mental health 2%.
Yeah.
So I would say we have a much more serious. This is beginning to identify the problem.
And then if you look at, we've got the, this is just for 2019, this interesting chart just geographically depicted kind of which departments in general have high turnover rates. And I have the corrections is right up there. And you see some of the smaller departments up there might be like Public Service and Lottery Commission. Those are likely more, those are small departments, so it fluctuates a lot more. But when you see Veterans Home Corrections up there, it's expected, but it's kind of good to see it graphically depicted. I think it's helpful. Mm-hmm. And then I also, on the next page is table 36. It's just turnover rates by classified job titles. So you look at the corrections officer one, it's 32.5%. Some of those are, I believe, going into the correction officer 2 position, but in the correction officer 2 position, those are the more experienced, and they don't have as high a turnover rate.
Mental health specialist isn't doing much. I mean, it's worse.
Yep. So corrections isn't the only department where we struggle with turnover. And then, table 39 is another turnover one where it looks at talks about where the turnover comes from, which is a little kind of breaking it down a little bit more. And when you look at corrections, voluntary terminations are 13.3%. Involuntary is a 1.1 for total turnover. That's when you get the 18.6%. Then you also look at employee movement. That's moving from one department into another. So if a correction employee moves to another department, it's still movement, but it's not, we're still retaining that person in state government. So the investment that we've made is still, stays there. So we just wanted to look at that and add that in. So we've got a total department outflow there. So when you look at, let's look at the agency of administration. The total turnover is low up top there, but employee movement is 16%. So people are moving for a total outflow of 24%, but a lot of those people that are in the agency of administration may move to another place in state government. So if you look at like the Department of Finance and Management and Tax, there's opportunities for those folks in other departments in state government working in finance in those organizations. So you're going to see some crossover there. Mm-hmm. So it's not always necessarily a bad thing. Then this is kind of one of the final indicators.
Go ahead. It's interesting that the highest turnover in corrections is voluntary. I mean,
right.
That says something that and it's much higher than any place else in the voluntary turnover, except for mental health is
up there. But
I've also noticed on a couple of these, the Secretary of State's offices, particularly, why would, I don't understand why that might be. I'm not having just.
I know that we stole
I saw
an
that.
employee from the Secretary of State's office a couple years ago, but then she was an attorney and she was in our department for a year and she was fantastic, but then she moved to Colorado. But, so we stole one of them. It's a small department as well, so that is.
So one or two affect the average.
They can affect the average, but you may want to talk to the Secretary Condos about it. It's management style. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
do you, Beth, do you include involuntary, well, you have retired.
Yes.
But that's pretty low. So if they were voluntarily sort of choosing to retire early with.
That would be, if they're eligible for retirement benefits.
They'd show up in retirement.
But if you work there for 5 years and you're vested, that doesn't, and it's not going to count as a retirement. Someone's going to be leaving with some type of a retirement benefit.
So this is voluntary and not staying in state government.
Yes.
Yeah, I quit. See ya.
Well, but once you're in the state employees system,
Well, you can't retire until you're eligible to retire.
No, that's not what I meant. What I mean is you're walking away from all of that. You're not going elsewhere.
Well, I think that's one thing that I look at. That's our retirement system. It really encourages longevity.
Yes.
But that's not what many younger people are looking for when they're starting a new job. They're looking for something else. I'm not thinking about that benefit. So once you've been in for a while, I think I have this many years and I got to stay. If I stay 5 more, I can get full retirement, and that's really great. But that's not something that's really gonna keep the newer, younger worker there. It's not enough of an incentive.
It may not be enough, but I have a 30-year-old and I have a 26-year-old, and both of them are really proud of their retirement benefits that they have and speak about them, which stuns me.
Some of us are well past our retirement age, and we never did anything
that earned us
positively about it.
And it's a mobile society. People move all the time.
Yeah, never thought we'd get old.
Yeah. And we're also working really hard with the Treasurer's Office to really promote not just talking about the defined benefits and defined contribution plans, but also to talk about savings and the 457B plan and the benefits of that. So we've been working really hard. We have a lot of, there's always an update in the DHR monthly newsletter, the HR Connect newsletter that goes out that encourages people to, participate in retirement seminars or savings seminars. And we also have in our employee wellness incentive program, like people will get points for participating in a retirement seminar or doing a activity that is related to financial well-being. And our employee assistance program also does financial consulting too. So there are a lot of resources. And I think that one of the important things to do as a leader is to really educate newer employees and educate employees about saving for retirement and the importance of it and being financially, looking at those things financially. So, yeah. And then beyond turnover, cash overtime by departments. I've got the 4 or 5 years, and then I have also the change in fiscal year. So you look at there in the corrections, I can highlight there. They do have the highest dollar amount overtime.
Just think of how many employees we could hire for that.
Of all state agencies and departments. And the change is increased this year by 20%. So if you look at the, just in the next one is kind of another one of the pictorial graphs.
Wait,
change.
Can I just ask a question? What's the, isn't overtime, what's cash overtime versus what other overtimes are there?
You can, I say you work extra hours, you can also get comp time for those.
Oh, okay.
So if you're going to put those for comp time, say you're also a newer employee that doesn't have a lot of vacation, just like to take a lot of time off, you can put those towards comp. In corrections, I think a lot of it gets, most of it probably gets paid out by, I didn't take the comp overtime there, but comp overtime is not their big thing. I mean, they're getting a lot of cash overtime because it's hard for them to take time off.
I was going to say, in a department where you're so short-staffed, it's hard to take comp overtime because somebody.
And I'm not sure, I don't even know, maybe Mr. Howard knows, but I'm not sure of the corrections contract, how much cash, or if the default, I think the default for them is cash overtime. They may have the ability to ask for other comp time.
So the other thing that would be interesting to know is what percent of the corrections of the 977 or whatever that number was at the beginning, what percent are doing, are overtime, are using overtime? I mean, what percent of the 977 are?
Of the employees?
Yes.
Well, I would say at least 459 of them, corrections office that are in the facilities, are probably all having to have to use overtime if they're.
So over 400 of the 977.
Yeah, so any of those, I mean, they have mandatory overtime in the facilities, so they're all working, from what I understand, a lot of overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the images of these people sleeping in the parking lot because they only have 4 hours between shifts is a little startling.
And then the next 3 pages are just all key metrics by department. You can look at age, male, female, minority percentage. So those are just all there, and I just thought those would be kind of good tables to put. But this is, of course, my annual plug for all the information in the workforce report. You have the link to it. So if you have questions on that, or if you want more data, we love to work on. We love to present that. It's one of the best reports in state government, I think, because it really just gives everybody a big picture of what's happening in each organization and some of the statistics. So it's a good tool.
So what data in it are you most proud of?
What data am I the most proud of?
Yeah, as the director, as the HR director for the state, what data are you most proud of?
What data am I most proud of? I want to point out actually something that I'm not saying that I'm proud of or not proud of. It's looking on, I didn't print this out, it's table 31 on page 37, and it's an overall turnover and a historical turnover table. So if you do have an iPad that I can show you, but this year in 2019,
my iPad.
We have the highest level of employee turnover that we've had since 2016, 17, when we had the retirement incentive, but without that retirement incentive, which we didn't have, it's right up there. So this right now where we are, that employee turnover is driven by retirements primarily, and it's, as the baby boomers age and as people are aging, we are continuing to see that retirements grow, and with not as many people entering the workforce challenges that we're seeing in state government are reflective of the overall workforce. So I just think that that's a very
Here, table 31, it's page 43 of 86.
No, it's page 37.
Well, it's page 37 here, but online.
Online it's table, you said table 31?
31, yeah.
It said it's on page
Mine says
43.
Yeah, it's of the PDF. You're both right.
You're right.
You're both right.
Isn't it nice? I love it when I share that with
They're both right.
So
I just thought that graph is very telling to me about just the kind of the characteristics of the workforce. It's not, it's kind of, it is what it is. It's not, I just think that it's a very interesting statistic, and for our human resources, when we think about how we're going to staff and what we're going to do going forward, just the whole state government, not specifically corrections, but what things can we do to attract employees to our workforce? What are the things that drive people? Is it the Infants in the Workplace program? Is that helping? Is that, what other things do people want? We have, we do have a work at home program. Are people taking advantage of that? Are appointing authorities encouraging that in the workforce? Or are they thinking, no, I want everybody here at my desk? So, and is that a reason why somebody moves from one department to the other? Oh, if I work in that department, I can work at home 2 days a week, and that works better for me. I don't have to use the commute. I don't have to waste gas on the commute. I don't have to waste time. I don't have to, it's better for the environment. I don't have to stay in my pajamas. Whatever makes people excited
about working.
So are there tables here that reflect those accomplishments of programs and benefits and opportunities you put in place?
That's not in the workforce report. That's more in our budgetary report. A lot of that stuff's in our budget.
And where is employee satisfaction?
We do an employee engagement survey. That's different than and that's available online. I didn't bring that today. But it talks about one of the things we did this year with that is we did an overall engagement score. So that talked about kind of different levels of employee engagement. And one of the things that we really found is because state government is really about serving the public, some of those people that are really in very high mission-oriented departments, you can tell by the overall engagement score that they just love their jobs and they love what they do, and they're very interested in, you know, their niche, whatever that is. And so that's one of the benefits we have in state government is we are serving the public, so it is service, and it drives people. If people are mission driven, they want to come work for, they may want to come work for state of Vermont. So that's one of the things we kind of promote on our website, about in our recruitment website is kind of the mission and what's the mission and how you're serving Vermonters, and that's very that can be very attractive to young people, and especially in jobs like that, or some of the science jobs that they have, like the state geologist or something. You know, if you can be the whatever it is, you know, the
only state geologist.
Right, exactly.
So, just going back then to just the whole corrections thing, what do we do about the turnover and the Bye, Damien. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, clearly there's some issues there. We know that it's probably a horrible job, and I mean not a horrible job, a really hard job with a lot of pressures. And what, are you coming back, Steve?
Yes, I'll be right back.
Okay. So I really want us to have a conversation about what kinds of things can we do? Why haven't we been able to fill those positions that they're already approved to fill? And
I can speak about that on a kind of a very high level about what we've done to help corrections and what corrections have done themselves. So the first thing they've done is they now have just created 2 new positions, which are full-time recruiters, which are working with the Department of Human Resources recruiters and how to recruit differently and how just best recruitment practices. So those are 2 new jobs within corrections that they have created in the past. It's been in the works for a while, but the 2 people are just on board. So our team, we have 2 full-time recruiters in Department of Human Resources, and those are, you would think we would have had those for a long time, but that's actually very new for the Department of Human Resources to have actual professional recruiters that are helping departments, you know, write the job descriptions so that they're attractive. How do you interview? What's the onboarding process? So really guiding managers through that hiring process, rather than in the past we really were focused on entering the job into the system. It was more just on the process and the system going forward. It really wasn't about how to recruit the best people and where to recruit the best people. So between our new online recruitment software, as well as having the recruiters and changing the way we've done recruitment, we've seen a lot of changes from departments, and I think the feedback from departments is about how helpful that is. So we're helping bring that model to corrections, where it was more, you know, it might not be helpful to just go sit at a table at a job fair. That's just not how you're going to recruit people. I don't know. So it's how do you promote that through social media? How do you talk to people? Where should we be going on talking to people? So,
I mean, it partly could relate to one of the things that was mentioned in here is that there are fewer applicants per job availability for the state, and the number of applicants is going down. In part, that relates to lower unemployment. There are fewer people looking. I'm not saying there's a lot of good jobs around, but just in general, there appear to be fewer people looking for jobs. So if this is a particularly difficult job to handle, you're logically going to see fewer people applying.
Exactly, and if people are, you know, and if people are leaving because there's other opportunities for them, or maybe they didn't have one because, you know, the what we do is we train the people to be the corrections officers. You can't normally go to school to be a corrections officer. There's not a degree in it. So it really needs to be on the job training. So, you know, if you have the aptitude and the desire, we can train you to do that. But there's a lot of jobs like that. So there's opportunities for those people elsewhere too.
So I think we have maybe a couple different things we have. First of all, what are the qualifications that we need for the jobs? And then how do you recruit for those jobs? And then once you've recruited, how do you retain those jobs? Because you can make a recruitment sound really wonderful, and then you get there and you say, oh my God, I've got to work 32 hours today? I mean, so we need to figure out then what are the qualifications that you need to have to be in these positions, because maybe we have that wrong, and then recruiting them, and then how do you retain them once you have people there, because we can see by the turnover that we aren't doing a very good job of retaining, and I don't know where we go with that. And what I'd really like to do is just kind of have a conversation and get VSEA in on this and Department of Labor, and just have this conversation so that we can figure this out, because in issues like this is my personal bias coming out here, but in issues like this, it seems to me that we don't ever get really where we want to go when we have somebody testifying and then somebody else testifying and then somebody else testifying, and instead having a general conversation about where we go and what the issues are. So
I think you're right. I think it would be great to have a dialogue, because I think all these things lead to leadership. You have all these problems when you have poor leadership. So if leadership is not strong in corrections, you're going to end up with exactly where we are. It's culture and leadership. As I have listened in the last month and a half on this issue, culture and leadership. If you're recruiting from the National Guard and there's a poor culture there that's being passed on to the poor culture and creating and fostering more poor culture, culture and leadership. So I think I'd love to have all three of you address culture and leadership and how we change it. And I think Jim Baker is off to, it sounds like a productive start, but he's not staying with us beyond April. So that's heartbreaking, because he's done such a great job in so many places in state government and in municipal government. So
I am going to say, though, that I think that it's more than just leadership, because I think, and I may be wrong here, but I thought Andy Polito was making some good moves. I think Mike Touchette was moving. No? Okay. This is from my experience in judiciary and working on corrections issues, and they didn't. There's more than, you have to have good leadership, but you also have to have the right conditions so that leader, because if you could have the best leader in the world, but if you don't have the people in the positions where they should be, the leadership isn't, they're still going to have to work overtime. We need to make some real systemic changes, and that isn't. And part of that is the funding. Part of it is so it isn't. I just wanted to go on record saying that I think that it isn't that we have had really bad leadership. I think we've had people who in different positions that may not have been in the best position they could have been, but I will go on the record saying I think that Mike Touchette was making some really, really important changes with the corrections. And there's an inmate population, and then there's the employee population, and you have to make the changes with both of those. So, yes.
I tend to agree. I think there are certain occupations that if you're miscast as an employee, you immediately have a situation. So that speaks to a recruiting issue where you almost have to line people up so that they know what to expect in the job. And some people just would not be comfortable or particularly effective in that job. I mean, officiating as a poor example, but if you can't take getting yelled at, then don't put the shirt on. It's really sometimes that simple.
And we have made changes in our corrections system over the years so that we now have the same, I think, issue in corrections that we have in our psychiatric hospitals. The acuity level of the people who are there is much higher. It is a much more demanding job than it has ever been, because the people who, we have reduced our prison population from where it would have been if we had followed the same trajectory. It would have been 2,700. We're now at 1,700. So those 1,000 people are no, that's our incarcerated population. That's our incarcerated population.
Our 200 out of state.
Yes, that's our incarcerated population, 1,700. And the Department of Corrections works with the people out of state as well, so they're part of our population. But so the people that are there now are a much different group of people for the corrections officers that are working in the prisons, and we have to acknowledge that and maybe change the way we think about who corrections officers are and how we deal with them. It's a very different population now.
I think it's a complex problem.
It is.
And I think it's going to take a totally systemic change to, and I agree, I think you can have a good leader with a lousy culture, and that undermines leadership. On the other hand, great leadership tends to, over time, right all those challenges. And one of our challenges in corrections is we have not had consistent leadership for a long stretch of time. It's a tough job, and people burn out. People move on. We have not been able to keep our heads of corrections. And I don't know what the turnover rate is for the heads of each prison itself, for the leadership per prison, but it would be interesting to see what those are. I think it's a tough job, but I think it all works together. But I think I'm a daughter of management, so I actually do believe most things come from the vision and the leadership at the top, and but it is clearly a systemic change we have to make in corrections to serve Vermonters, our inmates.
So what are those corrections that we need, those changes that we need to make? I think that's
right.
So do we have the right qualifications for the right people? I mean, have the jobs changed enough that we're still using a qualifications and a definition of the job from 1970? Do we need to change that? Do we need to look at how we reimburse corrections officers? And mainly you're talking about the corrections officers, I think, in the prisons, right? Where the biggest problem is, not in the field staff. Is that right, Steve?
Well, there's two different fronts.
Just identify yourself.
Steve Howard, Executive Director of the SBA. There is if you're talking about culture in general.
Right.
There is one thing you'll see it's very clear in the DHR engagement survey. There's a massive disconnect between central office and the facilities in the field. The two do not exist in the same planet. And there's a lot of resentment by frontline workers of central office.
Central office meaning the commissioner's office.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of people in central office, but
so I would say there's two problems. There is all of the issues that are happening in the facilities, some of the issues you've talked about. There is a feeling among our members, I think, that one positive thing the legislature could do is review every single exempt person who works in central office, figure out where they came from, how they got there, and what they do. Because that's a mystery to a lot of people what they do is sometimes a mystery to a lot of people in the field. And how they got there is they're often superintendents who needed to be moved. So for instance, Jennifer Spratsky, who's another superintendent who mentioned the 7 Days article that started this stuff. They were the superintendents who presided over this facility during that time period. They both work in central office. So our members say, well, I'm on TRD, I'm in trouble. Why does management keep moving people around? Why do they keep landing in central office? So that's part of it. And then there's the idea, I think, that the vacancies come from, for some people it's not the right job. But, and the hiring standards used to take a test to be a correctional officer. You don't take a test anymore. And I remember I asked Mike Touchette, Commissioner Touchette, where he was going to fill those 30 positions first that we approved last year. And he said, anywhere I can find someone. And he wasn't lying, he was just being honest. That's not how you want to do it. So the overtime is the biggest driver of the reason people leave, the life-work balance, the difficulty of being exhausted and having the most difficult offenders you've ever had, the most violent offenders you've ever had to supervise. But then there's all these other things that come down from, our members see it from central office, some of it comes from the legislature to central office. We're asking too much from this system as it exists today. They don't have the resources to do what the legislature wants done. And part of that you saw in the Justice Reinvestment Report. Corrections has been level funded for many, many years. And that really essentially ends up being cut because costs keep going up. So we are in a mess because of that. It's going to cost more to get the correction system the legislature wants. And it's not just that we have to pay people more money, and we have to do things like provide child care because they're ordered over all the time, and they're going to leave to get their kid if today the school closes. You can't tell a mother or father, a single mother or a single father, or any parent, if their kid's going to have to sit in a snowstorm somewhere because they can't find somebody to go pick their kid up. Our members are disciplined when they do that. They refuse an order. So we've got to, if we want the correction system that the legislature wants, it's going to cost more money.
But you have to be more specific, for me anyway, I don't know about anybody else, but you have to be more specific because we're asking too much and it's been level funded, and that is true, and the number of people in beds has gone down, so you don't want to fund it at, if we have 1,700 people now, and Justice Reinvestment is in this very first round, they're looking at decreasing the number of beds 106 to 135. So you don't want to budget for 1,700 if you're going to have 1,550. I mean, so you have to be more specific about what the changes are. For me, anyway, I don't know about anybody else in here, but you have to be more specific about what we're asking too much of the system. What is it? Is it that we don't have the proper space? We don't have the proper programming? What is it exactly? Huh?
Well, I'll give a good example, I think, from our member's perspective.
Yeah.
The medically assisted treatment program.
Yes.
It has been, from our members' perspective, a complete failure and a disaster.
Which treatment program?
Medically assisted treatment. And partly it's because they were not consulted in how to implement it, or whether it should be implemented, or how the discussion never included them. And yet they're the ones who have to stand there for 3 hours while people go through the med lines. And they're the ones that have to be there at 3 in the morning and work overtime for a program that has left them without any. There's positions in the correctional facilities called floats, who are there to basically relieve people at different posts. And the most important thing for our members that float does is they come and react. They come and help when there's an emergency, when there's an attempt by inmates to overtake a wing, for instance. Floats would come in and help reinforce. The floats are all on the med line. So they're not getting breaks. So that's a good example of a program that I think was well-intentioned, but because we don't have the staff resources to do it, we have created an atmosphere in which people don't want to work in the department anymore.
So how would you have changed the MAT program?
I would have started very small.
Like with who?
Very short. First of all, I think Colonel Baker said it this morning. He said it in a panel last night. There was a panel last night that DT Baker did, which I emailed Dan and said, it's a great panel. You have nobody on that panel who's ever worked in a Vermont correctional facility.
It was Tuesday night.
Tuesday night.
It was the 4th.
And that's the problem. We are talking about corrections reform. We're talking about all these things without talking about the people who actually are doing the work. We're talking to people up here from Ohio and New York and wherever, but not from the people who go to work every day in these facilities. And what you hear is the worlds are completely different.
Right, so go back to MAT, how would?
So I think the way the commissioner started it, Commissioner Menard started it, was maybe the best way to start it. Very small, last 6 months of your sentence. If you were going, you were prepared to go back out into the world. And then you could have expanded it as you addressed the staffing crisis. As you got people, as you filled the positions, and you kept people there for longer than 6 months or 2 years, and you actually got the overtime rates down, then you extend that program. And I think we were asking too much of the corrections system with the staffing levels we had to actually be able to implement that program. And so somebody had to, I think one thing that makes our members upset is that, and I try to tell them, the commissioner did try to tell the legislature no. And it's hard to tell the legislature no. But it was not a program the corrections department at that time or now can do or could do.
It seems like you're never going to be able to do new programs or creative programs or systemic change in the programs if you don't have the people to do the work. It doesn't make any sense. You're just going to keep moving people around, and something that may be really nice to do may ultimately be good. It's going to fail because people are doing it are burnt out.
Yeah, and I also think there's that feeling of not being listened to, of people not understanding what the real world is like. And then there's the sense with this population that it's very difficult to manage, that they don't have the tools to maintain order.
So that goes to training.
No, it goes to...
And resources.
Well, it's that. It's training, it's resources. It's knowing that if you make a decision to use force, the management's going to support you. And if you need to send someone to segregation, which is a tool that our members feel is very effective, you're going to be permitted to do that. Excuse me, one second. I'm having a little trouble with my throat, so I keep coming back.
Do you need a cup of water?
No, I'll be right back. But I think let me just go. I'll come right back.
Would anyone have off the top of their head what the current Department of Corrections budget is? What was presented in the governor's budget?
I have no idea.
It's over 200 million, right?
I don't know.
I think it is. I think that's what I vaguely remember. When I came in here in 2005, it was 89 million. Just when he talks about level funding, it has grown like topsy, that budget. That budget has grown faster than any other budget I've watched in state government.
So while we're waiting for Steve, I can just talk about a few other things that we're trying to do to assist corrections, and some things tools that we haven't had as much in the past. The new, in the past probably 3 years, they got a learning management system that was an online system that can track employee training. You can upload online courses. We just bought a whole suite of online learning software that's available to all state employees. So one good thing about that is, people still need to do on-the-job and classroom training, but if you want to push out a new training, like, okay, everyone's going to look at this sexual harassment prevention training refresher, you can push that out and assign it to everybody, and they can all do it in a month, and everyone can get it done. So I think that's something that just having that system and having the broad course content, which is more generic in nature, but it has those things that they can assign and employees can do, so employees can do that. So that's just a positive thing that I think can help. It's not certainly, it's just a little bit of something that can help the culture, but it's a tool that's provided and it's available now. So I know. Poor Steve was sorry.
So I just wanted to say something about the MAT program and how.
Can I just say one thing quick? I ate something that I'm clearly allergic to, and my throat closes up, so I may have to keep running back in and out. I'm fine right now.
Well, that was very silly of you.
I don't know what I ate, but my throat keeps closing up. So when it happens, I'll leave. But
I have an EpiPen.
Follow you in case
No.
you do.
Yeah,
No,
do we?
it happens.
Don't go to the bathroom and pass out.
It'll be probably fine. It'll pass eventually. But
Okay, well, we have a lot
start
of.
foaming at the mouth. That's why it's happened.
Thank you for that. So, the medical
Just
behind
right
you
there.
there?
I'll
That
be
white
fine.
thing?
Happens every once in a while.
So I think that some of the problem is the lack of clearly communicated goals that might come from the legislature to the administration and to the employees. My understanding of the MAT program was that if you are on an MAT when you're in the community and you're arrested, we will continue that when you come into the system because you don't want to stop people right away. So then by implementing it so that it didn't happen that way, it was the last 6 months of your stay, you got to do that to prepare you to go back, then all these people are saying, well, wait a minute, I deserve to have it too because I was having it in the community before or I need it now, and it just blossomed. So over half the population now, I believe, is on the MAT program.
If you don't want to get sent to Mississippi, you find a way to get on the MAT program. Right?
Well,
Whether you need it or not. So we have inmates who are sentenced, have life sentences, who weren't on, they've been in jail for 5 or 6 years, they were clean, they're now on the MAT program. They didn't have a problem. And now they have a drug that's been provided to them by the state.
Yeah.
They didn't need it, but they knew how to answer the questions so they wouldn't be sent to Mississippi. And that's the kind of stuff that I think that a correctional officer will know, that somebody in central office may not know, somebody in the State House may not know it, somebody from New York, Ohio, wherever, whoever's on the panel may not know. But somebody who's in front of an offender every single day, they will know. And they'll know why people are doing what they're doing. And the things they're seeing are in the prisons related to the MAT program, I think are disturbing to them.
Yeah.
So I think we have to rethink some of that stuff and say, okay, we have a staffing crisis, we can't fill these positions. In some ways, I do, what Senator Clarkson said is right. A lot of it is leadership. And I think you'll see, one thing I would look at, I haven't looked at this because there's exempt employees, but I would look at the turnover in the superintendents. It's quite rapid in many places. Where we have some of the biggest problems. Springfield, I was just there yesterday.
Yeah.
Met with a bunch of our members who are, they've had it. And that facility has the highest amount of overtime. Turnover in superintendents is like, it's a revolving door.
And why is that?
Well, it is one of the toughest prisons. It's where some of the more difficult offenders are found. But I think the department's very political, and it's hard to. It's hard to maneuver. So it's not just the culture in the facilities; it's the management culture, and it's got to be looked at.
Well, that sets the vision and the tone and the value. I'm sorry, good leader sets all those things.
It's that, our members are willing to do what, they were not resistant to change. So the department testified last year in the House that one of the problems with the MAT program was just that philosophically our members, PSC members don't agree with it. That's not true. I mean, there are some members who don't agree with it philosophically. But it was an example of, you're asking us to do something that we don't have the resources to do, and you didn't bother to even ask us what we thought about it when you implemented it. And I think that's part of the problem. So it's the management culture, and what is central office doing, and who are all those people up there, and why do they not seem to understand what's happening up here? And then it's also the added stress that you, I think, point to, Madam Chair, of the most difficult offenders we've ever had at the same time, without all of the tools you need to maintain order. And I think clearly there's a role for social work in a facility and in the field. Probation and parole officers, the case managers that help people plan for reentry, they do serve a role as social workers. And our members are willing to be trained to do whatever you want them to do, but the number one priority of a correctional officer is to maintain the safety and security of that facility. And if they don't, either they're gonna get hurt or get killed, or other inmates are gonna get hurt and get killed. And so they can't do that and social work at the same time. You're gonna have to supplement that with another group of case managers, more social workers if you want it. But you need to have people maintaining safety and security because that is their first priority.
So we need to have, are the qualifications, the right qualifications that we have for a corrections officer? Is the training the appropriate training? And I hear you saying that if a correction officer decides to use force or seclusion or whatever it is, that's the decision and they should be backed up. But there also has to be some accounting for why they did it. I don't think that you can just say, if a correction officer uses force, so be it, that's the way it is. You have to have some oversight of that, so there has to be some looking at it, because otherwise, and I'm not saying that our corrections officers are bad, but there can be some rogue people out there, and we need to make sure that those decisions are the right decisions. So how do we balance that?
I think that training and de-escalation, I think, and our numbers would say that they, especially the more seasoned ones, the more experienced ones, they want things to be done the right way. They want things to be implemented the way they should be implemented. And they will work with younger correctional officers to help them get there. And the training, I think, is really important. And it's a lot of complicated training. I don't know if anyone's ever looked at PREA, but PREA is like Prison Rape Elimination Act is one example of it. It is a ton of training, it is a ton of requirements, and then you've got got a lot of other stuff on top of it. They don't want things done improperly, even with the use of force. But if in their professional judgment they need to do that, or they need tools like seclusion to maintain order, they want management to support them and to say, yeah, you're the guys on the front line, and you're the ones that know what works, and we're going to support that.
I think that's important, but I also think there needs to be a check on that, because you can't just have people, so there has to be some, we see the same thing in the mental health.
Yeah, I think our members would agree with you, Madam Chair. They do think everything should be within reason, but we had a commissioner at a labor management meeting, and it's just a conversation back and forth. When the seasoned folks, there's two things that I remember from this meeting. There was 2 or 3 people there who were 25-year, 30-year veterans in the Department of Corrections, and they were talking about what they thought needed to happen in the facilities. And the commissioner said, well, that's not what the research shows. And I said to him afterwards, do you realize how insulting that is to somebody who's worked in a prison for 30 years? That you think a professor in Ohio knows more about it than he does? And he left that meeting deflated, thinking, I've been working here for 30 years.
And they're not listening.
And you're not listening. You're saying this person in Ohio who's in a very nice professor, research lab is telling you that, is having more influence on you as the commissioner than I am. And I've been standing in front of offenders for 30 years. So that's one thing. And then the other thing, in that same meeting, members were told, well, you need to use incentives. You can't use anything there should be no stick, it should be all carrot. And our members who work in these facilities said, that does not work. That is not a successful strategy. And we're telling you that, well, that's what the research shows. And I think we've gotten too much carrot, not enough stick, and there does have to be a balance. I think those are the two things I remember from that meeting. I felt so badly for that guy, because I thought, oh my God. And I don't think the commissioner meant to do that, but that was the effect. Saying, 30 years of this doesn't matter, and this person in Ohio knows more than you do. So I think that's a good example of how people feel and why they don't want to work there.
Well, it also sounds like what I hear you saying is that we need to recruit. If leadership is one of our big challenges, and the perpetuation of a non-healthy culture, which sounds like it's sadly embedded in this department, it sounds like maybe we need to do some recruiting of leadership out of central office, from outside, I mean, we need, it sounds like we need, you know, it sounds like we need hopefully a new commissioner who will be outside our system and come into it, sort of the way Jim Baker has, with fresh eyes, no preconceived, you know, really ready to take on the whole system and work with HR to redesign it. Because, you know, there must be best practice, there must be successful prisons around the world, not necessarily in the United States, but around the world that we can look to that will provide us with much better models on how to do this better. This is not rocket science. This is, you know, we have, you know, one of the things just a simple thing, but a major thing, that we traded a good road up to the Springfield prison for a workforce development training building. It's heartbreaking. We have all those people there now that are not learning any new skills. There's no workforce development CTE center, which there was supposed to be at that facility. They spent all the money on engineering that damn road. Well, you know, that we don't have, that we aren't, we have to, you know, one of the things I see is we desperately also need them to feel like they're learning new skills, developing skills, being able to.
You're talking about the prisoners. You're not talking about the employees.
That's true. I am.
There's two. There really are two sets of people here that you're serving.
But there are two parts of the culture, and one part needs to feel like they're actually progressing towards lives being corrected.
Yes, but sometimes I think those two are at odds because we can put lots of programming in place for the prisoners, and if we don't put,
well, we need fine leadership for everybody else.
I mean, we need the employees to be in a culture that they feel is safe and respected, because so if we have wonderful programs for get ready to push the button.
Yeah.
So anyway, Brian.
Well, I'm sorry he left.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
I know, but he might agree, and I don't want to take issue necessarily, but just suggest there's an alternative method. And I've seen this work backwards. When you bring someone from the outside, there are certain advantages, certain benefits that you get, and you mentioned fresh eyes. But there's also the theory that when you promote from within, you get, and to Steve's point, if the frontline folks feel they're not being listened to or supported, what better way than to take someone that's there and put them up and have them.
Absolutely, that's an option.
And that's maybe another way.
I actually heard his comment, not the issue of recruiting from central office into those positions, but the backward, taking superintendents who had been disciplined and who were a problem and putting them into central office.
And that's what I'm talking about.
That was so, Chris, did you have a question? Or are you just twiddling your thumb?
Was waiting for my turn. The thing I was thinking about was what we just went through with GUARD and the new Adjutant General, where they had a real challenge to address and sort of a culture change. And I'm just looking at that as maybe a model that we want to consider. What happened in the last 4 years there, and how, because it seems as though that they're on the right track in a way.
They are. The main difference is that the people that are in the GUARD that they're talking about are there because they want to be there. The people who are incarcerated are not there because they want to be there. So and they're confined in this space, so that some of the leadership issues can be the same.
I think they're talking employees, not the.
Right, I'm talking about employees and leadership, and you know, like where did the new AG come from? What was his relationship to the people that he's now in charge of managing? So
he was there.
Come from entirely outside. He knew firsthand about things, but he was responsible to that.
And he came, and he's improving the culture. I mean, that's clearly what he's beginning to affect.
Got it. All that stuff. The message from the top down.
So now, if I could ask Steve a question. And take all this other stuff that we've been talking about, the lack of feeling supported and the leadership challenges, but overtime still seems to be a big issue for
massive
day-to-day, God, I gotta get up and do this again. if we could find the 30 people that we had talked about at one point, is that enough to relieve a system-wide overload in terms of overtime? I mean, how many people do we need?
I heard the other day, I'm not sure what the current number is that the commissioner had. Somebody told me, somebody who works in corrections, told me there are 68 vacant positions in corrections right now. And that's before the 15 positions. So there's going to be, in budget adjustment, there's going to be 15 positions from last year added to that number.
Well, and we've given them 30 in the budget FY20,
So
which have not been filled.
Administration asked for another year to fill those positions. And I think the deal that's been struck between the two appropriations committees is that they'll do 15 this year, but the commissioner can't sweep those positions.
So why can't we fill them? Do we need to have different qualifications? Do we need to have different recruitment, which Beth was talking about? Do we need to have, why can't we fill those positions?
I think it's a variety of reasons.
All of what you're talking about.
The biggest thing that I will tell you that I think does hurt, and I heard this just yesterday, and I've heard it over and over again from people who've been there a long time, is that current employees will tell new potential employees not to do it.
Well, that's kind of biting off their nose to spite their face.
Well, they'll do it. They'll just be quite honest with them, and they'll say, you have a family, you'll never see your kids, you'll be asked to work ungodly amounts of overtime. No one's going to listen to you, and you're going to be in a pressure cooker with very violent offenders. So that's the biggest problem. If you want to fix recruitment, you have to create an atmosphere in which the people who work there will say, this is a great place to work, and you can make a career of this. And I understand what you're saying.
But it's like a cycle.
It does.
You're not going to do that until you have more employees, because they're still going to have to work the overtime until you have more employees.
It's absolutely true, but I think in good conscience, if somebody asks them, what do you answer honestly, like how do you feel about it, they'll say, if you want to stay married and if you want to see your kids, this is not the job for you. So, and then you look at the national statistics that the federal government just did, and I'm looking for this actual data, just did a report that shows what the suicide rate is among correctional officers.
Very high.
Life expectancy, they're expected to live 18 months after they retire. They die at age 56. So that's the other thing, is we're not adequately supporting the people who are there. You know, they see some very crazy things, and they put up with a lot. And I think that has an effect on them.
So training and support, ongoing, everyday support.
Inclusion in decisions. And I think, you know, I'm a little jaded because I was just in this meeting yesterday, but we've got to get control of politics. I mean, politics is everywhere, but it is very political, and people are aware of that.
You mean the facilities or the
department, facilities, central office? It's very political, and it's.
And do you, by political, do you mean cronyism, nepotism?
Yes.
What do you mean by political?
I think people feel like if management likes you, management rewards you, and if management doesn't like you, they'll come after you. And you know,
I don't think that is political, but
I mean, maybe it's not the right term, but you know, we did have. I'll give an example. So Southern State's a good example. I don't mean to keep just picking on them, but just a few superintendents ago, you know, we had a situation there where there was a superintendent who had a team. Are you on my team? And if you're on his team, you got treated really well. And if you're not on his team, you didn't get the promotion. You didn't get, you know, anything you were looking for. And we pushed really hard to get that guy out of there. Fortunately, at some point, central office interest and DSEA's interest merged. We both wanted him out of there, and he was out. But that's a good example.
Okay, yeah.
You know, politics maybe isn't the right term, but.
So I don't want to end this conversation, but I'm going to, just because we have.
Because I might choke and die.
We don't want you to die in here. Okay, go out there and die.
To get the turnover rate for superintendents.
I don't know. I mean, you should probably be able to get that for superintendents. I did also look at, while Steve was talking, there were 60 vacant positions in the Department of Corrections as of June 30, 2019.
So the reason I'm good is because Betsy has to leave us at 3. And she's here for another.
I have a couple of just like 2 one-sentence things.
Yeah, and no questions.
Right, this is just updating you. Secretary Smith is hiring a law firm or consultant to do a full review of the Chittenden County Correctional Facility and other cultural things across. So that is well underway. The firm has been engaged, and we're working for them to provide the documents that they need to do their work. And then we are working with the Agency of Human Services Secretary on recruitment for the permanent superintendent. So that's just starting, and hopefully we'll be posting that job pretty soon. So they are
the commissioner?
The commissioner. So they are looking at a national search, and they really want to cast that net wide, and hopefully, there'll be somebody that is actually interested in doing that job. I mean, as Steve said, that any job in the Department of Corrections is very difficult, and there's burnout, and there's burnout at all levels, at the superintendent level as well, so at the management level as well. So it's not just the rank and file employees, it's all employees, and I think that's because it's really, really difficult work.
Thank you. So we're going to put this on again for, and hopefully we can have some concrete things that we can begin to look at it. And if anybody has any interest, look at the justice reinvestment, because some of this is kind of happening, because some of the changes that will be made in the corrections and judicial system will also impact employees. So, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, we have it, I will tell you when we're going to look at it. We're going to look at it next Wednesday at 3:15.
There's much I can share with you about measures we're taking.
Yeah.
And recruitment and retention.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry if this is a discombobulated conversation.
No, it's good. I just wish I could keep with that. Sorry, I keep getting up. I think I'll make it.
Yeah, just don't die in here. Okay?
You go, my dear.
Thank you.
Betsy, I wrote, I see Paul has given us some language. I also wrote to Betsy this morning and gave her my language. So if you want to share that. And I apologize, it was really rough language that I gave you that was...
I bet she was unfazed.
So yesterday, we pulled this bill back because there were some suggestions about some other things that we might ask the commission to look at and come back to us with, and we wanted to be a little more directive to them. So this is what we came up. This is what I gleaned out of our conversation.
Good. For the record, Betsy Anderast, Legislative Council, reviewing with you draft number 1.1, a potential amendment to S198, which is an act relating to an enforceable state code of ethics. This bill, as introduced, has several sections. The first one is just a purpose and intent section, that being to require the commission to propose an enforceable state code of ethics, and the intent being that the General Assembly intends to consider it and enact one into law next biennium. Section 2 of the bill, as introduced, contains the proposal language. Section 3 contains the year extension of the commission's funding source, and then Section 4 is the effective date. This potential amendment would only be a new Section 2 about what the proposal would need to contain. And this is not edited yet, and you may have more revisions for me, and whenever you have a final version, I can run it over to the editors. But what you have in front of you here is, Madam Chair, based on your notes that you provided to me earlier today. So this language would say, for specifically the Commission's proposal for an enforceable state code of ethics, it would require the Commission to work with all three branches, including the Office of the Secretary of State, and with advocacy groups and the public for the commission to propose to the General Assembly for statutory enactment a state code of ethics that would cover all 3 branches of state government, including exempt and statewide office holders. Subdivision A2 says, also working with those groups, the commission would also need to recommend options for enforcement and implementation of that proposed state code of ethics. And subsection B is the deadline to make that proposal to the 2 GovOps committees, being the date provided in the bill is introduced, which is November 15, 2020.
And I'll just tell you why I put that second, the first one, because we assumed that the commission would be working with all those people anyway, and we didn't need to tell them, but thought it doesn't hurt to tell them, to make sure to work with all those people, and to make sure that it covers everyone. And then the second, the 2 that I put in there was, instead of being specific about what the issues that they should look at, and assuming any kind of conclusions that they came to, was just recommend options for enforcement and implementation. So those options could, and they could say, we think it should be implemented and enforced just exactly like it is now, or we think that there should be a fully funded commission that has investigators and police and, I mean, they will come up with some recommendations to us for the implementation and enforcement.
The one thing I'll note, just Madam Chair, that differs from the bill as introduced is this proposal would bring in the judicial branch, and I do.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if we.
I think there would be constitutional concerns with that because the Supreme Court has exclusive disciplinary authority over the judges, and it has its own judicial rules of conduct. So I would anticipate that the judicial branch would express concerns about. Okay.
I wasn't sure. So what?
But that's just the judges. The whole staff, they only look at the judges. They are not looking at the staff.
The Supreme Court also has, by the Constitution, administrative control over the judicial branch. And so I think if you do want to pursue this to be applied to the judicial branch, I would think we want to hear from at least the court administrator on the judicial branch's perspective on being wrapped in potentially to an enforceable state code of ethics.
Well, this goes to our discussion yesterday where we said if we had a base state code of ethics that everybody engaged with and owned, each area, each branch could have an additional overlay, just like we allow municipalities to have more regulation, but we set a statutory minimum that they can't have less of. So why couldn't it be work constructively together to establish that and let them do something additional?
Because in the Constitution, it says the Supreme Court shall have administrative control of all the courts of the state and disciplinary authority concerning all judicial offices and attorneys at law in the state.
So the only thing that controls the legislative branch is a constitutional provision. That's why you can control municipalities, because you do have statutory authority over them. What I'm expressing here is that I have a feeling that the legislative branch does not have statutory authority to enact a code that would control the judicial branch.
Got it. And for the legislative branch, and we didn't put this in here, but it's for non-core responsibilities only, and we didn't put that in here, but I don't know if you want to put it, because it would cover the 2 branches, and but for legislators, it only covers non-core responsibilities, and that was clear in 198.
Yeah.
Meaning voting. It doesn't cover.
Right.
And I don't know if it's necessary to put that in, or.
I think it's up to you how you'd want to phrase it. Whenever that proposal did come back to the General Assembly, we could have further conversations about what the commission, from a constitutional perspective, could have ability to regulate as it relates to the legislative branch.
I would prefer to see it in there.
Making it clear.
Yep.
Just because it would
Anticipating questions.
Yes, okay.
But we're keeping Secretary of State too.
It would also mean they didn't go investigate all the non-core stuff, I mean, all the core stuff, and then and present something that we say, well, that's not what we want you to do.
And we're keeping secretaries.
Better be clear
Well,
from
it
the
says
outset what you're hoping.
working with them. This doesn't, this
Including
doesn't,
secretary, okay.
I mean, they would be, the commission would work with the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the Secretary of State, and advocacy groups, and the public.
Yeah, well, this goes to my hope that we would be more explicit about our ownership and create opportunities for us to, as legislators, to engage in this work during the course of the fall.
Well, anybody can do that.
Betsy, why does it say including exempt and statewide office holders? What do you, I mean, I know what exempt means, but why does it say exempt there?
Because I put it there.
Well, did we not think that this means exempt employees, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were they not covered before? I mean, I'm just confused as to why that has to be. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just wondering why that's.
I just wanted to make it clear that it applied to statewide office holders, and if exempt employees are considered executive branch employees that would be covered under here, we don't need the word exempt in there, but I think we do need statewide office holders.
I agree with the statewide office holders.
Okay, we can take out exempt. I don't care.
And then I have a broader question, or not broader, but I'm looking at what Betsy brought us, and I'm looking at what Paul Burns brought us, and I'm just wondering whether there's a way to mesh them. They don't seem in some ways that far apart. There's different language, but I mean, the first one seems taken care of. Mm-hmm. The second one, a report outlining proposed enforcement powers, is sort of implied because it says recommend options for enforcement and implementation. Public transparency could be integrated into number 2.
Into the implementation, right?
I just want,
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Could we try to do that? I mean, I'm looking at you, but I know it's these folks. You could probably do it language-wise.
I don't know that we need to put in a transparency plan, a public transparency plan. That should be part of the implementation, how they're going to implement it. I would think. Paul, do you want to weigh in?
For the record, Paul Burns, Executive Director of EPIRD. So I had not seen your draft, Madam Chair.
Well, I just made it up at 11:30.
Well, me too, but I think they are largely overlapping in interest, so I appreciate that, and I think though the language is a little bit different in several points, I wouldn't quibble with that. I think the language that you have for subsection 1 and 2 is fine. I put in potential costs if you don't want them to make an estimate of costs. It's not the most important thing for me, but I think that will be a question that would soon come, obviously. Yeah. And then the third point was just one, it would be a demonstration of a commitment on your part for public transparency for certain of these proceedings, like when a violation has been found, you think that should be public. It's not a drop dead requirement for me, and certainly we're going to press for that kind of thing. I don't know. That's the one thing that's kind of not in your proposal. And then this is the last one, and I'll be quiet. But is you mentioned an opportunity for the public to be engaged, and I think that's probably fine as is. I just want to make sure that there would be an opportunity, not necessarily for a public hearing, but for public comments to be given. And I think that's basically implicit in the language that you suggested. So that's fine with me. So we're largely there. That transparency would be the question.
My comment about that would be that would be part of the option for implementation and enforcement. And I am not sure. I think that by putting that in, you are raising so many red flags because first of all, I don't know if I agree that every time there's a violation, it should be public. I don't know that because I don't know what kinds of violations there might be that are confidential or shouldn't be public. So I'm not going to.
And until it's adjudicated and you know that it's actually been a violation.
Well, even if there has been found to be a violation, I'm not sure that all violations should be made public. So I think that would be part of the implementation recommendation. That's my only. That's why I left that out.
Could I ask why the Office of Secretary of State is called out? I mean, why not?
It's just including them in the.
Yeah, but it's the only one that's called out.
Well, because, working with the executive branch, the legislative branch, and because the Secretary of State's office is bull on this, right? I mean.
Well, all right, I say
As long as there's a good reason.
I don't, because they're kind of part of the executive branch, but not really part of the executive branch. And so I put them in there because, I mean, we could have put all the statewide offices in here, but I think that the Secretary of State's office is the one that is the most concerned about this. We could have put the auditors, because they're not really part of the executive
No, I
branch.
understand. I just find it prescriptive.
They are, but
If, and assume it's Larry, if whoever is the executive director, I think if they're going to do their job, they'll do that.
right. Well, we can take the Secretary of State's office out
I
and just
would
say
say-
executive and legislative branches.
I would prefer that.
Okay, I'm fine with that. You have to, I was doing this at, trying to get it madly to Betsy.
Executive and legislative.
And advocacy groups in the public. I do think it is,
And you probably want to change, I'm sorry.
sorry, pardon, go ahead.
On line 10, change 3 to 2.
Pardon? On line 11.
I'm sorry, 11.
Oh, yes,
If
yes,
you're going to
yes.
exclude the judiciary.
Yes.
And you want to put that in there for non-core legislative duties
Yes.
someplace. I don't know where that goes.
Sure.
How you do that.
Sure. Can you use the language from the bills introduced and also VPIRG's proposal? VPIRG has a new name? This is.
Oh,
No.
that issue for me.
Okay. One thing that is interesting that was raised in VPIRG's recommendations was the staffing that would be necessary, because I do think it'll be important to understand what the staffing needs will be. Like, we had a conversation about the prosecutor and who that should be, the investigator needs, what the executive director's current role, what the proposed role would be. They had also requested administrative staff, whether that would be necessary, and then potential contracting with an administrative law officer for hearings, et cetera.
You mean to do the,
Enforcement.
well, but isn't that, wouldn't they come back with a plan for enforcement and implementation, and they'd say we need to have 13 staff members, or we need to have none? I don't think, I don't want to put in here that, because that is part of how they would implement it.
Sounds good.
I think.
You could argue that.
Well, I think if you come back with it, I'm not opposed to putting in more words in there, but if you're coming back with a plan to implement, you're going to say, this is how we're going to implement it, this is what it's going to take staff-wise to implement it, so it does seem it's part of the implementation.
Yeah, I think it's important.
Well, but, you know.
I agree.
You agree that we should put in there, they need to come back with staffing recommendations?
Yes.
But that isn't what I said.
You said.
I said it is.
For enforcement and implementation. Implementation implies staff, or you couldn't.
The suggestion was that we put in here, including staffing and cost recommendations.
Oh, I don't think you need to define.
Okay.
I think that's assumed.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay. Yeah.
I wouldn't take out implementation.
No, we're not going to take out implementation.
Because that's like, how are we going to do it?
Right, but we don't need to.
You don't need to be too prescriptive, as you would say.
So we have this scheduled again. We thought we were done, but we have it scheduled again for.
When you say this is the first.
When do we have it scheduled for next?
Is it Thursday?
Is it this Thursday?
No. Today is Thursday.
Oh, today is Thursday. We have it scheduled for some time.
Anthony.
Oh, I know when we have it scheduled.
3.
Thursday is local government day.
Oh, right.
And what we thought we would do is sometime, we go up on the floor there, and sometimes they keep us up there for many hours because they have so much to throw at us. I don't think there'll be that much this year. I don't think there's that much controversy that they have with us this year. So what we thought is after, if we get done up there in a reasonable time, we'll come down here and finish this up. Does that? So it would be just kind of flexible on next Thursday.
We might even do it in front of them.
Well, the House Committee will be there also, but I
Those
could,
people.
right.
Oh, that fabulous group.
Oh, no,
of
wait till I
partners in
tell
the
you about
House.
my dream. I didn't tell you about my dream yet about House members. Anyway, okay.
Our partners in the House
I'm actually-
will
I'm a
be
little-
valued and treasured.
What?
I really thought we were going to put this out as the first bill that came out without any amendments. So I'm a little
I know. So you are the reason.
You're the reason.
May I ask why, if we're taking it back into committee, Betsy Ann, if we're taking this back into
We
committee,
didn't
why
ever, okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I thought we took it back into committee.
Yes.
So I don't understand why we have to do it as an amendment.
We don't.
Okay, so let's not.
No, let's just do it as a.
Let's just incorporate it.
Let's just do it as a strike all and do a new bill.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because we don't want the original language in there if it conflicts with this language.
Yes, exactly. I would rather have
Yeah.
a clean bill, and it doesn't, it confuses everybody.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you would just want to strike all
Yeah.
form.
But thank you, that was my point.
Sounds good. So you want to maintain, though, the purpose and intent section in one?
Yes.
And the extension of the funding
Yes.
source?
So does that mean that it will be a bill without amendments?
What's that?
Does that mean
Yes.
it will
It'll
revert to
be
being a bill
a strike
without any amendments?
But it will be an amendment to the original.
But nobody's going to know that except us.
No, they will know it up there because you have to say, can I speak to the bill?
It isn't very transparent.
We'll see.
Transparency. You can speak, introduce it as, you know.
Okay.
Maybe.
Thank you, Betsy.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you. Okay.
Thank you.
Huh?
We're not done. Where are you going?
Just a little.
Do we have a minute break so we can get some tea?
If we can be back here in 3 minutes.
Okay.
But that means we have to leave right away and get the tea water and get back
And
here.
I do not have to leave, so it's been rescheduled.
Okay.
No.
Allison, don't talk.
Yeah.
Go. Yes.
It's impossible.
If
We are going to dive right in right now to H492. Luke, if you could join us. I call this a markup session, and what I really wanted to be able to do was, I did ask, the first thing I want to do with this bill today is I had asked Luke Marlin to come in with a new definition of what homelessness is, or not new, but just an alternative. Right now, we have in 492, the definition of homelessness is tied into the federal definition of homelessness, which is pretty lengthy, but also we were advised, I believe, by the Human Rights Commission, perhaps, that referring to federal statute for this may not be the best idea, just because federal definitions can change without our approval. And so I asked Luke to come in with different language that we can consider, but also to go through the sections of the bill again, just very quickly and to ask the committee, did we have questions about any sections of the bill that we can address while we have Luke's time?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Luke Marland, the Director of Ledge Council and Chief Counsel of General Assembly. I'm here in H492, and it's good to see you all again. The Chair had asked me to reference any definition of homelessness in state law. And if you remember when I did the walkthrough, I think it was a couple weeks ago at this point, maybe 2 or even 3 weeks ago, I read for you the federal definition, which indeed is long, and then I read to you some language from Title 16, which is education. And let me read that to you again, because it's not really a definition of homelessness, but it is indirectly. And let me remind you of that language, because that is language you could use if you wish to. So this is existing state law. And once again, you don't have to follow existing state law, but it's often a good jumping off point. So you could modify this definition, if you will. It was in Title 16, it's 16 VSA 10075, and this is in the context of school kids and where they go to school. And there's language about child of homeless parents. And let me read that to you again. A child of homeless parents means a child whose parents, 1, lack a fixed, regular, and adequate residence, or 2, have a primary nighttime residence in a supervised publicly or privately operated shelter for temporary accommodations, such as public assistance hotels, emergency shelters, battered women's shelters, and transitional housing facilities, or a public or private place not designated for or ordinarily used for a regular sleeping accommodation for human beings. So this was a language that we looked at a couple weeks ago. It's in Title 16, so you can see that it could be very easily changed to a definition of homelessness or homeless status. And it does actually track some of the same language in the federal statute. For example, a place that's not ordinarily used for human beings to sleep at night tracks some of the federal law. The shelter language tracks some of the federal law. So it's different then, but somewhat similar to the federal definition. So if you want to use this as a jumping off point, I think it would be very easy to do so, to simply take that language and make it the definition of housing status. Yes?
So the last definition of a place that is not normally used for human habitation or whatever that.
Regular sleeping accommodation for human beings. Is,
right,
yeah.
Okay, so would that, in your opinion, would that be like a barn or some kind of an outbuilding shed, unheated?
Yes, absolutely.
That would be what?
A car. You're sleeping in a place that isn't normally understood to be a place that people would sleep in overnight. Yes.
So this definition is assigning this definition to the child's parents.
Correct. So
and so it gets us part of the way there in terms of what homelessness can be defined as.
I would think it gets you, if you like this definition, once again, you could have your own definition, you could modify it, that's up to you guys.
Yeah.
But I think it gets you 99% of the way there if you like it. For example, using exactly the same words, but fitting it into the terms that are used in your bill. Housing status, this would be how it would be used in your bill if you wish to do that. Housing status, which is a key term, if you remember, in Title IX and the other statutes you're modifying. Housing status means the status of lacking a fixed, regular, and adequate residence, or having a primary nighttime residence in a supervised publicly or privately operated shelter. So this is taking the same language, such as public assistance hotels, emergency shelters, battered women's shelters, and transitional housing facilities, or a public or private place not designated for or ordinarily used as regular sleeping accommodations for human beings. So that's taking the same language from Title 16, putting it in the manner that you would have it in this bill.
In the federal the federal definition had also had elements of perception. Is that right?
Let me pull that up for you. Let me look. So the federal definition is referring to the federal law. Would be, for example, an individual or family who lacks a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence, similar to what I just read you. An individual or family with a primary nighttime residence that is a public or private place not designated for or ordinarily used as a regular sleeping accommodation for human beings, very similar to what I just read you, but they give examples, including a car, park, abandoned building. An individual or family living in a supervised, publicly or privately operated shelter, once again similar to what I just read to you. An individual who resides in in a shelter or place not meant for human habitation, and who's exiting an institution where he or she was temporarily resided. So it's phrased a little awkwardly, but that's a little different than what I just read to you.
Is that someone coming out of jail or?
I would think so. Jail, psychiatric facility, some other kind of involuntary status. Yes. So a lot of it tracks, in some way, the state language that I just summarized for you. It's longer, and it includes some other things also. So.
Is it possible to get a copy of that wording on our iPads?
Of which wording, the federal or the state or?
State. Well, actually both.
Sure.
Both would
So,
help.
well, state you can look up.
I prefer to read something rather than hear it.
So federal I can email to you. State you
Thank
can look
you.
up right now. I can give you a citation on the website. It's 16 VSA 10075. So if you go to the website under Vermont statutes, you can look it up. Putting it all together, I didn't know if the committee wanted to do that. If they do, I can plop that language into the bill, and you can look at it and decide how to modify it. So absolutely, we can get it to you in the different ways.
If you tell it to me, I can go ahead and post it to the committee.
You're talking about the Vermont statute? Vermont statute, just why don't you pull it up from the website? It's 16 VSA 10075 under Vermont laws.
I'm in statute search.
And then you go to Vermont laws, pull it down. Yep. And then go down, Title 16. And then pull that up.
Under the education or the
education. And then go all the way down to 10075. You went a little too far, I think. 10075? 1075?
7-1.
Click on 25.
Yeah, starts on 10.
Then 10075, click on that. And that's it. Then you go all the way to E as in echo. And if they can see it on the screen, I will show them that.
I will post this right now.
Thank you.
Okay. So we'll have that posted to look at. Representative Kalaki.
In the Vermont language, I'm just wondering that, as I was listening, when I visited treatment court in both Barrie and Burlington, it was a lot of kids that were in the system were couch surfing, and they really weren't. And so they were not considered homeless, but they were homeless because they were having real troubles with saying to the judge, look, it's when I walk out on Church Street today after I leave you promising to be good, I have to find a place to stay tonight, and I couch surf, and sometimes I make bad mistakes. Will that fit in our Vermont edition?
I think it's arguable that definitely would. Lack that fixed regular residents. That would seem to fit. Now, some of this, what you're talking about, is how a court would interpret it, how an HC department would do the rulemaking to apply it. So I can't comment on that, but it would seem to fit within our language.
No, I think that's good, because when we get our count, it's 1,000 people who are living not in any kind of shelter. And so we, to get all the counts, I get such a bigger universe. So if we're going to have a Bill of Rights, these kids, well, these people, it's not just kids. Great.
I think a good argument would fit with it.
Yeah,
I agree.
And I guess there's another general concept here. We were talking about last week in the conversation the difference between someone who is homeless and someone who's perceived to be homeless.
Yes.
How is that covered?
Well, I had received an email from one of the witnesses, and I think you were on that email. I don't know if the rest of the committee was, so I was CC'd on it, did not respond to it. I think that witness was suggesting that perceived be added. That's a decision for the committee to make.
Yeah, I mean, so we had a conversation just about the difference between, again, that a discrimination, an act of discrimination can happen because of perception.
So as the state potential definition that I read to you does not include the word perceived. So obviously the difference is actual means you are in that status. So that would have to be demonstrated. Perceived means that someone thinks you're in that status. So it expands the universe of people who would be covered by the anti-discrimination law, or in the so-called homeless Bill of Rights to expand that also. So,
okay, Representative Zahn.
In the bill is introduced, section 274, subsection D is where the word perceived appears. And I had raised a question about that because it was used in that one subsection, but it wasn't used consistently throughout the rest. But it is covered in there. It's just covered in one subsection instead of all of it.
Well, in that part, so you're absolutely right. Good catch. But in the amendments to the existing anti-discrimination laws in Title IX, the word perceived is not used.
Okay. So that's a policy decision that we have to make a decision on. When we can look at old definitions side by side. We'll have a conversation about the federal definition and the ones that you brought forward from education.
Yep.
And we'll have a conversation about which one we would like to pursue.
Okay.
I think that's the best way to handle that percent. Yeah, that part of the bill. Lisa.
Just a quick note that this came up at a school board meeting the other night, that homelessness is going to be very important to define in terms of education because of residency in various school districts.
Sure.
And in my district, we are facing that we don't really know whether a student is a resident and needing to be educated in that district.
Sure. And that's what I read to you from Title 16 is in that context. So I can't say how it's applied.
Right, so
I don't know.
that's why.
But that's where it's in the context of what school district the kids would attend, because it's in the context of a child of homeless parents. So.
And I believe that's where the link here and the connection to the McKinney-Vento Act also plays into the issue of how kids can be educated and how that works. So let's start. So let's just track now the rest of the bill.
Sure.
And see where we are on particular sections here.
How would you like me to do that? Do you want me to just say we're looking at the findings, or what? How would you like to proceed?
Yeah, let's do this. There's three distinct sections of there's three distinct areas in the bill. There's the findings, there's the Bill of Rights, and then there's the addition, there's protected status towards the end. There may be more there, which I guess we'll go through, but so let's do finding. Let's just consider what the findings are. Determine whether or not we think it's necessary.
Come on in.
That's the first time I've ever heard something.
I think someone just
Oh, I don't know.
No, that was pretty intentional.
I know. It might be the cigarette person.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're cool.
Figure one of the vacuum cleaners.
So what do we have? So we have just a short list of findings. This committee, this is open to your conversation. Do you have an opinion on the findings that have been proposed here?
And there's one more finding on the next page, there's a total of 3.
John, you should scroll. John, you have it. Any thoughts or comments on this? Is it, as if not, we can move right to the next section.
So I guess Article 1, Chapter 1, Vermonters are equally free and independent. Does that really speak to or cover what we're doing here? Is Article 7, Chapter 1 sufficient? I guess that's when I was reading it, that was what I was thinking.
Well, is the key word there equally?
It could be. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, but it's true. All Vermonters are equal in terms of being free and independent. Yeah. But I do have a good question. How relevant is it?
Well, because Article 7, Chapter 1 is that all Vermonters are entitled to the same benefits and protections. So isn't that where we're going with this? I again, am just putting it out there. I don't have a problem with this saying then.
Again, findings are some things that we tend not to do a lot of. They're merely
statement.
A statement. I was going to say an amuse-bouche. It's just sort of a presentation of what this bill is dealing with and why this bill came forward. So, yeah, John.
I think if when Boryang said we might consider also the perception of. So if that is true, if we take that later on, and to include that, then the intent of this act, people without homes with the perception of, would have to probably go there as a finding if we're defining legislative intent, and we include that.
So are you talking about page 2, line?
Number 3.
Line 3?
Yes. If we go, remember, yeah, when Bohr said...
The Human Rights Commission testified that it was important to include the intent of what we're seeking to do through the findings.
Yep. So that would just be a flag when we make that determination.
So if we were to include language that had the word perceived in it online, it would be on line 4 that says people without homes or perceived to not have homes.
Yes.
Strikes me as redundant, but...
Well, again, this is the importance of the word perceived in terms of, again, based on the testimony that we received. Is it something that, like the example was, if I was homeless and you were not, and you were treated as if you were,
that would be a perception. I'm good with that.
Yes.
So I understand the reason for wanting to include the word perceived. And on the face of it, I don't feel there's an issue. But there could be a situation where there's an objection to a person being wherever that person is, and the reason has nothing to do with a perception that the person is homeless, but has to do with something else, which is not necessarily against the law, activity or what have you. And so if you have the word perceived in there, that could be used as an accusation against. That person could use that word as a reason for pursuing some sort of redress when that is not the situation. So I think it can make it more difficult to address a situation where it's not the basis of perceived homelessness, but something else. It could. I'm just concerned about that because it's perceived is pretty open-ended. I mean, it looks very self-descriptive, but not necessarily. So it's something to consider.
Right, no, but like you said, people have, I think that the key element is to remember that this doesn't prevent somebody taking care of their, in a normal course of business,
right.
You know, if there's behavior that is not related or linked to, I mean, it could be, I mean, it's just that idea of, I mean, I hear what you're saying, perceived does broaden.
It's very broad.
It does broaden the notion here.
Right. You could as a merchant, you could be accused of being prejudiced against someone because you perceive them, because that person perceives them as being homeless, when in fact it isn't, and yet it could be related to actions which are not necessarily someone breaking the law. That would, the actions would be covered under some sort of civil law. It's very murky. I understand the reason, but there's always an unintended consequence to things. So I think before inserting that, we really need to thresh that out a little bit more, because it's an interest of fairness. You want to be fair to someone who is, if not homeless, certainly looking and or acting in a manner that would lead one to think that they might be homeless. But you don't want to, so you want to protect their rights as human beings. You want to do that.
Right, and this goes to, I mean, it could go from anything from me having a really bad week and not you know, cleaning myself and not shaving and not, you know, whatever, and being perceived that way. But I think the more realistic view is the gentleman who testified, who was homeless for 10 years and hasn't, you know, he was homeless for 12 years in his last stretch and hasn't been for 10 years, but maybe everybody knows that person as a homeless person and will perceive him to be homeless, even though he's, as he self-describes, is formerly unhoused. So again, this is the reason to discuss this here.
It seems like question would be, in the scenario that you present, is that, as Tom said, if a disheveled person walks into a store and is perceived to be a homeless person and is asked to leave that store, that is outright discrimination.
Yes,
because of the perception that that store owner had of that individual that walked into their store. So I think that's what we're trying to address here, that's still blatant discrimination. So we're looking to protect homeless people from that, so that perception maybe does have a place.
And even the general public. I mean, just because you might look what is stereotypically associated with someone who is homeless doesn't mean anything.
I mean, that's my thought.
I mean, anybody, I mean, you come into my cafe sometimes and if you take a look at like people sitting at a communal table, you have no idea which one is like a low income, you know, employee at one of the farms or owns like a $2 million house on the lake in Banton. It's all perception.
Represents that.
Well, and the flip side of not incorporating the language around perception is then you allow, if a case comes before the courts, for the person who was discriminating to say, well, I didn't know they were homeless, so I wasn't discriminating on them on the basis of them being homeless because I had no way to know one way or the other. Because if it's purely on their housing status, then you have to make a case that this person knew where this person was sleeping at night, which seems to me a very difficult case to prove and not what we're trying to address in the situation. And as a example that we heard last week too, we really don't want to be in a situation where I perceive that John is Muslim because he's wearing a Sikh headscarf, and I discriminate against him, but because I mistakenly discriminated based on his religion, we don't want to exempt that behavior, and so adding perception is really important because I perceived him to be Muslim even though he wasn't, and we want to make sure that that kind of behavior is I think that's what we want to capture in this bill, is that kind of behavior is captured, and if we leave out perception, then we allow for this kind of this sort of escape clause because it's ambiguous.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just, I'm sorry, while we have a pause here, it looks like we're being visited by students who are wearing VSAC sweatshirts. You guys are college students or college students to be?
To be.
Eighth grade. Wow. Did we start a college program starting in ninth grade?
Maybe we should.
Well, welcome. If you haven't caught the drift, we're talking about a homeless bill of rights here. And note how we just spent 7 to 8 minutes talking about what the importance of adding a word to legislation can be. I mean, this is, this is one of the things that we do here. So if you're not up on your vocabulary, if you don't like vocabulary, start, because the definitions of words are clearly very important. Saying what you mean and meaning what you say is always a difficult thing to get across in statute sometimes, and that's what we're discussing this morning. So welcome, enjoy.
Do you have something to give us? Is that what you're?
No.
Oh, okay.
Just observing.
Oh, good. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I sent a presentation. Hopefully, you just got it. You just got it. Okay.
And definitely we should have hard copies of. Is it a PowerPoint?
It is, but it's not necessary. I can sort of walk through it. It'll provide.
Do you have copies?
I don't have copies. I'm
If
sorry.
you give them too many pictures, they focus on the pictures and they don't listen.
It's mostly just trying to pull all of these pieces together. I apologize.
You will send it to the copy room. We'll catch up.
Okay.
Paper copies so that people don't have to take notes like that. But
Perfect.
meanwhile, as
Yes.
presenter Roger's suggestion, hey,
Close, full attention. I got it. So my hope is to do some stage setting for you this morning and then turn it over to folks with the particularized expertise. Can start by talking a little bit about just nutrient pollution in Vermont's major watersheds, the Lake Champlain, the Lake Memphremagog, and the Connecticut River watersheds, the approach we're taking to identifying and projects and then funding those projects, and then Emily can speak to the accomplishments, which is really what's reflected in the Clean Water Performance Report. About 11 o'clock, we'll be joined by folks, Hannah Smith, who's the attorney for the Wetlands Program, and Patrick Muntz from the Stormwater Program, and can take up those specific detailed topics, which are certainly part and parcel of the larger clean water work. We do have existing TMDLs or pollution budgets for both Lake Champlain and Lake Memphremagog related to phosphorus. Both of them require in some ways a similar level of reduction, about a third from the current condition. Similar also between those two watersheds is that wet weather really is driving the pollution in both cases. There's a very limited contribution from wastewater treatment facilities, but the vast majority, over 90% in both watersheds, is being driven by runoff-based processes, runoff from developed lands, from roads, from agricultural fields, from forestry operations. So part of the challenge we fundamentally face is as a result of changing climate, we're seeing increasing amounts of precipitation, we're seeing an increasing number of intense storms, and as a result, we see an increase in the phosphorus load. The phosphorus load it correlates pretty directly with the amount of runoff that we're seeing, which correlates pretty directly with the amount of rainfall.
can I check in on, since it's always helpful to have data, the scale of things. So what I think I've heard is that Vermont, on an average year, gets something like 35 inches of rain. And that in the last, I don't know how long, 20 years, 50 years, it's gone up 9 inches. Does that sound about right?
So there is a graphic actually in the Clean Water Performance Report that speaks to this. We have a trend line that goes back to the 1940s up through 2020, so that's an 80-year record. Back in the 1940s, and this is at the Burlington Airport, we were looking at just over 30 inches of rain a year, and now we're up in the 37 to 38 range. There is a considerable variability within the state. The Champlain Valley, this is probably fairly representative of as you get out into the spine of the Greens. I think if I remember correctly, JP currently sees over 45 inches of rain a year. So there's already a much more significant, there's an orographic effect in addition to this climate change effect that probably is amplified as you move up into the Greens.
Yeah, and I would say that we've always gotten more water than
Correct.
they have, so it would be on a relative scale.
Yeah, absolutely. But just to keep in mind that this is really, the data that's presented in the report is for Burlington Airport and probably most reflective of the Champlain Valley.
And then more intense storms. And then even more problematically still, more intense storms that tend to come in the spring and the fall that don't have crops on.
Correct. Shoulder season conditions.
We also don't want to make that excuse also all the time also that, it's, these are things that we've got to get ready and deal with, I think.
Absolutely.
I don't want to too much out there that, this is not that you're coming from you, but that, it's intense storms, what are we going to do, woe is us. I think we've got to really start to recognize this and deal with it.
I agree. I think there's a new normal, but some of it is being aware of the fact that where those key differences are between sort of historic conditions and rainfall patterns and what we're seeing under a climate change regime.
It's not children months. So
Someone mentioned shoulder months. It's not shoulder months.
So I'll send you a link to a presentation, Senator. We had Leslie M. Dupuy-Giroux, who's the state climatologist, come and present at the municipal day that ANR runs every year. And she had Vermont-specific data that indicated that a piece of it is that it is wetter in the spring and the fall, and we're actually seeing more drought-like conditions in the summer.
Always has been. But storms that strip fluvial, that's summertime. That's where the big damage is.
So one point that you made was that municipal septic is a small part of it. Does that mean just the point source, or does that mean when they overflow as well?
So what's represented when you see our sort of typical pie charts that show the load, that's generally the wastewater treatment plant effluent, the treated effluent.
Mm-hmm.
That said, CSOs are actually even a tiny fraction of that small wedge of the pie.
Even with the overflows.
Correct. Generally.
Not that it's good.
No. And to be clear, there are real human health concerns associated with sewer overflows. They are not a significant source of phosphorus.
Okay.
Human person can't eat without paper.
I know. This is great. So I talked about the idea that it's really weather is the primary driver of nutrient pollution. The other challenge associated with weather is that it's noisy from year to year, which makes it really hard to detect trends, particularly in the short term. We are the beneficiaries of some particularly robust data sets for Lake Champlain, where we have data that now stretches back the better part of 30 years, and we are able to look at those long-term trends. Currently, many of those trends are still ticking upward, and part of the challenge is rainfall is also ticked upward during that period, and so it can be hard to make sure that the work we're doing is having the desired effect on the ground using only these long-term monitoring programs at the mouths of the major tributaries and in the lake segments. There is a body of work that's being done by the Lake Champlain Basin Program to try to control for the effects of weather, and it does show more improvement than you would see by looking at the raw data, but certainly not the kind of improvement we ultimately want to achieve. So just in terms of what needs to happen, we need to achieve a 34% reduction in phosphorus loading in Lake Champlain, a 29% reduction in loading to Lake Memphremagog, and we're looking at about a 50% reduction in nitrogen loading to the Connecticut River and Long Island Sound, although that pollution budget is still under development. EPA is leading the work on that because it's not just Vermont and New Hampshire, but also implicates Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New York, all have significant contributions to Long Island Sound. For perspective, the Chesapeake Bay TMDL requires a 24% reduction in phosphorus. The Gulf of Mexico requires a 20% reduction in nitrogen, and Lake Erie requires a 40% reduction in phosphorus. So we're within the bounds of reason.
Are those all EPA set, or are those states individually working kind of on their? I'm just curious, is this something where the EPA is coming into Lake Erie, or is it?
Yes. No, every one of those has multiple states, and so by virtue of the fact that it's a multi-state watershed, EPA tends to have a heavy involvement.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So you could just say the Chesapeake's 24%?
It is.
And Lake Champlain's 34%?
Correct.
Okay. So that's a bit of a sober statistic when I think of the Chesapeake, where I've seen, I thought it was that they were doing a lot worse than Lake Champlain because they had a lot more people, a lot more impacts, a lot more people upstream.
We had heard, didn't we, last year that Chesapeake was making a lot of progress pretty quickly?
Well, after 20 years of not making much progress.
Right.
20-year overnight success.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. So the Chesapeake is challenging from the number of political jurisdictions involved, frankly, from the size and scale of the watershed and how far removed many people who live in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. I mean, you could live up in Cooperstown, New York, and be in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. Is that
really?
Yeah. Right, but so you're people who are very far removed from where the impacts are felt, and that can be a challenge as well. But they are at this point making significant progress, and we are in routine communication with colleagues down there too, with an effort to make sure we're learning from them to the extent possible. The way we're going to achieve those reductions is a combination of voluntary and mandatory programs. The mandatory programs were largely laid out in Act 64 of 2015 and include the required agricultural practices, stormwater permitting programs, including the 3-acre permit we'll talk about a little bit later on, and the municipal roads general permit, mandatory upgrades for wastewater treatment facilities, that were by and large required by EPA, because that's one of the few levers they have in this work, and wanted to feel like that helps sort of them hold our feet to the fire. And then changes to the accepted management practices for forestry.
He's the good-looking one over here. Appreciate it.
Last session you passed Act 76, which speaks largely to the non-regulatory programs and natural resources restoration work in particular. We have some significant efforts underway in terms of wetlands restoration with additional funding that Senator Leahy has been able to secure to support that work, as well as floodplain reconnection and river corridor protection projects. Really the work under Act 76 is about a third of the phosphorus pollution reduction we need to achieve is expected to come through these voluntary programs, 2/3 through our regulatory programs. So the work the General Assembly did last session relative to Act 76 is really focused on that third of the reductions we're expected to come from these above and beyond projects. There's a mix of funding that's also implicated here. So as I know you know, we're spending on the order of $50 to $60 million a year. Currently, about a third of that comes from the Clean Water Fund, and that percentage will tick up in FY21. But we're relying on, there's a surcharge on the property transfer tax. The unclaimed bottle deposits have started to be remitted to the Clean Water Fund as of October 1st of last year. There's 4 points of the rooms and meals tax in the current fiscal year that's dedicated to clean water, and there will be 6 points starting in FY21. And all told, that reaches about $15 million in the Clean Water Fund for FY20. We also continue to see significant funding from the capital bill. As you may recall, in FY18 and 19, we had a really huge increase in our capital bill allocation at the recommendation of the treasurer. It was about $25 million a year for each of those 2 years. We've dropped back to what we hope is a more sustainable level, and is commensurate with historic investments of the capital bill in the order of $10 to $12 million a year. In FY20, we are at 12.1. And then there are some other appropriations that go into clean water work but wouldn't be under the purview of the Clean Water Board, including allocations through the transportation bill for work along the state's roads and highways. And in the appropriations bill, there's both the SRF match, which is the fund we use to make loans to municipalities for wastewater improvement projects, as well as money for the Farm Agronomic Practices Program at the Ag Agency. And last year, we received $6.1 million from Senator Leahy, specifically to support implementation of the TMDL through the Lake Champlain Basin Program. And this year, are anticipating almost $6.4 million in that same federal account. So again, continued robust federal support for the work we're doing. You may have heard about the auditor's report last year, just to reflect that there was some simplification in the way he considered how flexible all of those dollars are. So to the extent we have about $50 million dedicated to clean water, more than half of those are what I would call directed. So the investments are real, they're just not discretionary. They are either, they have strings that say they must be spent on municipal wastewater, stormwater, and CSOs. They're required to be invested in transportation-related projects, or they're subject to the Lake Champlain Basin Program's approval process and not governed by the state. I guess the last point I would make is I do believe that this is truly a 20-year proposition, that this is, once all is said and done, going to be one of the most significant engineering undertakings the state has engaged in. The early years, which were sort of in that transition period, really have been characterized by planning and putting systems in place. And we believe we're about to see a dramatic acceleration in the implementation phase. And I think it's just always important to keep in mind that progress won't come in neat increments of a pound of phosphorus per certain dollars invested. And that our progress is going to be complicated by climate change as rainfall and rainfall intensity continue to increase. But that we think we are on the path to achieving our shared clean water goals. And with that, I would propose to turn it over to Emily, who can talk about some of the more specific information we've compiled as part of the performance report, unless you have other questions for me.
I'd like to ask one quick question. Just a sort of a lay question in a way. Will Otter Creek always run muddy? I mean, it's just always a big brown plume.
Yeah, and
sort of year in and year out.
And I think some of the, I would need to get back to you on specifics of that. I think that it's a slow winder is how we would describe that kind of stream. It's low gradient. And I think some of that turbidity is naturally occurring. I think ideally, we will all hope to see a reduction in the degree of turbidity, but I'm not sure it would ever run clear. But I can check with staff that would be able to answer that question with a lot more certainty than I can.
One of those things, we do all this, we're all doing work, and people are happy about that. But when you look at Otter Creek, the lake, when you just see brown water flowing out this big plume into the lake, and it's been that way for quite a while.
Don't you remember the song, "Oh Black Water"? Some of them run mucky.
Yeah, but let me get some additional information and get back to you on that.
Because it's got to have a lot to do with what soils they run through on their way there. And,
it does, and the fine clay soils tend to stay in suspension for a very long time. There's some amount of erosion that's a natural process. There was a gentleman who I'd heard speak from the USDA Agricultural Research Service, and what he had said is erosion is a natural process. What's unnatural is the rate at which it's occurring currently. And so just sort of keeping that in the back of my mind all the time too. And it's not dissimilar to the TMDLs, where the goal for phosphorus isn't zero, right? Like there's some amount of transport and movement that just takes place naturally. We just have too much. And so I will get you an answer to that question, Senator. Yeah.
Let me ask another question. When we had a presentation, in the governor's address, he mentioned a certain amount being reduced of phosphorus.
Yeah.
How is that? Can you just tell us how that's being measured?
So that's exactly what Emily's presentation will be. Right.
And then I have one more quick, easy question. Who are you going to vote for in the primary?
Oh my God. I take it fit.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I do have some presentation slides that I will hand out as well as a fact sheet, and I understand you all have copies of the report in front of you.
Thank you.
In the interest of saving paper, I did put 2 slides, but all of these graphics are noted page numbers in the report if you want to see it in a little bit more detail. Do you mind if I pass that to you?
No, not at all. Yeah.
Okay.
And as you get ready to launch, I just want to thank you. This report.
Yes, this is
Stronger and Stronger. A lot.
Thank you.
Very helpful data, and there's a lot happening to it. So, thank you.
Well, it's an ever-growing challenge to capture all the great work that's happening across the landscape for clean water. So we enjoy the challenge of putting it together every year. So thank you again for having me. I'm Emily Bird, Clean Water Initiative Program Manager at the Department of Environmental Conservation. My program oversees the tracking, accounting, and reporting related to clean water. We work very closely across state government, and new this year, we're also working very closely with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Natural Resource Conservation Service, and the Lake Champlain Basin Program to start to integrate the results of federal funding more so into this report. So I'm going to walk you through the report today to give you a sense of what is included in the report. And I also want to make sure we have plenty of time to introduce you to a whole new section of the report called Part 2. That is our Lake Champlain TMDL Progress Report. It fulfills the reporting requirements to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency within the Lake Champlain total maximum daily load. So we've designed this report to fulfill multiple reporting requirements from an efficiency standpoint. So the report's in front of you. The first page here, slides 1 and 2 are really just introductory. Before moving on to slide number 3, before we get into the details, I usually just set the stage describing what a clean water project is, because we use that term quite a bit throughout the report, as well as the total maximum daily load. Secretary Moore already gave a great primer to this, but just a refresher. We're funding, the state of Vermont is funding and supporting clean water projects all across different land uses. And it's really necessary when you're dealing with non-point source pollution for it to be an all-in approach, targeting all these different land sources of phosphorus and other nutrients and sediment, because most of our pollution is from rainfall-driven and snowmelt-driven events. We're working through agricultural lands, developed lands, targeting stormwater runoff from hard surfaces like roof runoff and parking lots, as well as roads and wastewater treatment. And all of these projects have a benefit of reducing nutrients and sediment, whether it's nitrogen or phosphorus or sediment from erosion, but they also bring a number of co-benefits that are very beneficial to the state of Vermont, including flood resiliency, habitat restoration, enhancing our recreational assets, and supporting the working landscape. So there are a number of benefits, and we're striving to capture all of those benefits in our data that we're tracking each year.
Can I ask a quick question? Do you track employment that flows from all this work?
We have not begun to track that yet. There could possibly be some
employment.
Oh, yeah.
There could possibly be some data sources available that may be of interest. Do you know? I don't. Not that.
No, I mean it was something we had talked about and talked about briefly with the Department of Labor, because we know that these significant investments are translating to a body of work in the engineering community, in the nonprofit community, and in the contractor community, but haven't figured out exactly how to pull all of those pieces together.
My guess is, we're over 20 years, we're spending $1 trillion+.
1 billion.
Billion. Oh yeah, sorry. I won't say that.
It's expensive, but not that expensive.
Sorry, billion. Think about electricity.
Budget Director Bratt.
So $1 gazillion. And it might, honestly, it might be sort of the largest infrastructure program the state's ever taken on. So
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah.
Rather than think of it as just a burden, also it may well be that it's something we're doing for ourselves that provides good employment for many people.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we've talked about it qualitatively, but haven't done that more quantitatively.
So we'd rather have you do this, I think.
You spoke about the numerous weather events causing erosion, and we can't talk about the numerous weather events causing erosion if we don't say that at the same time we have numerous agricultural practices and road building practices, which together with those rain events cause erosion. And it's you got to deal with both of those things, and you can't attribute it to one or the other. It's both.
Absolutely. And we are finding, especially municipal roads is a great example. Once a road section is brought up to the municipal road general permit standards, it is much more resilient to these severe storm events compared to before. And so municipalities are finding that adapting these types of practices decreases their maintenance cost because it's making their road networks more resilient.
Trying to undo the practices that for 20 years or 30 years were actively championed and paid for. So we worked for years to get road water downhill faster, and now we are stepping back and trying to get water downhill more slowly.
But the next challenge is going to be, I've heard we've got an especially problematic steep hill in our town that the stone line ditches have already filled up with sediment. And yes, it's doing its job, but it's an extremely expensive project if you have to redo it every few years.
Absolutely.
And so I think in the future, there's going to need to be technology invented so you can dig the stone out, separate the sediment out, so that you're not just dumping all that stone you spent huge money on as fill somewhere and having to buy new riprap again. It's a very expensive process.
I see opportunity for onward.
Great. And throughout the presentation, I'll also be referring to a total maximum daily load, or TMDL. Most of the state of Vermont is covered by these large-scale nutrient TMDLs that are federally required when a water body no longer meets water quality standards. For Lake Champlain and Lake Memphremagog, we're really targeting phosphorus reductions in order for those water bodies to meet state of Vermont water quality standards. And as Secretary Moore mentioned, we're also part of a 5-state watershed that drains to Long Island Sound through the Connecticut River, and there's going to be work needed under that section of the state, both from wastewater optimization for nitrogen treatment, which is underway, as well as the non-point and stormwater sources that we've been working so hard to address with Champlain and Memphremagog as well.
So there is not yet, is it correct, a Long Island Sound TMDL?
There is a Long Island Sound TMDL, and it was published in 2001, written by the state of Connecticut and New York together. And that TMDL primarily targets reductions from the Connecticut and New York sources being the primary sources. However, it does include parts of Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Vermont, and requires about a 10% reduction from non-point sources. But then a more substantial reduction from the point sources, so the wastewater treatment facilities that discharge directly into the Connecticut River and its tributaries.
Do we not have a Connecticut River TMDL then? And what am I thought we're missing a piece, but we know it's coming and we're already taking steps.
We are missing a Vermont-specific allocation of the load, and EPA is working on a study that will help to better apportion the load reductions for nitrogen in the Long Island Sound watershed regionally, looking at the embayments of Long Island Sound directly, but also better understanding the sources in the upper basin states like Vermont. So
we're already taking steps, even if we don't have a firm figure in mind for what our target ultimately will be.
We anticipate it will be coming, and all of the work that we're doing related to Act 64 and Act 76 are really preparing us to be well positioned to say, yes, we are already doing a substantial amount of work that will benefit Long Island Sound, and we're tracking it too. So we have data about the extent of projects that are being implemented in that part of the state that we'd be able to share with the other states to demonstrate how we're doing our part and where we may need to do more. Thank you. So moving on to slide 5 here, this is found in page 9 of the report as well, an overview of the types of measures that are included in the report. The first measure, really focusing on the state of Vermont investments in clean water, is those investment measures describing how much the state has invested in clean water projects. It summarizes it by agency, by land use sector, geographic distribution. There's many different ways that it's presented. We also not only present on the level of investment, the number of projects funded, but the results of those investments in our project outputs and phosphorus reduction estimates. That's also summarized in Part 1 of the report specifically for the state of Vermont investments. Part 2 of the report really broadens the scope to include federal funding programs and regulatory programs as well. Also understanding the need to do education outreach and technical assistance. We've been tracking the extent of the state of Vermont's outreach efforts related to clean water, as well as technical assistance efforts underway by various state of Vermont agencies and our partners. The goal of all of this education and outreach is really to better prepare the local partners out on the landscape, like municipalities or watershed organizations, farmers, to give them the right tools to be able to do this work and understand some of the resources, financial or technical, that may be available to help them.
Can I ask a quick question? I remember when Senator Pearson was in this committee, we talked about the possibility of, and this may have already happened, signage and notification, letting people know their tax dollars are at work. This is a project. Is that kind of thing happening, or we let
yes.
up in?
A couple years ago, we purchased clean water project signs that are posted while projects are under construction if the project is visible publicly. So for example, a stormwater treatment practice at an elementary school, you'd see a clean water project sign posted. So those have been dispersed to the various state agencies that fund this work.
Thank you, I think that helps.
Great, and we also, I'll get to it in a little bit, we have an online Project Explorer, which is like a dashboard that make all of the data that are summarized in this report available to the public as well. So there's quite a bit of tools that we've been working to develop to better get the word out. Thank you. Okay, moving on to slide 6. I already mentioned that this report now has 2 parts. The first part is the investment report that you've been familiar with over the last few years. The investment report summarizes state investments in clean water, the results of the state investment specifically, understanding that it is a bit of a Venn diagram and that these state investments may also leverage federal investments, and these investments may also support regulatory compliance, so there is overlap in these various areas of reporting. So part 1 really focuses on those state investments and fulfills the investment reporting requirement. I'll just walk you through a few examples of some measures in the report related to the investment. On slide 7 here, this is from the executive summary. You can see the 4 major basins of the state: Champlain, Memphremagog, Connecticut River, and the Hudson. And here we have summarized investments over the last 4 state fiscal years by land use sector. So you can see how the investments vary geographically depending on the types of projects that are being targeted. For example, in the Hudson River section, a large wastewater treatment facility upgrade that is really showing quite a major investment in wastewater is because these are more expensive infrastructure projects compared to, say, an agricultural field practice. Slide. Oh, just saying, showing how in the executive summary, we showed the investments by the 4 major basins by land use sector. And so you can see here in the Hudson River that there is a major investment in wastewater due to an expensive wastewater treatment improvement that was made.
Like cement, rebar, and building.
Yeah, it's more of the traditional infrastructure through a Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan, which ultimately municipalities will repay. But you can see the relative distribution of the different types of investments in different parts of the states, depending on what sources are being targeted.
So you were talking about something about land use practices.
Yep, so I was just making the point that while the wastewater treatment facility expense may be high, there's still a lot of work happening in those other land uses, like agricultural practices are being implemented, but they're lower cost. So it's showing as a smaller proportion of the cost in that part of the state.
Mr. Chair, what's the body that makes the decision between whether to spend it downstream on cement and rebar or upstream on agricultural practices? Is that the regional missions?
I did take a stab at it, but I think I'll ask the agency respond.
Yep. So we use tactical basin planning. It's an approach that covers each of the 15 river basins in the state of Vermont. Tactical basin planning is done on a 5-year rotating cycle, and it's really a local approach identifying water quality concerns in each of the river basins. So for example, the Winooski, the Otter Creek, the Battenkill, each have their own basin plan, and they use the results of modeling, sector-based assessments like a municipal road erosion inventory, for example, to really better identify where there are pollutant loading hotspots on the landscape and where to target projects to address those issues. And it's all integrated together in this one report of the basin plan itself that is really sort of the roadmap for the local groups in that watershed to better target where they're investing these dollars to achieve water quality results.
That's by a vote of the people in the area.
There is participation in the process by the regional planning commissions, the natural resource conservation districts, and they also hold a number of public meetings to provide local input in the process.
but eventually they vote on what they would recommend.
I'm not sure that there is a formal voting process, but it is certainly collaborative.
And for the total amount of funding, and that all those, I was thinking of the tactical basin plans that's creating our giant project list, right? The pipeline. And then is it the Clean Water Board that in the end then allocates money? I don't know how you decide which tactical basin plan gets how much effort, but maybe you can say something about how those decisions are made.
Sure. So the Clean Water Board provides a recommendation of how much funding is going to be invested in, say, agriculture compared to natural resource restoration. And that's done at the pretty high level statewide on an annual basis. However, with Act 76 that just passed last legislative session, we're moving into the fiscal year 22 budget process, and then we will start to be allocating funding to those new budget categories. And one of those is the water quality restoration formula grants, where dollars will be allocated to the tactical basin planning watersheds we mentioned before, based on a phosphorus reduction target. So that will be a new approach where we're actually allocating funding based on different watersheds and the results that are needed in each of those watersheds. So that's going to be a big leap forward in how these funds are dispersed, and we'll get more into the geographic dispersal of funding. Is there anything you want to add to that?
No, that was perfect.
Great, thank you. Okay, so moving on through the report, sharing some examples of the measures that are reported here. Slide 8 shows the investment from state fiscal year 2016 through 2019 by land use sector. You can see in dark gray, those are the municipal wastewater loans through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund that will ultimately be repaid back to the state and be used for more projects moving forward. I will point out there is a slight dip from state fiscal year 18 to 19, and that is not the result of there being less funding appropriated. It was the result of a spike in investments through the municipal pollution control grants and the Clean Water State Revolving Fund in state fiscal year 18. These dollars are allocated to these larger infrastructure projects based on their construction schedules. And it happened that in this year there was just a lot of projects aligning at the same time. So it isn't so much a dip, but a spike in state fiscal year 2018. And as Secretary Moore had described, the appropriations to clean water have been growing over the last few years, and we expect that to continue to be reflected in these data moving forward. On to slide 9. Here is an example of those outreach data that I had mentioned earlier. We've been working across state government since 2015 to track the extent of outreach that's being done by state of Vermont agencies related to clean water. And this shows how the level of outreach and education has continued to increase each year. Remarkably, in state fiscal year 2019, there was quite a large increase. And agencies are doing this outreach directly, but also funding grants and contracts to partners like University of Vermont Extension or the conservation districts to also do some of this outreach themselves. So we're gathering all those data so we're able to report back on the extent of those efforts. There's also a number of technical assistance measures in the report that you can look into, things like workshops with the municipal roads general permit to really show how we're providing support to the key partners in getting this work done. Slide 10.
Can I have a quick question?
Sure.
Agricultural associations, which took a big jump in 2019, is that things like the Lake Champlain Farmers Alliance, or who are the agricultural associations?
That would be groups, University of Vermont Extension, you can see in gray, is also substantial, but I believe that this is Agency of Agriculture has been funding grants to agricultural associations to do outreach and educational efforts to support farmers. And so I believe that's largely what that section of the bar chart is related to.
So, Mr. Patch, so that like the Lake Champlain Farmers Coalition, that kind of the coalitions on the North and South Lake?
Yeah, Ryan Patch, Agriculture Food Markets. Yes, you're correct. Champlain Valley Farmers Coalition, Farmers Watershed Alliance,
Connecticut River Waters and Farmers Alliance, Vermont Grass Farmers Association, Vermont Veggie and Berry Growers Association. A lot of those folks are working on water quality outreach and education with their members.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to slide 10. Here's an example of a project outputs table. This is in the executive summary as well as in the part 1 of the report. We've been tracking, we've standardized performance measures based on different project types. We've been tracking these data for 4 years now. So you can really see how these efforts are starting to ramp up. For example, acres of impervious surface like hard surfaces, rooftops, parking lots, roads. Treatment of that has continued to increase each year, as well as miles of municipal roads that are being improved for water quality. And as I mentioned, many of these projects also have very beneficial results in terms of flood resiliency and reduced maintenance costs to the road networks. Next slide, moving from the developed lands to the agricultural sector as an example. Slide 11 shows the estimated total phosphorus load reduction related to agricultural practices that were funded by the state of Vermont, primarily through Agency of Agriculture. And we've developed a best management practice accounting tool in our database that uses the Lake Champlain TMDL modeling and the annual performance of different practice types to estimate from a modeled standpoint the reductions that these projects are achieving at the practice level. So these are modeled estimates, and each practice has its own lifespan. So for example, an annual practice like cover crop is going to achieve a phosphorus reduction for 1 year unless we have data showing that it's being implemented longer than that. And we take that approach to make the point that all of these investments require maintenance, and that practice lifespan is a very important component to the tracking. So what you can see in this bar chart is from state fiscal year 2016 to 19, the estimated phosphorus reductions associated with agricultural practices. And to the right of the gray dotted line in state fiscal year 20 and 21, those are projected based on the project lifespans. So it's really important that we continue to maintain this level of effort and build upon it each year in order to meet our goals for the Lake Champlain TMDL, as well as Lake Memphremagog and other parts of the state. And again, this is just the results of state investments. I'm moving shortly into part 2 of the report, which really gets at the full scope of all of our tracking, including the federal funding and regulatory programs. The next slide, slide 12 from page 44 of the report, gets to the cost effectiveness of these investments. So what I've done is taken the whole data set of everything that we're tracking and filtered it down to only those projects that have estimated phosphorus reductions. And looking at the estimated phosphorus reduction, the total cost reported to us, as well as their lifespan, calculating the relative cost effectiveness of these projects in terms of phosphorus treatment. So you can see here on the left-hand side, the lowest cost per unit of phosphorus treated are those agricultural practices installed or applied on fields and pasture.
Okay, can you repeat that again?
Sure.
So
the lowest cost per unit of phosphorus reduced is agricultural practices on fields and pasture. So this does not include the more structural fixes on a production area or barnyard, for example.
So in other words, that's the biggest bang for our buck.
It certainly is.
Okay.
But I will add a caveat that lifespan is a very important consideration, and these are practices that need to be continuously applied year after year in order to continue to perform. And so it's really the long-term investment, and that new approach to how land is being managed is really important when we're talking about agricultural practices. The next most cost-effective...
May I ask, so what kinds of practices are we talking about in this case?
Things like cover crop, crop rotation.
No-till.
Yep, no-till, as well as riparian buffer restoration on agricultural lands and some livestock exclusion from surface waters.
So again, these are things we just have to keep going and making certain people continue to practice.
And farmers are really stepping up. I'll get to it in a little bit, but you can see that Most of the reductions that we're so far able to quantify are from the agricultural sector, with the caveat that we still have gaps in our ability to account for other practice types. So we're expecting that as we fill in those gaps, it'll start to round out the picture nicely and show substantial reductions in other sectors as well. So the next most cost-effective are the restoration of riparian forested areas on non-agricultural lands. And these are box whisker charts, so they show the real range of the cost per unit because every project is different and have different site constraints that need to be dealt with. So really what you're seeing is the maximum, the minimum, and then the median values on these charts. The next most cost-effective are the road erosion practices that municipalities are implementing to bring their roads up to standards. These are relatively more expensive, but we believe it's primarily because a lot of these municipalities are targeting their trickiest road sections first, those steepest, most likely to erode road sections that are also more expensive to work on. And then next is the stormwater treatment practices. So stormwater treatment practices are engineered solutions. Many of them are green stormwater infrastructure, so they still have that natural benefit. However, they are more expensive to implement. They're typically in developed areas, which are more expensive with more site constraints. So you can see that those are relatively more expensive than the other project types. However, they have about 20-year lifespans or longer if they're properly maintained. So it's really important to take that all into consideration. And while these projects have varying degrees of cost effectiveness, they're all necessary in order for us to meet the Lake Champlain TMDL requirements because reductions are required across all those different land use sources in order for us to be successful.
Did you call this box whisker?
Box whisker chart is the technical name.
I love it. I never heard the whisker.
I've never heard of it.
That's great. All right.
Great.
Thank you.
It was a new one this year, so we're testing it out.
That's great.
All right, now, if I'm doing rough math and I look at the cost of field practices at $200, and you multiply it by 20 years, it's $4,000.
Mm-hmm. So it is.
And you look at the sewage treatment plants, and it's.
And the wastewater treatment facilities are not included on this. What I've only included those projects where we have cost and estimated phosphorus reductions at the project level. From a data perspective, that was really the only sound way to do that because wastewater treatment facilities and things like barnyard production areas on farms, we have investments that are made in specific elements of them, but we don't necessarily have cost in our data set associated with the whole site. So
Just trying to compare the fields and pastures costs to money invested in sewage treatment plants. And then because they're yearly trying to multiply it by a larger number, and then be able to compare them in a more comparable way.
And this does factor in lifespan in this chart here. So if we were to add a wastewater treatment facility upgrade, it would likely be on the far right side. But wastewater treatment facilities are up against much more than just phosphorus. They're working on managing for bacteria, other pollutants, mitigating combined sewer overflows. So those investments are very necessary for more than just our phosphorus reduction goals. And some of the investments we're making are the refurbishment of existing infrastructure, which is really necessary in order to avoid much more expensive fixes further down the road. So wastewater treatment facilities are a little bit more difficult to fit within this context because they do so much more than just treat for phosphorus. And we also don't, in all cases, have the cost specifically associated with their phosphorus treatment, which made it, limited our ability to integrate it into this graphic. But you bring up a really good point that the relative cost effectiveness, agriculture, natural resource restoration, those municipal road fixes are very cost effective, and stormwater treatment can also be cost effective when it's maintained properly long term. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to slide 13, you can also flip to page 71 in the report. This is a watershed summary. This breaks down all of the data presented in the report that's statewide into those 15 river basins of the state. You can see on the top left, there's a small image of the state of Vermont and where this watershed is located with the political boundaries associated with it. So you can understand where you're at in the landscape from a political boundary and a watershed boundary perspective. See how the state is investing in that part of the state on a more local scale. And then we also have the performance measures, project results, and the estimated phosphorus reduction summarized here for each of those 15 river basins over the last 4 state fiscal years. So this has been a really helpful tool for our outreach, and I certainly encourage you to take a look at the watersheds that overlap with your districts. It could be a useful resource when interacting with your constituents about what we're doing for clean water in different parts of the state. And then lastly, while we're on the investment side of things, slide 14, we have the Clean Water Projects Explorer. This is a screenshot from our new online tool. There's also a fact sheet in your handouts here that gives you more information about how to access and use this tool. It is really making all of the data that are presented and summarized in this report available to the public and can be searched by the map function and also search criteria on the left here. So that's part 1 of the report. Part 2 isn't as long, but I will just give you a quick overview of what it contains. So we talked about part 1, that was all about state investments and the results of those investments. Part 2 broadens the scope to include data streams from federal funding programs like the Lake Champlain Basin Program, the U.S. Department of Agriculture Natural Resource Conservation Service, which is substantial. I believe it was about $22 million in the last federal fiscal year, as well as some of those regulatory programs that are now starting to move into the implementation phase, and we can gather data about the results of compliance with regulation.
So in past years, one of the challenges was getting that data. And you pretty much worked out the linkages so that you can have that information flow over to you?
Yes, we have worked out a process with the USDA where they're able to remove the personally identifiable information from the data set and be able to report to us each of the agricultural practices that they funded with enough data that we're able to quantify results. And there are still some data management challenges when you're working with such a large data set, integrating it. But I think we have come a really long way, and it's been really nice to be able to include that in our reporting this year. So we already talked quite a bit about the Lake Champlain TMDL and the reductions needed in order to achieve water quality standards in Lake Champlain. So I'm going to skip over slide 16 and move on to slide 17. Earlier, I mentioned tactical basin planning and the 15 river basins in the state, how it cycles through. This map here, also on page 46 of the report, in dark gray shows those basin boundaries. And the Lake Champlain TMDL has an accountability framework where EPA is going to be checking in with us to make sure that we're making adequate progress implementing the Lake Champlain TMDL reductions. And so this year is the first year that we are up for a progress report card from EPA. It's going to be done on a cyclical process, so you can see in green the year that the basin plan was issued, in yellow the date or the year of the interim report card halfway through our planning cycle where EPA checks in, says how are you doing? You should consider making these adjustments for the second half of this planning period. And then in orange, that's when they make their final report card for that planning cycle. So this year, the Lamoille and the Missisquoi basins are first up for those interim checkpoints. So we prepared this report to fulfill that reporting requirement. And there's 2 appendices in the report that specifically say, here are the strategies that we identified as necessary in the Lamoille and Missisquoi basins, and here's a status update on how those are doing. I won't get into all those details, but feel free to take a look at that. But as I mentioned, moving on to slide 18, we're now able to estimate phosphorus reductions for more than just state funding. So in orange, those are the estimated phosphorus reductions associated with federal funding programs. Green is state funding programs, and blue are the regulatory programs. So the federal funding is making a really big difference in the work we're doing to clean up Lake Champlain now that we've been able to integrate the NRCS data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. You can really see some measurable results there. And then moving on to...
Quick question.
Sure.
Was there a budget announcement yesterday related to water quality work?
With the U.S. Department of I'm not familiar with that.
Just write down. You may know more. You were asking.
Yesterday, the federal government was announcing its budgetary outline framework for the federal budget.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How did
whose budget?
Federal government?
I can speak to that if you'd like. So yesterday, President Trump released his proposed federal fiscal 21, thank you,
It's not the real budget.
It includes significant cuts to the Environmental Protection Agency budget, as well as conservation programs, I believe, within the U.S. Department of Agriculture budget, not dissimilar to the budgets the president has proposed each of his first 3 years in office. Ultimately, that'll go through the full legislative process, and while clearly a statement of the president's policy priorities, the U.S. Congress has by and large restored, if not exceeded, sort of previous year funding requests for all the accounts that are most germane to this work.
That's why I asked what budget. That's the proposed budget.
Yeah.
And I have similar question, similar vein, but maybe that's for Secretary before we adjourn.
Okay. So I'll just point out that now that we're integrating data streams from regulatory and federal funding programs, you can see that the reductions we're able to quantify are substantial. In the past, I think we were reporting back to you about 1.5 metric tons just from the state funding. And this year, now there's a lot more work underway and more data available, and we're reporting 16.4 metric ton reduction estimated.
Okay.
And there are still gaps in our ability to estimate these reductions for all project types, notably natural resource restoration projects, which we know are highly cost effective. And so I'm looking forward to, in the next couple of years, being able to integrate more of those results into this report. But if you move to the next slide, slide 19, you can see that most of those phosphorus estimates that we're able to report back right now are from the agricultural sector, partly because there's a lot of work happening in the agricultural sector. These projects are highly cost effective, and we still have some gaps in the other land use sectors, so we expect this will be rounded out a bit more. But it is substantial. It amounts to about 36,000 pounds of estimated phosphorus reduction across all these programs in state fiscal year 2019. And moving on to the next slide, slide 20, this is where we put it in the context of the TMDL. So the TMDL on the left, we have our baseline. That's an average of conditions from 2001 to 2010. So that's really our starting point. Then we show from state fiscal year 2016 through 2019 the estimated phosphorus reductions that we have been able to estimate so far in those little white sections across the top. And the blue represents the required reduction that is the ultimate goal for 20 years from the beginning of this implementation time frame. So this amounts to about 7 or 8% of the required reduction needed achieved in state fiscal year 2019. So we have a long way to go, and these programs are still ramping up. We're just starting to move more into the implementation time frame on a lot of these programs, and we've been really focused on laying the programmatic groundwork for this in the last few years. So we do expect that this will ramp up in the coming years, but there's a lot of work to be done, and it is a 20-year proposition, and so we will continue to track and use these data to help inform where we need to target our efforts more so. So I just wanted to put it into context for you to understand. And there are still gaps in our ability to estimate phosphorus for all project types, so this is definitely an underestimation of the work that's happening. But it is also helpful to have these estimated reductions. We talked earlier about how weather can really cause a lot of noise in data trends. And this helps to provide sort of an incremental level of accountability at the project level for how we're doing, while it's going to take time for those results to show up in our monitoring data.
Sure. Seems like I remember from an earlier piece of work that you all did, S-shaped curve for results over time.
Yes.
So if I look at the first 4 years and at 16, and say, oh, it's four tons a year, then 20 times 4 is going to be 80 instead of 212, but that's as you predicted, right? I mean, that it's going to have a modest start, but as implementation accelerates, you'll see bigger gains.
That is what we expect, and yes, like you said perfectly, it's not a linear process, so we can't necessarily track this rate of implementation and phosphorus reductions through that 20-year time frame and know where we're going to land. We do expect that it will be ramping up. And I believe that Secretary Moore's materials has that exact graphic that you just mentioned.
To be clear, this is a conceptual graphic, but there is a page towards the end of 20-something with no page. Immediately, I gave you a presentation with no page numbers, but it looks like this.
Yep.
And what this looks at is these are the different regulatory programs that state government was tasked with under Act 64 and the deadlines for when they kick in. And it shows that in the first few years was a lot of programmatic work that was underway, and we expect the phosphorus reductions to accelerate over the next few years. And I think we had initially predicted a 10% reduction in the first 4 years. We've achieved somewhere between a 7 and an 8% reduction. We believe based on our conservative estimates. So it's not out of line with where we anticipated we would be with where we are in the overall project.
Great.
And I won't go into, my apologies.
No, my apologies. May I?
Yes, please.
We're looking at this graph here. One of the questions that the chair often asks is, are we making progress? Is the lake itself getting cleaner? And if you look at this, it seems as though the answer is yes.
Yes.
Well, of course, we're government. We always say yes.
But that isn't what, no, but to give credit where, I think the Secretary has been very honest and at points has leveled concern around whether or not we're making progress. But right now, it looks as though we are making some progress.
We are making progress. There are a lot of considerations beyond our direct control, so we can control funding and regulation to a certain extent. The report now has a whole section about external variables that affect our ability to meet the Lake Champlain TMDL, precipitation, human population change, land use change, agricultural considerations, and the actual monitored phosphorus load to Lake Champlain. Those are all summarized here in this report. In the interest of time, I'm not sure if you want me to get into those details, but I guess the short of it is it's complicated and there's a lot that we're up against, but all of this work is certainly making a difference.
Right.
And adaptive management will be really important to check in and identify where we're backsliding, potentially things that are beyond our control and how we need to mitigate.
The population change is interesting because really the population growth in the state of Vermont really happened between Middlebury and St. Albans.
Right.
It's and that's all that Lake Champlain corridor. That's where everyone's moving into.
Right, so you're saying, yeah, that's a factor.
Well, it's just an interesting factor as we're making progress on other fronts. Are we having more pavement or other areas? And more population is more waste.
And for regular citizens, they're not necessarily that dialed into how much phosphorus are we reduce. They wonder, did the beach close this summer?
Exactly.
How often?
Of course, those
how
things
much
are out of
cyanobacteria was around, and that's related to, but not entirely dependent on all this yellow.
Absolutely.
Did you say
And there is a one-pager in here that talks about how climate change is likely to affect cyanobacteria blooms, making them more likely with the temperature considerations as well. So it's much more comprehensive than in prior years, but feel free to take a look at some of those details, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thanks. I mean, I wish we could spend a day really going through this in more detail. But it's thank you again for
thank you both.
every year this
very, very good.
report gets more and more helpful in terms of really seeing how the work we're doing is adding up. So thank you
very much.
Senator McDonald.
My other question was, the federal government has been rewriting rules on water quality, air pollution, air quality, and stuff like that. And if the federal government were to rewrite the rules for water quality and they survived the courts, and the position we were in at that point was the same one we're in today, but suddenly we were now in compliance because the grading criteria had changed and we're now have a passing grade. What would be the fate of this project that the Secretary and the administration and the legislature has endorsed?
Would you like me to answer that? Sure, yeah. So the water quality standards are what guide our work in this space, and states are given primacy in setting their own water quality standards. So all of the goals that Emily's program is striving to achieve derived from the water quality standards established for Lake Champlain by the state of Vermont. Similarly, the Act 64, while we made a significant number of commitments to EPA as part of our TMDL implementation plan for Lake Champlain, the state went to the next step and codified those commitments in Act 64 of 2015. So again, if EPA pulled back from what they viewed as our obligations under the TMDL, we would still be obligated under state law to continue with implementation.
But if we're obligated under the state law, then the Conservation Law Foundation would have to sue the state if we were not carrying out our own law. Would that be the case?
Not being a lawyer, I'm going to go with yes, I believe so.
Which then empowers the members of the legislature to say, notwithstanding the law, will take longer to do this. And as long as we have the feds there, we can't notwithstand their law. We are free to not achieve this.
Well, the water quality standards that we're striving to meet for Lake Champlain are state of Vermont water quality standards. So ultimately, it is a state, if the federal government were to change water quality standards, it wouldn't affect the ultimate goal for Lake Champlain. So I think I'll leave it at that.
So then we would be able to say, notwithstanding our current law, we're all the usual excuses you have for not moving forward on the path that you set for yourself would kick in.
You might treat that as a rhetorical.
Thank you so much.
You're an excellent witness. No, really, and both of you. It's very, very helpful.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, no, we learned a lot. I don't know who's up next, but they've been.
I think I get to come back.
Okay.
We're going to do a little more stage setting, and then we'll let you put questions to the next.
So, Madam Secretary, so you have two other folks on your team.
I
Ms.
do.
Smith and Mr. Monks.
Would you like me to introduce them?
Well, sure, and we have 50 minutes left, so I'll figure that you'll control the timing of things because you know how much each has to present. Right?
Sure. So my thought was just to give a fairly high-level overview of both our work related to the wetland statute and then our work related to the 3-acre permit, and then essentially allow the committee as much time as remains to ask questions with the idea that Patrick and Hannah would take the lead in answering them.
Great, thank you.
Okay. So now you do have a copy of my presentation in front of you. Thank you, Jude. And if you flip about 2/3 of the way into it, you'll see a slide that'll be blue that says wetlands.
Without page numbers?
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I really.
You're already down to a B minus.
I know. Really.
a hard, you grade hard, Senator Rogers.
Jeez.
So just a little bit of context. Vermont today is about 4% of Vermont's land area is covered, would be considered wetlands. It's important to keep in mind the distribution of wetlands is not even throughout the state. As you will notice, it's sort of heavily biased towards the Champlain Valley and in particular Grand Isle, as you might expect. From pre-settlement to 1980, which is when sort of modern wetlands regulations started to take effect, Vermont is estimated to have lost about 35% of its wetlands area. So just to keep that in mind as context. Wetlands provide a wide variety of important functions and values which Vermont's rules seek to protect. This is a little bit different than how the federal government looks at wetlands, and maybe similar to the question you asked previously, Senator McDonald, about changes at the federal level. There's work being done on the waters of the United States, or the WOTUS rule, that doesn't have a lot of practical effect here in Vermont because we have set our standards higher than the federal minimum requirements, which are being reduced somewhat. It has a greater impact in other states. For example, I have a colleague in Oklahoma, and she's indicated that their waters rules are tied explicitly to the federal requirements. So to the extent the federal government reduces the level of protection being afforded to small streams and wetlands, their rules would step back as well. The way we identify wetlands is a combination of desktop work and then sending staff into the field to confirm our identification on foot. There are three things we're looking at: hydric soils, and in the picture you can sort of see there's this mottled gray and brown color, hydrophytic vegetation, which means wetland-loving vegetation, and then hydrology. And so it does often require a field visit, particularly to identify the edges and the boundaries.
The question of ignorance.
Dark at home, had those nice light hydrate soils.
Can we, if we needed to create wetlands? Or is it not that, for example, when you said that, that we've lost 35%, it need be for different reasons.
So
Is that complicated?
It's complicated.
Sure,
Certainly, and I can get you some additional information on that. There are opportunities for wetland restoration.
Yes.
In places where we might have modified the hydrology, we can restore the hydrology, and oftentimes those wetlands will sort of take care of, the rest will take care of themselves. We've seen some particular success stories with marginal farmlands, particularly in the Otter Creek and Lemon Fair watersheds, where through a series of ditch plugs and other strategies,
you restore them.
We've restored the wetlands. There's also, we've had experience trying to create wetlands as offset projects. They haven't been particularly successful. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag, but to the extent we know that some of the wetland properties are continuing to function, oftentimes we can do those sorts of restorations.
Well, before you go on, I guess it would be my guess, not knowing anything about where the 35% came from, but a lot of that's probably development, like in Burlington, St. Albans, any of the places that are in areas that look like they probably were wetlands. It was probably filled in and converted to development.
Yes, I think that's a safe bet. I think there's also, we know that there's a considerable amount of agriculture that takes place on former wetland areas too, but you're absolutely right. Humans are pretty industrious in terms of rendering the landscape to their liking.
No. John.
The next slide talks a little bit about presumed jurisdictional wetlands. So any wetland shown on the Vermont Significant Wetland Inventory, or VSWI map, is jurisdictional. But then in addition to that, wetlands that are contiguous or connected to a mapped wetland, as well as wetlands that are the same size and type as mapped wetlands, are also considered jurisdictional, along with things that are adjacent to a stream, river, lake, or pond, some vernal pools, and we have some special and unique wetlands like bogs or fens that are also subject to our regulatory jurisdiction.
all of that said, last session we had come to the General Assembly with a proposal to a proposed suite of amendments that we were seeking to increase the clarity and consistency of the permitting process. Certainly, the feedback we received from the regulated community is that our wetland rules at times can feel subjective, and we're looking to get to a place with a more objective definition of a wetland based on physical characteristics, specifically size, as well as clearly defining the activities that would trigger permitting jurisdiction. So dredging, draining, filling, cutting.
So would this include some kind of delineation? Because that's one of the things I hear from constituents is how am I supposed to know what's a wetland? Shouldn't the state have a map with delineation so that I have an idea if I'm near a wetland?
So we have an advisory layer that provides that sort of information. It is imperfect, partly because wetlands change over time. They are not a static feature on the landscape, but depending on changes uphill and downhill from the wetland can alter the hydrology on a particular site. So it's challenging to produce a map that gives an absolute answer to landowners, recognizing fully that's what they would like. There is work being done by our wetlands program. We have a pilot project in the Missisquoi watershed trying to take advantage of higher resolution data, LIDAR data that's now available throughout the state to see if that helps us produce a higher quality map that would be a better value to landowners who are looking to understand where wetland resources may exist on their property. Ultimately, we encourage people that when in doubt to please call, and we'll be happy to help provide site-specific guidance and information.
Because if we're identifying stuff based on hydric soil, I would guess that there's a lot of hydric soils that have been in agriculture for a lot of years in the state of Vermont.
There's just a lot of hydric soils in the state of Vermont.
Exactly. That's
yeah,
my point. Thank
absolutely.
you.
I think that answered my question. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So as you probably know, the Wetlands Bill last session spent most of its time in the Senate Agriculture Committee, and the committee's focus was really on exemptions for various agricultural activities. In the end,
So the wetlands conversation happened in the Agriculture Committee.
It started in the
Can you tell me why?
Well, because the agricultural definition is one of the areas that could use some clarity.
Okay. Agricultural definition of a wetland.
Right.
As opposed to what's the other definition?
Well, so our current,
that's what I was wondering.
Our current statutory definition of wetlands says, creates an exemption within the definition for areas being used to grow food or crops in conjunction with farming. So one of the changes was to move to a scientifically based definition of wetland, consistent with the Army Corps of Engineers, and so that obviously has direct implications then for agriculture. Ultimately, the changes we discussed much of the last session in the Ag Committee were not voted out, but H525, which became conveniently Act 64 of 2019, not to be confused with Act 64 of 2015, did include several provisions related to wetlands. It has us doing work to look at standing up wetland scientist licensure requirements, which would be a step towards self-certification so that we aren't the only ones who can go out in the field and verify wetland boundaries. It did establish a $200 maximum permit fee for a suite of water quality improvement projects, and a $5,000 cap on the fee for permanent structures used for farming, so barns most notably, but also manure pits. It created a legislative study committee on wetlands, which I know members of this committee participated in, and directed the Ag Agency to revise the required agricultural practices. The legislative study committee did submit a report that addressed 4 issues, and ultimately recommended no legislative action to be taken at this time, while the Ag Agency continues their work to revise the RIPs to address farming activities in wetlands, and also the Agency of Natural Resources has a wetland stakeholder advisory group that will continue to meet with and flesh out the changes that have been discussed to increase clarity and consistency in the permitting process. So both of those pieces are moving along right now. So maybe we can switch gears then and talk about stormwater, or if you would like to ask wetlands questions, Hannah and I can endeavor to answer them.
I think unless the committee, I mean, wetlands is something we'll have to come back to. But for now, I think unless there's any sort of brief questions, we should move on to keep on covering our terrain.
Okay. Stormwater it is. So, as you may or may not be aware, there are about 60,000 acres statewide of impervious or hard surfaces. So that's roads, rooftops, parking lots, any place where water can't soak into the ground. And currently, less than 10% of those 60,000 acres are under some sort of regulatory requirements from the Agency of Natural Resources. So a relatively small subset. If you look at the sources of phosphorus in the Vermont portion of the Champlain Basin, you can see that about 20% of them are really associated with those impervious surfaces. So developed lands, paved roads, and unpaved roads. And the Lake Champlain TMDL requires that from those reddish wedges of the pie, that 20%, that we achieve a 21% reduction. So we have a number of tools in our toolbox to go about achieving that 21% reduction from developed lands. These include the Municipal Roads General Permit that Emily spoke about as part of her presentation, the MS4 or Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System General Permit that's issued to our larger communities, mostly in Chittenden County, but then also St. Albans and Rutland. A TS4 general permit, which is issued to the Agency of Transportation and covers stormwater runoff from state highways, and then the 3-acre general permit, which we are in the throes of working on right now.
Can I just a question, make sure I'm keeping up here? The impervious surface slide, so the 60,000 acres of impervious surface, that's about 1% of our land area, I think. And then 10% of that, so 1/10 of 1% is regulated currently. And then if I go to the pie chart on the next page, so then we're looking at, in that 1/10 of 1% that's regulated.
No, that would be the whole 10. That would be the whole percent.
That's the whole 10%. Okay.
Or the whole percent, right?
The whole
If
percent.
60,000 acres is 1% of our landscape, and that's an important point. So we have a relatively modest amount of developed land in Vermont, but it disproportionately contributes phosphorus.
Right. So that's like I say, there's not much of it, but it's highly impactful.
Correct.
Thank you.
So when we're talking about 3-acre sites, there are two sort of big categories. One is a single tract, so a single landowner with greater than 3 acres of impervious surface that hasn't had a stormwater permit from us before. The other group is projects that may have had a stormwater permit from us before, but the permit was issued prior to 2002. And 2002 is what we sort of think of as the modern age of stormwater regulation. So prior to 2002, it was a lot about catch basins and pipes. Now it's actually about treatment. And so that's an important piece. We have estimated that statewide, we think there are about
treatment of the
stormwater runoff, as opposed to just moving.
Just trying to move it.
Yep. We believe that statewide there are about 1,000 of sites that would fall under this 3-acre definition, and about half of those already have some permit from us, but that would date back to prior to 2002. As part of drafting the general permit, when we released it for public comment this fall, we did send a letter directly to those landowners outlining what the requirements of the general permit was, the fact that we believed, based on our own evaluation, it applied to their site, and encouraging them to take a look. And we can talk in a minute about the amount of comments we received.
Right, I was gonna ask.
They sure did. What the 3-acre permit will require is that folks achieve a level of treatment consistent with the 2017 Stormwater Manual and what we call our redevelopment standard, which means they have to treat stormwater from half the site. A new site would have to treat the entirety of the site. When we're talking about these redevelopment or retrofit projects, we scale that back, recognizing that there are likely to be inherent challenges. We also have an engineering feasibility test that we put these projects through, and specifically landowners do not need to purchase additional land, they don't need to pump stormwater, and they don't need to construct in floodplains or wetlands. Essentially, they don't need to get another permit from the agency to comply with their stormwater permit. And if they're unable to meet the retrofit standards on their site, there is an opportunity to pay offsets or impact fees. Those impact fees, though, are only available if you can't build the project on your site. The TMDL pollution budget assumes we are going to get so many pounds of reduction associated with stormwater treatment, and so just letting folks into the impact fee bucket doesn't actually reduce pollution directly. So I think that's an important piece to keep in mind. And the impact fees will vary depending on where you are in the state and whether you are in a stormwater impaired watershed in addition to being in a phosphorus impaired watershed, between $12,500 an acre to $25,000 an acre. So the public comment process for the draft permit closed back on December 2nd. We received many, many sets of comments. Patrick and his team are working to develop or finalize the responsiveness summary, and we believe we remain on track to issue the final general permit by the end of March. Just thinking high level, the two big buckets I would put the comments we received on the general permit into were the schedule, how quickly folks are going to be asked to comply, and then what kind of funding or financial assistance the state will make available to support implementation. We are actively working on a funding plan that we anticipate will include a mix of grants and subsidized loans, and we'll have that available before any applications are required.
Is it traditional for us when we build out a permit to also a new permit or change a permitting requirement to bring money along with it for implementation? I mean, has that been our historical practice?
I think it depends. Certainly when we've been doing work, for example, related to the municipal roads general permit, in parallel or in conjunction with that, we stood up the municipal roads grant and aid program to provide financial assistance to municipalities in complying with that permit. We often offer incentives for early adopters, people who are willing to take action sooner than they're required to, because it has such benefits for us. This is a fairly significant change in public policy. These are sites that have been told for the last 20 years of stormwater regulations that they're grandfathered, they don't have any requirements. Nothing has changed on their site, which is a usual trigger to bring people into our regulatory universe. It's simply that public policy has changed. So there's in some ways a rather unique set of circumstances here. And we think it's important to have a financial assistance program to support the pollution reduction targets that we all want to achieve.
Can you remind us of how much money we put out to help support the municipal roads general permit?
It's been increasing every year. This year, I believe, and by this year I mean FY21, I believe our proposed budget includes $4.2 million.
And also that's. And do you have a sense of scale of what you might propose for the 3-acre supports funding?
So we're looking at, it's a little bit of a different animal. The municipal roads grant and aid program is truly a grant program. The financial package we're putting together related to the 3-acre permit includes both loans and then some amount of loan forgiveness, which would be the moral equivalent of a grant program. We don't have a dollar figure yet. It's looking at how we can take advantage of some of our state revolving fund dollars and make those available to support this work. But should have those answers in the next few weeks.
I'm just trying to think of what will the impact be on our other water quality work if we provide more funding? Are we going to have to step back on something else, or these are complementary funding streams?
Well, so the FY21 clean water budget included a fairly significant increase by virtue. From FY19 to FY20, it's essentially level funding, and really the big change that occurred in the clean water budget was we transitioned from a significant amount of capital dollars to sort of a 50-50 split between capital and general fund, more flexible general fund dollars. From FY20 to FY21, we're going from 4 points on the rooms and meals tax to 6, and we will see a full year of the unclaimed bottle deposits, the sheets. The combined effect of those is actually to grow clean water funding by between $4 and $6 million, depending on how those accounts perform. we programmed some of that increase in funding into actually supporting implementation of the 3-acre stormwater permit. So we have about $3 million in the FY21 budget that would go to support this work. We are imagining that's probably plus or minus 50%. That's about the level of support that the Clean Water Fund can provide. That's why we are looking at using our state revolving fund program to leverage those dollars and make more resources available, recognizing that the stormwater work is relatively front-loaded. It'll take place over the next 8 to 10 years. The implementation will, and then it's really an operating function after that.
There's a bill on our wall that talks about delaying implementation because although people have been hearing about it, there's nothing like the specter of actually happening. And the rule's not final, right? So there are people who are worried about will they be able to apply in time, et cetera. So can you talk about timing? And are you contemplating asking is there any need for the legislature, if we were to say that makes sense, that we need to change statute in order to provide more time, or what are you thinking on timing?
So that is absolutely one of the areas where we received the most significant amount of comments and concerns. We have also commitments that are both contained in Act 64 of 2015, as well as that we made to EPA in our Phase 1 implementation plan, both of which require that all of these 3-acre sites obtain permit coverage by 2023. And so we're trying to design a framework that recognizes the need to provide landowners with time, that there's finite capacity within the engineering community to actually do the design work, and at the same time being true to those goals. It is a little bit of not even a little bit, it is a work in progress right now, but it's something where we don't believe from where we sit currently that it would require a statutory change. We think that we have flexibility within the existing framework that allows us to remain consistent with achieving that ultimate goal.
And is it in the end that EPA will be evaluating the implementation, right? So is it, from your point of view, have you tested this with them and said, here's the whole suite of practices, here's a police that's lagging, but we're working on it, and you're getting feedback from Boston that says, you're fine, keep going, or how does that work?
I think we've gotten feedback at the 30,000 foot level that what we're talking about is acceptable to them. Certainly the devil is in the details, and once we have a full outline of our proposed approach, we will need to cycle back with them, but that's clearly front of mind, is to remain consistent with the commitments we've made to EPA.
Mr. McDonald?
There's money that came out of the rooms and meals to fund this, which obviously isn't going to where it used to go. Secretary and I were just exchanging notes about the New Jersey, which is between Middlebury and St. Albans.
Is that what you called it?
No, he did. He's going to represent the New Jersey Shore.
At the same time, this winter has been an unusual number of complaints about road crews throughout the state of Vermont and their real inability and lack of professionalism and not as good as their predecessors. Back when the roads used to freeze on the 1st of December and stay frozen like asphalt and cement until mud season, and which was an affordable way to maintain roads throughout the state. That's no longer the case today, and because of the climate change issues. And yet, we always seem to, everything is done without any new monies. How will we, how do we take care of this with as if the climate issues were not taking place, and we sit here and make decisions with, do what you think's best, but no new money. And we've got the federal government that may tomorrow declare us all, give us all passing grades, and on our water quality. And I'm concerned that we are not tackling the climate issues in a way that is sustainable. And we're pretending that we can just keep different cookie jars going back and forth, and we can blame the road crews for not maintaining their roads, and that everything's going to be hunky-dory. And maybe I'm Chicken Little here, but and I think you folks are doing a good job with the resources that you have, but you've been put in a box and told you can't stray out of this box to try and do solutions that tackle the problem. You have to rob Peter to pay Paul in this environment, and I think I have a sense of urgency that's not shared by me.
So may I just ask,
that was supposed to be a question, but it was I'm guilty.
I'm just trying to get a sense of what projects Senator McDonald would like them to be working on. Just help me out, because the box, where would you like to see them go?
I'd like to see him look at some other states that are dealing with road issues and putting money into it. Go back down to Pennsylvania where they raised the gasoline tax, for heaven's sakes, 10 cents a year
to pay for
for 4 years, a 40-cent increase in. I think that would be, that would be political chaos here in Vermont to do 40 cents in 4 years. But we've done 4 cents since 2000, and we sit here and wonder why our road crews in the little towns are not performing. We watch what's going on, and we sit on our hands and say, well, this is a big deal. We got to deal with this stuff, and we are playing with cookie jars and moving things back and forth and relying on folks as skillful and nimble as you are at trying to make do with as we fall farther behind, and compliment you for doing good work with the resources that you have available.
Thank you for that. That's very helpful.
Well, the Finance Committee could find new revenues.
Not unless this committee and other committees give us a boot in the backside. Not unless the governor says, we have a problem before us, that climate change is an economic problem. It's going to cost us a lot of money. The Finance Committee can tack uphill against the machine gun anytime it wants to, and then you'll have a new Finance Committee.
It is an amazing committee, but we can't do it all.
Yes, well, three years running, we had a per parcel fee. Remember it kept coming? We would send it out as a way of finding revenue. It was never very popular.
Of course, it was like a
no revenue was popular, and that's because there's a lot of Vermonters that are stretched to the limit and already can't keep up with the bills they have, and so how do you make them pay more? And
you would regress it per parcel tax.
Right. And I put an alternative for climate change on the ball. Everybody should be responsible for their own carbon.
Okay.
That's
okay.
Always willing to help with alternatives.
And I appreciate
I am
that.
so helpful.
I so appreciate that. Nothing you've given me this cold. It's not the stress from sitting near you.
My forest sequestered carbon from your plane trip to California.
Oh, for God's sake, you
And we
could
blame
have
one
Hawaii a zillion times.
And we blame one another that the solutions are simple. Of course,
Well, you're going to sound, well, you've got a beautiful piece of property now.
Secretary here. It sounds like an excellent conversation for another moment.
That's right, I can buy it from him.
Gonna have to ring them gong.
We digress.
Yes, digress. Do you have anything more you want to fill us in on the 3-acre permit?
I would look to Patrick. Any particular highlights you feel like?
You covered it well.
Okay.
Ms. Smith, is there anything, you've been intimately involved with the whole wetlands question, right? So that working group still going? Anything more that you want to fill us in on?
We're looking to reconvene at the beginning of March.
Okay.
Oh, the working committee.
The state group.
Oh, great.
So, on a more serious level, on 3-acre, we should have a check-in at some point to know prior, well prior to adjournment, how that's unfolding, and if you feel like we should at least be aware, and maybe there's something corrective we ought to be thinking about doing in concert with you.
Yes.
On the wetland side, I don't know if that you're anticipating that that group's going to keep on working, the RAPs are going to keep on being written, and really we won't revisit that for the most part till next session. That's all right.
That does sound great. Yes. And I, as I said, we're working aggressively towards an end of March issuance of the final general permit. So somewhere after town meeting, we would be in a position to come back and talk further about where things stand and if there are any changes. But as we sit today, we believe that we have the authorities we need to make the modifications to the schedule.
Okay. So it was originally that everyone would have had to have filed by July 1 of this year?
I would ask Patrick to talk about the original schedule.
Everybody would have to be permitted by 2023. The first applications would be due. Draft permit had some as early as 7 months out, but we're going to push that so everyone has at least 12 months. We have to avoid having everyone apply at the same time, so we'll spread those applications out over the course of until early 2023, so everyone's permitted by later in 2023.
So there's the rule will get finalized. You'll issue that. What's the issuance date for the final
So
rule?
the rule is finalized. What we have, what's in front of us is the general permit that implements the rule.
Thank you.
Yep. The general permit, our goal is to have it finalized by the end of March.
Okay.
And then, as Patrick indicated, there would be at least 12 months provided for the first group to obtain coverage.
And are we using that sort of tiered structure by TMDL? So impaired waters are going first, and then it follows out from there?
Yes, the earliest applications were due were the stormwater impaired waters, and then it's really just broken out by lake segment to a few different groups.
So if the general permit's out in March, is it your sense, based on conversations you've had, that be at the engineering level and at the staff level, that you're seeing capacity to meet that late 23 timeline?
Yes.
Okay. Great. Any other? So we covered a lot of territory today. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in. And I don't know if you or any members of your team have anything more you want to share while you're here. Schedule follow-up on more particular issues. I do have, since we are running a little ahead miraculously, I do want to check back in on Lake Carmine. I know that was, so that was, I think if someone said, well, what was that? And I said, well, it was kind of like assembling the SWAT team. Like everything we could think of was sort of formed around looking at how to address Lake Carmine. Can you give us a brief Lake Carmine update? I know I didn't ask you to be prepared to do that.
I will, yep, and then I can get you some additional information that will probably have more details that I'm capable of recalling. But so we did work aggressively through the spring and early summer of this past year to install an aeration system in Lake Carmine. It's a lake-wide system. It's one of the largest aeration systems that has been installed in the country. And the theory behind the aeration was we know a lot of the phosphorus that's actually in the implementation. We didn't turn the system on quite as early as we would have liked to, which did allow some phosphorus to become mobilized into the water column, and then also had just some mechanical issues, frankly, with this complicated system that caused the system to be taken offline at a couple different points during the summer. We've collected an inordinate amount of data to test sort of the hypotheses we had that keeping oxygen at that sediment water interface should keep the total phosphorus in the water column at a lower level. The data seems to support that when the system is working, that is indeed the case. We know that there was a significant algae bloom this fall on Lake Carmine. And, the conventional wisdom would be it would have been worse but for the system, but that's a hard theory to prove. And we're looking forward to having another year of operations under our belt in 2020. Again, collecting really robust monitoring data, but believe we've worked the kinks out of the system, can turn the system on as early as we believe is necessary to maintain that oxygen level at the sediment water interface. and hopeful that we'll see even more significant improvements in terms of algal blooms.
Just from on the ground, I do think most people saw that they feel, at least anecdotally on the ground, that the blooms happened so much later. Where the situation we had in Lake Champlain, St. Albans Bay was blooming late, early July, where Lake Carmine didn't until later in the year. So there's reason for optimism there. But one of the concerns locally is that the cost to run the thing is a lot more expensive than they anticipated. The electrical costs are very, very expensive to run the two generators constantly.
Yeah, no, we certainly heard that as well, and are looking at ways to sort of optimize the performance of those systems.
Is any more phosphorus going into the lake at all?
Yeah, so the goal is never zero, right? For Lake Carmine, we also have a very specific pollution budget, and I think it targeted, and maybe Ryan can correct me if I'm wrong, but a 40% reduction from the watershed into Lake Carmine, and we've achieved that reduction based on the BMPs that have been deployed related to agriculture and road runoff and stormwater management. There are no wastewater sources in that watershed. So we believe we achieved the reductions, and that's why we were confident in moving ahead with the aeration system. So many of those practices require maintenance in order to sustain the sort of reductions that they have achieved, and that's an ongoing book of work.
May I ask, and I'm sorry to interrupt, why 40%?
So when we build these TMDLs or pollution budgets, what we're looking at is the water quality standard, whatever the allowable concentration of phosphorus is and the volume of water in the lake. And we've come up with essentially an estimate of how much phosphorus the lake can have without having an adverse effect from, in this instance, phosphorus pollution. And then essentially it's just a math problem where we're calculating what the current load is, where we've measured incoming phosphorus contributions to Lake Carmine, and the maximum amount we believe the lake could actually sustain without having an algal bloom or an adverse effect.
So yes, so it's still going in, but just not as much.
Correct. We've done a lot of work in the watershed to sort of turn back the spigot.
Yeah. Okay.
And we believe that the amount currently being delivered to the lake should be able to sustain. The complicating factor is there's a lot of legacy phosphorus sitting on the bottom of the lake. And so to the extent the loads coming in from the tributaries have been reduced, it appears that it's essentially that load gets made up by releases from the bottom sediments. And so we're hopeful the aeration system will take care of that portion of the load ultimately as well.
And may I just ask, who decided on the 40%? It's just through the formula, you put in things that...
Yeah, it's a combination of modeled and monitored data. There's a team within the Department of Environmental Conservation that runs a suite of water quality models. And then ultimately EPA needs to approve that pollution budget as being an accurate reflection of conditions on the ground.
Thank you.
So if the aeration system works and keeping the phosphorus locked up, we always have legacy phosphorus. So we have to run an aeration system for the rest of the time?
No. So as I indicated in my earlier remarks, there's a certain amount of erosion and sedimentation that's occurring naturally in all of these systems. By virtue of the conservation measures we've deployed throughout the developed land and agricultural communities, the new sediments arriving in Lake Carmine should be relatively phosphorus poor compared to the legacy sediments sitting on the bottom of the lake. And so the thinking is ultimately we're going to bury that phosphorus essentially with cleaner sediment.
Look a bit. And of course humans exacerbate all these problems, but that's one of the things that I think is under realized in this building is that eutrophication and sedimentation is a natural process, and some of our older lakes and ponds are filled with nutrients even before humans started disrupting so much stuff.
Eutrophication is absolutely a natural process. It's the rate that we tend to affect.
Yes.
What are the lessons that is it too early to say what the lessons are that we're learning from Lake Carmine, how they might be applied more broadly to our... phosphorus challenge?
I do think it's probably too early. I think it speaks to the importance that in-lake treatments may have, and just while we need to do essential work throughout the watershed, whether it's the 3-acre permit, the required agricultural practices, etc., but ultimately, in order to sort of have the desired outcomes that Vermonters want in terms of, whoever it said, fewer beach closures and fewer algal blooms, we may have to have an in-lake component to our treatment. And we have ongoing books of work in St. Albans Bay, working with the Army Corps of Engineers and Lake Champlain Basin program to look at internal loading, again, the material or phosphorus that's being released both from the Black Creek swamp as well as the bottom sediments. And then a new project, with the Lake Champlain Basin program, looking at the river deltas in Missisquoi Bay, where those richer sediments have accumulated, to see if there's some spot or targeted treatments we can deploy. So as we are successful in what we believe is the work required in the watershed, to then be able to turn our attention to controlling in-lake sources as well.
Because, I mean, you'd see in like Fairfield Pond, I think their whole issue actually is just in pond sediment. They actually don't have that many nutrient sources running there.
Right, and so it's different for each water body, and I think the challenge is trying to figure out what the right timing is for an in-lake treatment, so that's a wise investment of resources, that we've done the work necessary to make sure we're not just continuing to load a receiving water and applying what would effectively then be a Band-Aid within the lake, that we've done the hard work on the watershed and then can provide treatment in the lake that's really meaningful.
Are you still considering using things like alum?
So that has some application. We had a very successful application probably the better part of 30 years ago now down on Lake Moray, although we've started to see more recent breakthroughs in the alum treatment we applied down there. There was a treatment in Tickle Naked Pond in Reigate, I think, and there was a fairly catastrophic event in the watershed that it resulted in a large nutrient release, and it overwhelmed the alum treatment that had been applied there in a matter of years. It's something that's being looked at in St. Albans Bay, but I think there are concerns about the fetch and the way the wind and wave action might move that material around. So it's another tool in the toolbox. Aeration, we believe, is probably a tool in the toolbox, and it's trying to figure out what the right combination is for the sort of site-specific conditions in different parts of the lake and different inland lakes and ponds.
Didn't we hear testimony that alum causes dementia also, and there's some serious side effects of using it? I thought we heard a couple years ago. But yeah,
I don't remember that in particular, but anytime we start applying lots of things that aren't usually there,
right,
it's a concern. Right. No matter how natural or not unnatural the things are. Senator Rogers.
Have you? I've been learning some. I want to learn more about biochar, and from what I understand, it has an ability to lock some of that stuff up. Have you guys been doing any projects with biochar?
So we have probably the.
So biochar is wood that's burned under low oxygen pyrolysis, and what it makes is like a charcoal-looking substance. Right. It's wood that's partially burned but not really burned, and it has the ability to act like a sponge to suck up nutrients.
Yes. It has a lot of surface area just by virtue of that process. And
is huge in storing carbon, and can last for thousands of years once it's put into the soil as locked up carbon.
So the administration's been doing work under what we call the Phosphorus Innovation Challenge, which is sort of a joint initiative of A&R Agriculture and the Agency of Commerce and Community Development. And it was looking at innovative strategies for addressing phosphorus pollution, and there was Green State Biochar was one of the award recipients under the Phosphorus Innovation Challenge, and they had installed a couple of different filter systems, and we're going through the process with them now at looking at what it would take to bring that to scale, and if there's actually sort of market opportunities with it that would allow that to stand up and be a cost-effective treatment practices on its own.
That's great to hear, because what I understand is that the thought process is that you can actually make like big battens or whatever with biochar in them, and it will act like a sponge in places that have too much phosphorus, and can actually possibly absorb and hold a lot of it, and then it would have value to put it back into land somewhere that needed phosphorus, but would also lock up all that carbon and improve the soil. So,
and they're sort of working with folks from the Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund on a business case right now to see if that all kind of pencils
can
out.
work out.
Yep.
Interesting.
One other phosphorus challenge project I think was there was going to be a methane digester with phosphorus removal as part of the technology. I think it was like 3 or 4 farms, and they were kept being short one farm up your way. They're repairing. Do you know if that has moved forward?
So the community digester in St. Albans hasn't moved forward. That was a Green Mountain Power project. That said, the Phosphorus Innovation Challenge is partnered with a digester on a farm in Addison County. And the pilot project used a technology called dissolved air flotation to capture the finest particles out of this manure stream, and was able to show that using dissolved air flotation after anaerobic digestion, they could reduce phosphorus concentrations in the manure by as much as 80%. Now they're in the process of looking at, can they create a potting soil mix using those fines removed from the manure that has real market value.
Cat McKeon's son has a business that
he takes the larger fibers, is my understanding, and this is really focused on the smaller, finer particles, but I would say it's kind of theme and variation in that space.
Goodrich Farm?
It isn't. This is on the Audette Blue Spruce Farm in Bridport. And I think the challenge has been they're very successful at capturing these fines, but as they dry, it turns into something that's not unlike cement. And so trying to figure out a way to keep them light enough that you could actually mix them into a potting soil mix. And again, they've advanced through this first stage that they've shown. They had a grad student at UVM, my understanding, is running this material through food processors and creating not a scalable technology. But she was able to do grow tests with this and showed that this material is very good in terms of its germination results and its productivity results. So it's really this matter of how do you keep it from turning into a...
You always prove things on a very small scale at first, or attempt to prove things, because you don't want to build a specialized machine and then find out how the theory didn't work.
So they're continuing research in that space, and my understanding is have come up with a second process, and they're currently doing grow tests on it. But that's another one that shows real promise. And the third one that shows real promise is a sort of hub and spokes composting system model. That there was work done at the Foster Brothers Vermont Ag Products facility in Middlebury, looking at accelerating the rate of composting by changes in airflow and heat. And I can't claim to understand the full details. And then now there's work being done to look at could you create sort of a Foster Brothers North somewhere in Franklin County, again with that hub and spokes model where you have a centralized compost facility that is bringing in material from farmers in the area. And that's another one that there's business case work being done on right now to see if that would pencil out as well.
Well, thank you for
great testimony.
A very helpful update on
You're welcome.
water quality work.
My pleasure.
And
Ms. Berg, thank you.
Team as well. So,
Patrick, thanks for coming.
thank you. So we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Glad that we got such a good turnout. We're going to start off tonight with some introductions. Then we're going to give a quick overview of the project in case there's anyone here who hasn't been to the previous meetings or is otherwise unfamiliar with the project. And then we're going to jump right into the survey. Alex has a presentation. We have the surveys themselves. We will review them, take any comments, and then we'll talk about some ideas for distributing the survey. I've already heard some really good ideas from lots of different people. So we hope that you'll all help and share the ideas that you're hoping to use in your towns. So to start with, my name is Susan West. I'm a senior planner with the Windham Regional Commission, and our colleagues, Carol Monroe from ValleyNet and Alex Kelly from Rural Innovation Strategies are here tonight as well. And we have Rob from the state of Vermont, our broadband expert, statewide. So we do have a sign-in sheet going around in a clipboard. If you could check your name off if you're here, if it's not checked or your name's not on the list, please feel free to add your information, add your email address. And with that, I'd like to quickly go around the room and see who we all have here tonight. Just say who you are and what town you're with. You want to start, Patrick?
Sure. I'm Patrick Moreland. I'm from town rep.
I'm Gretchen Haverluck. I represent the town of Wilmington, but I live in Whitingham.
Jen Burnell, live in Whitingham.
Dave Jones, I live in Brookline.
Omar Smith, Weedsboro.
Gail Robertson, Newfane.
Rick Piccolo, Newfane.
Steve Naracco, Dover.
Will Bissonette, Townsend.
Greg Melmans, Jamaica.
Bob DeServo, Townsend.
Andy Snelling, Townsend.
David Sherry, Wyndham.
Bill Estes, Marlboro.
Caroline Robbins, Jamaica.
Chris Robbins, Jamaica.
Ed Martin, Marlboro.
Joe Prignano, Marlboro.
Stephen John, Marlboro.
Lynn Forrest, Newfane.
Joanne Leone, South Newfane.
David Jones, Halifax.
Toby Fitch, South London, Derry.
Peter Sebastian, Wardsboro.
Donna Sebastian, Wardsboro. Liz Fortin, Wardsboro. Donna Fernandez, Wardsboro.
Emil Steve, Whitingham.
Wayne Forrest, Whitingham.
Ann Mainwaring, in Wilmington.
Betsy Wadsworth, Stratton.
Candy Leonard, Stratton.
Karen Astley, Whitney. Bobby Kilburn, Westminster.
Pete Van Lower, Newfane.
Renata Cowling, Newfane.
Rusty Davis, Weston.
Emerald City, Vernon.
Charlie Goodwin, Weston.
Munson Hanks, Vernon.
Lovis Lockelberg, Vernon.
Great. Thank you. And one thing I want to mention before we move on, I do have resolutions of participation and official appointees from 19 of our 27 towns. So if you're a town that hasn't sent that information to me yet, please do as soon as possible. And with that, I'll turn it over to Carol.
Okay, so you know that we're working on this project is being funded by a broadband innovation grant. I like the fact that it's called a big grant. In many ways, I wish it were bigger, but it's a great grant from the Vermont Department of Public Service. The broadband innovation grant is going to provide participating Windham County towns with a strategy and a plan to deploy fiber broadband to the residents and businesses of this area. We're, of course, partnering, Windham Planning is partnering with Rural Innovation Strategies, I always think of it as RISI, from Heartland and ValleyNet from Royalton. So RISI works with rural towns across the country to establish foundations for the digital economy. And ValleyNet provides design, engineering, operations for EC Fiber and Lime Fiber. Here, EC Fiber is a communication union district here in Vermont, and Lime Fiber is an organization right across the river in Lyme, New Hampshire. And so we'll be providing strategy, policy, market analysis for fiber deployment, and a feasibility and a business plan. The feasibility plan has to go to the state for approval. So here's the sort of project workflow here. You see the survey and some field work, our gathering all the data that we need, and mapping into a feasibility study. That study has to be reviewed by a third party as well as the state before we can proceed. At the end of that, then we move on to a business plan for the second piece of the funding. It is our intention to look at communication union districts and try and decide what makes up critical mass. Are we talking about one in this area or two? I doubt that there would be three, but that's a possibility. But making sure there are enough towns involved so that there is critical mass to make up a district to make it feasible. So we will be making a recommendation along those lines. Doesn't mean that the town has to agree to join. It's just the recommendation that will be that we think will work best for the region. As you know, in the Northeast Kingdom, they've decided on one district. It's quite a lot of towns, but because of the sparseness of the population, it made sense to have one district in that area. And so many of them are voting at town meetings for that purpose. So we go on to the business plan. The idea behind the business plan is that you end up with a document and enough documentation to present, to do an RFP with, but also that you could possibly get VEDA funding. So, Vermont Economic Development has has loans, grants, I wish there were that, low interest loans, up to $4 million for communication union districts to get off the ground. And so that would be the next step down that line. Any questions for me? So tonight's really about this survey, which is an important tool.
Just repeat what VEDA is.
Vermont Economic Development Authority, I believe. Yes.
So, one question about how come in the discussions we've had so far, the rural utility service funding hasn't come up? You're familiar with that, I assume.
RUS funding.
Yeah.
So RUS funding is also part of the USDA funding, and it's a little bit problematic in the state of Vermont. Not impossible, but USDA funding was used to build the Vermont VTEL wireless overlay here in Vermont, and as a result, any areas that are touched by that are not eligible for future funding for the expansion of broadband at the moment. I know.
Is there a challenge happening to that?
Yes, there is. So I know the senators and the representative from this state are challenging that in Washington, trying to allow us to at least say it's supposed to be here, but it's not. That my neighbor can have a wireless connection, but the person on the other side of the mountain cannot, and to be able to, judge where it is and where it isn't.
Phil, I can send you some more information on the challenge process, and it leaves a lot to be desired, but I can share that with you.
Is VTEL being held responsible in any capacity? Or going to help us fund?
The challenges with the original VTEL grant, they only had to provide service that was at 768, so really slow service. And you'd have to challenge that they're not providing that level of service. They have fulfilled their grant, is what's been decided by the powers that be. As a result, though, a large portion of the state does not have access to USDA funds at this time.
But the RUS grants are quite a challenge to even get.
Right.
You've got to spend a bundle of money before you can even apply. Is that correct?
Well, I think you have to submit a powerful grant, but it also requires some match funding, among other things. And so it's, they're all a little bit different, the RUS grants versus the Reconnect grants and something else. However, we know that there are towns here in Vermont who have gotten some economic development grants for the purpose of things like broadband studies and that type of feasibility, not pre-feasibility kinds of work that's been done. Reedsboro, is that what was your grant from?
Yeah, it was from USDA.
Yeah.
From
So I know that's true in Newbury as well.
Yes.
Where do town votes fall into the mix?
Okay, so in this project, we're going to recommend what we think communication union districts look like, right? And that's where town votes would fall into the mix, to join a communication union district. Now, there are some that are going up before town meeting already in March, and so it's a question of how big those districts might be, and do you join those districts that already are going to exist, which only takes the vote of the select board, or do you are we trying to create another district that would have to go to a town meeting? So if we're joining a district that already exists, then that makes it much easier for all of those that aren't on the ballot this time around.
But there's nothing in the law that says one CUD and another CUD can't join together.
There is nothing in the law that says that can't happen.
And also, the towns do not need to be contiguous.
There is nothing in the law that says they have to be contiguous. Yeah. All set? So let's move on to the survey.
So I'm going to try to get through all of this, and then let's try to do questions at the end, if that makes sense. Just get through the actual presentation part of it. So basically what we're going to do is I'm going to go through some background information, context about the survey, strategies for it. Then we'll do questions, and then we'll look at the survey itself and make sure all the questions on the actual survey make sense, if that works for you. Of course, if someone has a burning question, I might make allowances. Anyways, the survey is a typical first step in these kind of feasibility study processes. So we want to get it done right. It is foundational to everything else. And it's meant to provide a big picture view and add color to the other data that we are collecting. So the entire feasibility study won't be based just off this survey. It will be based off of many different types of data. It'll be based on Carol's experience with ValleyNet and what has worked in other places in Vermont. It'll be based on data we get from the state of Vermont. But the survey is an important component to that. This survey, it's required in the big grant proposal. And it's also, we've built it based on models that have been used in a lot of other broadband projects. So the questions we're asking, how we're asking them, why we're asking them is built on a foundation of research and testing that has happened in other similar projects. We want to do our best to eliminate confusion for everyone in this room, but also for everyone across the Windham region that's going to be taking the survey, right? We want to reduce the number of questions that we get. That being said, there may always be confusion, there may always be questions, so we also want to make sure that everyone in this room has as much context as possible so you can help when you're sharing the survey with people and they have questions, you can kind of be the first line of defense. We'd love to get a 20% response rate, right? If there are about 30,000 people in the Windham region, that means about 6,000 responses. That would be that would be a success for us. So the goals for the survey, one of the most important things is to establish what areas are served and what areas are unserved. And we'll take a look at the questions that work to establish that. We want to get a clear picture of current and potential usage of the internet, of broadband. We want to be able to estimate the rate of adoption, which is important for when we're looking for ISPs that will ultimately want to come bid on running this network. So we want to be able to tell them, look, we're pretty sure that this amount of people will adopt this service. And again, that'll be based on the survey, but also historical data and knowledge from ValleyNet's experience. We want to help providers understand revenue opportunities, right? We don't want to shortchange what we say, is the potential revenue for operating this network. And we also want to use the survey as the first tool to build more public awareness, excitement, and momentum. Great article in the Brattleboro Reformer about it, and we want to build on that with the survey to make sure that we have as much buy-in from the community as possible. This caveat, I think I already covered. The survey is one source of data that will be used to address the above questions. We'll use it in conjunction with other data, which will create a very clear, rounded out picture. Okay, so we are going to, first, I'm going to go over now how people can respond to the survey. So we're making an online version of the survey that is really nice, simple. It will be at windhamregional.org/broadband. A bunch of other resources will be housed there, but that is... the survey is not online now. Other resources are online now. So we will update everyone when that is online. But this survey can be taken at work. It can be taken at home on your DSL. That is the easiest place for us to process the data if people take it online, because then it automatically goes into a spreadsheet, which we can then analyze. So the more online submissions we get, the less data entry we have to do. To direct people to this survey, we'll go through a bunch of places we can disseminate this, but we're also going to hand out templates for kind of little business card size handouts with the URL. So for example, you can print off a sheet. A sheet has 8 of them. We've got a bunch here, and what this allows you to do is go to town meeting, pass a stack down the row where you're sitting, and it just has a little tiny bit of context and the URL, right? We want to save paper, and this is like something you can give to people to just let them know where the URL is and how they can get there. The survey can also be taken on smartphones. It is mobile compatible, and it can be taken multiple times from the same phone. So if you are talking with some friends at a cafe and one of you has a phone, you want to pass it around, somebody take it, the other person can take it. You can take it multiple times from the same phone. We will also provide paper copies. We'll provide a paper version that you can print. We may have some copies here to go over, but once we get your feedback on the survey, we will create a PDF of it, and you can use printed surveys if you want. The paper version will have instructions for sending it in by mail. Of course, you can also collect them and send them in a batch. We won't be able to go out and obviously collect them all ourselves, but if you could help facilitate the collection of those, that would be great. And I know there was a question about it at the previous discussion. We aren't going to be doing any mass mailings of the survey, so it all has to be kind of through this grassroots effort. So how are we going to work to get the survey out there? So digital distribution, there's a lot of things we can do. First of all, we'll use social media. And what I would say would be most effective is if you wait for the Windham Regional Commission to post it on their social media and then share that. Not only is it easy for you all to get the information right, and you don't have to type it in, you don't have to worry about it, but that's the best strategy for telling the social media algorithms that what we're sharing is important, and it will get more reach the more we work off of the same posts. So engaging with the first posts that the WRC creates will be great. And what we'll do is, we have all your email addresses. We will let you know when the posts are up, and then you can go there and share them. Listservs. Listservs are great. I love the Heartland listserv. I love seeing when people's horses are loose and all that. And the listservs are going to be great to share this as well. I would say it's even okay to send it out to the listserv multiple times. Obviously, you don't want to do it every day. But sending it to listservs is going to be really helpful. And again, we'll provide you with a little language you can use. There's language that'll be at the top of the survey for context. There's little language on the cards. So please feel free to use anything of the written content that we've created to just make it easy to send it out on listservs. Front Porch Forum, same thing, very similar to the listserv if you have accounts on Front Porch Forum, and they've been very generous in saying if we need any help disseminating it on Front Porch Forum, they would be more than happy to help us do that. If your town has a newsletter, getting it in the town newsletter is really great. If your town has a website, finding a way to get it on the website would be really great. That means talking to whoever administers that website. You can actually, they're annoying, but you can have those things happen where if you go to the website, a pop-up comes up and says, hey, have you heard about this survey? Just an idea if you want to be ambitious about that. Any other newsletters that you know of or you're a part of are great. The library might send out a newsletter, who knows? And then, of course, personal outreach to neighbors and friends is really helpful, and it can be really easy, simple. Hey, I'm a part of this broadband group that's working to bring better infrastructure to our community. We're trying to get a survey going about, what have you. Would you mind filling this out and sharing it with your friends? All of that is really great. Hard copy surveys, again, we prefer people to take it online because it's easier for us, but not everyone can do that, so it's certainly fine to work with hard copies. We have flyers, PDFs of flyers with both pull tabs and just flyers without the pull tabs that you can post at town buildings, bulletin boards, bus stops, wherever. Again, I mentioned the handouts. If you are going to the dump, bring some with you, right? If you are going to the library, bring some with you. Wherever you're going and you think you might run into some people, it's a great excuse to have a nice conversation with your neighbors and to give them a little bit of paper to help them know where to go to take the survey. Put it on the chalkboard next to the drink specials. We can get creative with this, with non-digital ways to disseminate the survey. If you walk your dog every day, might as well knock on your neighbor's door. Letters to the editor are great. And again, we're going to go over all the ideas you have for disseminating the survey after we get through this presentation. Just some things that you don't have to do that I would recommend avoiding. No need to, if you're worrying about response rates and feel like, oh, maybe you know what your neighbor gets for internet, so you might as well fill it out for them. I would say just hold off on that. Thanks, but no thanks. We want to make sure that everyone who's responding to the survey is responding for themselves or with the explicit consent of someone else. So if you have a neighbor who has maybe trouble using a phone and you want to fill it out for them, that's great, but no need to fake responses. And please don't, in fact. If you collect paper surveys and want to enter them, again, this is why we made it so you can enter the survey multiple times. If you are sitting around, watching a show, watching the, what did we say here, watching the sap boil and wanted to enter some surveys, that would be fantastic. And that way you don't have to send them in or bring them in, the paper copies. You're not supposed to put them under the car windshield wipers. You're not supposed to leave them in mailboxes. And if you're going door to door on your dog walk or just visiting neighbors, no soliciting signs. You're not supposed to approach those houses, even though you're not selling something. And also just be careful. No need to get bit by a dog that seems aggressive to knock on the last house on your door, on your walk. So we are here to support you in any way we can. But we're really excited, and we're excited that there are so many people here because it means that there is an energy already behind this that's going to be really useful. So all of you should feel completely deputized to drive the engagement in your own towns, and let us know how we can help. So you all know your community best. If you think of something in a week or two and want to just run it by me or any of us, or I guess direct it to me, that's fine. Happy to help. But feel free to do what you think is right for your own community. Again, if you can answer questions first, that would be great. We also have an FAQ that'll be on the same at the same URL as are on the cards. And then, of course, if there's a question that you don't know, do reach out to us, and we'll answer it and also add it to the FAQ so that other people can find the answer. We'd also love it if you could be kind of an ear to the ground about what's going on in your communities. If, for example, there is misinformation out there and you're worried that somebody responds to your post on the listserv and says something that really isn't true or is kind of could be hurtful or harmful, do let us know. We would love to know just that everything is going smoothly, and if there's anything kind of untoward happening, do let us know. If you want to schedule a check-in with me, you are welcome to. I think what I would love is to just get an email update from you, and I'll send out an email halfway through just saying, hey, how's it going, just to make sure things are going well. If you really want to call me, you're welcome to call me, but I'll be checking in maybe once or twice through the process. Just quick note via email to make sure things are going well. Okay, so we're going to review the survey questions. I guess let's take a vote. Do you want to talk about more distribution methods now, or do you want to talk about the survey questions?
I have a distribution question.
Great. Let's do it.
Have you folks had any conversations about the best way for those of us with large numbers of second homes in our community, how to handle that? And do you have any sense across the whole regional commission how many of the properties actually are second homes?
Great questions.
You're trying to get to 20%. It's going to be hard to do that without that.
Yep. So, yes. So there's a few things. Good question. Since we're not doing mailings, we know that we're not going to reach the second homeowners who are not going to be in town for the winter. That's okay. What we'll use to supplement that is with knowledge of how often second homeowners buy fiber internet service based on what has happened in ValleyNet's catchment area and in other places. And yes, if you see some people who are there half the year around, great. If you know people that you're friends with and can include them in an email or something like that, great. But it's true, we won't be able to get everyone who's a second homeowner.
So follow up to that, will you have something on the survey, and we'll see it in a second, that says, are you a
Yes.
permanent or okay?
We will.
I was actually thinking of putting up a kiosk that I would man at Bromley. To catch
on the local days.
on the weekends, so that out of and holidays, because I got some hookups there. Also Magic Mountain. I got some old iMacs that I was thinking of, locking on one way.
Yeah, I would be curious to know how that goes. It could be really great.
Well, because Londonderry in particular has a huge number of just as many out-of-state as in-state residents. So I was trying to figure out ways of making it happen with the non-locals, because other than at the supermarket on the weekend or at the one stop sign in town, you don't see anybody.
Yeah, so if you do that, let me know how it goes.
I will.
Please. Yeah.
Point of information and a question. Statewide, half of our properties are second homeowners.
Yep.
And those statistics are available online. You have access to them too.
Yep.
Question: what are the dates? That our timeline is exceedingly tight here. And we want to get in front of we have an informational meeting for our town meeting on February 24th.
Yep.
We want to have the surveys in hand so we can hand them out and administer them there and at town meeting. When will we get them, and what is the due date?
So the due date is March 17th, I believe. Is that right? And depending on the feedback we get today about the survey, tomorrow I'm going to work on updating the survey if we have any feedback. And so early next week, at the latest, is when I would say it'll be posted online and ready to be disseminated, barring the catastrophe.
It'll be at that site, on
Yeah,
the broadband
we'll be right
site,
here.
And those flyers that went around today, they're all on that website. You can download them and print them out yourselves. There's also a project summary sheet that you could use for articles as well.
I'll go here and then keep working around. Yeah.
Lynn Forrest, new thing. About a year and a half, the planning commission did a survey. The way we let people, one of the ways we let people know is we spent $100 and we did every door direct mail. It wasn't the survey. it was, this is what's going on, it's one sheet of paper, that's all you're allowed to do, and it goes to everybody in that particular zip code. And so we covered Newfane, Williamsville, South Newfane, and Newfane, and then included for Brookline because they get it whenever we do that. So it's a really, if the select board doesn't mind spending a little bit of money, it's a real effective way to let people know. And then they also go to second homeowners if they come up for the snow, and it's right there in their mailbox.
Can I ask a question? How long did it take to get that together? Like, between when you decided to do it and when it landed on the doorsteps?
48 hours. Well,
Okay.
well, let me see. From the time I decided to do it, which meant I got an artist to do the layout, and but if I had the flyer and it was done already, you just take it, you grab online, you fill out what zip code it goes to. It tells you how much it costs. You put in your credit card, and then you take that form with flyers to the post office and batches of 100.
And this is all through USPS?
USPS, they did a great job. Cool.
So I'd also like to add that if you wanted to do postcards, printing postcards, about 250 of them is about $55 at Staples, and mailing them is 35 cents each. So 250 postcards could go out for under $150. And so I wouldn't do that to the whole town though, but that is a good way to reach those second homeowners. And you all have those addresses because that's where their tax bill goes.
That's great.
Do we have on the website or in any of the literature, is there any kind of like a scannable QR code that can take people to the website?
We decided to not do a QR code because, well, yeah, we just figured the URL would be good enough. But if you think otherwise, happy to talk about it. I mean, we could set it up. I figured. Yeah.
It might be helpful for people doing it on their mobile phones and do like a bit.ly, like a shortened link, so they don't have to type in as long of a address as that, as much as that's easy to remember.
Yeah, it was a trade-off between memory.
QR code on the flyer, so as you're going into the grocery store, you're looking at the bulletin board, scan it.
You can do it while you're waiting in line and stuff. Yeah. Okay. Here.
How are we going to, I mean, each town is, I assume, going to take some role in getting the surveys out in their town.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the return of it is going to be going directly to you guys, and some of it's going to come back to us. How are we, or are we not expected to coordinate what kind of response we're getting? Is that all going to rest with Wyndham Regional, or how does that work?
You mean coordinate the response in monitoring to make sure we're on track?
Yes.
So I'm hoping that we'll have a good understanding of how on track we are based on the online responses. That being said, Sue is going to be getting the ones that are coming in via mail. We'll just, I would say, you could let us know how, so you can save, you don't have to send them one at a time when they come in, or you don't have to drive them in one at a time, but maybe let us know kind of via email how many you've got, if you've got a lot that you're kind of waiting to batch together to send them in.
Let me restate the question.
Yeah.
How can we get feedback from you? How many responses from our town you have, and even more detailed, how can we know which addresses you have the responses from so that we can follow up? Our goal is to achieve the response rate, and if we have that type of detailed information, we might be better able to follow up.
Yes, so that's a great question. So when I send a little brief email to check in with you, say in two or 3 weeks, right, maybe halfway through, I will include information about how many respondents there are per town. I'm not sure if I can give you all the addresses. Let me think about that. I don't know if there's anything about that would be an issue, but at the very least, we'll know kind of that we're on the right track. Unless anyone else has. We asked for the address. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like, do you think there's an issue with giving out addresses and names?
Well, we just said
it would be,
we're not going to use them for anything.
It would be a lot of
survey.
it would certainly be more work to
You have a box.
provide documents
You
to.
have a box that somebody checks and says, please share my information with my town clerk.
We have a box that we have some.
All that stuff is already in their brand list, which is out on everybody's website, so it's a public document.
Right.
To be successful, we need that data so we can follow up.
Okay.
It is a public document, but it is a voluntary public document as opposed to.
Last time I heard, my tax bill wasn't voluntary.
What I'm saying is this is, so it's an opt-in, so you can't necessarily share that.
Okay. So let's do this. I will say now that unless I come to a different understanding in the next few days thinking about it and thinking about if it would be an issue, I will take the online respondents, split them up by town, and then be able to share halfway through actual addresses in the spreadsheet form. Now, I can't promise that I'll have done data entry or will have done data entry for physical copies. And that, again, is something that if you get a physical copy back and you want to enter it in while you're watching TV so you don't have to send it in, that helps us immensely. And then that will then be included when I touch base halfway through.
We're running at 20%. You don't need to.
Right.
What do you spend on
Sure.
We've already spoken to the school board, and they're on board. They're having a budget review meeting on the 24th, and we're going to be there, even making a presentation. We've talked to our state rep,
Great,
who represents Guilford and Vernon, and she'll be speaking at town meeting the first night, and she'll mention this. We're going to have tables at town meeting. Vernon is unlike a lot of places. We have meeting two nights. So we have permission to have tables at the back. And also election day is Tuesday. We're going to have a table there during that. One of the things that we have done before this is we got it in the town plan. And that means that the town is on board with it. When we went to the school board the other night, one of the members asked us, well, how do I know what my amount of service is? And it's on our bill. It's right there on my bill. So I think that's an important thing to tell people.
To reiterate, what we went to the school board for was to get them to get the kids to take the surveys home to their families, or maybe we'll just use every Friday they send out a packet to the home. The school board gives us permission to get the principal to put those in. So there's nothing better than having kids yelling at their parents.
Yeah, homework.
And the principal, if needed, she does this, and she volunteered. She does email blasts to the parents. So
it's a good.
That's really great, and I assume most of your state reps also had email lists that they send out communication to. So not only could they talk about it at town meeting, they could put a note out to their constituents from their list.
Oh, and one more thing. We're going to have a sign when we do the table on election day, and it's been recommended by 2 different people that we say something like, would you like to increase the resale value of your home by 6%? I don't know about you, but that gets people in our town.
6% range, you got that number.
Yeah.
I've seen broadband communities, it depends. It's like 2 to 3% if it goes by your house, but it's 4 to 6 if you're actually connected. Broadband Communities magazine is an online magazine, terrific for just great information.
And it's free.
And it's
Okay, so let's go over the survey. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
That's like.
I'm curious how you plan to manage multiple conflicting responses coming from the same address.
Hopefully there won't be too many of those. I get better service in the bathroom than anywhere else, so maybe they took it in different rooms. No, I'm kidding. hadn't thought about it. I hope, and I'm pretty sure there won't be too many conflicting responses. We are only asking for one response per address. But there's a question about how many people in your home use the internet, just so that we can gauge, bandwidth needs.
Yeah,
So
perhaps that's something we should emphasize when promoting the survey, is that we're looking for one response per household.
Yep.
What about apartment buildings?
Yeah, what about that?
Different addresses.
Yeah, different addresses. They may have different subscriptions. Yeah.
Are you gauging bandwidth needs just solely on number of persons?
No. Let's go. We'll go over the. You'll know when we go over the questions. Yeah. That's just one of the ways we get. Okay. Yeah. Let's.
Maybe we could talk a little bit more about distribution if folks want.
Okay. So I can pull it up on your computer too. Is that right here?
I noticed a lot of people taking pictures of the presentation. Would you be able to send the presentation out?
It will be on our website.
There you go. That's
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. You may need to share it, but I think oh. It'll be on the screen. It'll be on the screen too.
I've seen them.
The flyers are one page.
Was there any thought about putting this in a Survey Monkey form?
It is.
It is in a Survey Monkey.
It is in a SurveyMonkey form, and that will be on wyndhamregional.org/broadband. So, and that's where you can transfer the physical copies into the digital.
You want to start? Just jump to the questions. Yeah.
So the survey is set up in sections. So the first section deals with some information to make sure we know who is answering the survey and where they are and what their address is. So we ask for their E911 street address, and again, we can compare that to data from the state. We ask for the town, and in case somebody picks it up who's not in the Wyndham region, we have the kind of other option. We want to know what their electric utility is.
Are there more surveys? We're out.
Okay, does everyone have surveys?
You might have to share if there are.
Here's one.
Yep.
In the middle of that page, on the first page, it says we are collecting E911 addresses, street addresses for the purposes of establishing areas, roads, and neighborhoods.
Yep.
But these addresses will not be used for any other purpose.
Gotcha. So I can remove that before we send it out.
You can adjust that.
Yeah.
Other than for.
How about no nefarious purposes? So we want to know who the utility is because we want more information about the utility poles in the neighborhood. We ask if they're a year-round resident, if they rent or own, and how many in the house, people in the house use the internet currently or would use the internet if they had better service. So do you have a question or?
Correction. Jacksonville Village Electric Company.
Great. Yeah, you want to scroll? Sue's doing triple duty here. So, do you currently have internet service? Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you think it would be worthwhile on the E911 address to include a little line after that, like apartment number or unit number? Just to differentiate, 123 Main Street, apartment 4 from 123 Main Street, apartment 2?
Great idea. Yeah. Is that included in the E911? No, it's
I
not.
don't know, and I'm not sure if people responding to the surveys would.
Yeah.
It's not consistently included.
Okay.
Depends on how detailed towns have been about reporting their E911 data. So sometimes it's just one address, other times the units are in there too.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't hurt to do.
Yeah, we'll put unit number if applicable. Good idea. Okay. Do you have internet service currently? If no, skip to question 16. But If so, what type of service do you use? Check all that apply. So what we're doing with the next series of questions is trying to get at the quality of internet service in a few different ways, because not everyone will know the answer to all these questions. For example, someone might not know if they might know that they get service from VTEL, but they're not sure if it's VTEL fixed wireless or if they're in VTEL's fiber footprint or something like that. So this question and subsequent questions are all kind of touching on the same thing, which is what is the quality of your service, but they're asking it in different ways. So if they know what the actual infrastructure is, we'd love to know that right here. Do you want to scroll down?
For B, you should add Duncan.
Yes.
Yep.
Add Duncan.
Duncan. America runs on Duncan.
Very slowly.
And within some of those, there is fiber and there is also regular cable. Do you want to know that you?
Yeah, so that would be you mean within cable?
If they're getting fiber, like Duncan has some fiber out there, not a lot.
So both, if they have cable or fiber, that counts as served. So essentially those get grouped in the same category because they can provide 25/3. So question 9, we want to know how people currently use the internet, right? Can they, do they run a company from their home? Do they have home security? Do they do email, social networking? Do they use the internet for government services? These are a range of things, and it helps us understand what the current capabilities of their internet is. You want to keep scrolling down? And then we ask, after preparing them with that question, can they do these things easily, right? Can they receive emails with attachments easily? Can they play video games? Can they do video conferencing? Can they stream on multiple videos at once with different devices? Can they use a smart speaker? And all of this is, again, to get at how robust is their service.
It's a little vague in terms of, actually gauging. Like, I can do all that, can I do it easily? Absolutely not, but I can do all that.
Right, I mean, and again, this is going to be something where people's conceptions of easily might be different. It's a little hard to control for.
Regularly between can and do.
Yeah.
Triple out if you
regularly and easily. I like that.
Or
I like
easily.
yeah.
Underline easily.
Yeah. Yeah.
How many can I do at once?
Right. Right. And without a lag or without a delay, we can re-emphasize in addition to the without waiting for anything to load, we can emphasize without a lag or delay to really make it clear what we're asking.
Can I ask a question on the last section, because it just came up in our town about commercial use? I mean, there's no question commercially, is anyone using this and not looking for them?
Yep, no, that's right. Residential provides the vast bulk of, what this network will cover. So that's really what entities look for in a feasibility study and a business plan. If a business wanted to fill this out on behalf of their business and on behalf of their house, that's fine too. But it's not a critical component. Is that true, Carol? Would you agree with that?
I think the small businesses, we might want to add a small, something along those lines, government services, businesses, and let them decide.
Yeah.
Because we have companies that are trying to use credit card machines and they don't operate at the same time.
Right, well, you have to wait because somebody else is on the.
Right, so I think it's an important component of this survey
I
that
would
we have
have-
commercial demand in some of these small rural areas. Restaurants.
Great. Yeah.
And the other part of that same question is that one of the things we all want in our town is the second homeowner who's going to increasingly commute from their second home.
Right.
And they need a good, robust connection to do that.
Yep. Definitely.
Perhaps just in that, how do you use the internet instead of and other, could have e-commerce. And that would take care of a lot of those questions about credit cards and.
Yep, shopping.
Shopping.
Yeah.
I wouldn't actually call it e-commerce, because that suggests that you're selling online.
Right.
I think what we're talking about is credit card processing. I might say something like.
You could put credit card process.
Yeah, small business.
That-
All right. Yeah, so that's a good flag. Thank you for that. We'll make sure that small business applications are included in the how do you use the internet.
Are you, when you have other, you're gonna have the box below that says, tell us what?
Yep, good flag. I'll make sure that the line shows up in the in the.
Come into your house.
Okay, so we went over. Yep, we went over current service. Is your internet service bundled? Yes.
What's the threshold for easily? What's the answer to the question, how easy is easily?
I would say easy is without waiting for things to load.
So in other words, instant.
Within reason, yeah. Nothing's instant.
No,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah.
that's a serious question.
Yeah.
Compared to what we used to have, right? What we have now is really good.
Right.
But, so it's easier.
Right.
So the real answer is instantly. Without any delay at all.
Without delay. Yep, that's.
Or would quickly be better than easily, because easily is
Instantly.
subjective and doesn't.
Sure. Yeah, I like that too. All right, I will clarify quickly and easily without delay, without waiting for anything to load.
Without buffering.
What's that?
Without buffering.
Without buffering, yes.
But nobody knows what buffering.
Well, that's why I didn't put that in there.
Nobody knows what buffering. You do, but nobody else. Ask somebody at Cronex General Store in Jacksonville if they know what buffering is.
So we also want to know. If they have internet service that's bundled, we want to know that.
We talked about this at the last meeting.
Yes.
This isn't the right question. I want to know how many people have satellite TV. Because if they're spending $100 a month on satellite TV that can be avoided, that is really important to know. So this question needs to be changed. Because there is no cable TV where we live, so.
Yeah, but some towns there is.
Some towns there is.
But those towns have better internet already.
Well,
Right,
yes.
so the towns that, most of us in little towns do not have any cable TV, so we have no cable internet. So
Right.
if you watch TV, unless you have an antenna on your roof, it's satellite, and that's an important financial consideration.
Because all of a sudden, that bill goes away, everybody's
Yeah,
screaming.
yeah, that's a big bill.
It's a whole.
What number are you on, Bill?
Yep, we will ask about TV providers too. That's a good idea.
Well, and also, would you want to have internet without having to have the cable or without having to have the telephone service? I just want the internet. Can I just have the internet someplace? Because my cable bill's killing me.
Well, by definition, that's what fiber is.
Right.
Internet.
But how does it get into the house then?
So we want to.
Fiber optic cable.
Number 11, you should go to security again.
Oh, the phone bundles are easy to go.
Is that something that?
I can't remember what the triple flight, I guess it's internet, TV, telephone. Comcast offers security some places, I don't know if
I think they do like digital like cyber security.
yeah, I don't.
Okay. I'll look into that. So let's move on a little bit.
Another question?
Yeah.
Bundled with, is that the same thing as you get it from the same supplier, or you have to get it from the supplier? In other words, I'm not even sure whether I could get my internet without getting my phone from CCI. But I do happen to get both. Are they bundled or not?
They are bundled.
They are,
Yep.
and you can, but you should check your bill because they'll tell you whether you have a 2-year contract on one or the other. You can drop your
I
phone.
pay separately for both. I mean, I pay separately for each.
You
So,
do.
but that would, if it's from the same supplier, by definition, it's bundled.
Well, I think you'll find on your bill from CCI, if you've got phone service and internet, there's a discount. It's listed as a discount on your bill. And you can have, if you have DirecTV, with all of that, believe it or not, with CCI, that it was with Fairpoint, you would have a discount even though they don't have anything to do with the thing on your bill. So it's accounted for in something called a discount on your bill.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, I don't think you can get satellite TV, regardless of whether it's bundled with CCI or mine's bundled with my AT&T cell phone. But it's at least $60 to $70 a month to have satellite TV, and all you get is crappy channels. For $100, you get a few less crappy channels. That is a big factor in making this affordable.
I think we should put,
Yeah.
the TV provider question on here. I do. But bundled is,
Well, then maybe it should be a separate question. Do you have satellite TV and what are you paying for it?
Yeah, that's
a
good.
huge number.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So we want to know how much people are currently paying for their bundled services. Just a range, right? We're not. It's going to be different for every town, but we just kind of generally want to know average pricing thresholds for.
Those who are using their hotspots to
Yep.
provide themselves service, is that bundled in here? It says telephone. You asked the question TV, telephone, but not cell. I'm just, because see if.
So what we
$500 a month on.
what we asked was whether you got your internet through mobile.
Right, that's B.
Right.
That's question
Yes.
B.
And so are you saying we should have something more than that?
I'm just wondering in this question 11, cell service.
I see. Yeah, if that counts as bundled.
It's, yeah, some businesses, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we could add that. I mean,
There's a lot of people using their
they're
hotspots.
using their data.
Their internet.
Yeah.
Where it is.
Okay. Yeah.
Can I just go back to that bundling again? I mean, AT&T gives me $10 a month off on my DirecTV service because it's bundled with my cell phone. And DirecTV satellite and my cell phone have nothing to do with each other.
Yep.
So if I drive around our town, Whitington, there's satellite TV dishes all over the place.
Yep.
And those people probably don't realize, and we want to teach them how they can stream the same thing for less money. So if people get rid of $60, $70, $80, $100 a month in satellite TV costs, bundled or unbundled, that will encourage them to do broadband. And I think it's a huge number.
But that's not a great survey. But we'll get that answer, right? Because they're going to answer this question and say, my CCI bill is $75 to $99, or whatever it happens to be. And we're going to add that question about TV.
Yeah,
to the
so
survey.
the TV should have its own question.
Wouldn't there be a better way to phrase that question right there and just say, how much do you pay for these services? Your telephone, your television, your internet, bundled or not? You know, because that's really the most important thing, is how much are people paying for all of
What are
those?
we spending a month on internet and telephone and TV?
Sure. I'm
I really
happy.
appreciate the satellite TV thing to be its own question, because in the towns with no cable and
Yeah.
no cell service, people have satellite TV.
It will be. And I like that phrasing of how much do you spend for all of these services. I mean, this is what.
Each. That was a suggestion. How much do you pay for each of these services? How much do you pay for internet? How much do you pay for phone? How much do you pay for TV? Separate
That
numbers.
varies. No, that's hard to break out.
I think that's
It
very
really
difficult
doesn't matter.
for people
You
to
know,
know
I
what
think
they're
it
doing.
is people can come off the top of their head with
Yeah.
one number.
Yeah.
It's simple for, there's no need for this breakdown, really, because there's like.
Yeah. I mean, and again, this is a. Yeah. The other thing.
I got two CCI bills here from Marlboro, different service, and, no TV, and so you can
Yeah.
see out the building if you want.
Well.
It's got all this fine print too.
Yeah, that is. Yeah. So really, what all this is working up towards is just putting in the business plan and then in the feasibility study kind of general benchmarks for things like how much are people paying generally for their telecommunications bills. So with this 1 to 5 scale, this is a highly subjective, obviously, question where we just want to gauge the mood of people in the community. We also want to know what quality is most important from their internet provider, whether that be speed, reliability, consistency, which we try to differentiate clearly from reliability, whether or not you have unlimited data, and then the price. And then we'd also like to see.
Can we go back to 14 for a second?
Yep.
You're saying there from your internet provider.
Yes. What?
I guess the question is whether it's their current provider or what they would value most from a future provider.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think either.
Right.
If you're choosing an internet provider, what's the important thing? Right.
So switch the word
Yes.
your to an.
From an internet provider.
Well,
Yes.
it also gets construed as what's the most vulnerable aspect of your current service. Because even if you're looking for, say, reliability, that's because you don't have an app.
Exactly. And that's what question 15 is supposed to get at.
Right.
So we want to know both, which of these are people going to think about when they think about whether to switch to fiber, and what things here are they currently most concerned about with their current service. There's a slight distinction between those two, and that's why there's two different questions. Yeah.
You might switch 14 and 15 because readability, I'm thinking about current and I'm thinking future.
Mm-hmm.
So if 14 is future, then you really got to switch.
Okay, good idea. Yep, I like it.
I wanted to just comment about the next question, landline service.
Yeah?
Basically, the big crucial factor there is if you have backup power. That's why we all want a landline, an analog landline. But if you have backup power, it's not really an issue. And that's why a lot of the fiber providers will provide backup power if they're giving you voice over internet protocol.
They're required to do so.
Right.
Right.
So I think it's important to make this clearer. So if you have an analog phone service, you have backup power in the event of a power outage.
How long
Well, again, that question is absolutely important for when people think about whether they're going to switch to fiber or switch to voice over IP. What this is for is slightly different in that it informs the feasibility study because we want to know how many people are currently able to use their cell phone at their house, how many people use voice over IP already. So that is absolutely important when it comes to when people make decisions about whether they are going to switch their current phone service or adopt fiber. But I'm worried about, it's already pretty long, I worry about adding too many more questions. I mean, we certainly are going to add some.
That's more for us to be able to answer people's questions if that comes up.
Right. They are required to provide, I think, 12 hours of backup.
They're required to provide 8 at this time.
8 hours.
And the FCC is trying to move that up to 24.
And that's a battery that's at the house.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be 24 soon.
Well, the FCC is pushing for 24.
You know, this may not be possible to put in the survey, but I can't tell you how many times I've gone to somebody with a fairly new cell phone and I said, oh, you don't have Wi-Fi calling turned on. People are not realizing that they may not have cell service at their home, but they really do if they turn on Wi-Fi calling. Even their crappy consolidated internet connection will allow their cell phone to work.
But that's an educational thing, not a survey.
Yeah. But it's a good, I mean, certainly part of it. All right, let's do a few. You've had your hand up for a while.
We're asking about what's important to people in their selection, but nowhere in the survey have you asked what speed they currently have. So maybe not in some of the areas, but in other areas, you have many options for different speeds, but you have to pay for them. So you're asking the how to compare speed with price, but you've never asked.
That's because what we care about is what is served and what is underserved or unserved. and which gets to the kind of infrastructure you have. I mean, we can ask explicitly what speeds people are ordering, I suppose, although often what's advertised has no correlation with what you're actually getting at your house. Yeah.
We had a previous survey in Lawrenceburg, and only 1 out of 5 people filled that, gave us the answer to that question. And we even gave them an URL for a speed check. So
Yeah.
For some reason, they just don't seem to fill it out.
It's a tricky, I mean, a lot of these are tricky questions, but that's a tricky one.
Well, a lot of that's weeded out with what can you do at what that question would go, you know, how many things can you do at once, or what, however that works. I mean, you already know if they got a good connection with that.
Yeah.
Going back to question 14, you're asking for them to select one of those 5.
Yep.
But I could expect that the questions we're going to be getting would be along the lines of, does that mean that you're going to provide just one of these, or are you going to emphasize one? Isn't it true that all of those are desired? And how would a person express that on their survey?
So
can you do a rank ordering, for example, instead of selecting one?
we talked about that. We also talked about other options for phrasing it. And what's important is really we wanted to make sure people didn't, we wanted to make sure we didn't lose the opportunity to get people's number 1 concern. And that was why we phrased it the way it was. And I assume people care about all of these. I would care about all of these. But honestly, if someone cares first about speed and then about price, or first about price and then about speed, that's a big difference. And we want to know, rather than giving people the option to say, I care about all of these, or I care about 3 out of the 5 of these, we wanted to really make sure people thought carefully about what they most wanted.
So when we explain it, we should say what's the worst problem you're experiencing, of which of these 5, and that's the answer to the question. What thing are you having the most trouble with, and that you want to fix the best? That's the answer to the question.
I think it's more about what you value most.
It was intended to be what do you value the most, and this was intended to be what do you want to see fixed with your.
There's no way that you would not want to get all of the first 4 for some price.
I agree, but we are forcing people to pick one, and that's part of it, right? There's only one.
I will take reliability and more money.
Yeah, that's not going to be meaningful, but go ahead.
Yeah.
3 days ago during an ice storm, where I didn't have any satellite cell service, it would have been consistency. At the beginning of the month, speed is no issue. At the end of the month, speed is an issue. So I'm going to leave that one blank.
Great. We are forcing people to pick, and we're going to get a range of answers. And what we really want to know is what we'll be able to rank. You know, most people care about this. This is the second most cared about. This is the third most prioritized or cared about. And that's, you know, it's okay if you answer it as you will, and some of you may not like the question, but we really want to drill down to what is the ranking of priorities in the community in terms of what do people care about most, what do the second most people care about, and what do third most people care about. So,
you know what I think might be important? We're all on broadband committees in our community. We actually have 9 in our lighting committee. And I think that we need to let, if we tell people to fill out the survey, we should tell them, if you don't understand the question, call me, so that we get the right answers, so we can help people. We're all studying this to try to figure it out, but our neighbors aren't. And I think if we help them answer the survey, we'll get better data.
Okay, so we have a section about phone service, who your provider is, whether you have a cell phone or not, who your cell phone provider is, and what the cell strength is at your house. Yeah?
Why?
Why about the cell phone?
Why about cell phone? Why about phone in general? We're not, I find whenever I talk to people the difference between internet and cell phone service, they don't know the difference. And I think you're just.
So let me tell you the reason, and then you can respond. When the CUD puts out an RFP to say, do you want to be the internet provider for this network, companies will want to know whether or not it would make sense for them to bundle services with it, whether they should offer a special voice over IP service, whether they should offer something else. They are expecting some form of indication that will help them know whether they should offer that or not. And yes, some people do confuse the two. That's going to happen. We have to live with it. That it's not going to be perfect. We aren't going to be able to eliminate confusion for everyone.
My question really is, isn't that section 2 years down the line? In other words, if we're trying to get answers for an ISP person, as opposed to getting answers for us to create a CUD, what do we care about? Right now, what do we care about?
Well, we care about what the average revenue per customer is going to be. And it's going to be different if you think that customers are going to want internet service and a voice line as a bundle, or whether they're just going to want internet service because they're going to use their cell phone instead. And so I think some of these questions can lead us into determining what that average revenue is going to be, and that goes into the feasibility study.
Alex, can I just
Yes.
ask a clarifying question? So is it fair to say that the data you're collecting here is less important for will you be a CUD or not, as it is to inform the business plan and the RFP process, so we do this feasibility study once? And is it also fair to say that if you guys have determined that we need 20% response, that that's statistically valid, so that even if we got 50, the responses, when they're in aggregate, should change very little between 20 and 50. Are those two fair things? Because I think that's...
Yes, that's a great clarification. Those are both fair things. I would say not only does this does inform around the edges some things about formation of the CUD, because it's establishing what areas are served and what are unserved. And when we look at those on the map, we can see, okay, if we're going to bring fiber from here to here to here to here, we can knock out this unserved area, and then it makes sense to have this be one CUD, and then the fiber, looking at where served and unserved with the geography and existing fiber assets, then we start to figure out where the optimal CUDs are. So it does do both, but you're absolutely right in saying that this informs the feasibility study in ways that are beyond the CUD just alone.
Well, can a town that is well served or served be a part of the CUD?
Absolutely.
Inevitably, even a town like Brattleboro, particularly around its edges, have unserved areas.
Well, we have in Vernon, a few. And so
But we're next to Guilford and close to
Halifax.
Halifax, who have real problems.
Yeah.
So
We want
if we aggregate that, do we end up being part of the unserved
Yes.
greater community?
Right.
And
So-
Marlboro.
and that would be the reason to join a communication union district, so that you can find a solution for those unserved areas.
And for those who want to be served by fiber.
And, yes, as well.
Yeah, and in ValleyNet's region, there are places that have cable that will get built as well, just maybe with a different plan.
Or Woodstock.
Yeah.
Based upon the questions, I see that there's no way that you can really determine whether people receive LTE or not. I mean, you ask whether they use it for internet as a primary internet source, which is fine, by definition you would, but there's nowhere that you ask if what cell phone strength is your home, that would be call strength with bars, which is a totally different thing than LTE or 3G reception. So there's no way in this to determine whether people receive LTE if they're residents or not, or 3G as their residents, separate from whether they use it as an internet source or not. Is that important for you?
I'm trying to think if that's actually important.
Because a lot of people who have LTE don't even know they have it. So it gets confusing.
Yeah.
But I think that's an important thing to know, whether a geographic space is covered by
The
cell service or not.
That's also going to be a highly confusing question if we're already trying to make the distinction between internet is different than cell service, but LTE is also different than whether you can call people. I mean, I barely understand that.
But
So
that data exists. Somebody did a study of that.
Oh, they
We had a
did?
chart
Okay,
at
okay.
one of our meetings. Remember that meeting we had in Dover? And so I was in that red zone where we don't have cell service, we don't have internet, we don't have anything.
yeah.
So, but can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
We have a town, Stratton, the mountain itself, 1,500 taxpayers. 90% of them are serviced by Comcast, 200 of us are not.
Yep.
So if we survey those 1,500 people, they're gonna come back with this survey completely different. They're gonna talk about reliability, because Comcast sucks for them, I know that,
Yeah.
for example. Are we gonna separate that out? I have no filter in.
This is a safe space. You can say whatever you want.
Well, no, it's the same issue
Right.
in Dover.
So yes,
And
that's why-
some people are serviced. So is that gonna be separated out when on the first page, when they write Comcast, you're gonna throw it in another pile? Because their answers are completely different.
So a few things. Their answers will be different, and that's exactly what we want to know. We will actually be able to put on a map dots for every address that responds and say these people have service and these people don't. So that's one way that we're going to pull them all together. Also knowing, I mean, it's important to know that consistency and or reliability is an issue for people with Comcast. Or that's what's top of mind, or that's what they care about. And it would be great to know what people who have Dunkin' care about. You know, that all helps a future provider think about how they're going to prioritize, you know, running a business if they end up being the person to win the RFP.
Question 17, are there any towns in the Windsor region or this group that have landline service for retail? I thought retail was up in your area.
No, there are some at the very top of Wyndham.
Oh, there are?
County,
Better.
where retail comes down into some of those towns.
So those people already have fiber?
Yes.
Yep. So again, you know, now we're getting into some direct questions about potential future service, right? Definitely would to unsure. Would you subscribe to competitively priced fiber internet? And I know that competitively priced is subjective, but we can't tell anyone really any even ranges at this point because we don't know what the business cases are. But I think it's more about gauging people's general interest and mood and approachability with fiber, knowing that we're trying to make it as competitive as possible. Yes?
I think it's a little confusing just in terms of pronouns of the question. If fiber internet,
I think it's missing a Y in
to your current service came to our community. I don't know what that means.
Okay, you're right. It should probably be your community, and competitively priced does not have to be with regard to your current service, because if you're paying $100...
It's the euro and the hour.
Okay.
It makes no sense.
Yep, I will change the hour to your. That's a good call. Okay, so, and for those people who want to switch, what is the primary reason you would switch? And again, this is information that goes into the feasibility study and that the people responding to the RFP will want to know, right? Do they, if D ends up being something that most people respond, that may change the idea of who should be the provider, right? So we want to know kind of why people would want to switch. What are the primary motivations? What they think is a fair price. That would be great to know. And then,
why did you put in the 100 megabit synchronous? I mean,
it's a benchmark.
Well, I know, but people don't know what it, you know. If you're like me and you got 17 down and you have 1.2 up, yeah, what's the 100 mean to me? Even if I could compare it,
It needs longer.
stuff's working fine. You know, I mean, you could put a 50 in there; it wouldn't make any difference.
so the reason why we picked 100 is because that's definitely better than DSL, definitely better than satellite, obviously, but it's also better than cable.
Yes, I understand.
And that's the threshold that we wanted to ask about. You know, it may not, people may not understand. If people have lived with DSL their whole life, they may not. And
you could put in parentheses faster than cable.
You could put that in, so you could explain that, that's something we can relate to.
okay, yeah, I like that. Good clarification. Yeah.
The other thing that might be important here, and we talked about it a couple of times, and this may be the place to catch up, where people said, you know, you might have to pay for your landline, you might not have to pay for, because if in your head you're saying all of the places is DSL for $100 a month, the answer would be no. But if I would not have to pay my landline, I would have to pay for something else, because it's you know, it's not DSL for fiber, it's fiber and all that it brings for DSL. So I don't know how you get that into the survey without letting the data.
Yeah, it's an interesting thought, and you know, that's where data that we have from other fiber installations comes in, because if you give people all those, you know, people are resistant to change. They don't want to commit to that while they're taking out a survey. It takes a little while. You know, they need to have someone in their community do it first to see that, oh, it works like totally easily and fine. And so like those responses might not really be valuable until, you know, again, as the gentleman over there said, that when you're doing consumer education about that, that's in a year from now or in 2 years from now. That's where that becomes most important.
Yeah, so you said data from other surveys that
Exactly.
hold up against this and
Exactly.
be able to extrapolate. Okay, got it.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yeah, question 23 is laid out in a sort of interesting way.
Yeah.
That might lead people to believe that they can influence what the price is going to be. Why not give them a couple of different likely scenarios, like you're going to get 100 up and down for $90 a month, 200 bucks up and down for 150. You know, based on what typical prices are now, and say which would you choose? Because this is typically what it costs.
Well, that seems like it would make them think that they were influencing it as well in a different way.
I think the second way, what I'm proposing, just gives us an idea of how much money they want to throw at it, assuming they understand that it might replace other things, like their landline and television service.
And is there even realistically anybody who would provide 100 for $40 a month?
Yeah, no, right, but people might say, well, yeah.
People are buying.
Right.
I think you're going to get a lot of $40 to $50 a month back.
Well, that may be the case. That being said, in the way that it's phrased, what do you think would be fair is not saying what do you want to pay. It's what do you think would be fair. We want to know, right? We're not asking people to say this is what I would pay. We want to know generally how people are conceiving of the value of fiber internet, and it may be the case that that you can make it work at $40 to $50 a month, but it likely won't be able to. But that being said, it'll give us a benchmark for how people are conceiving of the value of it, and what additional consumer education needs to happen around.
I think you're giving them false hope.
Well, and also, I don't think you're going to get much data as far as how much money you can bring in. What subscriber revenues are. I mean, the people who want to pay 40 or 50 bucks a month would probably be very happy with 25 megabits.
Yeah, that they probably would, and that's why this is not. Again, this is not to act. Nobody is going to even come close to setting actual price thresholds using this data and these responses. Because we don't know how much it's going to cost yet to deploy the network. We don't know how much it's going to cost. Is the company that's providing the internet, do they already own bucket trucks, or are they going to have to spend $100,000 a truck?
This makes sense, not when you're signing people up. This makes sense when you're trying to figure out what the feasibility study is, I guess, or the business model.
That is what we're trying to do. Yeah.
Let's not, don't confuse that with what the next step may be, which is trying to get.
You're gauging a mood, not asking for a commitment.
Right.
You're figuring out, as a business, you're going, well, here are the different things I can offer, here are the speeds I can offer. I've got an awful lot of people at the bottom between 40 and 60. Well, that's going to be something that I need to focus on. Yeah, there's going to be people up here going 90 and 100, So that's a business model that they can look at. Here's your customer base.
Karen, what's the breakdown in your
Isn't fair kind of a value judgment? I don't understand why you're asking what would be fair. That's kind of like, what do you think of, what would I like a business to charge? Why wouldn't it be, what is the maximum amount we're willing to pay? It's different than a value judgment.
That sounds scary. And I think asking about fairness is different than also asking about what would you like. I think fairness, we all have our own conceptions of fairness. We're going to get a range of answers. That's why we want 6,000 respondents, give or take, so we can look at the averages and see generally what the mood is and what the kind of interest is.
So if you take your CCI bill and it says you're paying $35 for 10 meg, and we're asking you, what do you think is a fair price for 100? So it requires somebody to think through, well, if I'm paying $35 for 10, a fair price for 100.
It's not necessarily relevant that you're paying $35 for a pen.
That's but that's what it's the, how do you as an individual determine what is a fair price for something that you don't have today? And so that's partly how some people deal with it, is that they're looking at, what do I pay today, and for how much?
Well, what can I afford?
Well, that's not what this question is about, though, because that's a whole different question. What can I afford is a different question.
Well, your EC Fiber's lowest cost is $64 a month plus the.
So $72 with the equipment, yep.
Yeah, so people are getting the consolidated 3 megabyte price, for $35 or $40. I mean,
Right.
that's a huge hurdle.
And not everyone is going to subscribe to this. Some people are going to keep their consolidated. Some people are going to keep their satellite. That is okay. This is for the people, for the people that are interested in fiber, right? We're looking at the people who are interested. How much do they think it's worth? How much generally are they expecting? How much, that's good data to have. So then at the very end here, we want to know, if people want to get more involved, right? We can use all hands on deck, for this part of the process. Could be with data entry. It could be with, we may actually have to send people out at a certain point to verify that poles are in the right locations, or you never know what we're going to need people to do. So the last questions are if people are excited about this, if they want to volunteer some of their time, we would love to know that, and therefore know if we can contact them. But again, totally optional for them to attach their name to the survey or attach their email address. Yeah.
Sorry, I have one more.
No, it's okay.
Okay, question 22, what's the primary reason we would switch? There was, going back to 14, there was a list of qualities that would be most important. Among them is unlimited data. And that is a big factor, especially if you're on a service like retail. And also consistency is listed on 14.
Yep.
Why are these reasons on 22 different? And should there be some parallel structure between those two questions?
Yeah, that's a good point. There should be probably all the responses on 14 should be on 22. And I guess if people hold in their head the difference between consistency and reliability of the first question, we should have those both here as well. So I think you're right. Everything that should be that is in that question should be here in 22 as well. Yeah.
And were you going to change 14 to an internet provider or keep it your internet provider?
If 14 is the one about the ideal internet provider, we'll change it to an. And then 15 is the one about your internet provider. Yeah.
In questions of brevity, why not eliminate one of those two and just combine them?
Well, they're getting at slightly different things. They're getting at slightly different things in terms of. What's that?
I don't see how they are.
Well, one is getting at people thinking aspirationally about, in a perfect world, what do they prioritize, and one is thinking about, in their current world, what does their service struggle with. You know, and maybe it turns out that those are going to be the same for everyone, but we don't. I guess we don't quite know until we.
Alex, you use these questions elsewhere, right? We're not the first people to see these.
No, but that being said, a lot of your feedback and all of your feedback has been really helpful, especially with wording choices and other things like that.
But these questions basically give you guys what you need. You think?
Yeah.
You guys is us guys, that's why we're asking.
That's true. That's yeah. No, you're right. You're right. No, but all of, I mean, these changes are really good and helpful, and again, we want to make sure that you all are comfortable with the way it's set up, so that you feel good about answering questions, you feel good about being a part of the process.
So we're going to incorporate as many of those comments as we can. Alex will do that, and then we'll post it on our website. And before we leave, maybe we can just take a few more minutes. If any communities want to share some of the ideas that they have about distribution, if there are things like, how to get the paper survey out, it would be good, I assume, if you can have that at your local library, town hall, other gathering places, but maybe your town hall's not open every day. And so then you might want to think about putting a box of the paper surveys outside the front door if you have a porch or something. But if any of you have creative or just really logical ideas for spreading the word, please share. Jennifer.
It's winter time and it's probably hard, but lawn signs?
Lawn signs, yeah.
Would that make sense?
You could, or the sandwich boards in certain places in town, in your town centers. Yes?
Another possible suggestion is the community service organizations. I've been thinking about this. I'm a member of the Lions Club. We have 57 members in our area. A lot
That's
to
great.
come up with.
Yeah.
Rotary, all the service organizations. It's a volunteer thing. They like to do this stuff.
If anyone drives for Meals on Wheels, that's that's a nice way. You talk to a lot of people that way. So.
Sure. Yes.
This is not my idea, so bring in bingo.
Oh yeah, there we go. Bingo. Exactly.
Bingo, counter dances.
Oh, there you go. I saw, Patrick, you showed a nice postcard you were making, right?
Yeah, we've got nearly 6,000 households we need to reach, and so our intention is to do a every door mailing, much the likes of which was described earlier. But while I have the floor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Given the relatively short period of time in which we're able to collect surveys, can we expect an email or a phone call from the Wyndham Regional Commission letting us know that the survey's gone live?
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, we'll definitely send a note out to all those who are on our list, which is quite expensive right now.
What's your target date for that?
To get the survey online as soon as possible, if not tomorrow, at the very, early part of next week.
Yep. The reason I ask is as soon as it goes live, we can put it on our website.
Yep.
As soon as it
That
goes
would be great.
live and we know that you guys are pushing out social media, we can begin
Yep.
the process of sharing and liking and all the other things you can do.
Yep.
So knowing when it goes live, I think it's gonna be useful.
Yes, yes,
This
we'll make sure we
weekend's
get
a
that.
holiday weekend, so many of our second homeowners are actually here.
Ah.
It would behoove us to get it out by Saturday.
It'd be great if we could.
So are you making an electronic file available to us of the survey?
Yep.
Yes,
It's
it'll be
actually really, really easy. We should maybe pull it up and show. It's here. I know what I do. I can pull it up on my computer and we can just plug in the
So
Yeah.
we click on Wyndham/broadband.
Yep.
And you said there's a lot of other stuff loaded out there.
Yes.
So there's gotta be some big graphic thing that says, click here for the
Yes,
survey.
there
so that
is.
people-
It's
okay.
all ready to
Okay.
go.
What I'm getting at is, you said it's on SurveyMonkey, but is it gonna be clear?
It's not
that
an
there's
actual survey monkey, but it's a similar.
I'll show you right now. This will be
I'm just
a
wondering
good
if
thing
we
to
can
do.
take an e-file of it and put that on our website as well as a link to
They won't have the data.
So just have a link to our page.
So this is basically what it looks like embedded in a website. So we have the same context as in the first one. You kind of, first you enter your address, then you hit your town, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna change this and add the electric utility that was mentioned earlier, right? All this, and then you just hit.
Google.
Yep, it's a.
That's great.
And so it has to go through Wyndham Regional /broadband so that you guys can collect all of the data.
Yes.
If we posted it separately without the link, you couldn't get the data, and that's the important part, is for you guys to be able to get the data, right?
Well, if you post the wyndhamregional.org/broadband.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
posted the
exactly.
URL, but we're not gonna get an e-file of our survey to put.
Right. Yeah, everyone should be kind of funneled to this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Any other ideas, suggestions?
Just
Yeah.
a question about access to the data, which was mentioned before.
Yeah.
So is there any possibility that we would have access to the actual spreadsheets, sorted by town or something as the data's coming in? So we have more real-time access to that information?
I don't know how that would work, do you?
I think I'll monitor it if we need to, pull the fire alarm and, or, light a fire under everyone's butts or whatever, we'll do that. I'm not too worried about needing to monitor it in real time, and I'll send an email out again in a couple weeks just to give everyone an update about the responses are coming in, systems are working, that kind
So
of.
what
Call
about
Alex 3
what about
times a
after
day.
March 17th, after your deadline?
Yep.
Could we at least get the data at that point? Because maybe us as a town, maybe we want to pursue it further and get more data.
I don't see any reason why not, yeah, no, certainly not, yeah. Yeah.
In the previous meeting, the response rate target was 30%, now it's 20%. Was the judgment that 30% was a bridge too far, or what was the reason for that?
Alec, the rural innovation strategies does quite a lot of surveys. And they are very comfortable with the 20% take rate on the
Yeah.
survey being valid, statistically valid.
Yeah, because we are actually.
Mine was a little higher, but we all know we can get to 30 anyway, so I.
30 would be great, but 6,000 people is a highly statistically significant number. What we want to make sure is that when we're figuring out what areas are served and unserved, we have the spread, right? The spread across the region. That's the most important thing.
This is a question for,
Susan.
One of the cheapest forms of advertising are the $35 boxes on the bottom of the page in the Reformer and the Commons. Is that something that would be in the regional's budget?
We haven't really talked about that. The Reformer did just have a front page article last weekend about it, and I'm sure that, we're gonna get more information out in all those publications as well.
I'm just thinking it's a really inexpensive way.
Yeah, if we have trouble getting that information out otherwise, we may consider that.
And VPR.
VPR, yes.
Yes. For the hard copy, is it going to be the online version printed out?
It'll look like the one you have today.
Yeah, it'll look.
It will look like this,
Yes.
not look
Right.
like that. Okay, just knowing that we're going to have people in our town that are going to do the hard copy way. Need to know. So in regards to my question about the link, how are we accessing that copy to get the hard copy to our people who need that? rather than an
The
online
Word
version?
document version.
Yes, so that will all be posted
It'll
on.
be posted on our
The same
website,
website.
on the
Yeah,
same page.
It's all at the same.
Download it
Okay.
and share it however you want.
It's all at
Just
the
the
same
PDF.
link. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
So you mentioned that you're trying to determine served versus unserved. What are you using for the threshold for that?
So basically, what type of provider you have, I mean, what the infrastructure is what determines it, right? So if you've got cable in your neighborhood, or then you count as served. If
Okay,
you
so
don't,
anything less than cable is unserved?
essentially, yeah.
Okay.
There's also
Just
state data
curious,
that'll
just
be
wanna know
merged
what
into
it is.
this too. so.
Yeah, and
Right.
yeah,
Thanks.
there's, yeah.
What about if there are different households in the same 911 address?
So we're gonna add the apartment or unit number question to the E911 address. And we'll phrase it as unit number maybe, and that'll catch both apartments and, you know, clusters of houses. Yeah. Good question.
All right, well, thank you all for coming, and thank you for all your help getting the survey out.
Thank you.
Hi, Rob.
Hello, how's it going? Nice to see
We're gonna call the meeting to order at about a little before 1:15. Some of it's my fault because I was here late, and some of it's because we waited for the guy in the back who will wave to, but he won't talk to us because he's not as much fun as the other guy who records. So, additions or deletions to the agenda? Anybody? I've got a couple. I get a couple letters. And I have a negotiation in executive session.
Executive, so we have to add that to the zone check. Oh, that's right there, sorry.
Down, yeah, we have an executive session. Okay. Peter, you ready to rock and roll, buddy? Okay. You're the only public. Cool. We got the minutes of the February 3rd, 2020 meeting in over there in Wardsboro.
The board members present are incorrect. Laura wasn't there. Barry wasn't there.
And I was not there.
Yeah.
But,
Laura and who?
And Barry.
Crossing you out.
We're crossing you out, Barry.
Crossing you out.
Okay.
Okay.
With, except for those corrections, is there anything else?
Good to me. Make a motion to accept.
Okay, Mark makes a motion to approve the minutes. Rick seconds it. If there's no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Cool. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Barry will abstain. Cool. So old business, equity is just there as a placeholder. We're gonna have to probably pick that up beginning of March. Probably the second meeting of March. Website design, that's a placeholder, and let's look at that in the second meeting in March also. So we had two complaint policies, and it got a little confusing. So at the last meeting, I believe we approved the complaint policy that deals with personnel, complaints about personnel. And for some reason, the third page of my minutes is missing. Just make sure that we approve the personnel one. We didn't approve it, we would have adopted it.
We would adopt it.
Not adopted it, we would have voted to post it.
Opposed it. Budget information for business.
Oh, here's page 3 of 3. Complaint policy. Policy. And to issue copies of policy and complaints about school personnel, that a book will be available, as policy here. So we didn't vote on it.
Because we wanted to present it today in Dover.
Okay, perfect. So now that we're in Dover, the complaint policy on personnel, does anybody have a issue, question, comment on that?
So,
Public complaints about personnel, code D10.
yes.
Everybody good with it?
It's the same as the ones previous, right?
Yeah, it's a little, it's got the same steps, it's just written a little different.
Okay.
You know, they add things like the district places trust in its employees.
That's the one where they had to change compliant to complaint.
Right. What's the wording?
That complaints.
The compliant.
Compliant in a couple of places.
Complainant. The complainant, I think this is the one I got.
Yours is probably, looks like it's been fixed.
It's in the third paragraph.
For a second.
Towards the bottom.
If the issue's the complaint, compliant, okay.
Compliant, basically.
Right.
Issue.
Complainant. Official.
Okay, so I changed that and initialed that. Was there any other place where that was the problem? So somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to warn policy D10, public complaints about personnel.
Second.
Please have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And actually, it's unanimous, so. Okay, the second one we got was on complaint procedure for non-personnel issues. And that was supposed to get updated to be River Valley's not Dover centric.
This one, right?
Yep, and I don't see that I ever got it. And it's got the same coding as this one. So I would say we're not quite ready
Bill was gonna
fix this for
fix
us.
it to make it non-personnel.
Right, and I don't know what
Non-personnel.
happened. Okay, so that'll have to carry over, and we'll have to make a note that Bill needs to deal with that.
Yeah, all I know is the Dover one, right? Is that the-
Yeah, I don't
And
see,
it's got the same code, D10.
yeah, and I don't see that he changed that for us.
It wasn't included in the email you sent us. for the
No.
document, so.
Okay, so we did post policy F13 at the last meeting, and that was the residency policy.
Right.
So if we posted that on the 3rd, it's been 2 weeks, just 2 weeks. So we can vote that one if you folks want.
What was the number at 13?
That one is F13, correct. And remember, we're just approving the policy, not the affidavit and the checklist. That's an administrative procedure.
Right.
I make a motion that we adopt F13, the residency policy.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do we have a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Okay, Rick seconds the motion. Is there any further discussion? Okay, if hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Do I?
No.
Oh, you voted for it?
Yep.
Okay, then it's unanimous. Everybody's in agreement. Boom, complaint policy, and we also wiped out the residency. And then it's gonna work on that. Under old business, I forgot to add this, but on March 2020, Senator Bratt is gonna, he's head of Senate Ed, from 4 to 6 p.m. in Montpelier on March 2020, 4 to 6 in room 11, the big room. Senate will be having a hearing on the weighting. The Senate Ed will be having a public hearing on the weighting issue. All but a few schools in Windham County are impacted negatively by the weighting as it currently is. If it was to, change to the new weighting study, which we have. Oh, I know why. Because I was going to do this in the weighting study down below. So actually, let's hold that. Does anybody have any other old business? Okay, we'll move into new business, River Valley website links. Mark, you get that with you?
I didn't print it out,
printed
but I can tell you, I created 4 essentially shortcut links to make it easier for us to access and communicate different portions of our online world. First is video.rvusd.net. That takes us directly to the BCTV page with all of our videos. The other is board.rvusd.net. That takes you directly to the WCSU board page for us, where all of our documents are.
I'm going to write it down for Peter.
Okay. And then dover.rvusd.net takes you to the Dover website, and wardsboro.rvusd.net takes you to the Wardsboro website. And I did I did renew the rvusd.net domain for another year, because it came up in the beginning of this month, I think. So we have that.
Where did the Dover and Wordsboro links go to before?
There weren't any links.
Oh, there weren't
for
any links,
RVUSD.
okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to change our online world to rvusd.net.
Okay.
So right now it just points to Wardsboro school.org and Dover school.net. Yeah.
Great.
And if there are any other shortcut links that people think would be valuable to have, they're very easy to create.
This is all from the
rvusd.net. Yeah.
Okay, not from the school sites.
Correct.
But I know at the meeting, there were some concerns that the school sites had some issues with their links being not active.
They're
very old.
They're old. There's some
Yeah.
old stuff on both websites. I've started working on a new template for the district, something that isn't going to cost us any money, but that we can put together a new site very easily, so we can kind of move over to an rvusd.net website with a Dover and a Wardsboro separate site, but all together. I'm hoping to bring a mock of that on the second meeting in March, so you guys can see it. And
That's when we have our discussion on updating.
that's why I'm going to ready that.
Nice.
Cool.
Is there a way we can repair some of those links that are?
I don't have access to either.
You
of
don't
those.
have access.
Tammy is for Wardsboro and Matt is for Dover. They're the ones that have the access to currently to those sites.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd love to.
Whether we should just kind of look at the sites and see if we can find anything. Who do we?
We did. Anita did send an email to us, which Rich had given to Matt to take care of. I know that some links on the Dover town website got updated.
Right.
After that meeting, so it's possible that things have gotten updated on the school websites as well.
Okay.
Possible things have gotten better.
Possible.
But not probable, just possible.
I will let you know at the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, we good with that? And just write them down.
I'll give them to,
Peter, so he's gonna write them down for you, that you have them, and then you can give them to, we can give them to
Okay, thanks.
newspaper. Okay, next thing is the school district meeting review. So, everybody that's here was there. Everybody that was
There is here.
there, everybody out there was here also. So what'd you think of it?
Well,
I didn't think it went bad. What'd you think of it way out back?
I wasn't there for that one, actually.
Oh.
Somebody else, but
It was
I
somebody
did
else?
edit it, so. Looked good.
It looked good? We're gonna get like the most views for that one, you think?
Probably.
Another award.
Probably because of the editing job.
That's right. That's true.
You good, Peter?
That was Dr. Backus conducting, yes?
Yes.
As usual.
The old quack.
Yeah, I thought it was a good meeting. I thought that there was some good, it was more unified is what we're trying to accomplish between the residents of both towns. It was almost couldn't distinguish between where they were from. They weren't taking, the audience wasn't taking a perspective of their towns, I felt. I felt like they were talking more about the district as a whole. Kind of got that vibe a little bit. I thought that was great.
I can't think of one question that was specific, was there? There was like, where is the IB?
Yeah, I think Randy might have said something that was town specific, have TN, but I think that was about it.
Yeah,
That's a really good point, though.
I thought that was good.
I mean, we didn't get explanation for the no votes.
No, and I don't think you would have gotten any. I think
Right.
sometimes people just. So yeah, and in the vote on the budget, there was 34 ayes and 14 nays, but it was still over 2-1. And then a lot of people didn't vote. I didn't vote for the budget because I never usually do. A couple from the front did, because they remember Andy pointed at the table.
I did, yeah.
He did.
I thought he was like, all right. But maybe I didn't.
So I think if you look at the first three, they went fine. There was, was a little question what people do.
Yeah.
I think the auditor thing is, Bill's supposed to look into that for us. So, and if we are required to have auditors, then we'll just have to appoint some. The stipends for the board was, I don't think there was any questions. Pardon?
There were no questions.
And then the mileage, it just, what was it? And I was wrong. It's like 57.5 or something. I thought it was 55. The 200,000 seemed to go okay. And then, as somebody said, the budget, there was some, I thought there was really good discussion. And what, I guess, like somebody just said, the only thing that surprised me a little bit is if there were people who were opposed to it, that they could have tried to amend it. But I think it's hard to stand up and make an amendment. It's easier just to say nay.
As we saw later on the agenda.
Yeah.
Right.
And then I think the tuition rate was fine. I think next year, I used to always have a list of that, and so, I think Randy made mention of that. So we'll just.
That's the mark that you had some of the tuitions.
Yeah, or at least the numbers.
Yeah, I had the number of students. Yeah.
But it would have been nice to have had how much the tuition was for the different schools, and we were reaching a little bit. The reserve fund issue, I think, went fine. And I'm wondering if because I noticed there was a lot of people that had gone to the 2 different meetings, so I think it is important to do them ahead of time, because it seemed like maybe some of those questions got answered. And then moving the annual meeting.
That was interesting. Yeah, that was a good one. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, that was a good.
So it's going to be the first Tuesday in April next year, and following that will be the last Tuesday in March. But again,
$5.5–6 million without too many questions. That all of a sudden, the next meeting comes up.
Yeah, the budget was
1 hour discussion.
less than a 20-minute discussion, and that was 32 minutes.
22 minutes?
No, the
32.
budget was less than 20.
Oh, yeah.
The date was 32-minute discussion. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, really? I give the group credit for coming up with a solution. Though. Impressive.
And
Everybody was so confused by the time we got to the end of the
well, because you're voting the same thing 3 times over.
Well, that was confusing. Sure.
Right, but you have to, because you have to vote the amendment, the amendment, and then that becomes your main article. So anyways, and then I don't remember, in other business, I thought I wrote some notes. Better budget, the people didn't like the budget in the book, and I think we all pretty much knew that.
Yeah.
And they wanted to divide out the STEAM and IB a little bit more.
Yeah, they wanted stuff broken down a little more.
Yeah.
It actually is broken down, it's just hard to see it because the categories are all the same in the different areas.
I think we're gonna have to add another page to.
Well, yeah, I think we need to include a number of people, including some who didn't come to the meeting, said they couldn't figure out the budget the way they wanted to because we didn't give the number of students that we had.
We did.
So, in there?
Yeah, it's right in here.
On the.
It's right there. Equalized pupils, 273.56.
They didn't order.
Hmm?
And I thought it was there.
Yeah.
There was a big chunk missing.
Oh, really?
They taped it together and put it in a bag and said, sorry, we damaged your mail.
Oh.
I got it after the meeting. It was like,
After the meeting.
yeah, so I had to grab one off the table.
That's funny.
I had to grab one off the table too, because I went through one of the meetings, I went through the mock-up that I had, and it wasn't the same.
Can we include the notes that Lori gives us on the budget so that we can
No.
understand? No? Okay.
Just open up the whole.
Some of it can.
We've never done that. That's in there because,
It would be better, it would be good if we could flush out some of the CSU stuff. I think that's what really confuses people, all of the, I mean.
well, there's the one guy who questioned the gym versus the special education from the supervisory union. I wasn't sure what point he was trying to make there.
I think that, wasn't that before he realized the order, that the total was
But
below
he'd
the
also been
percentages?
at 2
At the
previous
informational,
meetings, too.
I think we can all agree we should just clean that up and make it a little.
Yeah.
And I just want everybody to know, Tuesday, April 13th is Ramadan in 2021. So that's why we couldn't do the second. Shouldn't have done the second, but I think it passed, so we're good. It is the second Tuesday, right? Not the first? Or is it
Next
the
year,
first?
next
Yeah.
year's the first.
First, okay, so we missed Ramadan too.
Yes.
All right.
There. Didn't even know we'd done that.
Oh, wait, so next year is the first. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so next year it'll be in April. So right now, we would be preparing the budgets to put together. We would have to warn it probably next week or the week after. We could actually probably vote it the first meeting in March. But I think we should vote it before, because the first meeting in March will be the last time this group meets, because then there'd be 2 new people possibly on the board. And then elections. Mark's running. Are you running again?
I'm not.
You're not. We're gonna miss you. So this will be your last meeting.
No, the meeting, first meeting we have in March is before
Okay,
town meeting.
that's
so-
right. It's the night before. Okay. Well, we'll miss you then, so we'll have cake for you then. I just like reasons to have cake. So anything else from the school district meeting? I think we know we gotta clean up the booklet. Anything? Any other takeaways?
He said we just say more, they're gonna vote against it. Just-
Yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
It'd be nice to get some directional information. He's just gonna know, but.
Which is a lot of the purpose of doing it from the floor, so we have an understanding.
Exactly.
What's going on?
Yeah, it might be worth just mentioning it at the beginning of the meeting itself. In case, remind people this.
And we kind of did it, we actually kind of done it last year when we talked about why we wanted to go to a floor vote versus a ballot vote. Okay.
I'm just wondering, I know we talked a lot about, the space issues in the booklet, and then we also talked about possibly having the budget online as well. I don't even know if we
The
do that.
budget is online.
It is online, right?
Yes.
We also, back in the merger days, we had like frequently asked questions. Is there a way people could submit questions
Like online?
prior to, regarding the budget on the website?
There will be on the new site.
Because that might be a way to get some people to interact with some questions about the budget prior.
I think
to-
Anita got one question the entire time.
Yeah, I don't expect a ton of flurry of questions, but you
I
never
think it
know.
was me.
Just a thought while we're thinking about it.
No, Peter, can you write that down? So is there a way that people can submit questions? I guess my only issue is if they don't come to a meeting and they submit a question.
Yeah.
And so at the meeting, we say, okay, well, here's some questions we got, and we answer them.
I guess we can.
How do we know that the people are actually getting their answer?
What we
Right.
can do is respond to them with a link to the minutes and the video, and say this was discussed
That's one way.
at the meeting.
Or we could answer it, yes.
Or, I mean, during the, I don't remember if it was the Act 46 committee, or if it was the beginning of this board, took a whole bunch of questions and published the answers on.
Yeah, that was questions from a meeting.
That was
And
on
we
the
discussed them, and we
Yeah.
discussed them at the following meeting.
Yeah, just thought, just trying to think of a way to.
We could have an FAQ or a recent question section on the site and just post answers to
I
questions.
could do that as well.
There.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a tricky one.
It's another one of those, you want.
Pardon?
It's, it's another one of those, the information's in a million different places, and then but
Right, and
adding
then-
one more doesn't hurt.
But then a lot of people are right, well, I didn't know.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but it's some good things to think about. I mean, I think we do a pretty good job. I think we send out a really nice booklet. Again, somebody made the comment that, I could do with less pictures and more information. But I've also heard a lot of people say it's nice to see some, and it's not like we spend a lot of money.
Business market.
Yes, so again, it's, I guarantee it, you'll never make everybody happy. And I guarantee that there's always gonna be somebody who says,
I'll take your guarantee.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah.
for Sure.
And that, you'll never get everybody, you'll never satisfy everybody, I don't think. I think we do a really decent job. I know we do a better job than a lot of boards do, I think. I feel like we do. But there's always room for improvement too. None of us are perfect.
Could we at least think about having a 5-minute period at the beginning of annual meetings where Tammy and Matt stand up and just give a short presentation
No,
on?
because it's not, the annual meeting is not for the school administration. It's supposed to be the board presenting the budget.
Okay.
So I think that takes the focus off, because if we can't answer the questions, then we're not doing our job. And I felt that way for a lot of years. I know in Wardsboro you used to do that. You would have a huge presentation and basically your administration was presenting the budget. But to me, that's not, the administration isn't there to present the budget. They present to us. It's our job to sell it to the voters.
I was suggesting that they talk about what's been going on in the school, not.
Well, they have parent night, they have open house, they have a lot of stuff to do in the school, and I think that's something we can put into the booklet annual report if you want. But again, in Dover, we've never had a principal attend a school district meeting until Bill did, and Bill was a voter in town. And Bill didn't attend them all. We never had the superintendent here, and we've never had the business office here. I know it's been a little different in Wardsboro, but
to your point.
We always felt that was our job, to be able to answer the budget. And if we couldn't answer it, then we should be replacing, and that's what happens when people on the board got replaced. The other thing is, sometimes that draws the meeting out too, and then, by the time you get to the budget stuff and the stuff you want to discuss, you're really late. But again, I'm 1 out of 6 people, so if you folks really want to do that, you can.
I feel like our meeting went fine this time. I don't see why you have to do it. I mean, the reason that we had begun to do it in Wardsboro years ago was because the administration was a little better at explaining the things that were going on in the school, not necessarily budgetary things. It was more like the students' scores were improving and things like that. So when people asked questions about how, where their money was being spent, it was easy for them to say, well, look at how our test scores have improved, look at how this has improved, look at how that has improved. It was easier for them to do it than it was for the board at that particular point in time. That's why we also, Steve Jobs was very pushy about being there.
Yeah, and not everybody at the annual meeting is a parent, so they don't all know what's going on in the school. So there was an opportunity for people who, the folks who don't have kids in the schools to see what's going on in the schools. But I also see your point too, Rich, that there are other places where they can get that information.
And I mean, we can do a quick overview. We could ask the administration to write, and well, they do. What do they write in the report? Who's got their?
Yeah, I think
If we're going to expand on that, then maybe we can expand it in there.
I think we got to expand on this next year. Add another 4 pages.
One more page.
Well,
one
4.
more page will give us 4 pages.
Right.
Well, that was where we were kind of at.
Yeah.
But we also cut the mailing list way down by doing households versus individuals.
I didn't say a whole lot in the letter.
Well, we cut it, we scaled it.
Well, we only gave you half a page too.
Yeah.
Cool. Weighing study, discussion and possible action. So, back to my thing, Senator Baruch is going to have a hearing on March 11th from 4 to 6. 4 to 6, room 11 in Montpelier. I've made a note that Kool-Aid will be served. Senate hearing on weighting. So if you know people who are very good public speakers and don't mind speaking in front of a group, it would be probably good to have them up there. What we're looking for, or what they're looking for is, just to explain who you are, how you're impacted by the weighting study, what you want the Senate to do with the weighting study, and what you're going to do next, if anything. Like, I'm going to follow up on this, or I'll make sure that this goes forward. I think you only get 2 minutes to testify, So it's definitely something you want to have your, at least some notes prepared, so you, because you'd be surprised, 2 minutes goes for a long time when you had to, stand up in front of 100 people in high school and do a presentation, but up there, 2 minutes will go really quick, and it'll be over before you know it. We also, Rick and I went to the WCSU meeting the week before our meeting, so 2 weeks ago. And we,
Day before our meeting?
yes, it was the day before the meeting, so it was so it was a week ago.
Yeah, it was last week.
God, time flies. It seemed like 2 weeks, doesn't it? And at that meeting, Wyndham Central charged the chair of the Wyndham Central Board to write a letter to House and Senate asking that they consider putting the weights in place this year. There was 4 things: putting the weights in place, not make any major changes to the educational finance until the entire legislature gets to review the study.
The 4 short bills that.
No. We did mention there are some bills that have been turned in, but we had them in there, and it was suggested that we take them out. So, and that the relief is immediately, and that we're willing to have people who will come up and testify. But the big thing is implement the weights this year. There are 4 short bills that Laura was trying to put in. One is to do that, implement the weights, not make the changes. The other 2 is to have AOE look at how much student opportunity was lost between 2000 and 2018, and qualify the the number of dollars the excess penalty took out of districts over from 2000 to 2018. And there wasn't the excess penalty, I don't think, in 2000. I think it came in at some point after. And that there's really no justification for waiting on the weighting. So that was that. So I don't know if we want to do a similar letter for the river valleys that we can also send up, or if we want to do personalized letters. It's whatever you folks think, but that was what it was on the agenda for.
I think we should. And the more organizations they hear from, better.
Anybody else?
I don't have a problem writing one.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Okay, so why don't we make a motion?
Hold on a second. Who does the letter go to? Just gonna be sent?
It's going to be sent to Senate Ed, Senate Finance, House Ed, House Ways and Means, all our local legislators, and the newspapers.
The newspaper, okay.
Whoever we can send it to.
Great. No, that's what I was going to ask. Absolutely. That's fantastic.
So you want to make that motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead and make it.
And I'm going to make a motion that the board submits a letter to all those places you just mentioned for the opposition to the weighting.
No, support.
To support the weighting. Sorry.
I'll second that.
Wasn't a very good motion, but thank you for seconding it.
In support of the study?
Of the weighting study.
Yeah.
And so Barry seconds it. Is there any other discussion? Who's writing the letter?
Chairman.
So that, not that the board, but the chair on behalf of the board.
Chair on behalf of the board. Yeah. I think this letter should come from it's from the entire board.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, on behalf.
So I would write it on behalf of the entire
yes,
board.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll catch up today. I'm a little slow today.
That's fine. It's a holiday. Are you okay with that, Barry? Okay.
And I don't
So
think it needs to be much different than your WCSU letter.
yeah, it's got to be
Right.
different, I was told. It's because if not, it looks like just a form letter. So
No, I just meant it doesn't need to be, I mean, you guys have
Right.
the same points.
yeah,
Yeah, basically.
no, because it's interesting. In our district, we win and lose. If they enacted the new weights, together we win, but separately, one town loses, the other town gains more. And then that was one of the issues, and it got brought up at the WCSU meeting, because there was one nay vote on it, because there was one town that could, under some scenario, increase their tax rate 60 cents. Yeah. That is, it's pretty huge.
It's a lot of property.
Yeah, a lot of high-end property.
But remember, it's only homestead. There's a lot of those high-end properties nobody lives in full-time.
Right.
So, yes, sir.
Just for clarification, there had just been discussion of a letter requested to the legislature and the subcommittees covering certain specific points.
That was
This
what the
motion is to write a
WCSU letter.
Yeah, in
Right.
support of the WCSU.
No, this is a motion that the River Valleys Board have the chair on behalf of the board send a letter to all the places discussed to support the weighting study, to support enacting the weighting study.
Support acting upon?
Enacting.
Enacting.
Or acting on. Well, we don't want them to act on it, we want them to do it. We want them to enact it.
So implementation.
Okay, sure. You okay with that? That's your motion?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Are we all ready to vote?
Sorry, I missed the second.
Barry.
Thank you.
He wants to get his name in the minutes a lot because he may not be around much longer. He may be surprised because if he doesn't show up to town meeting, he may just get put back in.
That's right, you could show up.
I figured that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. WCSU alternate discussion, possible action. I think we can bail on that because we'll reorganize sometime right after town meeting, which is only a couple weeks away. And our next WCSU meeting is until April 1st or April 2nd, April Fool's Day. So I think we can deal with that at a later date. I did have a couple new things that came in kind of a little bit ago, but after our last meeting, we at our last meeting we talked about Dover had a couple faucets that were over the new parts per billion on the lead. So did Wardsboro School. I think it was just one. And it has to be taken out of service for drinking and cooking. So they're also working on a permanent plan. And it looks as though because there was some money put away from by the legislature last year that we can we'll get some help with it. So hopefully it'll be taken care of in the very near future. And we can be a lead-free school again. Let's skip over. Let's talk about the next meeting. We can meet the night before town meeting, but I think the teachers are still out. I don't know if we get any administration there. Do we want to put that meeting off till the 4th, and then we'll meet after town meeting, and then we can reorganize and set our agendas and set our meetings and move forward from there? Would that make more sense?
You mean the following Monday or?
No, the Wednesday.
Just move it to a couple days.
Right. We're gonna meet on the 2nd, so that must mean town meeting's the 3rd. So
Right.
we move it to the 4th.
Does
that make sense to you? Are you good with that?
I'm good with that. We just move it there are 5-week Mondays in March. Can we just move it up a week to the 9th? Or we'll have to do that?
I just figure we'll keep it, and then we'll keep the regular meeting in Dover when
On
we
the
set.
16th?
And then,
Okay,
but we'll,
then we have to move both.
and we get to decide at reorganization, excuse me, when we want to meet.
I see.
I mean, the person that takes Barry's place may want to meet on Friday mornings, who knows?
You never know. Okay.
And Laura should be good because their legislature's off that week.
Oh, okay.
That makes perfect sense.
Okay, so our next meeting will be March 4th, 6:30 in Wardsboro. So unfortunately, Barry, I mean, this is your last meeting.
Lucky you.
You miss out on cake.
But you can come to the meeting on the 3rd if you want. I mean, the meeting on the 4th.
We love public, you know that.
Yeah. And you can also, like, you know, get on the board. So.
You might not want to come in case. That's true.
So we've got a couple executive session items. I don't think we're gonna make any decisions, so if you guys wanna hang out, you can. Mark will send you, Peter, an email with what we decide, if you don't mind, Mark. And, we're gonna let you guys hang out here if you want, but we can move over there. But I'll need to entertain a motion for executive session for personnel, contractual, and for, personnel, contractual, legal, those three.
So moved.
Okay, Barry moved, do we have a second?
Second.
Mark seconds it, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move over there.
Welcome to a joint hearing of House and Senate Education Committees. And I am Senator Phil Baruth for the Senate Education Committee, and I'm joined by
Kate Webb, House Education Committee.
And thank you to our guests from Education Commission of the States who have traveled to talk to us about proficiency-based education. Would you like to join us, gentlemen? I'm not sure if you'd like to come up together or separately.
I think Joel's going to go ahead and defer to me. I'll just
okay.
Yeah.
Great. So if you could just introduce yourself and give us your affiliation.
Great. Matt Jordan, Director of Strategic Initiatives, Education Commission of the States. Go ahead and start.
Please.
Great, thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I believe you have hard copy notes of slides that I'll go through, and we can provide any additional follow-up information if you find any of this useful. So, let me tell you a little bit about Education Commission of the State before we get started, or as we get started here. So again, I mentioned Matt Jordan. I've been with the organization about 4 years as a policy director. We are based in Denver, Colorado. We were created for states by states. So what that means is we were created to be an unbiased source of information for state leaders like yourself and the executive branch. So it's just really the whole spectrum of players. So that's really a few things I hope you know about us. We are unbiased and nonpartisan, which is to say, I'm not here to give you a policy outcome. I'm here to let you learn from what other states are doing and what established research and practices show. I also want you to know that we cover the full spectrum of education issues, from early learning all the way through post-secondary workforce. So that gives us a nice view across the full spectrum of education. And this slide I added in, so this is a little bit diversion from your notes there. The other thing I want to make sure you know about us, though, is that we cover the full spectrum and serve all key players at the state level. So we work across all 50 states, and our commissioner structure, our governance structure, is set up where our chair is a governor and rotates every 2 years between Republican and Democrat, and then our vice chair is always a legislator of the opposite party, and then our secretary is usually a higher ed official, and our treasurer is usually a chief state school officer. So our mix of representatives, our constituents, if you will, really is the full mix of who you all work with every day across the education spectrum at the state level, which is governors, legislators, chief state school officers, higher ed officials, and other important policy leaders. So again, we were created to be your resource, and so we really appreciate the time to be here. So now I'll jump into the presentation. It's my understanding I'm going to run through this fairly quickly, cover quite a bit of information. You all have given us a number of questions to address, and so I have a team of colleagues in Denver and a few here with me in the back here. So we're going to go through your responses and then leave time for Q&A. So these 5 questions. What is proficiency-based learning? How does it work in other states? How is it incorporated in transcripts? How is it used in college admissions? And what are the effects of implementation? So we'll go through those questions today. Let me start with a little spoiler alert, though. Again, we're not here to give you advice on what you should do. We're just here to help you think through what are the practices that other states are doing or what we've seen through research. So our underlying belief, though, is that effective policies come from thoughtful design and careful implementation. So thoughtful design, careful implementation, which means we really applaud you, joint House and Senate, getting together to study issues like this. So we get called to give testimony like this around the country, and we really want to applaud you to take the time to get together in your busy schedules to take a look at this important topic. So what is proficiency-based learning? It's also been called competency-based learning or education, mastery learning, or competency-based education. In proficiency-based learning systems, students demonstrate desired learning outcomes through the learning process. right? So that means that it allows them to move at their own pace. And so learning is the constant. Time is the variable. Now, you all know in traditional systems, there's a set calendar, and students go through the curriculum based on that calendar, whereas in proficiency-based learning, time can change based on the progress of each individual student or subgroups of students. Proficiency-based learning, or PBL, can produce different types of measurements. So you may be aware, one of the key issues is, do you use the traditional A through F grades, or do you go through a different numbering system? Perhaps it's like 1 through 4 or 1 through 5. So that's one of the features that you see sometimes in PBL systems, is using a different grading system. So those are the basics. Now let's talk about, what does it look like? How does PBL work in other states? So in 2012, this was a snapshot. You can see purple are the advanced states, green developing, orange emerging. Only a handful, back in 2012, only a handful of advanced states at that time. Now this is an analysis by the Aurora Institute from a snapshot that update they gave last year. So let's fast forward to 2019. So you see, proficiency-based learning is a growing trend, growing interest across the states. And the number of advanced states, the purple states, had grown. Now, back in 2012, Vermont was shown as an emerging state. Now you're listed in the advanced category. Now there are, as of last year, 17 advanced states. And these are states that have a comprehensive policy or alignment, there's an established state, active state role. In the developing states, in District of Columbia, which are in green, the state has more of an open policy and flexibility. And in the emerging states, there's more limited. So this is a gradation of sort of the range of state policies, what this is trying to show. So definitely a growing trend across the country.
Except Wyoming.
Except Wyoming.
Nothing going on.
That's right. As of last year. So we're going to give you 3 case studies, 3 examples to look at now. First with Illinois. So Illinois is an example of pilots, local districts piloting proficiency-based learning. So they passed in 2016, the Illinois legislature, competency-based high school graduation requirements. And at that time, in 2016, 10 pilot sites, pilot districts started, and it's grown to 45 now, so from 10 to 45. And what the districts were doing in Illinois, or are doing in Illinois, their graduation requirements are replacing certain parts of their current system. So in one of 2 ways. Either they're replacing some core curriculum elements like math, language arts, or both, or which years they intend. So meaning 2 years of math or years of ELA. So the point here is that they're implementing changes in graduation requirements across different districts. So districts get to pick which competency-based elements they're going to implement in place of more traditional curriculum. Now there are some required components though, and they have a mapping between competencies and academic standards, a plan for determining mastery, and data collection. So you're going to hear that theme throughout. There's going to be different choices that you have for districts, but data collection, professional development, which are things that they've built in here, are important themes. So Illinois, we have an example of different districts trying out graduation requirements. In our home state of Colorado, a little bit different approach. Here, the State Department of Education is allowing districts to explore different strategies. So less requirements in terms of what they can implement and more support around different ideas. So here it's a more of an open-ended approach where the department is working with a number of districts of all sizes, to help them through a study group facilitated by an outside agency or outside organization called Achieve, which many of you may have heard of. They're exploring different strategies, but less prescription. I can tell you on a personal note, as a parent of a 7th grader in Denver Public Schools, where our school is implementing many of these standards, I have a chance to see this as a parent and as a member of the site council. So it's kind of an interesting comparison here from a parent and professional level. In New Hampshire, which you all may be aware of this one, this is an example of a pilot around assessments. So the PACE, the Performance Assessment for Competency Education, is a first of its kind pilot allowed by the U.S. Department of Education that is designed to measure proficiency more reliably and collect local assessments to state assessments, so more connecting local and state around proficiency-based standards. And the idea here is that local districts will take the time to develop standards based on the different proficiency items that they create, so it'll give more real-time, formative types of feedback, but still keep it connected to the state level. This would be for grades 3 through 8. Now, students in the high school level would still take the SAT, so the pilot is really at the elementary and middle school grades. Now, this kind of assessment brings up some interesting policy questions for you to think about that we'll explore. The questions around comparability, validity, and transparency. So the pilot is, again, still early, but a great example to look at what variability will allow across levels. So we'll now move on to the third question around how is PBL incorporated into transcripts? So the states that have advanced proficiency-based learning tend to leave design of transcripts up to local decision makers. But there are certain components or standards that experts would say local decision makers should take into account. The first is clarity is important. So clear expectations of what the transcript means. In addition, cross-cutting or non-academic competencies, such as habits of work or communication or problem-solving, skills, can be included. But you need to have good descriptions of what those are so they're understood. And you can also have descriptions of capstone projects, internships, and other learning. But again, in a way that makes sense for folks who would be reviewing them, whether they're parents or post-secondary. So item number one, clarity is critical. Another component is transcripts. Another point under clarity is critical. Transcripts can balance traditional and non-traditional measures. So there are a couple of examples. The Great Schools Partnership, which is based nearby, I'm going to work here. They have transcript models, templates you can look at that help crosswalk the GPA to the less traditional measures, to these competency-based measures. So Great Schools Partnership has an example of transcripts you can look at. Another group is called Knowledge Works, based out of Cincinnati. They do work across the country. And their students here they show students' mastery through various subjects, and then they break down the mastery into subcomponents. So instead of just a letter grade, you're looking at where students are across different dimensions and subdimensions. So Great Schools Partnership, Knowledge Works are resources you can look at to really see what transcripts and how transcripts can handle these traditional and non-traditional measures. So another point is less is more, right? Simple is better. Too much information can be overwhelming. And so making sure that teachers, parents, and post-secondary admissions folks know what's in a transcript is going to be an important component. So you will have it, so they'll want to make sure that they're clearly delineated. Another component, and this is one that you all have given attention to, is this flexibility around grades, that while a PBL system in its purest form gets away from A to F grades, you have allowed in your practice here, which is we've seen in other states, more flexibility. So districts can choose. Supervising unions can choose whether they're going to implement the full grading system or adapt across the traditional system. And in this case, again, the idea of assessments comes in. So we use the New Hampshire example for you all to look at. As you think about grading systems, you want to take a look at what the local assessments are and how they connect to the state. So the standards are the core, and how students are achieving mastery to those standards is the core of it, not necessarily what their grade is. So the next question had to do with college admissions. There have been a number of surveys of college admissions officers around the country, and they tend to consistently indicate that PBL systems do not put students at a disadvantage. So that's good news. In fact, many say that they embrace the goals of a PBL to present a fuller picture of knowledge. Again, this idea of looking at students' mastery across different competency areas. However, it's important to remember that admissions officers have thousands, many times thousands of transcripts to look at, like we talked about earlier. And so this idea of transparency is important, and having clear definitions. So we're going to explore that and unpack that here a little bit more. Study of, or this survey of admissions officials talking about GPA, that one of the issues to really think about where a problem can emerge, and so something you want to avoid, is when you have inconsistent standards, or that you have a lack of information, so that transcripts don't convert well across different systems. So that is looking at an example here from the New England Board of Higher Education and the New England Secondary School Consortium, where, let me just read a few of these quotes here. Students with proficiency-based transcripts will not be disadvantaged in the highly selective admissions processes. Features of the proficiency-based transcript model shared with the group could provide important information for institutions seeking not just high-performing academics, but engaged lifelong learners. So many colleges already receive transcripts like this, these non-traditional transcripts. So this challenge isn't entirely new. Selective admissions leaders at this meeting stressed how their institutions receive applications from across the country and around the world, which represent a diverse range of high school environments and a variety of grading scales, terminology, and transcript design. So they're used to seeing variety in transcripts, but again, clarity is key. And it's critical that the admissions leaders interpret the proficiency-based transcripts so that having the ability to engage in them is something we'll explore here next. So implementation effects. So we've talked about how transcripts are critical. We've talked about how you can engage with higher ed leaders to work on those transcripts. So let's talk about what implementation looks like a little bit more fully over the next several slides. So effective assessments of proficiency. Experts will tell you assessments need to be valid, generalizable, and comparable. And this is one of the most important parts for PBL, that you have solid assessments. In other words, assessments need to measure the important proficiencies aligned with state standards, and then measure those standards, link those standards to local, to what is being taught in the classroom. The implication is if some students are held to a higher standard than others because tests are inconsistent or unreliable, then transcripts can't be trusted. So that's why you really want to make sure that the core focus on assessments is critical. So what can you do about it? How do you go about these timely assessments? It's where you have the regular connection between, and I believe, again, we had a chance to visit with folks from the Agency of Education, the ongoing communication, the ongoing implementation strategy between the state and locals, so they can make sure that their assessments are staying aligned and are meeting the standards. And so state summative assessments can be measured on a reliable proficiency-based standard. Second, there we go. Get my notes a little mixed up. Timely completion. So if students are working at their own pace, it's important to make sure that they don't get too far apart, or that you keep them moving at their own pace. So if some students take more time than others to become proficient, they can fall behind. So that's the timeliness aspect to think about. The states need to monitor the impact of PBL and think about accountability in terms of the amount of time state students come through. And it's also important in these systems that the motivation factor for students is kept there. That they see the reason why they should keep moving beyond the letter grade, that their mastery of the subject is what the motivation is for them. And then the next time, so students, now we're talking about teachers in terms of professional development. So what teachers need in an environment like this are strong materials, instructional materials, and an understanding of the evaluation. So working with teachers that the lesson plans align to the standards, and then they understand what is in the assessment. So ongoing collaboration with educators is a hallmark of what we've seen in the thoughtful design and careful implementation. And then, as I mentioned earlier, engaging with post-secondary partners. If they understand what is in the transcripts, if they have the ability to help shape those, and this oftentimes happens at a local level. Again, I mentioned the Illinois example earlier. What they're oftentimes doing is local districts working with community colleges or with universities in the area. There's how they can work and collaborate to make sure the transcripts are understood by post-secondary leaders, post-secondary admissions officials. Another element is CTE, career and technical education. There's a lot of common ground between proficiency-based learning and CTE, and so they can match up really well when the standards align. Again, your Act 77 created personalized, flexible pathways, and so that's very much in the mode of what career technical education would allow, so students to be moved into those career tech tracks. So there's an opportunity to match your PBL system with your CTE system. That's very much of a nice acronym-laden sentence there. But it's an opportunity that these types of systems can work well together. And this point about engaging stakeholders, so parents and students, two of the most important stakeholders. It's important, as you all may have already seen, that parents understand why there's a move to these systems. Educators, while not universal, there is a growing consensus in the education community that these systems are superior. There are advantages to them. But if parents don't understand that, it can create problems, as you all know well. So continuing to engage stakeholders, including parents, it'll be an important part of this. Because the reality is students get used to the traditional system, right? They know A through F. They understand how to operate in that traditional system. So helping, hopefully through teachers guiding them, and through other policy communication, helping them understand the advantage to them and their parents will be important. Because you all may have studied what happened in Maine. So Maine, back in that 2012 slide, was an advanced state, right? And they established certain standards that were to be implemented by a certain date. And like many states, they were moving on their way. And as you all know, in 2018, that was rolled back. And an analysis, there's been several analyses of why that happened. And I want to summarize a few of them as sort of summary here. Now again, this is analysis by Chalkbee Competency Works, so it's not our analysis, but it's one that we think was helpful for you to think about in summary as we get into a conversation. So there was a report that there was too much confusion. So this point about not enough clarity is an important thing to think through. Second, stakeholders, students and parents were very much invested in things like class rank or valedictorian status, right? So they didn't understand why this other system would be worth giving those up. Third, teachers felt overwhelmed. And the analysis says that the pace went a little too fast. They weren't brought along in a way with the professional development. So again, remember the slide about creating resources for educators? So having an opportunity to equip teachers. Students themselves, this idea that they weren't bought into the system, that they, again, thought it was, for example, homework. If it wasn't graded, why is homework important? So there are changes that in these systems